Chapter 1. The Enigmatic Prison. Filth flows abundantly, and bacteria run rampant. Deep within an abandoned prison, a sudden sound pierces the silence. A cluster of cells, enveloped by a membrane, detaches from the surface of a corpse. This cellular entity, no larger than a human fingertip, resembles a mass of white mucus in its macroscopic appearance. It appears to possess independent thought and mobility, yet lacks the five senses due to an incomplete nervous system. Nevertheless, upon contact with external objects, it can acquire fundamental information through a unique method of intercellular signaling. Without lingering for long, the detached cells begin to move. Transcription and translation occur, leading to the production of actin. This minuscule cluster of cells embarks on an exceedingly slow migratory movement, akin to the pace of a snail. No, this is not perfect. It is not what I desire. The cellular mass seems to abandon the seemingly intact and robust body, continuing its search within the prison. If only a torch could illuminate the surroundings, one would discover that in this vast cell, the discarded bodies number in the hundreds. The cellular mass did not form spontaneously. It bears a name: Han Dong, a Chinese expatriate. He was an associate professor at the University of Florence's Life Sciences Department. Just prior to becoming this amalgamation of cells, he had turned 31. On July 21, 2018, he succumbed to lung cancer in a hospital bed at the Central Hospital of Florence. The ward was filled with flowers, yet these blossoms were sent by his students rather than his family. In his final moments, as the agony of illness dissipated, Han Dong felt an unexpected sense of liberation. There was no ascension to paradise nor descent into hell, no consumption of the Meng soup, no crossing of the Naiha Bridge, nor any experience of the so-called cycle of reincarnation. What awaited him was merely an eternal darkness. However, his consciousness persisted throughout this process. Am I truly dead? They say the brain remains active for 5 minutes post-mortem, but I must have been dead for an hour now. Han Dong possessed a keen sense of time, fully aware of his own death. He attempted to perceive his body and was surprised to visualize the image of the cellular mass within his consciousness. Two capabilities emerged. First, it could sense detailed information about objects it came into contact with through intercellular signaling. Second, it could generate actin to attain mobility. As Han Dong synthesized actin for the first time within the cells and initiated related activities, a systematic prompt echoed in his mind. Please select an appropriate body within the prison. The current maximum weight limit is 100. If you are dissatisfied with the selected body, it may be sent to the processing chamber for cellular separation. Other prisoners' bodies cannot be moved or transferred in non-cellular form. The prompt concluded. A schematic map of the prison materialized within Han Dong's consciousness. A single-layer structure comprising a total of 204 cells. The map marked each cell with light points and annotations, indicating the corresponding prisoners, alongside the words deceased. Additionally, a red-marked room at the center of the prison was labeled as the management room, which was locked. The room where Han Dong currently resided was the processing chamber. An overseas prison? Rebirth after death? What exactly am I? These questions did not trouble Han Dong for long. Having always been at the forefront of scientific research, he possessed an exceptional ability to embrace new concepts. In a short span, he comprehended that he was a cluster of independent cells encased in a protective membrane. While he did not fully grasp how such a cellular mass could survive independently and harbor consciousness, the fact that cells are the fundamental units of life served as proof that he was not truly dead. So, this phenomenon of death and rebirth has occurred to me, and I have transformed into a collection of cells? How ironic. Han Dong dedicated his life to the study of cell biology and had recently published an article in the prestigious journal Cell regarding the activation and control of cellular regulation through genetic encoding. This publication led to his promotion to associate professor. However, during a routine health check, he was diagnosed with late-stage lung cancer, which mercilessly ravaged his body, severing his promising future. Instead of fading into oblivion, he was reborn in the form of a cellular mass. Without much hesitation, considering that the cellular mass required an energy supply to function normally, Han Dong recognized the urgency of following the mysterious system's instructions to find an appropriate body. Guided by the map, he embarked on an exceedingly slow, crawling journey to the nearest cell, taking an entire day to traverse the distance, moving at a pace comparable to that of a snail. By correlating the map in his mind with the small light point representing himself, he navigated to the adjacent cell and made contact with the corpse within. Thank goodness for the map, otherwise, in the absence of all senses, this would be quite troublesome. The moment he touched the corpse, a complete anatomical diagram of the human body instantly materialized within his consciousness, accompanied by detailed textual annotations available for review. Campbell Frank, formerly a clandestine underground fighter, was identified. Inferior cranial structure, weight requirement, 5. Left arm ordinary, weight requirement, 11. Right arm superior, possessing the skill of rapid punching, weight requirement, 23. Torso ordinary, weight requirement, 13. Left foot ordinary, weight requirement, 11. Right foot ordinary, weight requirement, 14. A series of data streamed into Han Dong's consciousness. It seems the prisoner underwent a special treatment prior to death, preventing decomposition and allowing me to occupy and control the body. The previous prompt mentioned that if I was dissatisfied with the body, I could discard it in the processing chamber and select a new. There are many bodies available. It is necessary to utilize one to understand the current situation. Please confirm whether you wish to acquire the entirety of Campbell Frank's body weight requirement. 77. Yes. In an instant, the cellular mass entered the body of the prisoner through a surface pore, rapidly activating its entirety and restoring vitality. A ringing sound echoed in his mind, followed by the chilling sensation of stone against his skin, confirming that the nervous system was fully connected. The simplistic prison walls made of black rock and steel came into view, restoring his sense of sight. Just as Han Dong intended to investigate and analyze the enigmatic prison, pondering the reason for his rebirth and the secrets it concealed, he suddenly froze. Buzz! With one hand braced against the wall, he gritted his teeth and let out a furious roar. What an idiot this guy is. Fully occupying Campbell Frank's body was less than pleasant for Han Dong. The restoration of his senses provided overwhelming information about the surrounding environment, and as he attempted to process complex data through his brain, a significant issue arose. Han Dong, a notable figure as the youngest associate professor in the life sciences department of a prestigious university, was accustomed to excellence. However, when his consciousness sought to process the data gathered through sensory perception and formulate relevant processing equations for his brain, a grave problem emerged. It felt akin to purchasing a top-tier graphics card, the Eye of the Desolate 2080 Ti, only to find it installed in a machine powered by an outdated i3 processor. The situation was exacerbated by the fact that this processor had been water-damaged. The influx of vast amounts of data nearly caused the system to crash. Han Dong had no choice but to close his eyes and silently recite a mantra, striving to minimize external information intake and clear his thoughts. Otherwise, this foolish brain would surely freeze under the weight of excessive data, or worse, burnout. Chapter 2. Han Dong's Discovery. No wonder the brain quality is inferior. The weight requirement is quite low. I must find a suitable body before considering an escape from this prison. Han Dong hesitated to abandon this foolish body, recognizing its potential value. He shifted his focus to the right arm. There were two peculiar aspects about Campbell Frank, one being his head, the other his right arm. However, the uniqueness of the right arm was a commendable trait. In the description within his consciousness, it was rated as superior and possessed the skill of rapid punching. As a university professor, Han Dong had spent most of his time immersed in the laboratory, leaving little opportunity for gaming. Yet, during his middle school years, he had been exposed to online games like Legend and World of Warcraft, granting him some understanding of the subject. Let's give it a try. He threw a punch with his right arm. Whoosh! The sound of wind slicing through the air reached his ears, leaving behind a faint trace of his fist in its wake. What incredible speed! Although Han Dong was a researcher, he had also acquired a gym membership and understood that such punching speed could rival that of world-class boxers. Let's test the strength of the punch. Having no regard for empathy, he directed a full-force punch at the prison wall. Bang! Drip, drip! The skin broke, and blood trickled from his fist. The black stone wall bore a dent approximately 1 centimeter deep. Regardless of the wall's strength, Han Dong deduced that the power behind this individual's right fist was likely approaching the limits of human capability. I can't think any longer. I must quickly find a body with a functional brain. Having gained a general understanding of his physical condition, Han Dong endeavored to clear his mind as he returned to the processing room, seeking to alleviate the burden on his brain. During this period, he dared not glance at the overall scale of the prison, instead keeping his head down as he walked. Han Dong refrained from reckless actions if a situation of physical death were to arise outside the processing room. He could not guarantee his own survival. Upon his return to the processing room, Han Dong slowly lifted his gaze and was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The so-called processing room was unlike an ordinary cell. It was approximately 20 times larger, resembling a biological laboratory. As the culture medium came into view, Han Dong instinctively began to collect data and conduct relevant analyses. This is disastrous. A peculiar explosion reverberated throughout the processing room. His senses were rendered numb. The physical body has been voluntarily relinquished within the processing room. Please continue searching for a suitable vessel. What an imbecile, Han Dong lamented as he returned to the cellular cluster. Nevertheless, this experience confirmed one crucial fact. As long as he remained in the processing room, he would be safe from any danger to his physical form, regardless of what transpired. Once I locate a suitable body, I must escape the prison and venture into the outside world. Given the uncertainty of external dangers, I must seek a vessel that is not only powerful, but also compatible with me. At the very least, my mind must keep pace with my consciousness. Having acquired a general understanding of the current circumstances and the prison's layout, Han Dong resumed his quest for a suitable body. 7 years. Indeed, to find a suitable vessel, he had been searching for 7 long years. As a university professor, he had long cultivated a pursuit of perfection through various intricate experiments and scholarly writings. 7 years, 3 months, and 12 days. In a solitary cell, approximately 500 meters from the processing room, lay the body of Gerard Malatisa, devout believer in life. This was the 139th corpse Han Dong had encountered. The head was of high quality and possessed the skill of holy light sensation, with a weight requirement of 37. The left arm was average, requiring a weight of 12. The right arm was also average, necessitating a weight of 14. The torso was of inferior quality, demanding a weight of 33. Both feet were deficient, with weight requirements of 0. Finally, I have encountered a corpse with a superior head. Curiously, why does a torso rated as inferior have a weight requirement of 33 points? The intuition of a researcher proved to be remarkably accurate. The cellular cluster gradually occupied the body. At the moment the facial features rebooted, Han Dong felt a flicker of emotion. This lady, named Gerard Malitiz, had undoubtedly suffered inhumane treatment during her lifetime. Furthermore, the mystery of why the inferior torso required a weight of 33 points was also unraveled. With the neural system of the brain fully activated, Han Dong could distinctly sense a gnawing pain emanating from the lattice stomach, indicating that she had likely ingested something indigestible in life. Additionally, although the evaluation of her head was deemed excellent, Han Dong still felt his cognitive analysis impeded. The brain of a female believer leans toward art and literature, which seems to be somewhat incompatible with my scientific background. My information processing and computational abilities still fall short, causing significant obstacles in my thought processes. I should first return to the processing room to examine the abdominal issue. Upon returning to the processing room, Han Dong quickly procured a clean scalpel. The death of the physical body had little adverse effect on him after a series of operations. He grasped a key slick with gastric fluid, the key to the central chamber of the prison. This was the only locked management room in the prison. Upon obtaining the key, he naturally began to draw connections between the two, although he could not yet ascertain the full implications. At that moment, Han Dong activated the ability bestowed upon his head holy light sensation. A certain depletion of mental energy left Han Dong feeling somewhat fatigued. Shortly thereafter, a radiant light descended upon the incision on his abdomen, and under the warm embrace of this divine illumination, The wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Over the course of 7 years spent in prison, Han Dong had encountered numerous instances of similar extraordinary magic. However, due to the limitations of his mind, he was unable to conduct a detailed analysis or understanding from a scientific perspective. Once his body had recovered, Han Dong immediately crawled toward the prison center. For reasons unknown, he felt a surge of excitement. A desperate urge to uncover the secrets hidden within the central chamber of the prison. After all, every cell and every inmate bore intricate designs and meanings. Thus, it stood to reason that the locked prison control room would be no exception. With a click, the key smoothly turned in the lock. In his consciousness, the control room, previously marked in red, switched to a gray state. Might there still be a perfect body within? After standing at the threshold and observing for a brief moment, confirming that there was no danger inside and that no entry prohibited signs were present, Han Dong supported himself with his hands and stepped inside. The control room has been opened. You may now conduct cellular separation within. Han Dong immediately began to inspect the chamber. The steel room was relatively spacious. It should not merely be a solitary head remaining. A thorough inspection is indeed necessary. In the body bag, Han Dong was suddenly startled. Although he was human, if they discovered that Han Dong existed in the form of a living head, it would spell trouble. In the world he once inhabited, his fate would likely lead him to the Academy of Sciences for research. Trapped between the desire to live and the inevitability of death, even in a parallel world, the outcome should be quite similar. As the body bag was unzipped, a pair of eyes, obscured by a mask, fixated intently on Han Dong's head. At that moment, a thunderous crash reverberated as the carriage was violently struck, causing the body bag to close. Remarkably, they could keep pace with the steam carriage, utilizing copper bullets for counterattack. We were not far from the Holy City, and the ammunition should suffice until we entered. The deafening sound of machine gun fire filled the air. Han Dong, still within the body bag, exhaled a sigh of relief. At a critical juncture, it was the so-called mutant that had helped him avert danger. Gradually acclimating to the gunfire, Han Dong became increasingly curious about the world he had traversed, intrigued by the conversations of this group. What exactly is a mutant? Some form of monster? The Holy City? Why had he never heard of it? Was it a nation that had evolved in this parallel world? The information was scant. He could hardly deduce anything. Once they reached the Holy City, he needed to find a way to escape the carriage. After parting ways with these individuals, he could slowly seek to understand this world. Ideally, the pursuing monsters would damage the carriage to some extent. Just as Han Dong contemplated this, he heard a creaking sound. It seemed the metal skin of the carriage had indeed been sliced open by some sharp object. Quickly, signal. Let the worthless guards open the gate for us. Yes, a firework shot up from the vehicle's roof. Shortly thereafter, Han Dong heard the tremendous sound of a heavy door swinging open. Approximately 5 minutes passed. The machine gun fire ceased, and the carriage's speed gradually decreased. Had they entered the city, it was time to disembark. Han Dong could roughly infer the situation outside. The group, fleeing from the pursuing monsters, was in a state of both physical and mental relaxation. Before the city gate closed, they would undoubtedly be focused on the situation outside, their attention unwavering. He began to slowly pry open the body bag with the mycelial tendrils at his neck. A tear in the side of the carriage was wide enough for Han Dong's head to slip through. Wait. Han Dong was waiting for the perfect moment to escape undetected. Boom. The instant the city gate slammed shut, the sound drowned out everything around him. A head flew out from the side of the carriage, and as soon as it landed, it quickly crawled into the shadows of an alley, listening to the unrelenting sound of metal hoofs. Han Dong smiled in the darkness, continuing his search for a suitable host among ordinary people. Chapter 4. The Hanged Youth. What Han Dong did not realize was that even if he successfully escaped back to the Holy City, the situation for the group in the carriage was far from favorable. Having witnessed the monstrous forms that pursued them at close range during their flight, even with goggles on, peculiar dark patterns had begun to emerge around their eyes. They were now far too preoccupied to concern themselves with the status of the body bag, racing full speed towards the chapel for a week-long de-stress activity. In the eerie, damp alley, a human head was slowly shifting within. The architectural style leaned towards that of 19th century Europe, yet the towering walls reaching heights of 100 meters and the skyscrapers within the city did not align with that era. Furthermore, this world harbored magical forces and bizarre creatures, significantly affecting the advancement of science. Currently, what Han Dong observed was merely the tip of the iceberg of this world, and his deductions were likely flawed. However, the novelty of these things excited Han Dong, even to the point of madness, as he yearned to understand this world, to delve into its scientific framework. The urgent task at hand was to locate an ordinary person's body. attempting to gradually comprehend the fundamentals while also seeking a method to return to his original world. In truth, regarding his previous existence, aside from a few unfinished national natural science projects, there was little that tethered him to it. Having lost his parents in childhood and raised solely by his grandfather, Han Dong had seen his grandfather pass peacefully after his doctoral defense. Moreover, the research projects demanding his constant attention, coupled with the limited social circles at the academy, meant that he had no so-called lover. He recalled the hospital room overflowing with bouquets sent by students, yet he held no fondness for interactions with them. Had it not been for the school's insistence, he would have devoted all his class time to the study of cytology. Unburdened, he wished to perish under the torment of cancer. Upon confirming his rebirth, Han Dong's first instinct was not to ponder how to return to his original world, but rather to feel exhilarated at having arrived in a new world filled with myriad unknowns he wanted to explore, to research. Presently, he found himself in an area close to the city walls, a residential district for commoners. To maximize land use, densely packed apartment-style buildings accommodated a large number of inhabitants, primarily constructed from red bricks, adorned with copper sheeting, vaulted designs, and predominantly diamond-shaped glass windows, thanks to the adhesive nature of the mycelial tendrils. Han Dong's head could easily traverse vertical walls, peering through windows to observe the interior of the rooms. After a period of observation, a significant question arose. Why were the majority of the residents either middle-aged or children under 10? With scarcely any young adults at home, was it possible that the youth had been forcibly conscripted? Based on what he currently understood, humanity within the holy city seemed to be under the threat of monsters, confined within the city walls. The likelihood of young civilians being conscripted was high. What about the affluent families? Han Dong decided to take advantage of the night, heading toward the inner city to seek out those lavishly adorned mansions in search of a target. If he could occupy a wealthy person's body, he could circumvent many troublesome complications. Yet, there was inherent risk in this plan. Should he encounter soldiers on the return journey, they would be capable of spotting Han Dong lurking in the grass at high speed. If he were to meet such individuals again in the city, the chances of being discovered would be considerable. He needed to find a body quickly, just as Han Dong slipped out of the alley. Attempting to make a discreet shift, he suddenly made a discovery. Between the closely packed buildings, a surplus patch of empty space appeared due to design flaws. This space was conveniently located behind the surrounding structures and could only be accessed via a filthy alley overflowing with sewage and swarming with pests, making it nearly devoid of visitors. In the center of the overgrown lot stood a massive oak tree with numerous branches. Unfortunately, one of its thick limbs was hanging a young man, keeping to the shadows. Han Dong's head slowly moved beneath the corpse to observe closely. The youth showed no signs of life. His tousled brown hair framed a pair of beautiful sea-blue eyes, which bulged outward due to the agony of asphyxiation. He wore a rough, simple linen shirt and slightly oversized linen trousers. One shoe remained on his foot, the other having fallen off during his frantic struggles. Han Dong also noticed that the young man's wrist bore a black wristband. Aged between 16 and 20, his hands showed no signs of calluses, suggesting he had not engaged in manual labor. His pale, emaciated body indicated a deficiency in essential amino acids, likely stemming from a poverty-stricken background that could barely provide for basic needs. Occupying such a body could lead to complications in the future. Yet, it was the most prudent course of action. Han Dong abruptly closed his eyes. Considering the information he had gathered, he conducted a comprehensive analysis, weighing fundamental interests against safety. Ultimately, he reached a decision. In a world fraught with unknown dangers, caution was indeed the best strategy. Such a precious opportunity for rebirth, and Han Dong had expended a full 7 years in prison to secure this unique head. In an unfamiliar holy city, where the guard's perceptions surpassed those of ordinary humans, it was not wise to take unnecessary risks. According to the burden value setting, there should be a way to increase the upper limit of his burden value. At that point, he could choose a better body. For now, temporarily borrowing this civilian's body would, in some respects, spare him from potential exposure. Climbing onto the corpse, the moment the skull made contact with the skin of the body. Akin to a scenario in prison, a wealth of information regarding this cadaver immediately surged into Han Dong's consciousness. Valiant Nicholas, deceased, free from any ailments. Physical condition below the average human standard. Shall possession commence? Yes. The skin made contact. Tentacles, extending from the nape of Han Dong's neck, burrowed into every pore of the youth's body, initiating full possession. Vital signs activated. The noose around the neck was removed. Thud. The distance from his feet to the ground was merely 1 meter. Yet, the impact from such a height caused Han Dong's body to teeter forward, nearly toppling him to the ground. Was this physical condition truly so abysmal? Such a body could hardly be compared to the robust figures he encountered in prison. Han Dong still vividly recalled the first mentally challenged body he had occupied, with its striking punching speed and power, which was exceedingly gratifying. However, this youth's strikes were feeble, and should they strike even a moderately hard object, it would likely result in a broken arm. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, a subtle tremor emanated from the winding wristband. The intricate winding timer displayed a numerical countdown 1 hour. Instinctively, Han Dong surmised that the youth's suicide was perhaps not rooted in familial or personal issues, but rather tied to the countdown of the winding wristband. Chapter 5. The portable prison. The abilities associated with the Faceless One's skull have been activated. Han Dong pondered. The abilities of the skull included imitation and portable prison. The first ability was easily comprehensible, akin to a form of disguise. Previously, upon seizing the skull, it had automatically transformed into Han Dong's appearance based on his subconscious. After occupying the body, it perfectly mimicked the youth's visage. The second ability, a fusion of quantum technology and some form of magical method, just as the possession of the body was successfully completed, an iron door appeared within Han Dong's consciousness. As he attempted to reach out to this iron door with his mind, a buzzing sound resonated, accompanied by a brief moment of mental void. Upon reopening his eyes, Han Dong found himself in a small, eerie, and dark prison. It was a tangible prison, not merely a figment of consciousness. The prison was modest in scale, comprising only a corridor, a cell, and a secret chamber, entirely distinct from the previous prisons he had scoured for bodies. Excluding the secret chamber, the total area was less than 30 square meters. Was this the so-called subspace containment technology? The internal space formed through the subjective interference of the brain was indeed wondrous. The corridor was unremarkable, devoid of anything noteworthy. Han Dong first stepped into a cell enclosed by iron bars, immediately discovering peculiar entities. At first glance, the cell appeared to be constructed from ordinary black stone material. However, upon closer inspection, he noticed faintly writhing tentacles nestled within the crevices of the black stone blocks. Earlier, while maneuvering with the skull, similar tentacles had sprouted from his neck, yet those bore a closer resemblance to mycelium. The tentacles within the cell's walls, however, were distinct. Wherever there was a gap, dark tentacles writhed back and forth, and prolonged gazing at them made Han Dong distinctly uncomfortable. That moment, a notification sounded. Faceless One's prison. Individual compatibility. Perfect. The individual can master the prison without suffering backlash from overuse. Scale. Extremely small. Capacity for biological containment. 1. Upgrading the Faceless One's skull will increase prison capacity. Usage method. When the target organism is in a weakened state, make contact and activate the portable prison for containment. Note: 1. Upon upgrading the Faceless One's skull, the weight requirement will increase. Please reserve at least 50 weight points in advance, or the upgrade will fail. 2. Do not attempt to contain organisms in good condition. Failure to contain will cause significant harm to the host, and the prison will sustain damage. 3. Under special circumstances, or when the host is under attack from other organisms, transport to the portable prison will not be possible. A prison of the Faceless One, capable of containing living beings. Han Dong's mind immediately turned to the aberrations that pursued metal carriages in this world. As for containing ordinary humans, that was out of the question. Such an act would be a crime and would breach Han Dong's moral boundaries. If it were indeed possible to contain an aberration or some magical creature, it would open avenues for biological research. Han Dong temporarily exited the chilling cell and proceeded to the adjacent secret chamber. The completely sealed room, viewed through the fissures of the outer black stone, revealed an inner wall of white metal. The entrance to the secret chamber was sealed by a heavy iron door, requiring the turning of a hydraulic valve to open. Han Dong initially thought it would be challenging to turn such a valve with his frail body. To his surprise, as his palm rested upon the circular valve surface, it seemingly recognized Han Dong's biological information and turned of its own accord. Creak. The heavy metal door swung outward. The moment he stepped into the secret chamber, the palpable danger and oppressive atmosphere emanating from the prison dissipated instantly. He lifted a curtain of antibacterial film and traversed a narrow buffer zone. Before him appeared a sterile laboratory that Han Dong knew all too well: spotless white walls, optimal temperature and humidity, and adjustable lighting intensity. This was in stark contrast to the prison outside. However, compared to the laboratory he had used in his former life, this sterile room was relatively small and lacked comprehensive equipment. Inside was merely a super clean workstation against the wall and an exhibition table standing in the center of the room. The former was intended for microbial inoculation experiments, while the latter housed a special syringe within its glass display case. Why would there be a sterile laboratory within a prison? Could it be related to cell clusters? Navigating around the exhibition table, Han Dong approached the super clean workstation. To his astonishment, he discovered a cell cluster residing within a petri dish, approximately the size of a fingertip, which represented the manifestation of his vital signs at the moment of rebirth. Intuition informed him that should this cluster of cells perish, he too would meet his end. As Han Dong interacted with the workstation, a notification chimed. When killing specific life forms, the corpse syringe can be used to extract cell essence. The collected cell essence can be injected into the cell subject through sterile procedures, increasing the weight limit based on the quality and quantity of the essence. Please note, 1. That the corpse syringe is freely available. It is inconsequential if damage. 2. That the corpse syringe can only be used on special organisms that have been dead for no longer than 5 minutes. It cannot extract cell essence from living beings or those deceased for too long. 3. A single corpse can only be used once. Upon hearing the notification, Han Dong swiftly turned his gaze to the exquisite syringe within the exhibition table, with its transparent casing, brass needle, and metallic edging. This was indeed the means to augment the cell weight limit. Han Dong felt a surge of excitement that a dilemma that had plagued him had been resolved. Now he merely needed to determine what constituted a special life form. As long as he could enhance the weight limit, he would be able to wield a stronger body. His understanding of this world was still woefully inadequate. For now, he would settle for what he had learned about the portable prison. Han Dong retreated back to the corridor, and as he pushed open the prison exit door, he was instantaneously transported back to the base of the towering oak tree. The surroundings were deserted. Han Dong attempted to utilize the syringe. Indeed, as he transmitted the thought of utilizing through his consciousness, a precise brass syringe materialized in his palm. With the thought of retracting, the syringe seamlessly disappeared beneath his skin. This process left Han Dong's palm with a slight tingling sensation. There were still many secrets within the prison, but for now, he would leave it at that. First, he needed to address the matters concerning this youth. It was imperative to clarify his basic familial relationships, as well as the reasons behind his suicide and the winding device on his wrist that was counting down. Han Dong's thoughts were remarkably clear. Seizing the body was merely the simplest step. Next, he needed to familiarize himself with and adapt to his new living environment, ensuring that no one discovered that Valen Nicholas had assumed a new identity. Moreover, the countdown of the winding wristband left Han Dong feeling profoundly uneasy. Chapter 6. The Festival Square. Brother, where have you gone? Why haven't you come home? As Han Dong swiftly emerged from the dark alley, he was about to inquire with passers-by about the situation when a melodious voice, reminiscent of a soft-spoken girl, reached his ears. His mind reacted with remarkable quickness, conjuring an image of an adorable girl adorned in a lace petticoat, with golden hair and azure eyes, standing beside him. Naturally, this must be Nicholas's sister. However, as Han Dong turned his head, he found the reality starkly different from his imagination. The girl appeared notably healthier than his own frail physique, yet her skin bore a yellowish hue, likely due to a deficiency in certain vitamins. She seemed to be around 15 years of age. Contrary to his expectations of wavy golden locks, she had short brown hair akin to his own, complemented by a pair of sea-blue eyes. The girl sported rather rudimentary copper goggles and was clad in denim overalls, with a tool pouch slung at her side, resembling a young artisan. Additionally, she clutched a bag of fragrant food to her chest, as if it were a precious treasure, fearful of having it snatched away. Having stepped outside for a breath of fresh air, Han Dong, a former associate professor at a local Italian university, was fluent in English, which served as his everyday foundation. He found it intriguing to mention the time issue deliberately, while gesturing with his wristband before the girl. To his surprise, this action caused her eyes to well up with tears, and she embraced him from the side. Nina, the sister, firmly believed that her brother would never perish and that he would return as a returner, safely home. But he learned her name, Nina. Yet, more than her name, Han Dong was preoccupied with the countdown and the term returner she had mentioned. The reasons behind this cowardly youth's choice to take his own life were likely intertwined with the countdown. What could compel a person to such despair that they would relinquish their life? Han Dong was curious. I will return alive. Of course, I'm a bit anxious, which is why I stepped out for a moment. He reassured her. Do not worry, Nina. Everything will be fine. Han Dong endeavored to appear sunny and confident, as he understood that a girl's tears could be quite troublesome. Nina adjusted her goggles, wiping her wet eyes, and produced the food she had prepared. Here, this is fried fish and chips with a cabbage sandwich. made by Mom. Brother, you should eat while heading to the festival square, aiming to arrive at least 15 minutes early. All right, Han Dong noted the location of the festival square mentally, but it seemed imperative to reach there before the countdown finished. Lest something terrifying transpired. En route to the square, overwhelmed by hunger, Han Dong paid little heed to appearances, indulging in every mouthful as if it were a luxury, each bite containing a whole piece of fried fish paired with chips. Whenever the oiliness became too much, he would take a bite of the vegetable sandwich to balance it out. Given their nation's issues and their family's circumstances, such food was a rarity for the Valiant family, sometimes not enjoyed even once a year. This was why Nina treated the food as a treasure, holding it tightly throughout. However, Nina, who walked beside him, was nearly brought to tears by Han Dong's reckless eating and the tantalizing aroma of the fried fish and chips. Han Dong felt helpless. After all, he hadn't eaten human food in 7 years and was reluctant to share, considering the potential utility of their sibling bond in the future and his need to gather information about the holy city from Nina. He decided to share a smaller piece of fried fish. "I'm not hungry," Nina said, licking the corner of her mouth as she spoke. Lacking any conviction, she understood that this might be Han Dong's last meal. Aware of the peril he was about to face, "Take it. I've had enough." "All right. Thank you, brother." Upon receiving the fish piece, Nina seemed eager to emulate Han Dong by attempting to fit the entire piece in her mouth. But finding it too extravagant, she took small bites instead. With each mouthful, she would steal shy glances at Han Dong. After a brisk walk lasting nearly half an hour, they finally reached the festival square. It was enormous. Han Dong had never encountered such a vast expanse. Within it gathered over 10,000 people, and at a glance, he noticed that at least half of them wore wristbands akin to his own. Most appeared to be adolescents, which explained why he hadn't seen many young people in the civilian buildings. Only 20 minutes left, he thought, a sense of foreboding creeping in. A large-scale sacrificial site. The first thought that crossed Han Dong's mind was that of a sacrificial ceremony. However, upon reflection, it seemed implausible to sacrifice thousands of youths, who symbolized the country's future strength, unless the nation intended to bring about its own demise. Moreover, based on Nina's account, it was not certain that he would die. The probability of death was merely high. What circumstances could drive a person to such despair that they would forsake their life? Han Dong was intrigued. "Well, I will come back alive. Rest assured, I will be fine." He reassured Nina, "Regardless of whether you are brother or not, I will wait for you." This statement took Han Dong by surprise. Nina, already running off, stuck her tongue out at him and waved goodbye from the sidelines. At that moment, the familiar sound of metallic hooves echoed through the square. However, this time, it was not a carriage, but rather a contingent of black-clad knights riding mechanized war horses, 30 in total. Han Dong sensed that the aura they radiated could overshadow the gathered crowd of over 10,000 civilians. The Black Rose Knights. The crowd erupted in reverent exclamations of this esteemed name. They were the backbone of the nation, the true hope for humanity's survival. That the Black Rose emblem served as their insignia, clad in what appeared to be heavy black iron armor. It was, in fact, lightweight and well-fitted. The knights did not wear helmets. Instead, they donned black steel masks that incorporated elements of goggles. This piqued Han Dong's curiosity, as the individuals from the earlier carriage had also worn similar goggles. It seemed that in this world, goggles held a special significance, not merely serving industrial purposes, but also being necessary when dealing with aberrations. Their steeds were the finest purebred black horses, unlike the carriage he had previously seen. These black horses retained robust leg muscles, featuring advanced embedded modifications that enhanced their agility. These knights were likely not ordinary individuals. It was prudent to remain discreet. Han Dong endeavored to blend into the densely populated areas. Minimizing his presence, the 30 black knights positioned themselves around the square, evenly spaced, effectively sealing off the area. The foremost knight drew a resplendent sword from his side, its blade shimmering with a white frost. He pointed the sword to the night sky, his resonant voice echoing throughout the square. "The ceremony is about to commence. All non-selected individuals, evacuate immediately." Chapter 7. The Space of Fate under the watchful eyes of the Black Rose Knights. Approximately 13 members of the crowd had tears welling in their eyes as they reluctantly parted from their loved ones. The sorrow reflected in their eyes seemed excessive, evoking a peculiar sensation akin to sending a relative off to a crematorium. In this strange atmosphere, the emotions of a significant portion of the crowd began to spiral out of control. At that moment, the voice resonating across the square returned. "Fear will only render you weaker. The weak are unworthy of existence in this world. Know that your lives, as well as those of your families, are sustained solely by the elite members of the 13 Knights, who valiantly procure unique brass materials in the space of fate to forge this sanctuary, known Athena, capable of sheltering 1,000,000 souls. Now is the moment to prove your worth. Venture into the realm of fate. Endure the fears you have never faced, struggle on the brink of life and death, and emerge as a returner. Remember, reason and courage are your only weapons. Survive, and you shall be rewarded. Your loved ones will take pride in you and lead better lives. The knight's words resonated in the minds of all present, while they were not particularly uplifting. They significantly diminished the crowd's sense of dread. Indeed, having come this far, why not take a chance? Even if not for humanity, one should strive to survive for oneself and one's family. Just as the youths in the square sought to band together for mutual encouragement, Han Dong chose instead to find an empty space amidst the crowd and sit down, contemplating the information mentioned in the knight's speech. The space of fate, the term piqued Han Dong's interest. Survive and become a returner. These knights possess physical qualities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. Could it be that they are the elite who have survived the current ritual? Pray tell, what manner of place is this, where the mortality rate is so alarmingly high? Han Dong is unperturbed. Having already faced death once, he does not consider anything more terrifying than that. Instead, he finds the so-called fate space rather intriguing. He waits in silence, fixated on the winding mechanism on his wrist, as the countdown nears its conclusion point. 10, 9, 8. In these final 10 seconds, Han Dong begins to feel the tension rise, taking a deep breath to calm his racing heart. 3, 2, 1. With a splash, the ground transforms into a viscous, murky liquid. Thousands of individuals gathered in the square plunge into its depths. Enveloped by the thick fluid, they struggle to breathe, finding it difficult to move. Concurrently, a certain notification resonates through the viscous substance, reaching each person's ears. Identity verification complete. Newcomer. Random scene generation in progress. The initial 2 announcements apply to all, just as most are on the verge of succumbing to asphyxiation. A distinct notification for each individual echoes in their minds. The information received by Han Dong reads: Scene generated. Background based on the film Evil Spirits. Director's Revised Edition. Type: Evil Spirit. Incident difficulty. Newcomer. Main objective: survive for 3 days without leaving the abandoned villa. Reward: 1 fate point. Low probability of obtaining fate card. Novice level. As the notifications come to an end, the suffocating sensation enveloping their bodies dissipates. Han Dong and 5 other ordinary individuals from the Holy City find themselves along a rural path. A muddy trail, low cottages, and a utility pole adorned with a sign reading "Permit required." This place is all too familiar to Han Dong. Is this not the countryside of his homeland? The tale of a purebred Chinese rural dog at the entrance of the courtyard confirms it. Further along are quaint villas, network ports affixed to utility poles, and an elderly gentleman lounging in a chair, scrolling through short videos. The timeline becomes evidently clear. This must be the era in which Han Dong lived. Moreover, he notices that his attire has transformed into a simple outfit befitting a contemporary university student. The so-called fate space has adopted the backdrop of a movie from my original world. While Han Dong marvels at the authenticity of the surroundings and the realism of the characters, the 5 teammates beside him are in a state of utter panic. Their distress stems not from being in an unfamiliar architectural style, but from the system information they received. A slender, dark-haired woman collapses to the ground, clutching a cross tightly to her chest, trembling uncontrollably. My lord. Why must I endure such suffering? A slightly older, bald white man, around 25 years of age, hangs his head in despair. Gritting his teeth. 4-star difficulty for evil spirits. We're doomed. There's no chance of survival. Cursing the Night Order, he laments. Damn you all. A strikingly attractive, long-haired, blue-eyed girl scans her companions, searching for a glimmer of hope. Are there any candidates for the Night Order here? If you can help me survive, I would gladly sacrifice anything. Her gaze settles on the relatively composed Han Dong, but she quickly discerns that his frail physique could never belong to a knight candidate. Soon, despair overcomes her as she fails to find a reliable ally, leaving her standing vacantly in place. While most succumb to hopelessness, one peculiar young man among the 6 steps forward, with golden curls and adorned with a pair of exquisite goggle-like glasses. Han Dong notices that this individual's right arm moves somewhat unnaturally, revealing a glimmer of metal between the white glove and sleeve, despite their attire conforming to the current collegiate aesthetic. This person's demeanor suggests a background far removed from that of an ordinary civilian. hinting at a middle-class upbringing from the Holy City, or perhaps even higher. Friends, this is not the time for fear and trepidation. Do you recall the words of the great Black Rose Knight? Fear will only lead to our downfall. Rationality and courage are our sole weapons, the only means to conquer the evil spirits. The illustrious leader of the Black Rose, in his novice days, overcame a 5-star difficulty incident. What we face is merely a 4-star challenge, and it is not without hope. Let us unite and seize the opportunity to survive. Chapter 8. The 6-person team. The motivational words of the curly-haired young man have a noticeable impact. The first to respond is the dark-haired woman clutching the cross. Indeed, the great leader Kalan has successfully navigated even 5-star cursed incidents and brought most of his team to safety. Our resolve shall surely be recognized by the Lord, who will guide us out of this perilous black forest. Just then, a voice reverberates in everyone's minds. The event has not yet commenced. Your identities are that of a university film crew. You must establish direct contact with the event's central figure, Wang Pe, within 1 hour and proceed to the site of the incident at the abandoned villa. Failure to engage with Wang Pe within the allotted time, or interference or refusal to board the vehicle heading to the incident site, will result in forced erasure. An hour of preparation time. The curly-haired young man attempts to organize the group to enhance their chances of survival. With ample time, let us introduce ourselves. I am Edward Murray. My father is a somewhat renowned author, and we are reasonably well off. An accident in my childhood left my right hand like this. He voluntarily removes his white glove and rolls up his sleeve, revealing a metal prosthetic arm that embodies mechanical aesthetics. The elbow, wrist, and finger joints are composed of numerous precise gears and microbolts, allowing for normal bending and even movements that surpass those of a typical person. Within the sleek metallic arm lies a compact steam hydraulic device, endowing the prosthetic with formidable strength. A steam prosthetic. The attractive blonde girl appears to seize upon this revelation as a lifeline, leaning toward the young man to showcase her own beauty. Such prosthetics are beyond the reach of ordinary folks. Even middle-class families in the Holy City would need to expend considerable wealth to procure one. Her gaze is entirely focused on Edward Murray, and she promptly introduces herself. I am Hall Monica, and my mother works in a restaurant. Edward smiles slightly, neither accepting her overtures nor rejecting them, maintaining a respectful distance of about 2 fists. Since someone has initiated the introductions, they proceed smoothly thereafter. The largest and strongest man in the group, the bald white man, scoffs. Darian, a factory worker. I'm good at throwing punches. Damn it. If it were an anomaly or monster incident, I could face it head on. But these intangible evil spirits, what a stroke of bad luck. With frustration, Darian strikes his fist against the wall, producing a sound but leaving the structure unscathed, given his ordinary physique. The dark-haired woman, still clutching her cross, slowly rises. I am Green Ackerman. I volunteer at the church. The priest has promised that when I come of age in 6 months, I can work there officially. He treats me well. During my volunteering hours, if I work late at the church, I earn 10 pennies. A glaring inconsistency lies within her statement. Churches do not remain open at night, making her claim of working late rather suspect. Following her, a youth who feigns calmness while internally panicking steps forward. Appearing to be in his 20s, he wears a linen shirt beneath a rough wool vest and a cap with frayed edges. Peter's Herbert, but you can call me Bert. I help my father sell newspapers. I don't have any particular skills, just that I run fast and can tell who might want to buy a paper. I'll do my best. I hope we all can survive. The young newsboy could undoubtedly be regarded as the most optimistic member of the group. Eventually, it naturally came to Han Dong's turn among the party, whose physical condition was likely on par with that of the frail female believer, ranking at the very bottom. Beneath his linen shirt, his emaciated frame resembled that of a withered branch, giving the impression that he could be toppled by a mere gust of wind. Valiant Nicholas, inherently frail, remained idle at home. However, during his moments of boredom, he gained a certain understanding of linguistics and should be capable of serving as a translator. Han Dong deliberately presented a special skill. Should he appear overly ineffectual, he would undoubtedly incur the disdain of his teammates. In light of the many uncertainties and his own physical frailty, Han Dong felt compelled to demonstrate some semblance of utility to coexist on equal footing with his comrades. At the very least, avoiding the label of the weakest link. Do you speak the language of Jiazhou? The young man, Edward Murray, adorned with steam-powered prosthetics, looked on in astonishment. Basic communication is not an issue. Excellent. You shall take on the role of translator when we meet the important figure, Wang Pe, so that we may all proceed smoothly to the site of the incident. Understood. Han Dong accepted this task. Seeking to establish his worth within the team, Edward turned to the group and addressed them. I trust you won't mind my assuming the role of captain. I hope that during the forthcoming operations, you will heed my instructions and requests. I shall do my utmost to enhance everyone's chances of survival. Should anyone have any concerns, feel free to voice them to me or the entire team. Any reasonable suggestions will certainly be considered. I concur. The blonde-haired Monica Hall was the first to express her agreement, followed closely by Han Dong, who also raised his hand. In such a collective endeavor, a leader is essential. Given the current circumstances, Edward appeared to possess the requisite qualifications. As the group raised their hands in unison, the bald man, Delian, wore a look of disdain. I will accompany you to the site of the incident and shall do as I please. Without heeding anyone's opinions, Edward responded with a smile, expressing understanding. Delian, my friend, as long as you refrain from actions detrimental to the team, you are free to do as you wish. He then turned to Han Dong. Nicholas, shall we set off? Indeed. Thus, the 6 members introduced themselves and reached a basic consensus, officially embarking on their harrowing journey. For the sake of memory, Han Dong assigned each of his 5 companions a label: prosthetic, believer, blonde girl, bald guy, and newsboy. Additionally, a message from the head of the Faceless dispelled Han Dong's intention to exploit the situation. Detection indicates the subject is currently in a special spatial zone. Activating the prison will consume a significant amount of spatial energy. The portable prison will only briefly activate when containing external entities, and the subject cannot voluntarily enter the portable prison. As expected, it was not so simple. Chapter 9. Wang Po in life. Han Dong was not merely a bookworm devoted to academic pursuits. He possessed his own interests and hobbies, albeit with limited time dedicated to them. During prolonged experimental waiting periods, he would often pass the time by watching films in the laboratory. Film, in its essence, is an art form, and in Han Dong's view, certain movies possess profound depth, and attentive viewing greatly aids his cognitive expansion. Science fiction was his favorite genre, while horror films were less frequently watched. It was not due to fear, but rather a lack of interest in supernatural entities that defied scientific explanation. He deemed them merely products of human imagination, born from the fusion of fear and reality. With little intrinsic value, the term domestic horror film conjured images of poorly made money grabs in Han Dong's mind. He vaguely recalled having published a review regarding a particular film online, which was a simple introduction to a horror movie titled Zhongxia. A novice director had crafted this low-budget horror film for $70,000, which even included the $2,000 medical expenses incurred when the lead actor was injured during filming the final product. However, outshone domestic thrillers that often cost millions, standing up against horror films from other countries and garnering numerous awards, but it faced issues just before its release. One wonders if the production team had indeed cursed themselves. Han Dong had been quite curious at the time, attempting to search for resources, only to discover that information regarding Zhongxia was scarce, even harder to find than that of low-budget films. In his search, Han Dong stumbled upon the fact that the anticipated release of Zhongxia had been abruptly cancelled, seemingly linked to some peculiar occurrences that a significant incident transpired during a certain international film festival, where a female viewer, during the screening of this film, became so agitated that she began to run frantically within the theater, suffering from some form of psychological distress. Han Dong theorized that this film, shot in a pseudo-documentary style, might resonate with viewers to a certain extent. The woman likely encountered similar scenes in her childhood, leading her to become fully immersed in the film and succumbing to panic. Due to the inability to find the film's resources at the time, coupled with the impending need to conduct bacterial separation in the laboratory, Han Dong ultimately forgot about the film. What a pity. Had he seen it then, his chances of survival would have significantly increased. He only recalled that the film employed a pseudo-documentary format to narrate the story of 2 university students venturing into the countryside to film a documentary about fortune-telling, during which they encountered bizarre events. Beyond that, he knew little else. It seems we may indeed encounter malevolent spirits that science cannot explain along our journey, with 3 days to survive. Those who endure will earn the title of returner within the knightly order. Given the information at hand, the mortality rate appears alarmingly high. That a wrong decision could lead one down an irreversible path. It's time to take this seriously and cherish this opportunity for life. It would be disingenuous to claim one is not nervous. Any living being, when confronted with an insurmountable unknown, will inevitably experience the surge of primal fear. It is merely the case that different individuals exhibit varying levels of resistance and reactions to fear. Having experienced death once, Han Dong could suppress his inner terror to a considerable extent. The six-member team, aside from changes in attire, was equipped with a handheld camera, student ID, and 500 yuan in cash. Naturally, the wind-up devices on their wrists remained in place and had been reset to a countdown, perfectly aligning with the 3-day, 72-hour time frame. Together, they advanced swiftly to a courtyard bustling with simple, rural folk. "Look, even foreigners have come to seek Wang Pa's fortune-telling. This is quite a boast for our village," Han Dong inquired in a Mandarin laced with a Western accent. He learned that this was indeed Wang Pa's residence, and these individuals were in line for their fortunes. However, Wang Pa was currently absent, having gone to the eastern village to conduct home visits. Upon receiving this information, the group hastily proceeded to Liba village in the east. Arriving at the doorstep of the home where Wang Pa was located at that moment, the ritual was in its final stages. An eerie red paper figure was placed at the entrance, and Wang Pa stirred the talismanic water in a bowl with her fingers, compelling a pallid woman to drink from it. Han Dong quietly informed the captain, "Edward, there is only half an hour left to establish a relationship with Wang Pa. Out of courtesy, we should wait until the ritual concludes before approaching her. I need to visit the restroom briefly. I'll be back shortly." "All right, go ahead. The village has many public toilets." Of course, Han Dong's intention was not to use the restroom, but rather to seize this interval before the event formally commenced to gather critical information pertaining to himself. He arrived at a small shop and first confirmed the current date via calendar. November 5, 2015. "Hello, how much does it cost to use the public phone? Feel free to call. It's free of charge. It's the first time I've seen a foreigner in the countryside. A few dimes or nothing. Thank you. Your Mandarin is more standard than ours. Quite impressive." Han Dong smiled politely and picked up the receiver. However, as soon as the receiver neared his ear, a piercing sound erupted in his mind, causing a splitting headache. Direct or indirect use of communication devices to contact the outside world is prohibited within the event scene. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Han Dong exclaimed with a hint of exasperation. In truth, he intended to seek out system vulnerabilities through a telephone call. He wished to contact his friends from his past life to ascertain whether the current cinematic world mirrored the reality he once knew. Even if there were discrepancies, Han Dong planned to procure some horror film resources from the outside world. Though they might not prove useful in the present, they would undoubtedly serve a purpose in the future. With the pathway to the external world obstructed, Han Dong resorted to utilizing the 500 yuan provided by the system to purchase various potentially useful items from a local grocery store, all of which he stowed into a mountain backpack. Just then, the ritual concluded. Wang Pa and her husband bid farewell to the family they had helped. "Hello, Wang Pa," the group of international students greeted as they presented their student identification cards and introduced themselves. Having traveled a great distance to the countryside to film a documentary, they were naturally not to be turned away. Wang Pa, harboring her own ambitions, recognized that if the documentary brought her fame, her future business would undoubtedly prosper. Thus, she readily agreed to the 6 individuals' request for an interview, and filming that moment, the system's voice echoed once more. "A correct relationship has been established with the important figure Wang Pa. Please follow Wang Pa to the location of the incident." Chapter 10. Nightmare. In complete ignorance of the film's plot, the group could only follow closely behind Wang Pa, gathering as much information as possible through Han Dong, their translator. During their conversation, they learned that Wang Pa primarily engaged in fortune-telling and transferring souls, a term Han Dong encountered for the first time. According to Wang Pa, this practice involved locating a surrogate, usually a paper figure, to transfer one's ailments and suffering onto, thereby achieving healing. The process was intricate and lengthy, often requiring 3 hours or even more. Just as the interview was halfway through, Wang Pa's husband, Uncle Lu, suddenly interrupted, stating that someone at Wang Zigang was afflicted and urgently required the soul transfer ritual. Initially, Wang Pa was reluctant, as Wang Zigang was quite distant and remote, necessitating at least a 5-hour drive. However, upon hearing Uncle Lu mention that the price had been settled, she quickly calculated the time and prepared to depart, confident they could arrive before dusk. Hio Han Dong and the others. Wang Zigang was the site where the incident had transpired. Taking advantage of Wang Pa and her husband's time to gather essential belongings, the group utilized the 500 yuan allocated by the system to purchase a series of necessities in the locality, such as flashlights, compressed biscuits, bottled water, and so forth. In case of emergencies, the bald-headed Delian even procured a hatchet for self-defense. In reality, equipping oneself with such a mundane weapon was unnecessary. Malevolent spirit-related incidents could not be resolved with a knife, and carrying such items might hinder their movements. Everything was prepared. Uncle Lou, considering the filming crew's needs, acquired a spacious van, perfectly accommodating the 6 individuals in the back row. They now awaited their journey to the destination. The 5-hour drive could easily allow for a nap in the van, but due to worry, anxiety, and an innate fear of death, most of the group found it difficult to sleep, their gazes fixed blankly on the pastoral scenery outside the window. Han Dong, however, was different. Having previously conducted research that required him to reverse his sleep cycle, he could, to some extent, automatically adjust his biological clock. Additionally, he had learned a rapid sleep technique online, emulating the sleeping methods of World War II pilots. Han Dong relaxed his body completely and soon dozed off against the window. If he could manage to rest for 5 hours before the incident unfolded, he would be mentally prepared to analyze and tackle any peculiar occurrences that might arise during the night. This marked the first time Han Dong had fallen into a deep sleep since his rebirth over 7 years ago. As he succumbed to slumber, an unusual dream ensued. Buzz. In the dream, Han Dong found himself back at the familiar University of Florence, holding a teaching manual as he entered a lecture hall. Unlike before, in the face of the tedious and monotonous cell biology course, not a single student skipped class. The expansive lecture hall was filled to capacity. Even more bizarrely, the students donned hooded jackets, their heads bowed, rendering their faces invisible. Approaching the podium, Han Dong instinctively retrieved a USB drive and plugged it into the multimedia device. At that moment, an uncanny scene unfolded. The USB port morphed into a slimy tentacle that slithered into the fleshy multimedia apparatus. The cell biology presentation, which should have appeared on the projection screen, transformed into a series of bizarre symbols that Han Dong could not comprehend. Simultaneously, every student in the lecture hall raised their heads, casting off their hoods to reveal featureless, faceless visages. Faceless. Buzz. Accompanied by a ringing in his ears, Han Dong jolted awake. Night had descended. Upon awakening, Han Dong realized the vehicle had just arrived at the incident site, Wangzi Gang, in front of an abandoned farmhouse. Before the van stood an old, nearly dilapidated longhouse. This 2-story structure had once served as an inn, with the upper floor divided into 8 individual rooms, accessible via a central staircase. Red lanterns hung in neat rows along the upper corridor, casting an eerie glow in the night. This dwelling housed both the clients and the afflicted individual. As everyone peered through the van's windows at the decrepit building, Han Dong, still unsettled from his nightmare, clenched his hands tightly in his pockets, his expression peculiar, as if he were deliberately concealing something. The event area has been reached. The countdown has commenced. The following requirements are in effect. 1. All participants may only move within the abandoned villa and its surrounding 500-meter radius. Exceeding this limit for 10 seconds or more will result in erasure. 2. Grouping is prohibited. Each individual must choose a room to sleep in. Should 2 people occupy the same room between 11 o'clock p.m. and 6 o'clock a.m., the first occurrence will warrant a warning, while the second will result in erasure. 3. During the event, you are free to communicate and interact with the narrative characters without restriction. 4. That after the 72-hour countdown concludes, survivors will be transported away. As the group disembarked from the van, a man in his 30s with a sincere demeanor approached Wang Pa, inquiring, "Master, who are these?" "They are international students filming a documentary. They will record the entire soul transfer process. Is that acceptable? As long as it does not interfere with my ritual, I have no objections, though dinner may be insufficient." Han Dong quickly stepped forward, politely assuring, "No need to worry. We have brought our own food. Please let Wang Pa and Uncle Lou have their meal without concern for us." After some back and forth and negotiation, everyone successfully entered the ground floor hall of the longhouse, where they met the individual afflicted by the malevolent presence. Contrary to expectations of someone bound to a bed or locked away, screaming, self-harming, or consuming insects, the afflicted was a seemingly demure woman from the countryside, with long hair and an entirely normal appearance, even taking on the role of washing and cooking. Following dinner, they promptly delved into the matter at hand. The young man residing there introduced himself and explained the situation of the afflicted. He revealed that he was related to the woman, named Chinli. Previously, they had operated a farmhouse here, which had thrived until a few years ago when the tourist area was relocated, leading to its abandonment. Chun-Li's condition was particularly unique. She appeared normal during the day but fell ill at night. According to De Qing, they had sought medical advice in the city, receiving a diagnosis of schizophrenia. However, Qinli firmly believed she was not suffering from schizophrenia, but rather that something was inhabiting her body. That is the general situation. I hope Master Wangpa can use the soul transfer method to shift the entity residing within my sister into a paper figure. It cannot be done now. The night brings heavying energy, making it difficult to draw out whatever is within your sister. Moreover, we have just arrived and are rather fatigued. The soul transfer is an exhausting ritual. We will have to wait until tomorrow. Wang Po's statement indicated that everyone would need to spend the night here. De Qing, with enthusiasm, responded, "Very well, let me show you to the rooms on the second floor. Our accommodations are not the best, but I hope you can make do." The 6 members of the filming crew, the Wampa couple, and the possessed woman Qinli, fortuitously resided on the second floor of a bungalow adorned with large red lanterns. Chapter 11. Hidden abilities. Due to the first floor being designated as a reception area, kitchen, activity room, storage room, and a private chamber belonging solely to the younger brother De Qing, all individuals were compelled to inhabit the second floor. The rooms on the second floor were simply numbered as 18, arranged from left to right. The central staircase divided the second floor into left and right sections. Room 14 was situated in the left area, while rooms 5 and 8 were located in the right area. The significant figures, the Wampa couple, occupied room 4, whereas the key character, the possessed woman Qinli, resided in room 6, where she was required to return before 8 in the evening. Furthermore, her brother De Qing would secure the door with an iron chain. Although De Qing did not explicitly state the reason for locking the door, it was undoubtedly related to Qinli's possession. The pivotal character De Qing, as previously mentioned, resided on the first floor. At this juncture, one might ponder whether Wangpa truly possessed the ability to exorcise spirits. Based on the current information, it was evident that the primary entity involved in this supernatural incident was the possessed woman, Qinli. Thus, the peril associated with residing on the right side of the second floor was evidently greater than that of the left. It was initially anticipated that this would lead to serious disagreements among the group. However, during the room allocation, the bald-headed Delian surprisingly volunteered to stay adjacent to Qinli's room. The well-meaning newsboy Herbert also indicated that he was indifferent to his room assignment. With the concessions made by these 2 team members, Edward's arrangements became rather straightforward. The final housing assignments were established as follows. Left side of the second floor, room 1, Han Dong, room 2, blonde Monica, room 3, prosthetic Edward. Right side of the second floor, room 5, newsboy Herbert, room 7, bald Delian, room 8, believer Ackerman. This outcome left Han Dong quite astonished. Despite his earlier indifference, he found himself assigned to room 1. The furthest from Qinli, theoretically the safest room. Edward justified this decision by stating that Han Dong was the physically weakest member of the team and the only one proficient in the Jiuzhou dialect, necessitating the assurance of his safety. Additionally, there were 2 stipulations. 1. The bungalow lacked a restroom, with the outhouse located 50 meters away. 2. At 11:00 p.m. De Qing would cut off the power supply to the bungalow, restoring it at 6:00 a.m. the following day, as the possessed sister would be susceptible to electrical stimuli during the night. These 2 conditions posed certain inconveniences. However, everyone devised strategies to cope. Should anyone need to relieve themselves in the middle of the night, they could simply utilize the mineral water bottles prepared in their backpacks. As for the power outage, all members had purchased flashlights prior to their arrival. Moreover, the cameras provided by the system were equipped with night vision capabilities. Before retiring for the night, Edward gathered the members of the team in one room. "Everyone, I have a friend who became a novice knight as heir returner last year." And he shared some insights about entering the fate space for the first time. The most crucial piece of advice is to refrain from actively interfering with the actions and decisions of the narrative characters, as well as to avoid behaving in ways that defy common sense. The more one interferes, the more complex the situation becomes, potentially leading to a deadlock. I hope everyone can play their roles as university students and refrain from casual interactions with the narrative characters. If anyone has thoughts to share, please feel free to communicate with me. Understood. Edward's intention was clear, to allow the narrative to unfold naturally. Apart from Delian, who remained silent, the others expressed their agreement. Edward continued, "Additionally, I recommend that if anyone hears any unusual noises during the night, you must not leave your rooms. The danger on the first night is not excessively high, as the so-called returning ceremony has yet to commence, and the narrative characters are in a relatively stable state. As long as everyone remains safely in their rooms, there should be no significant danger. How can you be so sure there is no danger when you yourself are also a novice?" Delian retorted disdainfully. Edward smiled in response. At the very least, staying in your room is safer than wandering the corridors. This is merely a suggestion. I do not intend to compel anyone to follow it. We can discuss other matters in detail after the returning ceremony takes place tomorrow. Now, everyone should return and rest. The impromptu meeting was adjourned as everyone departed. The attractive blonde Monica deliberately lingered in Edward's room, making some subtly suggestive remarks. Unfortunately, Edward maintained a neutral demeanor, and as the atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, Monica had no choice but to return to her room alone. During his solitude, Edward retrieved a clean cloth and, with a smile akin to that of a lover, began to tenderly wipe his steamed prosthetic right arm. A 4-star malevolent spirit. The difficulty level aligned closely with my expectations. As long as I can become a returner, I will smoothly ascend to the rank of novice knight, starting at a higher point than others. Room 1. Upon returning, Han Dong promptly locked his door. Since arriving here, he had been unable to find a moment of solitude. Awoken from a nightmare, he felt somewhat peculiar, leading him to focus a significant portion of his attention on himself. What is this? With his hands before him, he sought the strange sensations from his previous nightmare, gradually activating the head of the faceless one. Suddenly, a bizarre aura permeated the room. Creak, creak. A long tentacle, speckled with gray, began to slowly emerge from his palm, swaying eerily in the air. Hidden ability? Han Dong stared at the tentacle, somewhat bewildered. During the time he spent in prison, before he had a physical form, he had relied on the fungal tentacles that sprouted from his neck for mobility, yet this tentacle differed significantly. It was thicker and did not belong to the fungal category, exuding a strange and dangerous aura. Approximately 10 seconds passed. The tentacle that had emerged from his palm transformed into a puddle of murky water, dripping and evaporating into nothingness. Simultaneously, a wave of weakness washed over Han Dong's entire being. Cough, cough, cough. It appears that utilizing such tentacle abilities places an immense burden on my body that I can only employ them in dire situations. He wiped the filth from the corner of his mouth with a piece of paper. After a brief recovery, Han Dong retrieved the flashlight and a small knife he had purchased from his backpack, placing the knife beneath his pillow. The knife was not intended for combating malevolent spirits, but rather for experimentation and self-defense. Apart from the flashlight and knife, Han Dong's backpack also contained 2 sets of rural-style clothing, the purpose of which remained unclear. Edward's assertion seemed accurate, as long as one refrained from actively disrupting the narrative characters. The danger on the first night before the returning ceremony would not be excessively high. Due to the lingering effects of the nightmare, Han Dong's rest in the vehicle had been nearly futile, combined with the exertion of his bizarre tentacle abilities. He felt utterly drained and was in desperate need of sleep. Lying down on the bed, he soon drifted off. This time, he did not experience a nightmare. Instead, he vaguely heard footsteps wandering in the corridor and the sound of a baby crying, prompting him to awaken in the middle of the night. Power outage. The room was engulfed in darkness. However, the large red lanterns in the corridor still illuminated the surroundings. It was unclear whose ill-conceived design it was, but the door was fitted with a circular hole, about the size of a head, filled with transparent glass. Through it, he could clearly see a dark-haired woman holding a child, passing by in the glow of the red lantern. Chapter 12. Disappearance. The perspective shifted to the room occupied by bald Delian. Among the team, he was the most irritable individual, exhibiting a certain propensity for violence. From the outset, he had neither trusted anyone nor intended to heed Edward's commands. As a worker, his jealousy of the middle and upper classes had evolved into outright hatred upon learning of Edward's background. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for this wealthy scion. Edward, who appeared amiable, was merely a wolf in sheep's clothing. Delian gulped down a bottle of white liquor to bolster his courage. Armed with a flashlight and a hatchet, he stealthily slipped out of his room. The bungalow's power had been cut off by Daqing at 11:00 p.m., leaving only the red lanterns to illuminate the corridor, making the flashlight a necessity in such circumstances. Delian muttered to himself. According to statistics, the survival rate for newcomers is less than 1%, not to mention facing a 4-star difficulty malevolent spirit incident. Our chances of survival might not even reach 1 in 1,000. If I, Delian, am to perish, I shall do so by my own choice. Knowing that she is possessed, why not eliminate her in advance? Perhaps that would buy us time and increase our chances of survival. Delian's thoughts were straightforward. He intended to eliminate the possessed Chen Li on the first night before the situation escalated further. This was precisely why he had chosen to reside next to Chen Li's room. Given that her room was tightly secured with iron chains, any frontal assault might attract attention from others. Therefore, he opted for a clandestine approach. Descending the stairs, Di Lian circled to the rear of the bungalow. The rigorous 997 work schedule had honed his physique, making the ascent of such an aged structure a trivial task. However, as he climbed the wall and pressed against the window of Qinli's chamber, he was suddenly taken aback. The room was not enveloped in darkness. The solitary red candle flickered at the bedside, casting light throughout the space. Yet Qinli's figure was nowhere to be seen. Even more peculiar was the fact that the door, which should have been locked, stood ajar. Before leaving the room, he had meticulously checked, confirming that Qinli's door was secured with iron chains, rendering it inoperable. How could it be open now? A multitude of bizarre occurrences instilled a profound sense of dread within Di Lian, one that even the effects of alcohol could not dispel. Yet, having come this far, he would not retreat. The window was unlatched, allowing Di Lian to stealthily enter room 6. The cold was palpable. The temperature within the room was likely 10 degrees lower than outside, and this chill seemed to seep into his very bones. Just as he raised his axe for courage, a series of footsteps shattered the night's stillness. That moment, a woman cradling an infant passed by the doorway. This sight sent a shiver through Di Lian's body. But he managed to suppress the terror surging from within and steadied himself. In the next instant, bolstered by the remnants of intoxication, he lunged forward, attempting to pull Qinli back from outside and drag her into the room to carry out his grim intentions. However, in less than 2 seconds, as Di Lian burst out of the room, the empty corridor was illuminated only by a few swaying red lanterns, and the woman with the baby had vanished. Where had she gone? The strange, unknown, and incomprehensible phenomena heightened Di Lian's anxiety, causing his fear to escalate. Sweat drenched his palms, and beads of perspiration formed on his forehead. Suddenly, a gust of cold air brushed against the nape of his neck. A woman with flowing black hair stood motionless behind him, exhaling a chilling breath. 10 icy fingers, akin to those of a centipede, glided along Di Lian's neck to his cheek. Her fingernails were caked with grime, and her grip tightened around his face, rendering him immobile. An irresistible force erupted, swiftly pulling the strongest member of the team, Di Lian, back into the room. The clattering of iron chains echoed as the door locked shut. The following morning, at precisely 6 o'clock, the young man Daqing restored power to the bungalow and ascended to the second floor to unlock his sister's door. Qinli had just finished dressing and appeared perfectly normal as she accompanied her brother Daqing downstairs to prepare breakfast for everyone. For the team members, the first night had not been peaceful. All had experienced a disturbing incident, awakening in the middle of the night to the sounds of footsteps and a crying infant. Through the glass window of the door, they had seen a woman wandering the corridor, cradling a baby, clearly the possessed Qinli. Such an experience had terrified them all, resulting in a restless night for most. It was merely a fright. At least they were all unharmed. While Edward consoled the group, he glanced around at the gathered team members. Where was Di Lian? Was he still asleep? I just passed by and took a peek. He didn't seem to be in his room, murmured Ackerman, the devout man clutching his cross tightly. We should check on him. Edward sensed something was amiss and hurried to Di Lian's door, only to find it empty. Han Dong, positioned at the back of the group, suggested they ask Daqing if Di Lian had left the bungalow early. Daqing, who resided on the first floor, would likely know. Edward nodded and promptly descended, hoping that nothing ill had befallen Di Lian. Trailing behind him, the blonde Monica whispered, "It would be best if that reckless bald man were dead. Otherwise, we might all end up in peril due to him." Though her voice was soft, it caught the attention of Han Dong, who was walking behind. In truth, Han Dong harbored similar thoughts. Di Lian's reckless actions could indeed attract trouble for the team. From a pragmatic standpoint, his demise would enhance the survival chances of the remaining members. On the first floor, Daqing was busy stoking the fire, preparing to cook noodles for everyone, while his sister Qinli quietly chopped vegetables nearby. "Daqing, have you seen our bald comrade, the one with the robust physique?" Standing at over 6 feet tall, after placing wood into the stove, Daqing turned with a puzzled expression to look at the group of foreign students. "Bald comrade, aren't you all here? I shouldn't be mistaken. There are 5 of you, right?" "5?" Han Dong looked perplexed. "Yes, you 5 were brought here by Wang Pa to document the returning of the soul ritual, correct?" "Right, sister." Qinli, still chopping vegetables, nodded slightly. Daqing's words startled the 5-member team. The timid Ackerman even took a couple of steps back, trembling slightly. Clearly, all memories of Di Lian had been completely erased from the minds of those involved in the incident. This indirectly suggested that Di Lian had met with some form of harm the previous night. Although the specific cause remained unknown, simultaneously, a notification sound echoed. 60 hours remaining for the event, 5 survivors. Among the 5-member team, only Han Dong and Edward remained relatively composed, but of course, Han Dong was still taken aback. After all, an entire living person had vanished without a trace, with their memory wiped from the minds of those involved. Unbeknownst to them, a sense of dread had begun to spread among each member of the team. Chapter 13. Imitation at Breakfast. Chun-Li and her brother prepared ample servings of fried egg noodles. Wang Pua and her husband, along with the 5-member team, gathered together, except for Edward and Han Dong, who appeared normal. The other team members exhibited varying degrees of abnormality. After placing the bowls down, Wang Pa spoke that the returning of the soul ritual is set for the end of the SI hour, to be conducted in Chun-Li's room. I need to prepare in advance. When the time comes, I will inform you to come upstairs. During the setup, no one is allowed to enter, except for my husband. Any recklessness could scare away the replacement child. Understood? Yes. With over 2 hours remaining until the ritual commenced, Edward proposed a plan of action, suggesting they utilize this time to ascertain the permissible activity area, given that this bungalow housed the possessed Chun-Li. It could develop into an extremely hazardous zone later on. Furthermore, the system had designated a radius of 500 meters as the area of activity. It was imperative to confirm the general situation of that area in advance and draft a detailed map. Herbert, the newsboy, mentioned that aside from selling newspapers, he had been learning mapping skills from his father, asserting he could draw an accurate map after traversing the area once, as long as it wasn't too extensive. Captain, I'm not feeling well, Han Dong said. Edward, eyeing Han Dong's frail and sallow physique, smiled. Then you should stay in the room to rest, and we will handle the mapping. Thank you. As the team's translator. Han Dong was irreplaceable. No one voiced any objections to his desire for rest. With Edward leading the way out, Han Dong took a deep breath, ready to set his plan into motion. Edward's non-interference stance seemingly posed no issues on the surface. It appeared to be the safest and most prudent method of self-preservation. However, it inherently raised a question. Could Edward truly be trusted, in an event with a terrifying mortality rate, to lack one's own thoughts? To have no contingency plan or response strategy and merely wait for danger to strike was undeniably foolish. In fact, Han Dong shared a similarity with the reckless Di Lian. From the very beginning, he had no intention of trusting anyone. In such life and death circumstances, Han Dong did not believe that a group of strangers would come to each other's aid. Uncle Liu, where are you headed? Han Dong fortuitously encountered Wang Po's husband at the stairwell as he descended. I'm going to the town to buy some items for your aunt. We need some small objects for the ritual, and it's rather complicated, something I can't explain to you. All right. Upon returning to his room, Han Dong retrieved the props he had prepared in advance from his backpack. The other team members utilized the 500 yuan distributed by the system to procure some essential survival items. However, Han Dong chose to allocate a portion of his funds to purchase several sets of rural attire, one of which closely resembled that worn by Uncle Liu. Among the abilities of the faceless one was imitation. The head that had been imitated bore such a striking resemblance to Han Dong's living visage that even he found it difficult to discern the truth when gazing into a mirror, thus underscoring the authenticity of the imitation. After a series of preparations, Han Dong transformed himself to resemble Uncle Liu and made his way to the ritual preparation room. Old Wang, what are you doing wandering about? If you have nothing better to do, come help set things up, he called out. Meanwhile, Granny Wang, alone with her spouse, had completely shed the persona of the so-called shaman. She was currently seated at the edge of the bed. Engrossed in her mobile phone, the items that needed preparation were rather minimal. All that was required was to arrange some offerings on the wooden table, while the so-called paper effigies could be casually placed in the corner. Is this arrangement satisfactory? Han Dong inquired as he attempted to position the offerings on the table. As long as it's neat. There are no strict rules like before. Later, you will administer the drug to Chun-Li. Her health is rather frail, so a dosage of 23 will suffice. I have the antidote ready here. Once we complete this task, we will split the earnings 64-36. At this point, Han Dong comprehended how this rather notorious Granny Wang had come to exorcise evil spirits and treat ailments. Understood. Han Dong promptly turned and returned to his room, changing into another outfit to disguise himself as Xiao Gu from Daqing. He was already aware that Xiao Gu had ridden off on his motorcycle to the nearby town. A 2-hour journey to procure groceries. After all, they would need to prepare a meal for at least 7 people by noon. Once the disguise was complete, Han Dong endeavored to immerse himself into the role of Da Qing. However, this masquerade bore a stark contrast to the previous one that the inherent danger was palpable. Chen Li, the one possessed, was highly likely to be the evil spirit involved in this incident. With a creak, he pushed open the half-closed wooden door to the hall. Chen Li, with a vacant expression, was resting against the sofa in daylight. She bore little difference from an ordinary person, save for the sharp kitchen knife gleaming ominously on the table before her. Freshly used for chopping vegetables. Are you all right, sis? Close the door, Chun Li murmured softly. Han Dong maintained his composure, turning to shut the door, taking a deep breath to prepare himself for the confrontation. Did you not go grocery shopping? A cold voice emanated from behind him. When he turned, he found Chen Li had lifted the knife, her body leaning forward as if preparing to rise. Steeling himself, Han Dong endeavored to mimic Da Qing's manner of speaking. There's no rush for groceries. I was merely a bit concerned if this matter would proceed smoothly. His words were aptly chosen. The phrase "this matter" seemed to refer to the returning of the spirit ritual, yet could also serve to pry into any personal affairs between the siblings. Surprisingly, Chun Li remained silent. Did you really think I would spend money to have Wang Pe exorcise me? Don't be ridiculous. Without you all, Wang Pe and her ilk would have vanished last night. Wouldn't that be better? Initially, I was contemplating how to deal with you university students who suddenly intruded upon our plans. Han Dong attempted to extract Chen Li's scheme. Wang Po's arrival here sealed her fate. All you need to do is take your friends and leave, waiting for the news of her demise. Han Dong promptly replied, no problem, despite Han Dong's commendable acting skills. Chen Li remained highly vigilant and refrained from disclosing the plan directly. In her heart, her brother Da Qing was the only one she could trust. Why help us? Han Dong shrugged, adopting an expression of helplessness. Help you? Not at all. I merely wish for Wang Pe and her husband to receive their due punishment, and the sooner, the better. A moment of silence enveloped the hall. After about 2 minutes, Chen Li discerned no if unable to quell the tremors in his calves. Herbert slung his backpack over his shoulders, opened the window, and leaped from the second floor. His physical condition was commendable, allowing him to land effortlessly and retrieve a flashlight to survey the situation outside the bungalow. At the moment Herbert descended, the woman at the door ceased scratching the wooden door with her nails, a faint smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Go find the captain. He must have a solution. The newspaper boy dared not run aimlessly in the desolate mountains at such a late hour. The only lifeline he could grasp was Edward. Pressing against the wall of the bungalow, Herbert cautiously circled to the front yard. Using the beam of his flashlight to confirm that the woman standing before his room had vanished, and that the second-floor corridor was devoid of any presence. Simultaneously, he faintly heard the sound of meat being chopped emanating from the direction of the latrine. Several dozen meters away, in moments of crisis, the brain can easily misinterpret and connect pieces of information erratically. Herbert's mind concluded that someone had been murdered in the latrine, and seizing the opportunity, he resolved to rush back to the bungalow to reunite with the captain. However, upon reaching the corner of the staircase, he suddenly froze, his body tensing involuntarily. At the corner stood a woman facing the wall. This sight sent Herbert's legs quaking, his thoughts spiraling into disarray. Just as the sound escaped his lips, 10 muddy fingers enveloped Herbert's face, an irresistible force dragging him back into one of the rooms on the second floor. The following day, as Chen Li and the siblings Da Qing prepared breakfast, everyone gathered in the lobby on the first floor. When Da Qing brought over a plate of fried eggs and noodles, he cheerfully inquired, "Did you sleep well last night?" The mention of 4 people from Da Qing caused a shiver to run through the team. Half of the time limit for the incident had elapsed. The original 6-member team had now dwindled to 4, and the latter half promised to be even more perilous. Chapter 16. Containment during breakfast. Han Dong also claimed to feel unwell, returning to his room with a bowl of fried eggs and noodles. In truth, he had matters to attend to. First, he began analyzing Herbert's death. He took out paper and pen, placing them beside the bowl as he ate while recording and analyzing the events. All of them had experienced the haunting encounter the previous night. Among the 4 survivors, some had left their bedding, yet none had exited their rooms, while Herbert's window stood wide open. Clearly, in his panic, he had chosen to leap from the window, thus attracting the malevolent spirit's attention. Restrictions. My hypothesis should be correct. At least last night, the spirit may have been constrained from entering the rooms, or perhaps limited to only being able to kill one person, deliberately targeting Herbert, who jumped from the window. But I cannot guarantee that such restrictions will persist. As time progresses, the spirit's limitations may diminish. After all, at the current rate of harm, We might only have 2 of us left by the end of the incident. Han Dong meticulously recorded any conceivable details in his notebook, preparing to leverage subsequent events to validate these hypotheses. Additionally, the primary purpose of returning to his room was to address a system prompt he received after the siblings succeeded the previous night. Side event decision completed. The probability of obtaining Fate card, novice level, at the conclusion of this event will increase by 10. Furthermore, your intimacy with the key figure, the possessed Qinli, has significantly improved, while your relationship with the key figure De Qing has seen a slight enhancement. A significant improvement. This was the fruitful outcome of Han Dong's proactive engagement with Qinli, expressing his willingness to assist her. During breakfast, Han Dong discreetly slipped a note to Qinli, asking her to feign illness and come upstairs for a private conversation. In the face of life and death, this hastily assembled group of strangers was not to be trusted. The only individual he could fully rely on was the character involved in the incident. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chun-Li ascended the stairs, also carrying a bowl of noodles. "Come in," Han Dong said, ensuring to cover the glass window with newspaper as he closed the door. "Thank you." In that moment, Qinli, whose appearance had instilled fear in the team, leading them to mistakenly believe she was possessed by a malevolent spirit, unexpectedly broke down in tears while alone with Han Dong. Years of pent-up hatred poured forth uncontrollably. "It's all right now," Han Dong comforted her, striving to enhance their intimacy to its maximum potential. For the slain Wangpa couple, Han Dong remained unperturbed. In his eyes, the characters within the game-like Fate space were akin to NPCs rather than real individuals. The various levels of intimacy and narrative constructs further corroborated this notion. Just as Han Dong's consolation concluded, the system chimed in once more. Intimacy increased. Your relationship with the possessed character Qinli has elevated to close friend. Note: intimacy can be further enhanced. Gradually ceasing her sobs, Qinli turned to Han Dong and said, "Thank you. If you still wish to continue filming, I will cooperate. No need, Miss Qinli. Filming is merely a trivial matter. I brought you to my room because there is something of utmost importance that requires both you and your brother's assistance." "What is it?" Han Dong replied earnestly. "It pertains to my life and safety, and only you can help me." Had their relationship not reached the level of close friend, he would not have dared to disclose his predicament so openly. After explaining, Qinli, who had originally ascended with a bowl of noodles, unexpectedly produced a kitchen knife, giving the impression that she could draw upon it at any moment. A sudden wave of murderous intent spread through the air, causing the room's temperature to drop by a couple of degrees. In that instant, Han Dong found himself questioning, is Qinli truly human or a specter? "I will definitely help you." As Qinli uttered these words, a resonating hum filled the air, followed by a deep voice echoing in his mind, starkly contrasting with the prompts from the Fate space: detection of a special life form with a close relationship to the subject. If the target is subjectively willing, perfect containment may be performed. A special life form. Indeed, this Miss Qinli was no ordinary person. Han Dong was taken aback. A golden opportunity lay before him. Should he seize it, he could deepen his understanding of the portable prison while gaining a formidable ally. This was crucial for Han Dong, who was physically weaker. Qinli's character in the film was that of a rural girl, plunged into the abyss of vengeance following her mother's death. She had even prepared for imprisonment and a death sentence in her quest for retribution. She had achieved her life's goal and had little attachment to the world. Now was the perfect moment for containment. Hesitation would lead to defeat. Portable prison. Activate. The transfer process completed in an instant, yet their states were entirely different. Han Dong found himself in the prison corridor, while Chun-Li appeared directly in the solitary confinement cell. What transpired next left Han Dong in shock. The spots of tentacled appendages lurking within the crevices of the stone walls went into a frenzy upon sensing the external presence. They coiled around Qinli's arms and legs, while one tentacle disregarded her skull and burrowed into the back of her head, analyzing containment-related information. Due to the tentacles invading from the rear, Qinli entered an unusual state, her eyes darting back and forth. Witnessing this scene, Han Dong's expression soured. He had intended for Qinli to voluntarily choose whether to follow him into the new world, rather than enforcing a forced containment. According to the system's indications, Qinli should have been willing. He hoped this method of containment would not inflict harm upon her. After approximately 5 minutes, the analysis concluded: possessed character Qinli. Containment method: perfect containment. High intimacy. The containment subject is willing to accept the containment ritual. Category: aberrant. In a living state, extreme negative emotions have fostered the manifestation of evil resentment, compounded by prolonged residence in areas laden with negative energy, resulting in a mild aberration. Combat rating: Advancement path, cultivation of evil. Abilities, 1. Aberration, fixed enhancement of various base attributes. 2. Kitchen knife. Primary weapon source. No wonder the system labeled Qinli as a possessed character. She had truly succumbed to the path of evil through hatred. At the conclusion of the analysis, the tendrils that had restrained Qinli automatically released, retracting into the wall. Simultaneously, a subtle dark mark was left on her neck, which required one to draw closer and observe carefully. The mark depicted a faceless visage surrounded by 8 curving tendrils arranged in a regular pattern. Chapter 17. The tranquil third day. The portable prison has currently contained 11 entities, reaching its maximum capacity. Prior to expanding the prison scale or actively releasing existing entities, the containment capabilities cannot be activated. The contained entities, to a certain extent, comply with the commands given by the subject. However, for certain commands that contradict their intrinsic beliefs, the entities exhibit strong resistance and a decline in mood. It is imperative to monitor the mood of the contained entities, should their mood remain below the satisfactory threshold for an extended period. Rebellion may ensue, potentially leading to containment failure. As the system notification concluded, Qinli opened her eyes within the cell. One might expect her to feel panic at being confined, yet she bore a smile, showing no aversion to the cold, dark prison. During the period the tendrils connected with the back of her head, a subconscious notion of home had been implanted within her. This peculiar sensation transformed her stay in the prison into a semblance of returning home. Moreover, a significant change had occurred. The hue of her brown irises now conveyed a sense of a master-servant relationship in addition to her dear friend's sentiment. Han Dong spoke earnestly. "Thank you for trusting me. Since my mother was murdered, my sole purpose in life has been revenge. My younger brother, Da Qing, has his own matters to attend to. Once this is resolved, he can resume his own life. I have no attachments and do not wish to be a burden to him. Leaving with you is, in fact, a good thing." Qinli accepted this with equanimity. "Then I leave the subsequent matters to you. Once everything is resolved, I will take you to a completely new world." Indeed, upon returning to the flat, Qinli feigned weakness, leaning against the wall as she made her way back to her designated room 6. Han Dong followed closely behind, preparing to descend and join his team. However, upon exiting, he unexpectedly collided with Edward, who had golden curls. Edward inquired with concern, "Nicholas, are you feeling all right?" "Merely a bit weak due to lack of sleep last night, compounded by Herbert's incident. The tension and sleep deprivation have left me slightly feeble. After breakfast, I felt considerably better. There should be no danger during the day. You ought to rest in your room." Just as Edward was about to turn away, he seemed to recall something, though his series of movements appeared somewhat contrived. "By the way, Nicholas, I happened to see Qinli leaving your room while I was ascending the stairs. Calculating her time upstairs, she must have spent around 20 minutes with you. Is everything all right after being alone with this possessed individual for such an extended period?" "Everything is fine." Suddenly, Edward lost the intent to depart and instead entered Han Dong's room, shutting the door behind him. "Nicholas, I hope you can share what transpired during those 20 minutes, including your dialogue and your thoughts." The evil spirit involved in this incident is likely Chun-Li, or perhaps the spirit is residing within her and only manifests at night. Information regarding her is exceedingly valuable to us, certainly. Han Dong had already formulated his narrative. He stated that Chun-Li had come upstairs to inquire about his health, as they were part of the filming crew, assisting during the exorcism. Subsequently, they sat together to eat noodles and discussed mundane matters. Edward appeared puzzled. "Is that all?" "Indeed." However, Han Dong recalled some rather distressing details. "What details?" Feigning seriousness, Han Dong replied, "During the time Chun-Li was in my room, the temperature dropped significantly. Additionally, while discussing her past experiences with possession, she inexplicably produced a kitchen knife, which startled me quite a bit. Nevertheless, her agitation seemed to stem solely from emotion, and she did not engage in any dangerous actions." Edward, with his mechanical prosthetic hand clad in white gloves, stroked his chin, seemingly recalling something. "A kitchen knife, you say?" "Indeed. It appears that this Chun-Li has a penchant for carrying a kitchen knife at all times." "Nicholas, thank you for sharing this crucial information. As the captain, I will do my utmost to ensure your survival. Allow me to convey a piece of news." "What is it?" Han Dong inquired, curiosity piqued. "According to my returner friend, typical novice tasks often fall under the category of survival-type events, lasting anywhere from a day to as long as half a month. However, Regardless of the duration required for survival, the initial progression of the event tends to be rather slow, deliberately inducing a sense of complacency among the participants, frequently in the final stages. The event's pace will accelerate abruptly, even leading to some extraordinary occurrences. Small teams of 10 or more may manage to keep all members alive in the initial phase, yet they often meet their demise within the last few hours. This sudden shift is referred to as speeding up by my friend in the Knight's Order. Han Dong's expression turned to one of astonishment. Are you suggesting that the evil spirit may engage in rampant killing during the final hours? Precisely. I suspect the speeding up will commence in the latter half of the day. Today, we will maintain our usual routines in our respective rooms. At 6 tomorrow morning, we will gather. I will devise a means to ensure everyone's survival. Thank you, Captain. Don't mention it. You should rest well in your room. Since you were alone with Chinli for 20 minutes without incident, it is likely that today will not pose any danger. As Han Dong watched Edward depart, he noted speeding up in Edward's name in his notebook. Edward Murray is undoubtedly a person of considerable importance. Moreover, he seems thoroughly prepared for this event, likely possessing intimate knowledge of the intricacies hidden within the fate space. Yet, he merely shared a single rule of event progression without divulging any genuinely useful restrictions. This individual warrants caution. As for the so-called speeding up, it is highly probable that, in the later stages of the event, the restrictions imposed on the evil spirit will be significantly weakened or entirely lifted on the third day. Han Dong remained in his room throughout the day, citing discomfort, and Captain Edward permitted this, even during lunchtime and dinner. Chun-Li personally delivered meals. Throughout the day, Han Dong was deep in contemplation. Everything appeared normal, just as Edward had mentioned. The speeding up would occur at the moment when everyone slightly lowered their guard. Even a small team could face demise within the final hours. As evening approached, after dinner, Han Dong seized the opportunity to take his bowl down to the first floor, venturing out of his room for the first time. Before the last rays of the setting sun disappeared, he headed to the latrine to address his physiological needs, with the primary objective being to meet Chun-Li clandestinely. Upon adjusting his trousers and arriving at the rear side of the latrine, despite being mentally prepared, he was still taken aback. Chun-Li, with disheveled hair and clad in red, held a kitchen knife, half her body concealed behind a tree. As I instructed, let us commence our operation with your brother tonight. Whether I survive depends on your performance. Understood. Before departing, Han Dong complimented her. Your attire surpasses my initial plans. You nearly frightened me. Chapter 18. Speeding up on the third night. Following his encounter with the possessed Chun-Li at dusk, Han Dong returned to his room and refrained from going out. The other members of the team also returned to their rooms before 11 o'clock. The power was still scheduled to cut off promptly at 11, with only the large red lantern remaining lit. This would be the final night during this event. The two females in the team took all the candles from their backpacks and lit them in various corners of the room, using the light to dispel their inner fears. As for Edward, well-versed in the hidden rules, he inspected his steam prosthetic before peacefully drifting into slumber. Han Dong, too, attempted to rest, despite having taken the entire day off. The third night was different, and no longer awakened by the footsteps lingering in the corridors. Han Dong slept soundly, awakening naturally. Upon opening his eyes, he swiftly turned to glance at the winding mechanism on his wrist. There are 9 hours remaining until the event concludes. Curiously, he pondered whether there was an issue with the time or the environment. Outside the window, the full moon hung high in the sky, casting an inky darkness that unmistakably signified the night. Yet, for Han Dong and his companions, their designated arrival time at the villa was 6 o'clock in the afternoon, implying that the deadline would conclude 3 days later at 6 o'clock in the afternoon. Adjusted back by 9 hours. Thus, the current time should have been 9 in the morning. However, there was not a glimmer of dawn visible outside. Could it be that Edward's so-called acceleration had already commenced? At that moment, a series of knocks echoed against Han Dong's door. Standing outside were Edward, looking flustered, along with Murray and two women whose dark circles suggested sleeplessness. At least this indicated that no one had met with misfortune the previous night. Nicholas, my friend, I am relieved to see you unharmed. The acceleration I mentioned yesterday must have arrived, Edward stated. Han Dong appeared perplexed, urgently inquiring, Captain, what should we do? Edward proposed, let us first rendezvous with the individuals involved in the incident. Perhaps they can offer us assistance. It was rumored that the former commander of the Black Rose Knight Order managed to lead a significant portion of his new recruits out of the realm of fate by leveraging the help of those involved. Very well, the four of them set off together, with Edward leading the way. Unfortunately, The situation unfolded in a manner that exceeded Edward's expectations. As they pushed open the creaky wooden door to the first-floor hall. The scene illuminated by their flashlights revealed Monica, the blonde member of their team, who was so startled that she collapsed onto the floor. Even Edward, typically composed, was perspiring slightly from his forehead. The devotee, Ackerman, knelt on the ground, clutching a crucifix and murmuring strange incantations in an attempt to dispel his inner dread. The hall indeed resembled a bright morning from days past, with a brother and sister duo preparing breakfast, awaiting the arrival of their companions. However, today, the siblings had transformed into paper effigies, one male and one female, crudely crafted. Yet to the fore, they were unmistakably Chun-Li and Daqing. As for breakfast, 6 bowls of rice with long incense sticks were placed on the table. Even Han Dong was taken aback by this bizarre scene, momentarily fearing that something dreadful had befallen Qin-Li and her brother. However, relying on his connections to the prison level, he knew that Qin-Li was still alive and not merely the paper figure before him. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from Ackerman in the direction illuminated by her flashlight. A bread truck belonging to the Wong couple was parked along the small road outside the cottage. Although Han Dong was aware that the Wong couple had met their demise, the rest of the team, including Edward, assumed that they had returned on their own after the ritual of restoration was successfully completed. Edward led the group closer to the somewhat rough-looking bread truck. Upon inspection, it became evident that it was a large paper hearse. The Wong couple, also paper figures, sat within, their faces adorned with peculiar red sticker smiles. Was there truly no escape? Seeking help from the individuals involved seemed no longer an option. Just as Edward fell into contemplation, the several red lanterns hanging in the corridor extinguished, plunging the once available light source of the cottage into darkness. Instinctively, everyone directed their flashlights towards the corridor on the second floor. Creak. The sound of the ancient wooden door creaking open in the stillness of the night resonated with an unsettling clarity. From room number 6, the chamber of the possessed Qin-Li, emerged a woman with black hair obscuring her face. She stood silently in the corridor, gazing through her hair at the team members beside the hearse. The messages Chun-Li is the malevolent spirit, and the cottage cannot be returned to, were deeply etched in Edward's mind. Steadying himself, Edward retrieved the map sketched by the newsboy, outlining a radius of 500 meters, and swiftly formulated a contingency plan. The situation was worse than anticipated. Returning to the cottage was a path leading only to death. The sole means of survival lay in leveraging the 500-meter radius of mobility to evade the malevolent spirit's pursuit. If the 4 of us remained together, encountering the spirit would result in our complete annihilation. I suggest we split into 2 groups and act separately. This would enhance the survival probability of at least some of us. I apologize. My abilities are limited, and I may not be able to ensure everyone's safety. I will team up with you. The blonde Monica was undoubtedly clinging to this lifeline. In her eyes, Nicholas, frail and often resting in his room, and the ever-praying devotee Ackerman were neither capable nor deserving of survival. Meanwhile, the woman in red standing in the corridor had begun to move, leaving little room for discussion on how to split up. Then let us proceed with that arrangement. I will pair with Miss Ackerman, Han Dong said, a bitter expression on his face. Edward smiled knowingly, handing Han Dong a portion of the map. Everyone, disperse. You and Ackerman head towards the southern hill. You must survive. Although Edward appeared concerned, he had pointed Han Dong towards the most treacherous path. Both Han Dong and Ackerman were already in poor health. Fleeing towards the incline would deplete their stamina significantly, leaving them with no chance of escape should they encounter the malevolent spirit. Nevertheless, Han Dong did not voice any dissent. Let us hope we can reunite in the Holy City. The group was split into pairs, fleeing in both southern and northern directions. Edward chose the downhill route, where there were also abandoned structures for hiding. Once the team members had scattered, Chun-Li revealed an eerie smile as she slowly approached the first floor of the cottage. At that moment, her brother Daqing, holding an oil lamp, emerged from the direction of the restroom. Sister, do we really have to assist that foreigner who speaks the 9 provinces language? There is no need for us to take such risks. We must. The disheveled-haired Chun-Li had entered a state of possession. Just the single word caused Daqing to tremble, leaving him too afraid to voice any opposition. Indeed, though the paper figures had no connection to Han Dong, Chun-Li's manifestation was entirely orchestrated by him. Chapter 19. Death. This body truly feels wretched. After resting for such an extended period, even sleep had not been neglected, and yet, how long has it been? I can distinctly feel my body nearing its limits. Countdown. 8 hours. As Han Dong treaded along the mountain path, he found himself needing to pause for a few seconds after every 5 steps. His lungs struggled to draw in sufficient oxygen, and his legs trembled slightly from a lack of exercise and essential vitamins. Surprisingly, the devotee Ackerman seemed to possess slightly better stamina than Han Dong. Clutching the crucifix tightly, her dark circles were prominent, and her eyes reflected almost no glimmer of hope as she remained ever at Han Dong's side. Although Han Dong's physical state appeared to offer little support, he discovered a building marked on the map ahead. Shall we take refuge in that farmhouse? Shortly thereafter, their flashlights illuminated a stone brick house situated halfway up the mountain. The single-story structure bore numerous cracks in its walls, clearly abandoned for some time. Han Dong could hardly move any longer. Persisting in this manner would likely lead to his complete collapse. Even the most dilapidated building would have to suffice for a moment's respite. Upon entering the forsaken structure, a thunderous roar echoed as lightning split the sky, followed closely by a rumbling thunderclap. The rain poured down in torrents. Fortunately, the roof's tiles were tightly laid, preventing any leaks. Otherwise, Han Dong's body, already fragile, would risk succumbing to illness from exposure to the rain in these final hours. The two settled against the wall in the hall area. Han Dong hastily retrieved some high-calorie food and a pre-prepared banlangen powder from his backpack, replenishing energy while also warding off illness. In contrast to Han Dong, Ackerman, sitting opposite him, maintained a sense of calm. She neither ate nor expressed any sentiments, merely clutching the crucifix and staring blankly ahead. They sat in silence, listening to the sound of the rain pelting the tiles, enduring for about 5 minutes. Suddenly, Ackerman broke the silence. Did you know? The church basement resembles this place, dark and damp. After finishing my volunteer work each day, the priest would require me to stay down there for a while. Han Dong sensed an odd atmosphere. Though I'm not particularly willing, it's unavoidable if I don't bring back money. My father will beat me, and it hurts even more than when the priest does. I have to obey. As long as I comply, I can bring home the money. Ackerman grew increasingly animated as she spoke, even beginning to scratch at the muddy ground with her fingernails. Did you know? If I could just hold on for a few more months, I could become a formal employee at the church, earning a stable salary every month. I would be able to interact with more and more people, and my life would return to normal. Yet, just at this moment, my father, astonishingly, forbids me from continuing my work at the church. He has accrued an overwhelming amount of debt and feels compelled to sell me off to settle his obligations. No, I will not resign myself to such a fate. I have dealt with my father. And now, homeless, I am left with no choice but to seek assistance from the priest at the church. However, the priest, who has always been kind to me, has now turned a cold shoulder, unwilling to allow me to remain at the church, even going so far as to threaten to have me captured. This is not how I wish things to be. I merely long for a simple life. Can you comprehend my turmoil? In that moment, a series of unsettling joint-cracking sounds emanated from Ackerman's body as it shifted from a seated position to one of crawling. Han Dong immediately utilized the prison as a means to establish contact with Chin-Li, conveying an exceptionally crucial piece of information that could determine Han Dong's survival. Whoosh! In a crawling stance, Ackerman's dark hair floated in the air. Han Dong's suspicions were entirely vindicated. The true malevolent spirit lurked among the six. Her speed was nearly beyond Han Dong's discernment. As 10 fingers pressed against his cheeks, the familiar sensation of impending death washed over him, reminiscent of the moment he lay on a hospital bed, struggling to breathe. Yet this time, death might come swifter. Wait, can I end this myself? My body was never meant to endure for long. As Han Dong uttered this, he brandished a short knife, poised against his own neck. Such words and actions caused the malevolent spirit, Ackerman, to pause in her current motion. Han Dong's demeanor starkly contrasted with that of the two individuals before him. In his eyes, there was no trace of the terror that typically accompanies the prospect of death. Throughout their journey, Ackerman had observed Han Dong's frail condition, concluding that a being so weak could not possibly escape, let alone survive. In Ackerman's view, this young man named Nicholas had suddenly become intriguing. That I shall grant you 1 minute. Han Dong offered a resigned smile. Thank you, but before I die, I have a question. Why did you not simply kill most of us on the first night? After all, the memories of the deceased would be erased from the minds of the living. Would it not pose any disadvantage to you? As he inquired, the knife had already pierced his flesh. Ackerman, lacking any sense of caution due to her interest in Han Dong, who she deemed unlikely to survive, answered his dying question. In the initial days, I could only kill one person per day. Furthermore, I could only act at night. That it was only in the final 12 hours of this game that such constraints would gradually diminish. Do you understand? In these last few hours, I shall slay you all. Fear not. Soon, someone will come to keep you company. Han Dong's suspicions were once again confirmed. The restrictions indeed existed. Thank you. Han Dong hesitated little. The blade sliced through his neck. Deep enough to be fatal. Such a frail body could not withstand such a grievous injury. His pupils gradually dulled, and he succumbed against the wall. Before long, Ackerman received a system notification unique to her. Due to the death of a survivor, the cooldown period resets to 4 hours. Current number of survivors. With this, Ackerman lingered no longer. Akin to a spider, she scurried out of the dilapidated house. Swiftly pursuing Edward and his companion down the mountain. At time permitting, Han Dong treaded upon the damp steps, illuminated by the beam of his flashlight, as he ventured towards a mysteriously discovered cellar. Let me lead the way, he suggested. During their descent, Chinli wielded a kitchen knife, deliberately positioning herself ahead of Han Dong, embodying a sense of protection against any potential dangers lurking within the cellar. Moss, vermin, and a putrid stench filled the air. As Han Dong descended the final step, a familiar system notification echoed. Hidden area discovered. Corrupted cellar. Please search for clues within this area to unlock the corresponding event. Time limit, 15 minutes. Another unexpected gain. A smile of excitement curled at the corners of Han Dong's mouth. This marked the first instance of activating a side event through dialogue with a character involved in the incident. And now, the discovery of a hidden area. The specifics of what they might uncover remained contingent upon finding clues. Approximately 10 minutes were spent meticulously exploring the cellar at a corner of the wall where the soil had been recently disturbed. He unearthed a notebook. Scrawled upon its pages in hasty characters was an account of events. The plague ravaged the land, forcing the local tourist attractions to relocate. The region of Wangzigang transformed into desolate wilderness. The attractions were moved, all the rural ghost houses abandoned, and even the villages and cottages lay in ruins. Had a plague incident truly occurred here? Beside him, Chinli remarked, my brother and I are not residents of Wangzigang. We only know that this area once suffered a plague, rendering it deserted. We specifically sought out an abandoned guest house to feign residence and lure Wang Pa and her husband here. Han Dong continued to read the diary. The subsequent entries detailed the internal struggles of a family of 5, how they slowly awaited death due to the plague. As he finished flipping through the pages, a family photograph slipped out. Hidden event activated. The plague house. Requirements. Eliminate 5 plague entities. Reward. 1 fate item, matching the subject's level. No sooner had the system prompt concluded than the soil of the cellar began to shift dramatically. Grotesque arms riddled with holes clawing their way out of the ground. 5 plague entities emerged, mirroring the 5 individuals in the family photograph. Long deceased, they reappeared through the powers of the plague and the fate space, existing beyond the realm of humanity. Mere unconscious beings driven by spores. Leave these creatures to me, Han Dong asserted. However, his current physical condition rendered him incapable of engaging in combat with these plague entities. Not only was there a risk of death, but infection would also pose a considerable problem. Nevertheless, Han Dong was not merely a spectator. Within his backpack lay special items procured before the event was initiated, 2 bottles of cheap, high-proof liquor, and several inexpensive plastic lighters. Chapter 21. The weapon of fate in facing the battle against the plague house. 2 aspects exceeded Han Dong's expectations. One a piece of good news, the other bad. The good news was that the possessed Chun Li's combat prowess significantly surpassed his understanding of he. Against plague entities limited to the physical capabilities of ordinary humans, she could effortlessly sever limbs. The bad news was that the plague entities merely utilized the bodies of the deceased family. Regardless of how they were sliced, the severed parts would become independent entities upon hitting the ground. During the battle, one finger, unnoticed by Chun Li, crawled up her calf, clawing through her skin to transmit the plague. Miss Chinli, try to gather their limbs in one place, Han Dong instructed. Once everything was in place, he hurled the 2 bottles of cheap liquor forward. With a swift slice, Chinli expertly severed the liquor bottles. The alcohol spilling over the plague-ridden flesh, Han Dong swiftly followed up, forcefully smashing a plastic lighter against the ground. The outer casing shattered, creating a pressure differential as the internal fuel ignited in a small explosion. The cheap high-proof liquor ignited rapidly. Fire was the plague entity's greatest fear. As long as it remained within the realm of living beings, flames would easily consume the plague spores. even the spore's temperature tolerance being no more than 130 C. Before the last remnants were entirely incinerated, Han Dong ensured that the charred limbs posed no further threat, and a mysterious metallic syringe appeared in his right hand, extracting the cellular essence from the plague entities. Immediately following, a notification signaled the completion of the hidden event. Stowing the syringe away, Han Dong's thoughts were not on claiming his reward, but rather on reaching Chun Li's side without delay. Miss Chun Li, please sit against the wall. If the wound on your leg is not treated promptly, the spores may spread within your body, causing significant trouble. With a nod, Chun Li leaned against the wall and extended her injured right leg. The tear in her jeans revealed a dark green liquid seeping from the wound, indicating a concerning situation. May I examine other areas of your calf? Han Dong inquired. After receiving her consent, he carefully cut away the fabric surrounding the wound to assess the spread of the spores. To his surprise, all he uncovered was Chun Li's fair calf, with no signs of infection spreading. Strange, Han Dong mused. Given the time since the injury and the vigorous activity, the blood should have carried the spores elsewhere. Why has there been no spread? As he scrutinized the area with his flashlight, he finally discerned a swirling mass of malicious energy encircling the wound. It was this very energy that confined the plague spores to that spot. Such a phenomenon? Han Dong was astonished and promptly retrieved another bottle of cheap liquor, applying it evenly to the wound on her calf. This might sting, he warned Chun Li. Brace yourself in an effort to eradicate the plague. He ignited the alcohol-soaked area with his lighter. The sound of organic matter burning accompanied Chun Li's body as she flinched. The alcohol's searing heat obliterated the spores in the wound, while most individuals might have fainted from the pain. Chun Li appeared unfazed. Thank you, she expressed gratefully. Han Dong smiled in return. I should be the one expressing gratitude. Your body is in good condition, isn't it? It's nothing, Chun Li replied, exhibiting remarkable resilience. After a brief moment of rest, she stood up against the wall, moving without any hindrance. Meanwhile, Han Dong felt a surge of excitement as he approached to claim his well-deserved reward. The moment the plague entities were incinerated, a brass treasure chest materialized in the cellar. Han Dong gazed at the chest, intrigued by its mysterious origins, deepening his curiosity about the fate space. With a click, the chest opened. Upon the crimson velvet lining lay a short sword approximately 40 centimeters in length. Intricate engravings of a serpent adorned the hilt, and the blade shimmered with a faint green hue under the flashlight's glow. What is this? Upon grasping the short blade, he received information regarding the fate item. Fate item, Plague Doctor's Dagger type, artifact quality, superior special effects, 1. Inflicts poison damage upon attack. 2. That if the holder specializes in mysticism, they can unleash the active skill. Plague, a non-targeted single-target skill that infects the target with plague, level 1 mysticism proficiency. Source, a short sword used by plague doctors for self-defense during the medieval Dark Ages ravaged by the plague. Is this akin to the game Data's fate item? Han Dong recalled the leader of the Black Rose Knight Order, whose drawn sword emanated a potent white aura, likely also a fate item. Such an artifact could significantly enhance survival rates. What is this mysticism proficiency? It piques my interest. I shall delve into it further once I survive. Han Dong replaced his ordinary dagger with the short sword, securing it at his waist. The hidden event had consumed a full hour. With 6 hours and 30 minutes remaining for the main event, they had ample time to return to the cottage. This unexpected boon further elevated Han Dong's chances of survival. Miss Chun Li, let us take a detour before heading back. Why? The substitute for Captain Edward has perished. To ensure his own safety, he will likely ascend the mountain to seek me out. It is best we avoid any encounters for now. Understood. However, amidst the torrential downpour, the mountain path became treacherous, and ultimately, with Chun Li's assistance, they took 20 minutes to safely return to the cottage. Inside, they reunited with the ever-patient De Qing, who awaited their return. Brother De Qing, is everything prepared? All set. But with this downpour, we may not achieve the desired effect. That's all right. As long as we can get started, that is what matters. Everything was set. Han Dong resolutely took his position within the humble abode, preparing to endure the most perilous hours ahead. Edward Murray, a young man hailing from a peculiar family background, had devoted 1.5 years to prepare for this fateful space, even going so far as to sever one of his own hands and invest a considerable sum in a prosthetic surgery. In Edward's eyes, every companion was merely a stepping stone, a means to maximize his survival time by exploiting the time constraints. However, an issue had arisen. Where were they? Nicholas, this frail and sickly lad, along with the timid female devotee, could not have ventured far. Why could he not locate them? Not even a flicker of a flashlight. Surely these two cowardly souls had not conspired to end their lives together. Edward had traced the dilapidated tile-roofed house, where Han Dong had previously sought refuge, utilizing his exceptional physical prowess to scour the hillside area, yet he found no sign of life. Just then, from the direction illuminated by his flashlight, a slender, dark-haired woman emerged from the woods. Ackerman, thank heavens. I have finally found you. Edward approached eagerly. In his eyes, Ackerman was the next tool to help him buy time. Chapter 22, Edward Murray remaining time. 3 hours and 50 minutes. The large red lanterns around the humble abode were once again hoisted. The darkness, compounded by the torrential rain, meant that the glow from these lanterns barely reached a dozen meters beyond the house. Han Dong was stationed on the second floor, observing and waiting. He anticipated the moment when Edward Murray would be slain by the malevolent spirit, at which point they could move on to the final phase of their plan. Yet, things were not proceeding as he had envisioned. Amidst the downpour, a youth, drenched in oil, a euphemism, limped towards the humble abode. This individual was none other than Edward Murray. Furthermore, his costly steam prosthetic appeared to have sustained some damage, rendering its movement less agile than before. Ackerman was a malevolent spirit. And the incident's figures were also malevolent spirits, was it not? Why were there two such entities? The intelligence reports had contained no such information. That a grave oversight had plunged Edward into a dire predicament. He mistakenly believed that the possessed Chun-Li was the malevolent spirit in this incident, thus never suspecting the other members of the team. Of course, this error was partly attributable to Han Dong. When the team members had split up, Han Dong had ordered Chun-Li to don a red dress and accompany Edward with a kitchen knife, reinforcing Edward's unwavering belief that Chun-Li is the malevolent spirit. Consequently, when he later encountered Ackerman, he had completely let down his guard. Surviving was already an extraordinary feat. To consider that a seasoned powerhouse like the bald Delian, who swung a heavy hammer in the factory, could vanish without a trace upon encountering a malevolent spirit, not even able to utter a sound. Yet Edward Murray had managed to extricate himself from this inevitable demise through some means. Even fleeing all the way to the humble abode, he gazed at the house, now adorned with lanterns, and recalled the system notification he had received. The number of surviving team members is 3, which included the malevolent spirit Ackerman, indicating that only Edward and one other were still alive. Edward was a rather shrewd individual, his mind racing as he recalled various details from the harrowing days past. At that moment, the words of a certain individual echoed in his mind. My name is Warren Nicholas. My constitution has never been robust, and I often find myself idle at home. However, during my bouts of boredom, I have cultivated a certain understanding of linguistics and should be able to serve as a translator. Captain, I am feeling unwell. Captain, I require some rest. Then let us split into groups. I will team up with Miss Ackerman. This frail young man, who would stop to catch his breath after traversing even a short stretch of mountain path, Warren Nicholas, surfaced in Edward's thoughts. Initially, Edward had perceived Nicholas as the least concerning translation tool. With such a feeble physique, survival seemed implausible. Keeping Nicholas until the end as a means to buy time was Edward's plan. However, Edward was gravely mistaken. A person's frailty did not equate to their lack of opportunity for survival. With Monica deceased and Ackerman lurking as a malevolent spirit, Edward's demeanor, once sunny and friendly, now morphed into a manifestation of menace as he bared his teeth and exclaimed, Brother Nicholas, your lack of integrity is truly appalling. I considered your frail condition and allowed you to rest in the room each day that I handled all the basic preparations and led us to this point. Yet you have the audacity to betray me. With your constitution, you think to become heir returner? Sooner or later, you will meet your end. It would be better to serve as my stepping stone. Yet, in response to Edward's furious outburst and derision, Han Dong did not appear. Instead, a figure clad in red, holding a baby toy in one hand and a kitchen knife in the other, slowly traversed the second-floor corridor, returning to her designated room 6. This eerie tableau left Edward in a cold sweat. Even now, he could not ascertain whether Chun-Li was human or ghost. Meanwhile, on the muddy mountain path, a crawling malevolent spirit was also inching closer to the humble abode. Yet, this malevolent spirit exhibited some peculiarities, moving more sluggishly than before. Its face bore injuries, seemingly inflicted by some cutting instrument and subjected to high temperatures, resulting in a grotesque, charred mouth with a gaping crack. A thin tongue slithered from the burnt lips, faintly articulating in a rather unrefined British accent, "This person truly possesses some skill. It hurts so much, akin to how my father treated me with a branding iron. Yet, this sensation is quite nostalgic, not an inescapable fate." Edward Murray had learned from an elder who had traversed the fateful space that despite the perilous nature of the events it encompassed, there were always paths to survival. One such path was restriction, while another lay in the inherent weaknesses of the dangerous entities themselves. Once one could unveil or discern their vulnerabilities, it would be possible to repel them to some extent, thus creating an opportunity for escape. Most malevolent spirits fear fire, as Edward had been informed. Yet there were rare exceptions that not only did not fear fire, but could actually absorb flames, should he encounter the latter. Edward would undoubtedly be doomed. However, under normal circumstances, fortune should not be overly cruel to Edward's steam prosthetic. Aside from its conventional steam-driven mechanics that significantly augmented strength and striking speed, was also outfitted with an internal combustion device and small nozzles for flame projection. Indeed, this was one of Edward's trump cards. Should he fail to manage the timing issue and find himself confronted by a malevolent spirit, this would be the trump card he would need to employ. However, due to the costly nature of the embedded flamethrower, Edward could only afford to install a smaller, ordinary model, which had been entirely depleted during his earlier confrontation with the malevolent spirit. Additionally, the internal combustion system had sustained damage. Even if time permitted him to replenish its fuel, it would be incapable of spewing fire once more. Standing before the humble abode, Edward endeavored to maintain his composure and devise a solution. "The only means by which I can survive is to locate that Nicholas fellow and eliminate him directly. It is now a certainty that Ackerman is indeed a malevolent spirit, but I cannot yet fully ascertain whether the possessed Chun-Li is also a malevolent spirit, in a novice incident. Even one rated 4 stars, the appearance of 2 malevolent spirits is absolutely impossible. Chun-Li, as a unique figure in this event, is highly likely to have received directives from Nicholas, masquerading as a malevolent spirit to mislead me. It must be so. This entire scheme is Nicholas's doing. Where could that filthy, cunning rat be hiding?" Edward truly possessed a gift. He was qualified to survive and, in such a critical moment, maintain a calm analysis. Demonstrating his excellence, and his preparations had been thorough. Unfortunately, he had made a grave error as Edward began to search the humble abode. Han Dong sat cross-legged on the bed on the second floor, fingers interlaced in a triangular formation. Contemplating the situation, the fact that Edward managed to survive a direct encounter with a malevolent spirit proved that not every encounter with malevolent spirits led to death. There was no other choice, since Edward had not perished. The plan must be modified on the fly. Chapter 23. Fire at the doorway to Han Dong's room. Chun-Li stood guard. Upon seeing Edward commence his search on the first floor of the humble abode, she turned and inquired, "Do you need me to take action?" With nearly 4 hours remaining until the event's conclusion, and under the grim judgment of the malevolent spirit deeming me dead, I must ensure that Edward does not leak the information of my continued existence. However, I cannot resort to directly eliminating him. Miss Chun-Li, let us proceed with this plan shortly. Han Dong relayed the temporary strategy for dealing with Edward. Upon hearing the plan, Chun-Li expressed concern for Han Dong, asking, "Are you all right? What if he detects the trap?" Han Dong reassured her, "It is merely a matter of being frail and lacking stamina. I possess some self-defense techniques, so fear not. Edward is gravely injured and beset from both sides. The likelihood of him realizing the trap is minimal. In fact, if he sees you first, he may become overly cautious." Very well. Chun-Li sought a corner on the second floor to conceal herself, while her brother, De Qing, adhered to the original plan, discreetly hiding in a certain area of the bungalow. Han Dong pulled out a chair and sat alone in the pitch black. Gloomy plague seller. In life, whenever he encountered an academic bottleneck, he would dismiss all activities, shielding himself from external distractions to engage in this form of solitary contemplation. What do I still possess? It is akin to the necessity of thoroughly reading every contemporary paper on a research topic before embarking on scientific innovation. Han Dong meticulously listed his existing cards and advantages. Advantages. 1. The malevolent spirit believes Han Dong to be deceased. Point 2. If the malevolent spirit cannot pass through walls, then the plague seller has only one entrance and exit. 3.it is known that the malevolent spirit fears flames to some extent. Cards. 1. The Fateful Weapon. The Plague Doctor's dagger. 2. The Accomplice. The Possession. Li.3 to as he thought of the third card. A series of bizarre images flashed through Han Dong's mind. The strange tendrils between the walls of the cell, the mycelium moving around his neck, grotesque dreams, and the dangerous tendrils sprouting from his palm. With sufficient cards and advantages, it merely remained to ascertain the level of difficulty posed by the 4-star challenge that in truth, one could say I am somewhat of a cheater. Without the distinctive traits carried by this mind, relying solely on strategy would render it exceedingly difficult to surpass Edward, let alone survive beneath the claws of the malevolent spirit. If I can endure, I will gradually come to understand this world. I must survive. Thud, 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 a knocking sound echoed from the cellar entrance. Following that, Chun-Li's deep voice emerged. It seems there is some movement outside. What should I do? So soon. Truly worthy of a 4-star challenge. Han Dong was taken aback. He had thought that with Edward's demise and the burning plan, he could stretch the time frame to the very last hour. Little did he know that even with 2 hours remaining, the malevolent spirit was already closing in. Han Dong made a rather risky decision. I have a plan. Miss Chun-Li, please impersonate Monica from the team and remain in the dark corner of the basement. There is no need to resemble her too closely. It suffices that the malevolent spirit cannot discern your true appearance. Currently, the malevolent spirit believes that the only survivor in the team is indeed Monica. Chun-Li inquired, and you? I will die again. Related restrictions have been lifted. Please hunt down the last survivor within the remaining 2 hours. The crawling malevolent spirit received the message, tracing the footprints and approaching the dilapidated house. Now reduced to an unrecognizable state by fire, yet it faced no hindrance in its movements. Creak, creak. The sound of claws scraping against the cement wall resonated within the decrepit house. The malevolent spirit crawled upon the ceiling. Swiftly entering the house, it first discovered Han Dong in the hall, his neck slashed open, a small knife clutched in his hand, yielding no suspicion regarding his demise. During the search, it found a wooden bed in the bedroom that bore signs of having been moved. This deliberate movement was, of course, orchestrated by Han Dong. Ackerman reached out to pull the wooden bed, uncovering a secret passage leading to the cellar. A strange laughter escaped her lips, as if she could hardly wait to conclude this incident. Her charred black arm slowly descended along the moss-covered steps. Possessing night vision, the malevolent spirit immediately spotted the last survivor curled up in the corner of the cellar, trembling slightly. Due to severe burns, Ackerman's voice had become hoarse. I never imagined you would survive until the end. I thought that blonde lad would use you to buy time. Ha. But it matters not who remains. The outcome is the same. Ha ha. The eerie laughter echoed through the cellar. The malevolent spirit determined that there were no other exits in the cellar, and Monica in the corner had no chance of escape. With ample time, it crawled slowly toward her. Severely burned, Ackerman had lost all her hair, and a long, thin tongue flicked back and forth across her face, reminiscent of the lickers from Resident Evil. However, as a malevolent spirit, she possessed numerous unique traits, far surpassing any ordinary mutated life form. Ackerman's method of killing was through her 10 fingers. Once they made contact with the target's face, the target would lose all ability to move. Her long, writhing fingers extended slowly. Just as they were about to touch Monica's face, an aura of heresy began to emanate, with a whoosh, accompanied by a surge of malevolence. A kitchen knife materialized in Monica's hand. With a swift twist of her wrist, she executed a precise and rapid strike. The malevolent spirit's 2 arms were severed cleanly and fell 5 meters away. The scream echoed through the air. No longer trembling in the corner, Monica now revealed a fierce countenance. You are the subject of the incident? Seeking death, a stream of dark energy oozed from the malevolent spirit's severed arms, rapidly forming 2 filthy arms, half gaseous and half solid. Faster than the kitchen knife, one arm seized Chun-Li's neck, lifting her off the ground. As the 10 fingers made contact with her skin, dark energy began to infiltrate Chun-Li's body, continuously weakening her, rendering her unable to wield the kitchen knife and gradually losing her capacity for movement. The disparity in strength between a true malevolent spirit and a lightly possessed individual like Chun-Li was considerable. However, within Han Dong's plan, there had never been an intention for Chun-Li to kill the malevolent spirit. All of this was merely to divert Ackerman's attention, with her arms severed by the kitchen knife. Akumen's focus was entirely consumed by the pain in Chun-Li. She paid no heed to the fact that a frail youth was slowly descending the steps of the cellar. Chapter 25. The Choice of Fate. At the cellar entrance, Han Dong witnessed firsthand the intensity of the malevolent spirit at the 4-star difficulty level, the instantaneous regeneration of arms, and the overwhelming suppression of Chun-Li by dark energy painted a grim picture. An ordinary person would have no chance of survival against such a malevolent spirit. The situation was far more troublesome than Han Dong had anticipated. This truly the 4-star difficulty. Edward Murray is genuinely formidable. Having managed to survive in the presence of such terrifying, inhuman entities, and even managed to injure one to some degree, did I have but one opportunity. If I fail, both Chun-Li and I will perish here. Calm, that I must remain composed, even if life hangs by a thread, even as Chun-Li's anguished screams reverberate in the cellar. Even without a guarantee of victory, Han Dong could not afford to panic. Any sound emitted during the approach would mean certain death. With dark energy invading and Chun-Li's neck being tightly constricted, she was on the brink of asphyxiation and could not hold on much longer. Yet, the look in her eyes as she glanced at Han Dong bore no hint of plea for salvation. Instead, it conveyed a hope that he would disregard her plight and successfully approach from behind. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter. He successfully approached stealthily. Han Dong did not draw the plague doctor's dagger acquired from the hidden event. After all, he was not yet a practitioner of the occult and could not unleash the true power of this weapon. Recalling that peculiar sensation, having undergone prior practice, Han Dong held his breath and concentrated, attempting to recall the bizarre feelings from his nightmares that it was unsettling, for reasons unknown, upon envisioning the faceless students filling the classroom and various tentacled objects. Han Dong felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Maintaining that strange feeling, Han Dong slowly extended his hand, pressing his palm against the back of the malevolent spirit's neck. In that moment, and faceless tentacle insignia emerged on Han Dong's forehead. By the time the malevolent spirit Akumen sensed the gentle touch on the back of her neck, it was already too late. Slithering sound. A certain slick and spotted tentacle sprouted rapidly from the palm, disregarding the protection of the skull, and directly penetrated Akumen's brain. There were no screams, no bloodshed, no gruesome imagery, nor any manifestation typical of serious injuries. The malevolent spirit Akumen merely turned its head with a vacant expression, eyes wide as it gazed at Han Dong, who should have been dead. It was bewildered as to why he could rise from the dead, and even more perplexed as to how Han Dong possessed such an ability. The once fearsome spirit now harbored an unmistakable sense of dread within its gaze, seemingly due to the tentacle's intrusion into its mind, revealing to Akumen a scene of terror it had never before encountered. In Akumen's vision, Han Dong was no longer the youthful figure with brown hair, but had transformed into an indescribable entity, a monster that evoked profound fear. Strange tentacle patterns spread around the malevolent spirit's eye sockets, rapidly extending across its entire face and enveloping its whole body. An astonishing spectacle unfolded. The tentacles sprouting from Han Dong's palm began to decay alongside the malevolent spirit Akumen, swiftly coalescing into a large puddle of foul-smelling sludge. Hiss! The sludge that fell to the ground began to evaporate slowly upon contact with the air. Dead, a malevolent spirit capable of rapid regeneration, one that flames could not consume, had simply perished like this. Han Dong stared at the quickly evaporating sludge on the ground, struggling to believe his own eyes that he had initially thought that this would severely injure and disrupt the spirit's actions, allowing the freed Chun-Li to finish it off with a kitchen knife. But he had not anticipated that this surprise attack would conclude matters so swiftly. Han Dong could not help but turn his gaze to his own palm, curious about what this tentacle truly was. Curiosity aside, Han Dong quickly crouched down, the brass-trimmed syringe materializing in his hand, its needle piercing into the sludge to extract a portion of cellular essence. Simultaneously, an indescribable sense of weakness swept over Han Dong's entire body, far more intense than the fatigue he had experienced while practicing with the tentacles in the room. Coupled with the exhaustion from the day's various actions, travel, and mental strain, Han Dong found himself struggling to hold on. His eyes lost their luster, and he began to fall backward. Spirit-related incident, possession, Director's Revised Edition, completion method, elimination of the malevolent spirit, rewards. Basic Fate Point 1. Additional Fate Point 1, gained from eliminating the malevolent spirit. Point 1 Fate card, Novice level. Given that you are a newcomer and have yet to allocate any fate points, please begin by distributing your fate points to determine your primary profession, after which you may proceed to randomly draw the fate card, Novice level. The voice in his mind gradually roused Han Dong from his stupor, and no longer in the dark and damp plague cellar. Han Dong found himself in a clean, orderly white space, structured as a pentagon, with each wall featuring a door of distinct characteristics. The first door was metallic, adorned with a sword and shield emblem. The shield bore a prominent cross insignia. The doorplate read, Crusader. The second door was made of earth, its surface imprinted with 3 books corresponding to magic, the divine, and an unfamiliar ancient script. The doorplate read, Library. The third door was crafted from animal hide, displaying a handprint with a circular mark in the center. The doorplate read, Control. The fourth door was made of brass, featuring a large and small interlocking gear. The doorplate read, Machinery. The fifth door was fashioned from ebony, marked with a pentagram and a crystal orb. The doorplate read, Mysticism. Han Dong did not feel elated by the completion of the spirit incident. Instead, he immediately immersed himself in the reward phase, adapting and observing what lay before him at the same time. He established a connection with the possessed Chun Li through his consciousness. Chun Li was currently resting in prison. Everything was normal. Allocating fate points, determining primary profession. The Knights of the Holy City, Nointenary, were indeed extraordinary, having acquired supernatural abilities from the fate space. Based on my current understanding of this world, specializing in machinery should allow for a relatively smooth existence, especially since we are in the steam mechanical era, where most city facilities are related to copper mechanics. However, I need to seek out a profession that suits me. As a former researcher, Han Dong first stood before the earthen door labeled Library. If he chose this door, he surmised that he would likely gain control over magical abilities. Moreover, Han Dong had always held a fondness for magic. He believed that with his research skills and ability to read literature, he could swiftly delve into various magical tomes and master them. At that moment, an odd sensation arose in Han Dong's mind, compelling him to tilt his head toward the fifth door. Chapter 26. Primary Profession and Fate Card. Mysticism. Mysticism, Intuition. Although as a researcher, one must conduct rigorous scientific validation of various phenomena, combining experimental results with foundational theoretical support to draw conclusions. Intuition, that seemingly ethereal sensation, is equally vital, especially when tackling a completely new subject with scant global research. Where suitable entry points are elusive, intuition becomes the key to unlocking the first path. In Han Dong's view, intuition does not arise from thin air. Rather, it is a rapid calculation performed by the brain based on all gathered information, including fragmented memories on a subconscious level. Oftentimes, the more intelligent a person is, and the more extensive their experiences and knowledge, the more accurate their intuition becomes. As he gazed at the fifth door, Han Dong followed his intuition and slowly approached it. Western mysticism, in my previous world, had reached a conclusion with the publication of Copernicus's heliocentric theory and the introduction of the blood circulation theory. Yet in this current world, imbued with magical elements and various supernatural abilities, mysticism undoubtedly persists. Ancient mystics often encompassed a range of studies: mathematics, alchemy, religious theory, herbal medicine, astrology, and magical incantations. They were the scientists of their era. Indeed, as someone specializing in cellular biology, mysticism may be even more fitting for me. Furthermore, the head I retrieved from the prison may not be explainable through magic. Perhaps only through mysticism can I uncover the answers. Han Dong simultaneously took out the fate item he acquired during this incident. The Plague Doctor's dagger to fully harness the true potential of this item. One would also need to specialize in mysticism. Coincidence? Or perhaps it was all fated. There was no time limit for allocating fate points. Han Dong granted himself half an hour for comprehensive consideration, ultimately deciding to push open the ebony door, symbolizing mysticism. Inside was not the fantastical room filled with various mystical objects that Han Dong had imagined, but rather a small, dimly lit, enclosed compartment. At the center of the room stood a copper chair amalgamating various precise instruments, syringes, conduits, metal headsets. That it seemed that the only option was to sit. Remaining fate points. Tuda, would you like to use them all? Note, at least 5 fate points must be allocated to perfect your main profession, and subsequent talent trees will emerge. It is advisable to invest all existing fate points until the minimum of 5 is reached. Since that was the case, what other choice did Han Dong have? Based on the information currently available, the journey of fate had only just begun. Although he had completed the first incident in an almost flawless manner, there were still many paths ahead, at least until he confirmed his profession. Han Dong would likely still be considered a novice, albeit one of a slightly higher standing than those newcomers who had yet to enter the fate space. Taking a deep breath, he prepared to allocate his points. Click, click, click. The locking mechanism of the copper chair instantly confined Han Dong, while over 10 syringes precisely connected to his veins through tubes, and a special syringe was inserted into the cervical spine at the back of his neck. Pain was inevitable. Yet, for Han Dong, who had endured the torment of cancer, it was still bearable as an unknown solvent was injected. He could distinctly feel changes occurring within his body, particularly in his head. About half an hour passed. The injection process concluded. Han Dong's frail physique showed no signs of transformation, but then, a spotted tentacle emerged from his palm, a manifestation of his will, and this time, the tentacle felt anything but weak. Instead, it possessed a sense of freedom in its retraction and extension. Clearly, 2 points of fate were invested in mysticism, enhancing his mastery over the faceless one's skull, granting his entire brain an unprecedented clarity. He even sensed a peculiar energy within his mind, one that he could control, yet he had yet to discover how to wield this newfound power. It was evident that Han Dong's intuition and choices were correct. Mysticism was indeed linked to the faceless one's skull. That if this continued, could he possibly upgrade the faceless one's skull? Should the prison achieve an upgrade, it could contain even more extraordinary life forms. The typically reserved Han Dong could not suppress a smile of excitement at this moment. He was not only thrilled at obtaining otherworldly power, but had also discovered a means to enhance his intellect. Once the prison expanded, it could harbor other unique entities, further augmenting Han Dong's personal strength. Just then, a notification echoed in the realm of fate. The allocation of fate points is complete. You have become a mysticism apprentice. If you continue to allocate 3 points to your major profession, your foundation will be thoroughly solidified, unlocking the mysticism talent tree. Upon your next entry into the realm of fate, it is advisable to team up with peers of the same level, those who have not yet unlocked the talent tree. Upon returning to the Holy City, the mysticism apprentice hoped there would be an organization willing to accept him, allowing him to learn the methods of employing mysticism, until he fully understood the origins of the faceless one's skull. He could not utilize it in front of others. While Han Dong reveled in his joy, the iron chair in the room unexpectedly transformed into a crystal round table. When had this occurred? Han Dong had completely overlooked the process of transformation. Please choose a fate card, novice level. Revealing the card will grant corresponding rewards. Yes, Han Dong snapped back from his excitement, recalling that he had yet to claim one reward. Originally, the fate card had a low probability of being acquired, but after completing a side quest, the odds increased by 10. Though it remained LOWTO his surprise, it truly appeared during the reward settlement. Luck is indeed a part of strength on the crystal table, for cards with identical golden backs were evenly spaced. He decided to draw one at random. Cheating in such a place would be tantamount to courting death. Han Dong habitually selected the card on his left. Upon touching the card, the other 3 vanished instantly. The card in Han Dong's hand bore an image of the Holy Grail, and then a miracle occurred. Accompanied by a flash of golden light, the card disappeared, replaced by a tangible Holy Grail filled with clear liquid. Fate card. Holy Grail. Consuming it will enhance one basic ability. The system detected that the individual had yet to acquire the foundational ability of mysticism. Thus, consumption would be ineffective. This Holy Grail is a novice-level enhancement item, ineffective for the subject's tentacle type. Advanced abilities. Note: the Holy Grail has a shelf life of 1 day. Please use it promptly. This is a bit of a letdown. Han Dong did not believe he could be recommended to join a mysticism organization in the Holy City and learn a foundational skill within a day. Immediately shifting his mindset, Han Dong returned to the prison area with the Holy Grail, handing it over to the only entity contained within, the possessed Chun-Li. Chapter 27. The Returning. Accepting confinement in the prison, Chun-Li was Han Dong's permanent assistant. Granting this opportunity for fate enhancement to Chun-Li indirectly fortified the prison and bolstered Han Dong's overall strength. After all, Chun-Li resided within the brain prison, always at his beck and call, like a shadow, cradling the exquisite Holy Grail in her hands. Chun-Li appeared somewhat puzzled. However, due to their unique relationship, She did not doubt Han Dong. After all, he was her master. Gulp. After consuming the fluid from the Holy Grail, its effects were immediate that a potent aura of malevolence seeped from Chun-Li's skin, even causing her black hair to sway in the air. Animated by the dark energy, inky black veins spread across her arms, and her bones creaked ominously. Minutes passed. When Chun-Li opened her eyes again, the ferocity emanating from her was far greater than before. Corruption successful. The combat rating of the contained entity, Chun-Li, has risen to D-. Chun-Li, you have grown stronger. Thank you, she replied, feeling the changes in her body. Her emotions stirred as she contemplated embracing Han Dong, but hesitated. Considering something that held her back, that you're welcome. There will be many more. As the horses traversed a river within the city and passed the watchtower, they arrived at a desolate and uninhabited broad street. A stark contrast to the narrow and filthy roads of the civilian district. The expansive thoroughfare was constructed of quality marble embedded in concrete. Alongside the road, every 50 meters stood a kerosene lamp. Its brass pole, intricately adorned with various engravings, to the right of the road lay a nearly 100-meter-wide inner-city canal, where several steam-powered vessels navigated the waters, primarily engaged in cargo transportation. Each bearing a colossal emblem signifying their respective units. On the left side of the road stood an imposing dark stone wall, approximately 8 meters high. Han Dong could vaguely discern that the surface of the wall occasionally revealed a translucent, multicolored pattern, seemingly resisting any approach. The wall extended the same length as the road, and as he gazed ahead, he could see no end in sight. Han Dong refrained from inquiring about his intended destination, for he understood that the outcome would not alter with his questions. He merely needed to follow the knight to the conclusion. Suddenly, the black horse came to a halt. The knight grasped Han Dong and dismounted. Standing before the stone wall, the knight reached out to touch the wall. An astonishing scene unfolded. Where his hand made contact, the stone morphed into an iron door, leading to an unknown interior. The knight's gaze, filtered through his goggles, urged Han Dong to hurry inside. With no retreat and no choice, Han Dong traversed approximately 3,000 meters through the pitch-black corridor, a trivial distance for someone who had spent 7 years searching for a corpse in a cellular form. Pushing open a similar iron door at the end, he stepped into a spacious, warm room. The flickering flames of the fireplace dispelled the chill within Han Dong, while various metallic ornaments adorned the walls. Directly facing a long black wooden table bordered with brass, seated within were 3 individuals, each distinct in appearance and attire, regarded as elders, scrutinizing the frail young man before them with varying expressions. Among them was a knight, differing from the Black Rose Knight Order. Clad in lightweight armor of pure white, he bore no mask, his handsome Caucasian features complemented by flowing golden locks that gave Han Dong the immediate impression of a quintessential Western Templar. This striking knight was the youngest of the trio, though he appeared to be no more than 40. In the center sat a red-robed mage wielding a metallic staff, whose physique was even more robust than that of the knight beside him. Beneath the robe, his well-defined muscles and dense beard rendered him akin to a barbarian character with a strength advantage in a game, yet mistakenly endowed with the talents of a mage. Han Dong surmised that this man's physical prowess might surpass even that of elemental magic. The third individual was a middle-aged woman clad in the garb of a saint, her attire interwoven with red stripes against a white backdrop. Symbolizing her elevated status, she possessed a pair of clear, water-like light-colored eyes, exuding an approachable comfort. Among the trio, she appeared to be the most amiable. That I've never encountered a returner with such frail constitution before, but I must congratulate you. Valiant Nicholas. To ascend from the civilian district is quite commendable. Following this remark, the bearded mage inquired, please elaborate on the fate event you successfully navigated, detailing its type, difficulty, requirements, and the rewards you ultimately received. Do not concern yourself with time. The more detailed your account, the more efficient we can be. You shall also receive the most precise apprentice evaluation. May I first inquire what this is all about? Han Dong needed to understand his current circumstances and the intentions of his interlocutors before providing an appropriate response. All returners will undergo a fundamental question-and-answer session. After recording your relevant experiences, we shall bestow upon you the title of Apprentice Knight. You will then proceed to the National Royal Knight Academy for specialized training. Preparing for your next venture into the fate space. For the survival of humanity, we dedicate everything. Chapter 28. Apprentice Knight National Royal Knight Academy. The very name of this organization filled Han Dong with elation, as it was precisely what he sought. With such a system dedicated to the fate space, he could gain direct insight and learn esoteric knowledge, avoiding unnecessary detours. Thus, Han Dong began to respond to their inquiries with selectivity. Ethereal beings, 4-star difficulty, and the requirement to survive for 3 days elicited expressions of astonishment from the 3 examiners. They struggled to comprehend how someone with Han Dong's physical condition could survive such a high-difficulty novice event. Initially, they believed he had navigated a 1- or 2-star difficulty event. Please elaborate on the process you undertook to complete the event, providing explanations at critical turning points. Very well. As Han Dong recounted the event, he first diminished Edward's significance, shifting the focus onto his interactions with the event's characters. He emphasized that it was through appropriate communication with the event's characters that he triggered a side event, thereby strengthening their relationship and successfully completing the challenge with their assistance. Gaining favor with the event characters was indeed a clever strategy for novices tackling their first Fate Space event, but it was limited to those below 2-star difficulty. In a 4-star difficulty scenario, the monsters could easily slay the event characters. Han Dong then articulated his deductions and plans, glossing over Edward's interference and omitting any mention of the Faceless One's head. Instead, redirecting attention to the fire trap plan, he stressed that he had collaborated perfectly with the event characters, ultimately ensnaring the Fireverse ethereal being in a meticulously devised fiery trap, holding out until the time limit expired. As for the matter of slaying the ethereal being, that too had to be omitted if Han Dong, this frail individual with no background, were to disclose such details. They would surely surmise he harbored some unspeakable secret. A careless slip regarding the Faceless One's head could lead to dire consequences. Upon concluding his narrative, the handsome knight offered his assessment. The event character possesses a certain degree of corruption ability, which is likely why you could repeatedly confront the ethereal being head-on. Considering the time constraints and the ethereal being's fire aversion, you enhanced your intimacy with the event character, skillfully executing a precise plan to escape. Well done. You exhibit considerable talent. After his evaluation, he marked an 80 on his review sheet. The radiant-eyed female examiner smiled and nodded, awarding a 73 rating. As for the bearded mage, he scrutinized Han Dong intently. A rather adept liar. Are we? If my instincts serve me correctly, you likely capitalized on your teammate's demise to secure ample time for your own safety. Yes, your account appears flawless, yet there lies a slight flaw: the difficulty issue. According to your narrative, you should barely have managed a 3-star difficulty fate event, yet under 4-star difficulty, you would find yourself with no escape. However, everyone harbors their own secrets, and I shall refrain from probing further. Overall, not bad. The bearded mage assigned a rating of 71. Though Han Dong was uncertain whether this score was high or low, it seemed unlikely to fall below the passing mark. When discussing rewards, he was asked if he had received a fate card. Note he could not disclose the matter of the fate card, as he had used the rewards from the card to strengthen Han Li, rather than himself. Should he reveal this, the prison incident would come to light. The bearded mage sighed. What a pity. A 4-star ethereal event, and you only acquired a mere handful of fate points. Now, please state your primary vocational choice, as it will determine your educational arrangements within the academy. Esotericism. In an instant, disappointment washed over the faces of the 3. Naturally, this was related to their own primary vocations. In their eyes, Han Dong was considered one of the more gifted returners of this cohort. Yet alas, his chosen major bore no relevance to them. What a shame. Had you selected the library, I might have been able to offer you some special assistance. With a wave of his hand, the bearded mage summoned a wave of heat. Sparks dissipated, and a metal card still radiating warmth landed in Han Dong's palm. The card depicted a knight's emblem featuring crossed swords above a horse's head, while the reverse illustrated a pattern of intertwining sun and moon. This was the identity card of an apprentice knight. Report to the academy with this card in 3 days. Very well. Han Dong retraced his steps, and the Black Rose Knight who had previously accompanied him still awaited his return. However, this time, the knight spoke that a magnetic male voice emerged from beneath the mask. Welcome to the National Royal Knights Academy. Where do you reside? It appeared that if one failed the interview, returning the same way would be impossible. After learning that Han Dong had successfully passed the interview, the knight intended to escort him home. Yet, this question posed a challenge, arguably the most difficult Han Dong had encountered. After all, since taking over the body of this young Nicholas, he had not returned home. He had barely reached the street when his sister found him. And due to time constraints, they had headed straight to the festival square. Kind night. Just take me near the festival square. My little sister should still be waiting for me nearby. Han Dong exerted all his strength to mount the horse. During the return journey, the knight's demeanor shifted compared to before as he initiated conversation. It's hard to imagine that someone with your physical prowess could pass the beginner event. May I ask? Was it a 1-star difficulty or 2, 4-star event? Han Dong replied, thinking that these knights were managed by a significant organization. Information about the 4-star malevolent spirits had already been disclosed during the interview. Rendering concealment unnecessary, the black warhorse suddenly came to a halt. The knight quickly turned, removing his black iron mask. With short black hair, brown eyes, and fair skin complemented by a prominent nose, he exuded a mixed aura of Eastern and Western features. Compared to the golden-haired captain from his earlier interview, this Black Rose Knight appeared younger, around 27, with an unwavering determination in his gaze. I am Barton Forges, a graduate of the Knight Academy last year. Currently affiliated with the Black Rose Knights. Passing a 4-star beginner event means, as long as you don't perish, your future development will surely be promising. If you're interested, you might consider joining us at the Black Rose Knights after graduation. I am Valiant Nicholas. Han Dong, momentarily taken aback, hurriedly introduced himself. Judging by the knight's reaction, passing the 4-star beginner event seemed to be a remarkable achievement. Soon enough, they arrived at the festival square. After dismounting, Han Dong quickly spotted Nina sitting on a bench outside. To his surprise, this sister truly came to the square every day to await his return. 30 minutes after meeting Nina, the mechanical apprentice demeanor of his sister finally calmed down. She could hardly fathom that her brother had survived. On their way home, Nina finally voiced her long-hidden concern. You aren't really brother, are you? In fact, Nina had expressed similar sentiments before Han Dong entered the fate space. How did you figure it out? Valen is entirely different from you. That he is lazy, irresponsible, and lacks the qualities a brother should possess. He refuses to do anything and spends his days idling at home. When he was forcibly made to participate in the fate space and don the winding device, he had completely abandoned hope for life. On the morning before the fate space was to commence, he ran out of the house alone. I thought he had preemptively taken his own life out of fear. He indeed committed suicide, and I happened to witness it, which led to the current situation, Han Dong confessed after careful consideration. From Nina's words, it was evident she held no affection for Valen Nicholas. Perhaps even looked down upon such a brother. With Han Dong currently possessing the identity of a returner, Nina would not act in any way detrimental to him, significantly increasing the likelihood of her acceptance of the situation. Suicide, you say? Rest assured, I am fundamentally human. By accepting your brother's body, I have become a member of your family. A flicker of worry crossed Nina's eyes, but after a moment, she slightly nodded. Actually, this is rather good. At least, mother will no longer worry about brother. Thank you. I will keep your matters confidential. As long as Nina was willing to trust him completely, the chances of his identity being exposed would be minimized. Just then, this brown-haired girl with goggles unexpectedly took Han Dong's hand and cheerfully said, Brother, let's go home. Mother would never expect you to return alive. Han Dong, who had spent most of his life in the laboratory, trembled slightly at the young girl's touch. By the way, does my returner identity benefit your family? Of course, at least I won't be forced into the fate space and will have ample time to prepare. Moreover, once you begin your studies at the Knight Academy, the school will allocate a special district housing across the Moslabi River, allowing Mother and me to move out of the commoner district and live a life free from want. At this point, Nina couldn't help but giggle privately, filled with joy. Yes, later tonight, come to my room. I have so much I want to ask you. Sure, I consider myself somewhat of a mechanical apprentice as well. My master knows much that ordinary commoners do not. Thus, having resolved his identity issue, Han Dong followed Nina back to a densely packed communal building in the commoner district, reminiscent of the chaotic and tightly knit Kowloon-walled city. Nina navigated numerous times through narrow, serpentine alleys that allowed only one person to pass until they found a damp and dark ascending corridor. On the 7th floor, they entered a modest 2-bedroom apartment, with no sunlight penetrating the 4 sides. The room relied on a few small kerosene lamps for illumination. Unlike the steam mechanical city that appeared from the outside, within this lowest tier of commoner homes, metal was exceedingly rare, with furniture primarily made of wood. Hearing the sound of the door opening, a slightly stooped woman with brown hair streaked with white emerged. Unlike the plump Western women Han Dong was accustomed to, Nicholas's mother exuded an aura of premature aging. With skin stretched tightly over her bones, struggling to meet even basic needs, while Nina's health appeared somewhat better. Heavens, Valiant, am I dreaming? You're alive? Although it seemed odd for a mother to utter such words. No one would believe that the frail, wasteful Nicholas could return. Han Dong merely nodded slightly in response. Yes, mother, soon we will be able to move out of here. I'm tired today and will rest in my room. Rest well. Dinner is ready. Let Nina bring it to you. The tearful joy of his mother and the concerned gaze directed at Han Dong left him feeling somewhat uncomfortable. Bowing his head, he quickly retreated to his room. When he had called out Mom, a subtle tremor resonated within him. After all, Han Dong had been an orphan since childhood and had never experienced the concept of parents. Let us set aside familial issues for now. Since he had been candid with Nina, the likelihood of his identity being exposed was significantly reduced. Moreover, considering the national mandate requiring youth to enter the fate space, with an urgent need for talent. As a returner, even if people discovered he was an outsider who had usurped Nicholas's body, it should not pose a significant problem. This country sought talent, and as long as the talent's stance aligned completely with the Holy City, they should be accepting. Naturally, it would be best to avoid exposing his identity altogether. Lying on the relatively comfortable wooden bed, Han Dong prepared to tackle the next major task. Having just returned from the fate space, he assumed that neither Nina nor their mother would disturb him. Activating the faceless one's cranium, Han Dong found himself in the prison area, but this time, he was not there to visit Miss Chun-Li. Opening the door to the sterile laboratory, Han Dong's current objective was to examine the collected cell essence. Indeed, the syringe placed on the central platform contained the cell essence he had gathered from the body of a special life form during this event. He retrieved the syringe and approached the ultra-clean workstation. Even though Han Dong had conducted countless cell inoculation experiments at such workstations during his previous life, he felt somewhat anxious and worried about possibly damaging this mass of cells that symbolized his essence. The hardest part is always the beginning. Once he succeeded once, everything would fall into place. Han Dong focused intently on the cell mass on the workstation. Should the cell mass exhibit any discomfort during the injection, he would halt immediately. However, the process proved simpler than Han Dong had anticipated. As the syringe neared the cell mass, the plasma membrane contracted, creating an opening just large enough for the needle to enter. Inject. Gently maneuvering the syringe pump, the essence was slowly injected into the cluster of cells. Upon completion, an alert sounded. Cell essence has been fully injected. Weight limit increased by 25 points, 5 points from the plague sample, 20 points from the wraith sample. The 5 plague creatures contributed a mere 5 points, while a single malevolent spirit accounted for an astonishing 20 points. Han Dong was taken aback. Indeed, the weight limit had been elevated. This development enabled him to seek out new bodies or body parts, allowing for gradual repair or replacement of this frail form. Let us begin with the hands. Chapter 30. The World, Part 1. During his time in the Realm of Destiny, Han Dong felt truly fatigued. After completing the injection of the cell essence, he reclined on the wooden bed once belonging to Nicholas, feeling as though his eyes might close at any moment. Yet, before succumbing to slumber, he called for his sister, Nina, instructing her on a task. Nina, thumping her chest, confidently declared, "Rest assured. Leave it to me. I often scoured the scrap processing station for books during my apprenticeship. Anything related to the arcane, right?" "Yes, the older, the better," Han Dong replied, enlisting Nina's help in locating books, not solely for his own reading, but for another purpose as well. After giving his instructions, he fell into a deep sleep. When he awoke, the sky had darkened. The wind-up clock on the bedside indicated a precise 8 o'clock, with the second hand moving at the same pace as in his previous life, 24 hours in a day. Feeling somewhat hungry, he prepared to venture out for a bite. To his surprise, Nina, now clad in a floral dress, stood at the door, holding a sumptuous dinner, which included an entire roasted chicken, not overly large but nonetheless extravagant. To part with such a dish in their modest household would likely deplete a significant portion of their wealth. Additionally, large piles of old books were stacked on either side of the dormitory door. A testament to Nina's remarkable efficiency. "Mother specially prepared this for you, knowing you would be famished upon waking. Brother, you must have had little to eat in such a perilous environment within the realm of destiny. Right? Please, take it inside and eat." I'm not hungry. Nina emphasized her lack of hunger, though her mouth watered at the sight of the roasted chicken, although Han Dong yearned to devour the entire chicken himself. He considered Nina's capability to aid him in understanding this world and the significance of her being his sister. Thus, he shared a drumstick, cautioning, "Come to my room later." "All right." Nina beamed as she accepted the chicken leg. Han Dong sensed a potential misunderstanding and quickly clarified, "I meant to inquire about the holy city and this world." Han Dong locked the door behind him, placing the roasted chicken, vegetable salad, and carrot stew on a relatively clean wooden table. Suddenly, an ominous energy seeped forth, clad in red, with black hair obscuring her face. The possessed Chun-Li was released, as she materialized. The flame from the kerosene lamp flickered slightly. "Miss Chun-Li, there's no need to deliberately frighten anyone. Just behave normally, doe." "Understood." Chun-Li produced a rubber band from somewhere and swiftly tied back her hair, the malevolent aura receding, transforming her into an ordinary young lady in red. "Have something to eat." Chun-Li, being human as well, had not eaten for over a day to assist Han Dong, and now faced with the tantalizing roasted chicken, she could no longer contain herself, devouring it eagerly. Before long, the two had thoroughly ravaged the lavish meal. "Are you full?" "Yes." Chun-Li nodded slightly. "With time, living conditions should improve, ensuring you won't go hungry. That I'm fine." After pacing twice in the cramped room, she added, "If there's any danger or if you need assistance, just call for me." "Understood." Apart from the prison being her home, she was still unaccustomed to the environment of the holy city, preferring to remain in the prison. This marked their first encounter in the outside world, and the conversation felt somewhat awkward, as both were rather reticent. Perhaps as they grew more familiar, the interaction would become easier. Han Dong mumbled to himself, "Miss Chun-Li seems to possess great potential. If nurtured, she will continue to grow. That I should procure some books for her in prison. Otherwise, it might be rather dull for her." The moment of crucial inquiry soon arrived. Han Dong summoned Nina back into the dormitory. Delving straight into the matter, he rummaged through the room to find a barely functional pen, ready to document the vital information to come. As Nina entered, clad in her floral dress, she displayed no signs of unfamiliarity with Han Dong, her azure eyes wide with curiosity as she eagerly took a seat beside him. "Brother, what would you like to know first?" "Is your world like this?" Han Dong sketched a rough map of the world, detailing Europe with particular care. "What is this?" Nina asked, puzzled. "A world map." Nina's expression turned distressed, seemingly unable to answer Han Dong's initial question. "A world map? I truly don't know. I was born in the holy city and have never left. I've only heard my master speak of the vastness outside, but we have neither the opportunity nor the means to explore it." "Then, tell me what you do know about the world. What lies beyond? Why do humans confine themselves to this metallic metropolis? According to my master, approximately 200 years ago, a species emerged that surpassed humanity. In just a few days, the global human population plummeted by over 80%, terrifying the remaining humans withdrew into hiding. That is essentially the case. 200 years ago, a species emerged that surpassed humanity. What era were humans in at that time? Surely, firearms must have existed? I don't know." Nina replied, her face flushed with embarrassment. Han Dong speculated, basic artillery must have been available, yet such a significant portion of humanity perished in mere days. It seems only a few advanced nations survived. By the way, are the higher beings in the outside world afraid of copper? Indeed, it was this discovery that led to the establishment of the holy city. Allowing people to live securely within. No wonder humanity's technological advances have long stagnated at brass, steam, and gears. Copper holds such significance that, if I'm not mistaken, the fundamental currency for trade within the holy city is copper coins. Correct? Copper has usurped the status of gold and silver? Yes, that is indeed the case. Han Dong continued his inquiries. What about the source of copper? Surely, the depths beneath the holy city must contain vast copper mines. I know this. My master mentioned that the holy city was indeed built atop a colossal natural mine. But after years of extensive extraction, the copper mines were nearly depleted 50 years ago. The only remaining source is the realm of destiny. The cost of mining outside the city is prohibitively high, rendering it nearly impossible. Han Dong recorded this crucial information before formally addressing questions regarding the realm of destiny. He held certain suspicions and hoped to find clarity here. Please elaborate on the realm of destiny. All right. I knew you would ask about this, so I made a special trip to my master's home. And this is a book about the realm of destiny, authored by a contemporary noble writer, detailing its origins. Once you finish reading it, remember to return it to me, that I must return it before my master discovers it tomorrow morning. Of course, Han Dong gazed at the book titled The Origin of Destiny, the glimmer of hope for humanity's survival, smiling. Nina proved to be more capable than he had anticipated, and her master was likely a highly esteemed mechanic. The first sentence of the book's introduction captivated Han Dong entirely. As I grasped the threads of fate, the despair that had once enveloped my mind dissipated, for I understood that humanity had not been forsaken. Upon witnessing the emergence of the fate space on the first page, Han Dong nodded slightly. Indeed, the fate space manifested almost simultaneously with the appearance of higher forms of life. Chapter 31, The World, Part 2, of the book chronicles the discovery of the fate space and the associated events of its initial exploration. It also contains descriptions pertinent to the world itself. Han Dong realized that the world he had been reborn into was, in essence, the same Earth comprised of the 5 continental plates, with the distribution of nations identical to that of his previous existence. Notably, 200 years prior to the discovery of higher life forms coincided with the outbreak of the First World War, a time when humanity had largely developed advanced weaponry, yet such armaments proved utterly ineffective against these higher beings, which could drive one to madness with a mere glance. The following is an excerpt from the text. When the expedition team confirmed the existence of life forms superior to humans and noted their assaults on humanity, portals to unknown realms simultaneously manifested in the capitals of nations worldwide. Our technological capabilities were insufficient to analyze these portals, and we could hardly comprehend their significance. I can only provide a rudimentary description of their form. They bore golden luminescence, resembling an elliptical structure akin to the starry night sky, akin to a gateway to a cosmic expanse where multiple dimensions intertwine within. The narrative's depiction of the fate space did not align with Han Dong's own experiences. At the time, he had stood in the festival square, having seen no portals, and had instead plummeted to the ground alongside thousands of others. Han Dong continued reading. The portals of the fate space would close upon contact with an omnipotent being. They permitted only humans to enter, serving as a grand entrance bestowed upon humanity by the divine. Initially, as global conflict erupted, a plethora of volunteers willingly entered the fate space, yet almost none returned. The first returner emerged from Jiuzhou, that a sergeant from the nation of Jiuzhou returned from the infinite space, having gained a degree of physical enhancement, his physical prowess doubling, with his fist's hardness significantly increased, rendering him unmatched among his fellow humans. It was from him that the concept of fate points and related primary professions was first articulated. Subsequently, nations across the globe began to witness the emergence of returners, each bearing unique abilities, becoming the vanguard in humanity's struggle against the higher life forms, yet still finding it a formidable challenge. Upon encountering the mention of Jiuzhou, Han Dong felt a stir within. The emergence of returners from Jiuzhou suggested that, aside from the holy city located in Europe, there might be similar city-states established within the Asian region. He continued to read that on the next page. He came across the current state of the world. According to incomplete statistics, upon humanity's discovery of high-purity brass, which elicited a repulsive response from higher life forms, thus enabling the construction of metal city-states capable of housing sufficient humans. Only one of the human population had survived. This period marked the lowest point in global population, with fewer than 100 million survivors, had the properties of brass not been timely uncovered. Humanity might well have faced extinction. Currently, the known territorial city-states numbered merely 3. The Holy City, Nonatina, translated as the City of Eternity, located in Italos, Dragon City, Emperor Capital, in Jiuzhou, and Royal City, Mygalanzui, translated as the City of Machinery, in Sam. All 3 cities shared the common trait of being established atop gigantic brass veins, centered around the fate space. Is this the world structure? Reflecting on it, his previous world seemed remarkably peaceful. Indeed, humanity was not perfect. We were merely the first type of sentient beings capable of thought and reasoning. Many scholars of life had long predicted the potential emergence of superior beings more adept at adapting to ecological systems on Earth. It was merely a matter of time. This parallel world had evidently encountered such a situation prematurely. As the apocalypse loomed, the enhancement channels of the fate space became humanity's sole spark of hope. However, the true origin of the fate space remained unclear. The writing was highly subjective, basing the definition of the fate space upon the author's personal conjectures without substantial evidence, rendering it of limited reference value. The book also mentioned 5 fundamental vocational choices, which held little novelty for Han Dong, now a returner. Having gained a foundational understanding of the world structure, Han Dong recognized the necessity of delving deeper into the nature of the higher life forms, while also seeking knowledge regarding the governance of the Holy City, its class stratification, and its economic system. These intricate details would likely become evident once he attended the National Royal Knight Academy days. For venturing beyond the city walls, it appeared he would need to allocate over 5 fate points to become a true knight and accompany the knightly order outside, thus engaging directly with the higher life forms. Upon closing the book, Han Dong noticed Nina gazing at him with wide eyes. "Have you finished?" "Yes. Please return it to your master." "Thank you." "What are you thanking me for?" "I should be the one thanking you, brother. In a few days, once you enroll, my mother and I will be able to move away from here." As she spoke, Nina leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on Han Dong's cheek. Suddenly recalling that this individual was not truly her brother, she felt a moment of awkwardness and flushed at, "Oh, I'm so sorry." "It's all right. There is still something I wish to ask you." "Nina, are you an apprentice mechanic?" Yes. Although I am merely a novice apprentice, I do receive free lunches on occasion, but I cannot take any back with me. Once I reach adulthood, I will officially transition to a full position." Upon hearing this, Han Dong couldn't help but draw parallels to Akeman's experiences. He earnestly advised, "If you ever need assistance, do not hesitate to let me know." My master treats me very well, so you needn't worry." "Brother, once my skills improve, and I can craft some steam components on my own, my survival rate in the fate space will significantly increase." Indeed, suddenly, Nina shifted closer to Han Dong, asking, "Brother, what did you do before?" "I taught, specializing in biology." "Biology? Wow, that sounds advanced. Given that scientific research here has stagnated for 200 years for various reasons, it's understandable that you haven't heard of biology. You must have heard of chemistry, right?" "Chemistry? Brother, are you referring to alchemy?" "Alchemy." Han Dong was acutely aware that alchemy, to some extent, belonged to ancient chemistry, intertwined with unrealistic notions like the philosopher's stone. Nevertheless, in this realm imbued with magic and supernatural abilities, alchemy might indeed represent a crucial branch of science. The identity of an alchemist was certainly a rank above that of a mechanic. They were regarded as the think tank within the Holy City. Han Dong inscribed the term alchemy in his notebook that he had no intention of abandoning his original profession. As he delved deeper into the fate space, he also aspired to integrate into the scientific community of this world, exploring a side career. After all, Han Dong had yet to establish a tangible source of income that if you are truly interested, you could inquire at the academy. "If you become an alchemist, I could enjoy roast chicken every day." Indeed, that is worth considering. Chapter 32. The Public Security Bureau, Higher Life Forms, Fate Space, Mechanical City-States, Alchemy, and the forthcoming acquisition of limbs, mystical exploration, and other matters filled Han Dong's mind as he lay in bed. Before he realized it, several hours had passed, and he finally fell asleep around 3 or 4 in the morning. As a researcher, he held a profound fascination, almost an obsession, with new phenomena. After grasping the general structure of the world, he was eager to attend the Knight Academy and learn about deeper concepts and fresh experiences that had been inaccessible in his former life. Due to his late-night slumber, he slept soundly until he was roused by the sounds of a commotion outside his door. "What is happening? Why is it so noisy?" After stretching, Han Dong pressed his ear against the door to eavesdrop. He caught a few keywords: forced conscription, taxation. Forced conscription likely referred to the mandatory enlistment of young individuals into the fate space, exchanging a large number of them for a minimal quantity of returners. Just yesterday, Nina mentioned that because he had become a returner, she could avoid forced conscription. Evidently, the administrators of the civilian district were not very well informed. Han Dong opened the door to find 2 law enforcement officers clad in dark linen uniforms, adorned with pentagram badges, demanding that Nina don a countdown device. "What are you doing?" Upon hearing Han Dong's voice, 2 individuals, one stout and the other tall, cast puzzled glances at him, fixating on his emaciated form. The heavier of the 2 erupted into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! You are the returner? With such physical condition, How could you possibly survive in the realm of fate? Don't make me laugh. The other slender man, with a keen gaze, immediately discerned the clockwork device adorning Han Dong's wrist. You dare defy the council's orders by wearing a time device and not participating in the last fate space. In their eyes, an elite capable of becoming a returner would not hail from the impoverished districts, much less be a malnourished youth residing in such dire conditions. Consequently, Han Dong's possession of the clockwork device led them to classify him as an escapee, fearful of death and unwilling to engage with the fate space. According to the charter established by the council, escapees were to be stripped of their rights for life, sold into slavery, used as human bait for the knights, or executed on the spot. The two brusquely shoved Nina and her mother aside, producing a simple iron chain, intending to restrain Han Dong and take him away. "Let go of my brother," Nina cried out, desperately trying to intervene. Annoying. One of them, growing impatient, was about to strike Nina when, in an instant, a killing intent radiated from Han Dong. His arms, as thin as bamboo, reached out to halt the actions of the tall security officer. Deus discreetly produced 5 copper coins from his pocket and handed them to the young girl before him, simultaneously bowing at a 90-degree angle in apology. "That I sincerely apologize for our oversight. This is my personal apology, and there will be a formal one from our Public Security Bureau in due course." Nina, having never encountered such a sum of money at once, received the coins from the administrator of the Samai region in a state of bewilderment. Deus once again bowed his head in apology before hastening back to the bureau. At that very moment, 2 individuals, one tall and one stout, inside the bureau were laughing heartily, discussing how they would indulge themselves that evening, just as Officer Deus rushed back, eager to traverse the final street. The heavy sound of metal horseshoes echoed from the cobblestones beside him. That a black stallion adorned with a rose emblem approached. Noble knights of the Black Rose Order had arrived. Residents, including Deus, lowered their heads in respect. "My Lord Knight, how may I assist you?" "I am Deus, the public security officer of the Samai Civilian District. You seek information regarding Nicholas Valiant, correct?" "Indeed. I require some details about his life since birth." "Surely your bureau keeps such records from the annual census. Of course. My lord, please follow me." Deus felt an urgent anxiety gnawing at him. This was a member of the Black Rose Order, a knight who had graduated from the Knight Academy and possessed the capability to venture beyond the city walls to combat the omnipotent beings. In terms of rank, he was merely a public security officer in a civilian district, utterly insignificant. Deus could not fathom why such a figure would personally seek information about a returner. "My Lord Knight, is there an issue concerning my friend Valen?" "It is merely a matter of personal interest. I request the information." This knight was none other than Barton Foggus, who had escorted Han Dong the day before. Now intent on investigating Han Dong's life prior to entering the realm of fate, A.S. Barton stepped through the door. An immediate silence enveloped the bureau. "Please, my Lord Knight, have a seat that I shall summon the archivist to retrieve the relevant documents for you." Barton scrutinized the perspiring officer before him and remarked, "Pray tell, do I make you that anxious? To hold the position of public security officer, you must be a returner as well. Worry not. I too hail from humble beginnings." "Ah, no, not at all. I am not anxious." Deus's smile was stiff. The pivotal figure everyone was focused on was confined in the underground detention room. How could he not be anxious if this knight were to discover the precarious position of his officer? Deus feared he might lose his badge. The only course of action for Deus was to provide Barton with the requested materials and, once the knight departed, to deal with the foolish troubles caused by his subordinates. He would then have to allocate substantial funds to resolve the matter privately with Nicholas. However, just as Knight Barton had obtained the relevant documents, a cacophony of screams erupted from the underground detention room. Resonating with a sense of impending doom, the civilian district remains as chaotic as ever, Barton mused, rising to make his way toward the source of the commotion. Officer Deus's eyes reddened with urgency. Yet he dared not intervene. Meanwhile, the stout Charles and the tall Brown remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, brandishing their security batons and feigning seriousness, preparing to suppress the troublesome suspect in front of the knight. As they descended into the expansive underground detention room, the scene that unfolded shocked all present, even Knight Barton. The frail Han Dong was not subjected to any maltreatment, but sat peacefully against the wall, recuperating. In stark contrast, the other brutish detainees were huddled in a corner, their eyes wide with terror, while 2 lay on the ground, frothing at the mouth. "Help! Help us, O demon. This man harbors a terrifying demon within. The arrival of the security personnel elicited wails from the detention room. What demon? He is merely an escaper. Charles's ignorance was astonishing. At such a critical juncture, he still failed to grasp the problem at hand. In his eyes, Han Dong was simply the troublemaker in the detention room, and he sought to punish him to gain favor in front of the knight, perhaps even hoping for a promotion to a better department. As Charles approached Han Dong with his baton, a resounding slap echoed through the room. Charles was sent flying, struck by Officer Deus, who swiftly advanced to unshackle Han Dong and bowed deeply in apology. Nicholas Vallon, I deeply regret that my two incompetent subordinates have committed such a foolish act, disregarding the charter and unlawfully detaining a trainee knight, thus threatening national security. I shall ensure they are brought before the local court for adjudication. Furthermore, I extend my sincerest apologies on behalf of the authorities to you and your family. Deus understood the gravity of the situation. In light of current events, this was the only and best way to address it. Now awaiting the response of the young Vallon, it was entirely possible that Deus could lose his position as a public security officer. Meanwhile, Brown, the tall and thin one, stood in utter disbelief, trembling slightly. Returner, what have I done? Accustomed to abusing their power over the common folk, they had long judged others by appearances, only to discover that this frail youth was, in fact, a trainee knight. He sat wide-eyed on the ground. Utterly speechless as for Charles, who had been slapped away, he trembled in fear upon learning Han Dong's true identity, even experiencing an involuntary loss of control. Han Dong, however, appeared unfazed, aside from the discomfort of the shackles. He felt quite well. This was the effect he sought, to gain the upper hand and keep the local public security bureau beneath him, thereby avoiding the exposure of his identity and extracting further intelligence. The only unforeseen variable was the arrival of the esteemed knight. Vallon, are you well? Han Dong intended to greet Knight Barton first, only to find the knight expressing his concern first. It is nothing. Merely a misunderstanding. To Han Dong's surprise, Barton's demeanor shifted, his expression darkening. Removing his black iron mask, he fixed a venomous gaze upon the two subordinates guilty of grievous crimes. This is no mere misunderstanding. I too emerged from the CI. Sheriff Deus immediately responded. Once brought to trial, those who violate the Supreme Charter will face 3 potential fates. Firstly, they will be stripped of all rights and branded with the permanent label of slavery, destined either to toil in the filthiest of cesspools or to engage in ceaseless labor within the depths of the mines. Secondly, they may serve as human bait, accompanying the knightly order on their excursions beyond the city. Thirdly, they may face the death penalty. Harmony, after all, should not be so easily disrupted by death. The human population is already scant, and each individual ought to fully realize their societal value. Upon hearing such remarks from Han Dong, a flicker of gratitude appeared in the eyes of Charles and Brown, as they mistakenly believed that this noble would show mercy and overlook the matter. Han Dong expressed his own thoughts. As for value, I find the first option quite commendable, hoping it might inspire them to reform and start anew. Reform may indeed be possible, but once they descend into that mine, they shall never rise again. Sheriff Deus promptly replied, I shall present your suggestion to the court. He then instructed his subordinates to apprehend the 2 errant subordinates and deliver them to the local court. Nicholas, my friend, shall we proceed immediately to handle your related procedures? We will place your family members in a special category, unlocking their records, allowing them unrestricted movement from civilian areas. Simultaneously, your family will no longer be required to enter the realm of fate. Han Dong politely remarked, It seems that Lord Knight Barton has matters to discuss with me. You may handle these affairs yourselves. If any decisions need to be made, please consult my sister. Nina, Nicholas shall suffice. Indeed, we cannot waste the time of a noble knight. Deus immediately turned to his subordinates, commanding, Quickly invite Miss Nina Nicholas to the precinct, and be sure to extend a courteous invitation. Thus, under the watchful eyes of the sheriff and all law enforcement personnel, Han Dong and Knight Barton exited through the front door. Just as Han Dong was about to inquire of Barton regarding the reason for his visit, he was preempted. Barton, with a cold expression, stated, You could have easily presented your apprentice knight card when 2 maggots came knocking at your door to prove your identity. Why did you deliberately choose to do otherwise? Haha. Han Dong offered a foolish grin, as if he realized he had committed some misdeed. The truth is, I simply found those two individuals quite unpleasant, just as the noble stated, wielding their trivial authority to bully the common folk for years. I had originally intended to visit the Law Enforcement Bureau to resolve the matter of those two maggots through proper legal channels without upsetting the peace. Wouldn't that be splendid? Barton nodded slightly. I see you understand somewhat. I came here primarily to satisfy my curiosity regarding the circumstances of your 4-star novice incident. Your wits are commendable. But what is the key to victory? What can instill such fear in the temporary suspects held within the Law Enforcement Bureau that they froth at the mouth, quaking in terror as if they were confronted by a demon? Could you elaborate on this matter? Chapter 35. The Tavern. To be honest, Han Dong had somewhat miscalculated in the recent Law Enforcement Bureau incident. The intention to frighten the lawbreakers in the holding cells was indeed a deliberate tactic to indirectly affirm his status as heir apparent. However, he did not anticipate encountering the Black Knight who had escorted him just the day prior. This was a high-ranking individual, a distinguished member of the Black Rose Knight Order, having graduated from the National Royal Knight Academy and selected as one of the 12 knights. His strength and status far surpassed that of Han Dong, an apprentice knight, and even that of the local sheriff. Under the scrutiny of Barton Fogus, there was a possibility of revealing information about the Faceless One's head, which would test Han Dong's adaptability. The ensuing conversation did not unfold amid the chaotic streets filled with scurrying pests and murky waters. Once again aboard the mechanical black steed, he accompanied Knight Barton to the adjacent Ghana civilian district. While both were among the 4 major civilian districts, the law and order, environment, and architectural layout here were markedly superior to the Samai district, which ranked first among the 4 to the Hammer and Fire Tavern. The black steed halted before a uniquely styled tavern. The tavern's exterior was constructed from black iron, adorned with intricate metallic pipes embedded within the walls, complemented by a cylindrical chimney from the rear kitchen. Were it not for a few disheveled men reeking of alcohol exiting through the main door, Han Dong might have mistaken it for a blacksmith shop. A canvas was draped over the metallic body of the steed, which was stabled at the rear of the tavern under the watchful eye of a caretaker. Emerging from the stables, Barton Fogus shed his seemingly heavy black iron armor, donning a simple outer shirt and a leather vest. The noble dignity that once radiated from the knight dissipated entirely. At this moment, Barton Fogus blended seamlessly into the civilian district, rendering him unrecognizable to strangers. Here, you may simply call me Barton. There is no need for formal titles. Very well, let us step inside the tavern for a while. Pushing open the heavy iron door of the tavern, they found that most patrons were clad in simple attire, sporting bald heads and large ears. While indulging in hefty mugs of malt liquor as they approached the bar, a voice thick with local dialect rang out. Barton, old friend, long time no see. I thought you had gone up top. I feared your reputation would frighten away my customers, so I have reserved a private room for you in the back. The speaker was none other than Old John, the tavern owner, sporting a thick goatee. Old John, business seems to be thriving as ever. Old John leaned in, speaking in a hushed tone. How could it not? This tavern has produced a noble and powerful Black Rose Knight. Just look around. Your portrait is plastered everywhere, and there's even a metallic model of you on the bar. Haha, I hope you don't mind my promoting you in private. Since my time here is limited, let us proceed to the private room. Certainly. Old John was warm and boisterous, and as they made their way to the private room, the frail Han Dong inquired, "What does this scrawny friend do? He wouldn't happen to be your lackey, would he? He is a newly minted Ridderny apprentice knight, hailing from the same humble beginnings as I, though he comes from the Samai district." The Samai district? Han Dong smiled and replied, "Yes, my name is Valiant Nicholas." Old John scrutinized Han Dong from head to toe, then suddenly burst into laughter, stroking his beard. "Ha! My old eyes may not see well, but to rise from the depths of the Samai district is truly commendable. Young man, you simply must try my signature drink today, the Hammer Strong Ale. If your body can withstand it, consider it my treat. Should you return to my tavern in the future, you'll receive a 40% discount. Hee hee, I suppose I shall give it a try." Han Dong didn't truly believe his body could handle much. He feared that drinking excessively might lead to liver failure, which would be troublesome. The enclosed black iron private room was quite luxurious, featuring fur carpets, antler decorations, and oil lamps. 2 oversized mugs of Hammer Strong Ale were personally delivered by Old John, filled with high-concentration malt liquor. Just gazing at the drink made Han Dong feel uneasy. Accompanying the drinks were specialty peppered pork sausages and fried cod strips, among other delightful snacks. Old John, my friend, and I have matters to discuss privately. Understood. Simply mention my name for any matters you wish to address. The door was locked. After a light meal, they returned to the main topic. It is quite rare to encounter returnees in the civilian districts, and I am genuinely curious about how you achieved this. I had initially intended to delve into your past through local records. But since fate has brought us together, I shall inquire directly. Regarding your abilities, could you share them privately with me? After all, once you enter the academy, there will be those who will inquire, and I can assist you with some preparatory work. This statement reflected Barton's stance, suggesting an alliance with Han Dong. Yet Han Dong remained somewhat reserved. Well, in truth, prior to entering the realm of fate, I self-studied a few aspects of mysticism that self-taught. Barton seemed skeptical. You have not received any formal education. Have you? My mother taught me how to read. My health has always been poor, preventing me from working, so I spent my days idly at home, seeking to pass the time by reading. I stumbled upon a nearby scrapyard where numerous discarded books were available at low prices. Titles such as An Overview of Modern Mysticism, Mystical Insights, and Astrological Theory could all be found. I also attempted to sketch secret writings and draw magical arrays on rough paper. About a year ago, I had a peculiar dream after reading late into the night, putting down my book and falling asleep. The specifics of the dream elude my memory, but I vaguely recall it being chaotic. A jumble of fragmented images pieced together. Upon waking, I found my mind filled with an overwhelming energy. After this statement, Barton's skepticism transformed into a cautious belief. Han Dong continued to elaborate. Through the contact of palms, one can initiate a form of subconscious signaling to the target, which, while not overwhelmingly influential, can implant a notion into their subconscious. Such a skill has enabled me to smoothly engage with key figures during fateful events and swiftly establish connections. Subsequently, the allocation of fate points has allowed me to become even more adept at this technique. Previously, at the Public Security Bureau, I rapidly sowed seeds of fear into the minds of individuals through touch, causing them to regard me as a demon, terrified to the point of losing control. That is roughly the situation at the same time. In the Samai district, within Han Dong's residence, a shadowy figure cloaked in a dark robe was discreetly inspecting his room. During the search, a plethora of ancient tomes related to mysticism was uncovered, filled with notes, and several crudely drawn magical arrays were found in the drawers. Just 2 days prior, Nicholas's room had contained none of these books. This was all orchestrated by Han Dong's sister, Nina, as such old, discarded books could easily be procured from recycling stations at a minimal cost. Han Dong had been contemplating how to conceal the matter of the Faceless One's head. Given its connection to mysticism, he decided to fabricate an appearance of being a self-taught scholar. Now, Han Dong had become an apprentice in mysticism, as long as his explanations aligned with the contents of his room. It would be exceedingly difficult for any investigations from above to uncover the truth. Chapter 36. The young knight regarding Han Dong's claimed experience of being self-taught. Barton Foster remained somewhat skeptical. Presently, Han Dong had traversed through the realm of fate and allocated relevant points in mysticism, leaving uncertainty regarding whether he was indeed self-taught. Further information would need to be gathered by another investigator before a comprehensive assessment could be made. Indeed, this adheres to the regulations set forth by the council within the Holy City. The Order of Knights represents humanity's hope. Any apprentice knight entering the National Royal Knight Academy for further study must not only have their talents and skills acknowledged, but also verify their lineage and experiences, thereby eliminating any potential threats to the foundations of the Holy City. Barton Foster had been appointed as the overseer of Warren Nicholas, tasked with uncovering any potential dangers associated with this returned individual within the 3 days leading up to his enrollment. Barton was merely fulfilling his official duties. If that is indeed the case, he remarked, your frail physique may, paradoxically, serve as a crucial opportunity for you to delve deeper into mysticism. Quite commendable. I look forward to your future performance. Sir Knight Barton, I have a few inquiries. Seizing this moment of solitude, Han Dong posed profound questions to the exalted knight. He had numerous uncertainties regarding the realm of fate and career choices, and by shifting the topic through his questions, he could evade Barton's probing into certain details. Go ahead. The fate system states that one must allocate at least 5 points of fate to a primary career to refine it and unlock the talent tree. Is it possible to also dabble in other professions? Yes, but it is not advisable. Once you unlock the talent tree, you will naturally understand. You will find that points become insufficient, and the difficulty of acquiring additional points will escalate, not merely through trials in the realm of fate, but also by meeting certain necessary conditions. There will be scarcely any surplus points to pursue other professions. Moreover, the numerous branches of the talent tree will sufficiently satisfy your pursuit of various powers. Take your chosen mysticism, for instance. It delineates among physical, spiritual, or ranged spells, among others. I understand. The realm of fate also encourages Han Dong to select a primary career, advising against distractions. Presently, this appears to be accurate. Once the talent tree is unlocked, substantial point investment is required, and the difficulty of acquiring fate points will progressively increase. Han Dong continued to inquire. I have gleaned some understanding of mysticism from a few discarded books. Although I have allocated fate points to mysticism, I remain unclear on how to utilize the associated abilities. Can I learn from external books within the Academy? Indeed, the allocation of fate points merely sets us on the corresponding path. How to progress further relies on your personal effort. The Academy will recommend the most suitable skills for you based on your primary focus and strengths. At that time, there will also be corresponding knight mentors to guide you. It is said that the mentors in the mysticism department can be quite eccentric. So prepare yourself accordingly. Thank you, Sir Knight. After downing a large mug of malt liquor, Barton stated earnestly. In summary, prepare yourself well. During the next fateful event, you will enter alongside other apprentice knights of the same rank, and the difficulty of the event will increase significantly. There is no need for me to discuss the related intelligence. The Academy will naturally provide a detailed explanation that I hope you can cultivate a knightly heart. Join our ranks and fight for the fallen pioneers, for humanity, and for freedom. The conversation then shifted to light-hearted banter about the civilian district. Having enjoyed a hearty meal, Barton, due to other arrangements by the order, prepared to depart. Perhaps it was due to his shared origins with Han Dong from the civilian district, or perhaps the effects of the alcohol. His usual reticence was notably diminished today. Before mounting his horse, he placed a hand on Han Dong's shoulder. Remember, regardless of your primary focus, your physicality is of paramount importance. With your current physique, it may be challenging to endure some physical training at the Academy. You must find a way to address this. With that admonition concluded, the steam erupted from the hooves, and he galloped away. Han Dong took a deep breath, contemplating. That was close. Fortunately, I had prepared in advance. Otherwise, the matter of the faceless one's head could have easily been exposed. Only after Barton Foster had completely vanished from sight did Han Dong allow himself to relax slightly. Throughout the conversation at the tavern, he had been exceedingly cautious with every word. He understood that Barton was there to probe for information. In this world, humanity teeters on the brink of existence that a moment's inattention could lead to extinction. For an order of knights so pivotal to the foundations of the nation and the continuation of humanity, every newly inducted knight must clarify their origins. The interview from the previous day was merely a verification of my potential and whether I possessed the value for cultivation, granting me the credentials for admission and a 3-day respite, during which one would naturally let down their guard. That I must utilize these 3 days of relaxation to probe further, should any issues arise. I might be discreetly dealt with. This nation is far more cautious than I had anticipated. This is not a time of peace, but rather a period of meticulous vigilance. In a certain knight's hall, Barton Foster relayed the detailed information collected from his encounter with Han Dong and provided his perspective. The overall situation is as follows. I personally maintain a neutral stance regarding Warren Nicholas. Subsequently, another investigator secretly infiltrated Han Dong's residence, presenting the findings in document form. The extensive collection of antiquated tomes on mysticism corroborated Han Dong's claims of possessing a unique talent in mysticism and being self-taught. A group of elders within the hall engaged in deliberation regarding the gathered information, ultimately reaching a consensus and stamping an official document for the apprentice knight. Well then, there are no issues. This Warren Nicholas appears to be a gifted apprentice of mysticism, destined to achieve significant mastery in the field and should henceforth serve the order of knights. Let him be formally admitted. As long as we ascertain his inherent goodness, we shall provide him with the best environment for growth. After all, the mortality rate among mystics is the highest among the 5 major professions, and we are in dire need of talent in mysticism. The last exploratory team that ventured outside the city suffered significant casualties due to the absence of a mystic, highlighting the necessity of such practitioners. Thus, Han Dong was officially recognized as an apprentice knight. Now, let us return home to the juncture of the two districts. Near the Hammer and Flame Tavern, Han Dong resolved to walk back to the Samai district. Approaching the boundary area, he first passed by a cemetery. Shortly thereafter, not far from the graveyard, he stumbled upon a Victorian-style two-story villa encircled by a large crowd and numerous security personnel bearing grim expressions. The security forces had cordoned off the area, ensuring that civilians maintained a distance of at least 5 meters from the building. Out of curiosity, Han Dong mingled with the throng. The sight that met his gaze through the gaps in the crowd left him somewhat uneasy. A woman, visibly damaged, was suspended from the entrance of the building. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, even the security personnel dared not approach, as if they were awaiting the arrival of specialized investigators at that moment. A slender young man with golden hair, clad in white light armor and appearing to be in his early 20s, emerged from the crowd. He held a trainee knight card similar to Han Dong's. The security personnel immediately parted to create a pathway for him. After examining the woman's injuries, his expression turned grim as he faced the crowd and shouted, "Are there any other trainee knights here? If you are willing to assist me in resolving this ghoul case, I am prepared to offer at least 30 of the bounty." Chapter 37. The ghoul case. Han Dong's curiosity was piqued. Was the holy city not absolutely safe? Why had a monster from Western literature, a ghoul, appeared in a residential area? According to the young knight's words, it seemed that there was a bounty issued by a relevant organization for resolving such incidents. He must have assessed the extent of the body's damage to gauge the strength of the ghoul, realizing that tackling it alone might be challenging, hence his decision to recruit allies on the spot. Assisting him could provide an opportunity to gain deeper insight into such events and the reasons behind the emergence of monsters in residential areas, while also allowing Han Dong to earn some much-needed money. However, the risks of exposure were considerable, especially since he had yet to formally enter the academy, and confronting a ghoul could be perilous. Faced with the golden-haired knight's impromptu recruitment, Han Dong hesitated to act. He had not officially entered the Knight Academy and lacked training in the arcane arts, aside from the tentacle attacks from the Faceless One's head. He possessed no mystical skills. Well, he did have one combat skill. After waiting for about 5 minutes, the young knight appeared frustrated. Most trainee knights were preoccupied with studies at the academy, even if they ventured out. They wouldn't descend to the civilian area to squander time. The bounty notice merely mentioned that a corpse had been stolen from the cemetery located at the intersection of the Ghana and Samai civilian districts. Given the short time frame since the incident, we were instructed to apprehend the newly manifested ghoul, which had recently succumbed to moral decay. Based on the depth of the claw marks on the corpse and the fungal residue, it was evident that this was a fully matured ghoul. The information had been relayed back to the academy, and the bounty had been increased, but if I were to return now to assemble a team, this ghoul could very well escape. The substantial reward in copper coins, coupled with extracurricular credit points, was too tempting to relinquish. Yet, I could not gamble with my life. The young knight sheathed his sword, appearing disinclined to investigate further. For as long as the living were present, there was hope, especially since he had already secured his place at the academy and had no need to take such risks. At that moment, a frail, brown-haired youth slowly emerged from the crowd, clad in a slightly oversized linen shirt. His skin was yellowed, revealing the contours of his bones in a perilous area, as a security officer prepared to forcefully shove Han Dong back into the crowd. A golden card was presented, Trainee Knight. In an instant, the security personnel gazed at Han Dong with astonishment, voluntarily parting to allow him passage. I don't know if I can be of assistance. After contemplation, Han Dong concluded that the benefits of helping outweighed the drawbacks. How many major points do you possess? The young knight approached, scrutinizing Han Dong, candidly noting that even the bookish students from the library boasted better physical condition than him. 2 points in the arcane arts. I am Alan Andwa. Han Dong deliberately used a pseudonym, knowing it would be untraceable at present. 2 points, just sufficient to qualify. But your specialization in the arcane arts may pose challenges in this restricted environment when dealing with ghouls. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cass Martini, currently allocated 3 points in fate, strength, and speed, enabling me to confront a typical ghoul head-on. However, therein lies the issue. Cass gestured for Han Dong to come closer and observe the body of the deceased woman. The initial bounty notice I received only referred to a newborn ghoul. Yet, The injuries on the corpse indicate that the ghoul lurking within this building has long since matured, that I even suspect that this family has deliberately concealed the matter. Secretly rearing ghouls in the basement. Mature ghouls possess advantages over me in various respects. The most troublesome aspect is the issue of vitality, if I cannot sever its head or penetrate its heart. No other attacks will suffice to halt a ghoul. As Han Dong listened, he examined the claw marks on the deceased woman, silently analyzing. The areas torn by claws have begun to show signs of necrosis. Cellular tissue is swollen, and blood circulation is severely obstructed. Even if not mortally wounded, merely being scratched can rapidly lead to death. So this is what a ghoul is. No wonder this trainee knight is reluctant to undertake this task alone. The danger is far greater than I had imagined. Should I sustain an injury without timely treatment, I could very well perish. Andwa, what skills do you possess? If you lean towards astrology or predictive scouting abilities, then it would be best to refrain. Han Dong was straightforward. He produced a short blade enveloped in a green aura. This elicited astonishment from Cass, a fate weapon that aligns with your specialization. What capabilities does it possess? It can unleash a non-targeted plague attack. Ghouls may exhibit some resistance to plague, yet being a fate weapon, its efficacy is guaranteed. Very well. During the battle, you must heed my commands and avoid reckless actions. Moreover, given your frail condition, you must remain behind me. Understood. Cass discreetly tugged at Han Dong's sleeve and leaned in to whisper, Ahem. By the way, how did you acquire this fate weapon? Hidden event. Indeed. I knew it. Those fellows still refuse to believe. The probability of obtaining a weapon from the fate cards acquired through major events is pitifully low. It is essential to explore hidden events as much as possible to secure fate weapons. INVU.my sword and shield, while forged of pure silver and possessing some exorcistic properties, pale in comparison to your fate weapon. Wait for me a moment. I will have the security personnel carry firearms and surround the building to prevent the ghoul from escaping during our confrontation. From Cass's manner of speaking and his approach to tasks, it was clear this was not his first time accepting such a bounty. After arranging the personnel, he had the corpse of the deceased woman placed in a body bag and transported to the church for purification and cremation. With everything in place, Han Dong followed Cass as they stepped into the Victorian villa. Upon entering, a putrid odor of decaying flesh assailed their senses. Cass appeared slightly queasy, whereas Han Dong remained unfazed. After all, Han Dong had spent his previous life dealing with microbial cultures. A failed culture could produce a smell potent enough to induce a desire for dieting. Where are your goggles? Cass inquired. Pulling out a pair of essential brass goggles from his waist and placing them atop his head, I didn't bring any. Are you not afraid of death? Should you be subjected to mental contamination? It is not merely a matter of alleviating stress. Fortunately, I brought along a spare pair of goggles today, so take these. Thank you. Han Dong quickly donned them. Cass remarked, You are studying the arcane arts, so you should understand ghouls better than I. Though they are transformed humans, they also share a connection with the entities beyond the city walls. Put on those goggles. If they become damaged, withdraw from the battle immediately. Understood. Han Dong was utterly perplexed. Upon hearing Cass's remarks, his curiosity regarding the purpose of the goggles and the higher beings occupying this world intensified. Chapter 38. The incident. As a reminder, Han Dong previously used the alias Alan Andwa. The foundational framework of the goggles was constructed from a certain highly flexible and lightweight metal, coated with a layer of brass and equipped with gears, bearings, and retractable straps for convenience in wearing and adjustment. However, Han Dong was uncertain about the material of the lenses. It was likely not ordinary glass. He suspected it utilized some form of special transparent material capable of shielding the eyes from a specific type of waveband light that could cause visual pollution. As Han Dong donned the goggles, he pondered an important question before commencing the search. He reached out and halted Cass, who was about to begin the investigation. I have a question. Why did the ghoul hang the mistress at the entrance? Cass explained based on the knowledge gleaned from books. Mature ghouls possess a certain level of intelligence, and this act of display signifies a profound hatred towards the mistress. If it were me, wishing to display my enemy, I would choose to hang them at the entrance while escaping at midnight, so that by the time someone discovered it, I would have already fled. There is no need for such ostentation. Han Dong's assertion was not without merit. If ghouls were indeed intelligent, why engage in such conspicuous behavior as hanging the mistress at the entrance during the day? Wasn't that inviting trouble? Han Dong continued to speculate. Is it possible that he has already escaped? Cass immediately refuted, impossible. Due to recent theft incidents at the cemetery, the security squad has been investigating house by house. They arrived at the scene promptly and found the mistress hanging at the entrance. Even catching a glimpse of the ghoul's silhouette, in a short span of time, over 30 security personnel, armed with firearms, completely surrounded the house, with no sightings of the ghoul attempting an escape. Han Dong shook his head, suggesting that just because it hadn't been seen escaping from the house didn't mean it couldn't have fled from another location. Earlier, didn't you mention that this family was suspected of secretly feeding a ghoul? If they managed to conceal it for so many years, is it possible that their basement has been modified to extend to another location? Upon hearing Han Dong's conjecture, Cass's eyes brightened with realization. It could very well be. Oh no. Drawing his sword and shield, Cass dashed towards the basement. His speed was remarkable, not at all hindered by the armor he wore, reaching the end of the hallway and discovering a hidden entrance to the basement. Han Dong, however, did not move as swiftly. Instead, he deliberately waited for Cass to enter the basement before quietly releasing Chun-Li, the possessed individual confined in the prison. Miss Chun-Li, please conduct a thorough search of the first and second floors of this building. If you discover the ghoul, notify me immediately. Additionally, if you find any books related to ghouls, bring them with you if anyone else enters during this time. Return to the prison at once if there is indeed a secret passage in the basement. Remember to follow me afterward. Maintain a distance of no more than 10 meters to ensure you can swiftly return to the portable prison. Han Dong only speculated that the ghoul might escape through a secret passage in the basement, not wanting to be overly presumptuous and keeping a contingency plan. Furthermore, after testing, he found that as long as Chun-Li remained within a 10-meter range, she could instantaneously return to the prison. Understood. Before taking action, Chun-Li expressed her concerns. I sense an evil aura wafting through this building. Are you sure you'll be all right alone? If you encounter danger, can I intervene? Assess the situation. Try not to emerge unless absolutely necessary. Besides, this knight seems capable. There should be no significant issues. All right, take care. Chun-Li ascended the stairs to search the second floor for what Han Dong desired, while he, armed with the plague doctor's dagger, followed Cass's lead into the basement, where the stench intensified. The floor of the basement was littered with numerous animal bones, with remnants still clinging to the bone fragments, the residual warmth indicating that the ghoul's feasting had only just concluded. Andwa, you truly are remarkable. There is indeed a secret passage. Cass, observing the liquid traces on the ground, discovered loose stones on the basement wall. Upon pressing them, a foul and eerie passage emerged. Could this lead to the cemetery? No wonder. Even in civilian areas, the management of cemeteries is stringent. With at least 3 night watchmen permitted to use firearms, they only discovered corpses being stolen, yet there were no signs of disturbed soil. It turns out they were stealing from the underground. This is quite troublesome. Cass, experienced as he was, turned to Han Dong. Andwa, if we successfully eliminate the ghoul, I am willing to offer you 40 of the bounty. Moreover, the situation here is far more complex than I initially imagined. That if the incident did not occur in this household, but rather at the cemetery, there is a possibility of multiple ghouls being present. Should we encounter more than 2, we will immediately abandon the task and report to the Knight Academy for stronger personnel to handle it. Han Dong nodded. If that's the case, my previous conjecture may not have been entirely correct. The purpose of the ghoul hanging the mistress at the entrance was indeed intentional. Revenge is one reason. Another could be to deliberately lure people inside. If there are multiple ghouls, they must be rather hungry. Once satiated, they would escape from the other side of the cemetery. Cass slightly nodded, his expression darkening. You seem a bit weak. Stay behind me and provide ranged support. That it was evident that this young knight, Cass, possessed a commendable sense of righteousness. Should danger arise, he would choose to escape with Han Dong. The walls of the secret passage were covered in black mycelium, and the air was filled with a multitude of spores. Before entering, Cass reached to touch the right side of the goggles frame. The sound of gears turning was heard, and through precise folding and unfolding, a half-mast leather mask concealed within the goggles immediately appeared, effectively covering the area below the eyes to filter out such microorganisms. Han Dong mimicked his actions, a black mask swiftly enveloping his mouth and nose. Let's go. Cass produced a simple kerosene lamp, wielding his sword in the other hand as he led the way. Han Dong intentionally found a piece of scrap metal in the basement to prop the secret passage door open. Preventing it from closing on its OWNAS, the two ventured deeper. At the staircase of the basement, Chun-Li, wearing cloth shoes, slowly descended. Before she could exit the passage, they heard the sound of claws scraping and teeth grinding. Simultaneously, the fungal growth on the walls of the passage increased. From the sounds, it was clear that there were more than one ghoul. To be honest, Cass felt a bit intimidated. However, if he were to report to the Night Guild that multiple ghouls existed at the bottom of the cemetery, he needed to gather sufficient information. Relying solely on sound was not enough. If the night squad arrived only to find the ghouls had escaped, Cass would face the consequences of a false report. "Andwa, you wait here. You 1T outrun the ghouls with your condition. I will go ahead and take a look that if I discover the ghouls' lair, I will retreat immediately." "All right," Cass proceeded alone. After about 10 minutes, overlapping sounds of running echoed from within. "We need to leave now. Inside is the ghouls' lair. There are at least 10 ghouls. We must report the situation immediately." Chapter 39. The Crusade. Fortunately, Han Dong had anticipated the danger. He halted midway, allowing Cass to investigate alone. Otherwise, once reaching the end, attempting to escape would have been impossible for someone of Han Dong's physical condition. Although the sounds indicated Cass was still about 100 meters away, the situation remained dire. Chun-Li promptly appeared, supporting Han Dong as they hastened to flee the passage. Judging by the overlapping sounds of claws, at least 3 ghouls were pursuing them as long as they could return to the previous basement. There was still hope. With Chun-Li's assistance, Han Dong managed to return to the basement at a normal person's running speed. "Miss Chun-Li, quickly hide. I will call upon you for assistance if necessary." "Okay." Han Dong stood vigil at the entrance of the secret passage, awaiting the arrival of Cass. Before long, Cass appeared in the flickering light of his torch. It was clearly visible that Cass, donning protective goggles, bore darkened patterns around his eyes, a manifestation of visual pollution. Behind Cass, there were at least 5 ghouls, each with varying forms. Illuminated by the torchlight, it was Han Dong's first glimpse of the true visage of these ghouls. They were humanoid beings, possessing skin of a rubber-like, resilient dark green hue. Their pronounced patellae and sharp fangs, capable of easily crushing bone, were prominently displayed. The ghouls had curved spines, portions of which protruded from their bodies, and their muscular tissue was tightly packed and robust. Their skin, teeth, and fearsome claws were all covered in a dense layer of black fungi. Should they tear through human skin, infectious damage would ensue instantaneously. If left untreated, wounds would fester, rot, and potentially lead to necrosis within a short time, necessitating amputation even for those who survived. Upon closer examination, one would notice a perilous and subtle detail. The surface of these ghouls bore several inconspicuous natural wounds, from which short, slender tendrils would occasionally emerge, an eerie sight indeed. The ghoul's speed was comparable to that of Cass, who had invested 3 points into his fate. Notably, one particularly large ghoul, its body a half-meter larger, a dull thud echoed as Cass collided heavily against the wall. A trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. His chest plate bore 5 distinct claw marks, with one gash completely tearing through the armor, exposing the skin beneath, within mere seconds. The wound had begun to turn green, pus oozing forth. Furthermore, due to his eye contact with the ghoul during the combat, the dark lines around Cass's eyes deepened, impairing his cognitive faculties and causing him to occasionally perceive horrifying illusions that would greatly impact his ability to fight. Han Dong furrowed his brow, realizing that the situation had turned unfavorable for their side. Cass, the Knight of Integrity, was devoid of guile. His character was exemplified when he had sensed danger in the hidden passage and instructed Han Dong to remain at the center while he ventured forth alone to investigate. "Cass, for heaven's sake, do not move. Your movements will accelerate the flow of blood, spreading the fungus to other parts of your body that, if possible, attempt to cauterize the wound with flames to eradicate the fungus. However, you are utterly incapable of handling this menace. I must stay still. I have a plan." Han Dong's roar startled Cass. He had not anticipated such a commanding shout from a frail apprentice of the arcane arts. Han Dong's gaze was fixed intently on the ghoul, specifically on its chest, where the plague attack had taken effect, significantly weakening the protective bone armor encasing the heart. Han Dong's earlier shout had once again drawn the ghoul's attention. The battle must be resolved here. Otherwise, should he abandon Cass, the latter would surely be devoured whole. Aku! A bizarre utterance escaped the ghoul's lips as it swiftly crawled toward them, its claws easily slicing through the concrete floor. Han Dong composed himself, steadying his mind, and aimed his dagger at the ghoul's eyes. Drawing upon his mental energy, a beam of plague energy struck the ghoul's eyeball with precision, resulting in its loss of vision. This caused the charging ghoul's attack to veer off course. Han Dong evaded in the nick of time, narrowly escaping. The ghoul, unable to recalibrate its trajectory, collided violently with a pile of debris in the basement. Becoming ensnared within the clutter, "Now's my chance." Cass, witnessing this, attempted to rise and assist, but a sharp tearing pain in his chest forced him to brace himself against the ground, gasping for breath, utterly unable to muster any strength. At that moment, Cass, his vision somewhat blurred, beheld a horrifying sight. A woman clad in red had inexplicably appeared beside Han Dong. This woman was enveloped in a viscous, malevolent aura, and the kitchen knife she wielded posed a direct and lethal threat to Cass. What is this terrifying illusion I see? Or is it a summon from Eniva? Cass pondered, bewildered, just as the woman in red sprang into action with astonishing speed, before the ghoul could extricate itself from the debris. The knife descended with alarming rapidity. How to describe it? The way Chun-Li wielded the knife exuded a berserker essence. From a distance, the afterimage of her first slash had yet to dissipate before the second strike followed swiftly. Even Han Dong was taken aback. Chun-Li in the realm of fate had never displayed such prowess. Was this the enhancement granted by the Holy Grail? The combat capability had surged from E to D-. A remarkable improvement. In a matter of moments, the knife severed the ghoul's limbs entirely, and with a chain found in the basement, it was tightly bound around the ghoul's neck, preventing its sharp teeth from posing any threat. The final blow would be delivered by Han Dong. The skeletal layer protecting the heart had been entirely eroded. The short blade found its mark, piercing directly into the heart. The ghoul's eerie cry reverberated throughout the basement, even reaching the ears of the guards stationed around the building. After a few convulsions, the ghoul lay still. Han Dong hastily produced a syringe, extracting the cell essence from the mature ghoul in a blind spot invisible to Cass, and stealthily transferred one of the ghoul's arms into the realm of his mind. Cass, his vision hazy from pain, failed to perceive the entirety of this event, instead becoming engrossed in his astonishment at Han Dong's ability to slay the mature ghoul. Oblivious to Han Dong's subsequent small actions. "Eniva, you are truly formidable. Wasn't I supposed to tell you not to move? Has the infection ceased?" Having completed all this, Han Dong glanced at Cass, whose infected wound had been thoroughly disinfected. The disinfectant was none other than a holy water bomb. The holy water within possessed a remarkable ability to counteract the sinister fungi that permeated the graveyard, proving far more effective than cauterization. Nevertheless, Cass still appeared somewhat weakened, requiring a considerable amount of time to recuperate. "Is this your summon? I've only heard of those specializing in control being able to command malevolent spirits, summon beasts, or establish connections with void entities. I never imagined the arcane arts could achieve this as well. It was merely an unexpected gain." With Cass's remark, Han Dong chose to align with his sentiment, concealing the past. "No wonder you are so frail. Yet have allocated 2 points of fate to the arcane arts. It appears you have devoted all of it to enhancing your summon." Impressive. During their conversation, Chun-Li, appearing somewhat shy, quietly returned to the prison after seeking Han Dong's consent. Cass had witnessed numerous similar summon disappearances and was not surprised. "Let us go. We must promptly report the ghoul's lair. Otherwise, this civilian area will face dire consequences." Cass quickly retrieved a burlap sack, collecting the remnants of the ghoul as proof of the completed bounty mission. "Wait, why is one hand missing?" Han Dong mused softly. "It must have been eroded by the plague energy." Cass expressed no doubt, hoisting the sack as he departed the basement alongside Han Dong. Before long, professional knights arrived, swiftly obliterating the small ghoul's lair. Due to the discovery and reporting of the ghoul lair, Cass received an additional 50 bonus points for his bounty task. Chapter 41. Bounty and Ghoul. 50-50. Initially, during the temporary recruitment, the split was set at 70-30. However, during the mission, owing to Han Dong's accurate deductions that led to the discovery of an escape route in the basement, Cass adjusted the split to 40%. Subsequently, with Han Dong's assistance in releasing only one ghoul and utilizing Han Dong's unique abilities to slay it, Cass Martini, upon submitting the bounty, directly distributed half a heavy sack of copper coins to Han Dong at the church entrance. "So many?" Han Dong was somewhat astonished. The sack contained at least 100 coins, were it not for your assistance. And Eva, I would not only have failed the mission, but could have faced life-threatening danger. This is your due reward. Furthermore, as per your request, I only mentioned my name when submitting the task. Cass did not inquire further as to why Han Dong had chosen to conceal this. After all, everyone had their privacy. Cass surmised that Han Dong had sneaked out, and should the Academy discover this, the bounty would be rendered meaningless to them. Han Dong was uncertain of the true value of the half-sack of copper coins. And Eva, my friend, is your summon of the contract type or mental control type? Quite impressive. The former, I believe that it seems your acquisition of a fate weapon is no mere coincidence. Could you share a contact method? In the future, should any bounty tasks arise that require teamwork, or during significant fateful moments, we could undertake them together. Do not underestimate me. Despite my injuries from the ghoul, I can be formidable when I am serious. It is not that Han Dong is reluctant to form a team. Meeting a Crusader who has been allocated 3 points of destiny would greatly benefit Han Dong's future development. However, he is uncertain how to respond to the question regarding contact methods. Naturally, contact means refer to contemporary means of communication. Yet, in the context of historical precedents, the communication methods of the Steam Age were still limited to paper letters, with the telegraph only emerging in the early stages of the Second Industrial Revolution. Han Dong had inquired about this with Nina, who informed him that the city of Saint City, Nondatina, had yet to discover electricity, and consequently, the telegraph was non-existent, along with subsequent wireless communication methods. Nonetheless, communication methods do exist in this unique historical context, where the supernatural collides with steam technology. Humanity in this apocalyptic world has devised an alternative means of communication. They utilize copper components and gears to output relevant signals, which are transmitted through precise magical arrays that can achieve timely transmission and directional transmission. It is akin to a communication product born from the fusion of magic and metal. Han Dong is unsure of its exact appearance. Just as he grapples with how to answer the question of contact methods, Cass, using his index finger and thumb, engages a winding device on his wrist. The device, resembling a watch, emits a series of clicking sounds as it folds and unfolds. A precision copper keypad emerges from within, giving rise to a panel akin to an old-fashioned mobile phone, with its 19 copper keys offering a tactile sensation reminiscent of a typewriter. Han Dong promptly follows suit. And indeed, the winding device also produces an operational panel. Simultaneously, at the bottom of the winding device, a numerical code, essentially the device's phone number, is generated. Thus, the two exchanged numbers, and Han Dong officially acquainted himself with a trainee knight. At the very least, through the ghoul incident, it is evident that Cass Martini possesses commendable character, making him a worthy acquaintance. Well then, I must hasten to repair this armor, should anything arise in the future. We can contact each other at any time. Farewell. To be honest, having just emerged from the realm of destiny, Han Dong had yet to thoroughly examine the winding device. He spent considerable time observing it, sensing it was a remarkable creation, likely with additional functionalities that might activate as he becomes a trainee knight. Time to head home. With the identity of a trainee knight, Han Dong set forth from the church. Traversing the guarded banks of the Moslab River, returning to the familiar Samar civilian district, Nina had already registered their family as trainee knights at the Security Bureau, ensuring they would not be subject to the restrictive regulations of the area and could relocate from the slums at any time. Upon returning home, Nina rushed to embrace him tightly, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. After all, Han Dong had brought monumental changes to their family. Brother, do you know? After you were taken away, Officer Deus personally came to apologize and gave us 5 copper coins. Now we can eat whatever we want without worry. Is 5 copper coins a lot? Absolutely. Mother earns only 10 copper coins in a year of labor, and occasionally, my master would give me a copper coin at the end of the month if he was in a good mood. Oh. Han Dong placed the sack he was holding on the table. The metallic clinking from within caused Nina's body to sway slightly. With an air of casualness, Han Dong remarked, "You and Mother should take this money. If we need to move across the Moslab River, we will likely need new furniture." Nina remained silent, slowly inching closer to the sack and opening it. A pile of copper coins lay inside. A sight she had never seen before, nor even imagined in her dreams. She stood there, dumbfounded, unable to utter a word, her gaze becoming somewhat vacant. After a long pause, Nina hesitantly whispered, "Brother, did you Did you rob someone using the powers you gained? Rest assured, this wealth was obtained through legitimate means. What is the total amount? I don't know. I haven't counted. In any case, just keep it safe. If I find myself in need financially, I'll come to you. The rest is for you to manage. Brother, Nina's voice trembled, nearly breaking into tears. Let's first count how much there is. Just keep it safe until we move across the Moslab River, and then we can use it. I understand. Clutching the money bag, Nina glanced around, fearful of being discovered by strangers, then hurried to their shared bedroom with her mother. She first began counting the substantial sum, then stowed the money bag at the bottom of the wardrobe. Meanwhile, Han Dong returned to his dormitory as usual, locking the door, waiting for Nina to call him for dinner. Han Dong was not overly concerned about the copper coins, since they could be obtained through bounty tasks. There would be ample opportunities in the future. What occupied his thoughts was the unexpected harvest from this ghoul incident. This encounter was more than just acquiring a bounty. Han Dong had also obtained cell essence, a complete, mature ghoul arm, and relevant books about ghouls that Chun-Li had found in their residence. Chun-Li may not understand English, but her visual imagery could actively convey information to Han Dong, allowing her to locate the relevant books under his guidance. Han Dong quickly read through the materials, as if reviewing scientific literature. He finished reading the relevant texts in a short time, simplifying and organizing the information in his notebook. Ghouls, ghoul, formation causes, graveyard work, moral decay. Commonly found among graveyard workers or residents living near cemeteries. Individuals may enter a graveyard state after being infected by graveyard fungi or exposed to negative energies. Common characteristics include aversion to food, sunlight, and strangers. If such symptoms are observed, one must promptly visit a chapel to receive a sacred cleansing until the symptoms subside, and one should not approach graveyards. Failure to address these issues in a timely manner results in a 70 chance of death, a 20 chance of insanity, and a remaining 10 chance of establishing a mental connection with higher beings beyond the city walls during dreams, leading to corruption and transformation into a ghoul. Newly formed ghouls require graveyard moss, fungi, and other eerie substances as sustenance. They possess a strong desire to feed and are active only at night. Easily identifiable by their green skin and the foul odor they emit. Once sufficiently fed and fully matured, ghouls develop coherent thought processes and seek to reproduce, establishing ghoul nests. Chapter 42. The 3 Divine Steps due to the influence of graveyards. Ordinary individuals experience physical weakening, resulting in their susceptibility to the mental influence of higher life forms beyond the city walls during dreams, leading to their corruption into ghouls. This phenomenon occurs even across a massive city wall, allowing dreams to induce moral decay. What exactly are these newly emerging higher beings? Han Dong initially believed the origin of ghouls was due to a plague, but to his surprise, it is connected to entities beyond the city. Furthermore, it implies that the essence of ghouls is indeed related to those beings outside the walls, necessitating the wearing of protective goggles to mitigate visual contamination. Why am I unaffected? Is it because the faceless one's head itself provides immunity? Han Dong meticulously recorded his hypotheses in his notebook, intending to validate them gradually. He also documented the characteristics of ghouls, including immense strength, swift movement, fungal traits, and certain regenerative capabilities that are rubber-like. Highly elastic ghoul arm lay on the table. In the next moment, Han Dong transported the arm directly to the portable prison. Before entering the sterile laboratory, he isolated the arm using a sterile bag from the buffer chamber to prevent fungal contamination of the sterile environment. Han Dong now needed to consider the issue of the arm. Given his own frail physique, a solution must be devised. The best approach Han Dong could conceive was to utilize the weight limit aspect. The cell essence has been fully injected. Weight limit increased by 2 points. Ghoul sample. First, he injected the cell essence of the ghoul into the cell mass, which yielded a result lower than anticipated. Consequently, the additional weight capacity now available to Han Dong stands at 27 points. How does one assess the attributes of this arm? Previously, this was done through contact with the cell mass. But what now? Just as Han Dong pondered this, a voice emanating from the head rever as Han Dong turned around. He was taken aback to find a pristine countertop had materialized beside him, devoid of any apparatus save for a slender tubular scanner. The presence of foreign objects upon the surface was detected, prompting the scanner to spring into action, producing a printed report within a mere minute. The arm of a mature ghoul, its name displayed in verdant font, was assessed as follows: quality, superior. Quality is classified from low to high as follows: gray, rough; white, ordinary; green, superior; blue, rare; purple, unique; pink, epic; gold, legendary; dark gold, imperial. Weight requirement: 22 points. Base, strength slightly above that of an average person. Attributes: 1. Claws, capable of cutting through hardwood and certain crumbly stone structures. 2. Graveyard fungus, inflicts damage to the target while simultaneously infecting it. Note: the arm is eligible for homogeneous upgrades, modifications. Virus injections and arcane enhancements can all enhance its quality and bestow additional attributes. Almost all attributes are inherited, and the weight requirement is satisfied that if accepted, will my arm transform in such a manner? While Han Dong pondered the implications of his physical transformation, the system voice resonated once more. The assimilated limb can be altered according to the host's specifications via disguise, a function provided by the head of the Faceless One. Thus, Han Dong felt a sense of liberation. His frail corporeal form was finally poised for change. Arm integration in progress. Weight limit: 122,127. In the ensuing 2 days, the Nicholas family experienced a profound transformation. The school district housing had been allocated a day in advance at a Victorian-style, standalone residence, 2 stories tall with a basement, situated across from the National Royal Knight Academy, overlooking the river, adorned with metallic artistry and marble interiors. Just as the family departed the semi-civilian district with their belongings, both Mother and Nina wept in unison while seated in the carriage. Han Dong, in a state of bewilderment, merely gazed at the riverside scenery. "Thank you, brother." A mere handful of copper coins sufficed to procure an entire suite of furniture. Additionally, at Han Dong's suggestion, 25 copper coins were expended on a modified steam horse, boasting superior stability and handling compared to ordinary steeds, facilitating Nina's daily trips to the mechanical workshop. After all, this riverside residence was equipped with a stable. It was customary for middle-class families to possess at least one metallic horse for convenience. Considering the forthcoming nightly studies, which would be entirely immersive, allowing only for brief returns home, Han Dong contemplated whether to hire a nanny for Nicholas's mother. However, she firmly insisted that no help was necessary, expressing her discomfort at the idea of being attended to, and Han Dong acquiesced. Moreover, Nina would return from the workshop before nightfall to keep her mother company. With all arrangements in place, the scheduled registration day arrived. At 07:00, Han Dong received a call from the winding device affixed to his wrist. "Valiant Nicholas, please follow the device's guidance and arrive at the Academy's Apprentice Knight registration office by 8:30 to activate your Knight card and collect your freshman handbook." As the call ended, the winding device transformed into A-pointer form. Under Han Dong's diligent research over the past days that he summoned a carriage and, adhering closely to the nearly endless outer wall of the Academy, traveled for approximately half an hour before finally beholding the grand entrance of the National Royal Knight Academy. This underscored the immense scale of the institution. Before him stood a copper gate, intricately crafted with advanced mechanical artistry, the center emblazoned with a colossal knight emblem. 2 swords crossed above the head of a white steed. Han Dong swiftly inserted the golden apprentice knight card into the slot beside the door. With a cacophony of clattering and rumbling, the steam-powered mechanisms within the gate began to turn, and the entrance gradually swung open. Contrary to the imagined verdant campus, he was greeted by a towering staircase of pure white, rising 100 meters, flanked by solid walls, offering only the ascent as a path forward. This staircase was known as the Stairway of Ares. When discussing stairs, it is imperative to elucidate the basic structure of the Holy City, Nointerna. As a land-level city-state, the Holy City spans half of Italoros. The governmental system is a parliamentary constitutional monarchy. The apocalyptic environment, coupled with a unique talent selection mechanism for the fate space, along with the management of the parliamentary monarchy, has resulted in a distinct stratification within the Holy City. The disparities between classes extend beyond mere economic differences. They pertain to capabilities as well. Consequently, in the city's formative years, following parliamentary decisions, a comprehensive transformation of the inner city was undertaken. Titled the Three-God Stairway, the first stairway consists of 3 levels: the Stairway of Ares, the Stairway of Hermes, and the Stairway of Artemis. The second stairway comprises 2 levels: the Stairway of Poseidon and the Stairway of Apollo. The third stairway consists of a single level, the Stairway of Zeus. It is rumored that a fourth stairway, hidden deep beneath the ground, exists, the Stairway of Hades. The construction of the three-god stairway delineated the Holy City into four major urban regions, with varying altitudes exceeding 50 meters between them. Should the outermost city wall be breached, only the peripheral civilian districts would fall. Meanwhile, a second metallic city wall, rising 100 meters from the depths of the Moslavi River, would ensure the safety of all areas above the first stairway. Handong stood upon the Stairway of Ares, one of the first stairway's levels, and indeed the most extraordinary, for it permits passage exclusively to apprentice knights and those of higher rank, leading directly to the National Royal Knight Academy on the second tier of the Holy City. Chapter 43. The Knight Academy. Ascending the Stairway of Ares, Handong felt as though he were climbing the sacred Mount Olympus. This sensation stemmed from the materials used to construct the staircase. Each step taken imparted a weariness akin to traversing several dozen meters of mountainous terrain upon his physique, relying solely on the newly acquired ghoul arm. He strained to drag himself up the latter half of the ascent. Frankly, Handong found this to be rather unjust. Apprentice knights specializing in the Crusader talent possess significantly greater physical prowess than others, making such a climb decidedly easier for them. Upon reaching the top of the staircase, Handong stood upon a platform overlooking the civilian districts built against the outer city wall, including the Samai district where Nicholas once resided. It is worth noting that the four civilian districts are situated in the east, south, west, and north directions. The Public Security Bureau is located near the edge of Samai, adjacent to incidents involving ghouls, as well as the home of the Black Rose Knight, Barton Martini, in the nearby Ghana civilian district. Otherwise, merely traversing between the civilian districts would require a considerable amount of time. Before the platform stood a circular domed structure of white stone, surrounded by 10-meter-high stone walls, obscuring any view of the Knight Academy within. The only option available was to enter the white stone building. The entrance featured a mechanical structure as Handong approached. Steam propelled the pistons, causing the interlocking gears of the copper door to rotate, and the door swung open of its own accord, revealing an opulent interior adorned primarily with brass. Rows of steel steam bookcases lined the walls, neatly housing various freshman files. At the center, a steel round table hosted a particularly notable official, adorned with a wide-brimmed hat and an abundance of metallic adornments. Most strikingly, beneath the brim, half of this individual's face was replaced by brass mechanical components. Handong could not discern whether this person's brain remained intact. "Please present your knight card." The voice that emerged was standard yet imbued with magnetic resonance from the half-metallic mouth as Handong handed over his card. He attentively observed the metallic visage through the intricately designed brass gaps, faintly glimpsing a complete and functioning brain structure. "Valiant Nicholas, you have successfully navigated the 4-star difficulty novice event and opted for the less common path of mysticism. You have passed the scrutiny of the interview panel with no significant issues regarding your background or character, and I will now fully activate your card, adding functionalities for treasury, academy pass, and bounty license, the living stipend you received during your studies, as well as any monetary rewards from completed bounty tasks, will be recorded in the treasury, allowing you to withdraw from any bank in the Holy City and enjoy preferential treatment. Furthermore, you may freely access the common areas of the academy and engage in bounty tasks occurring within the city, either at the academy or at designated commission offices in the urban area." Before him lay a golden apprentice knight card, fully activated by a contraption reminiscent of a typewriter. Simultaneously, the administrator retrieved a uniquely crafted book with a metallic cover from the safe embedded within an iron table, emblazoned with the emblem of crossed blades and the head of a white horse. The Knight's Handbook, Academy Edition, contained pertinent information regarding the orientation for new students. It was imperative to follow the instructions therein to complete the enrollment process. Additionally, the relevant school regulations were inscribed within the pages of the book, which must be thoroughly memorized in a short span, as violations would incur severe penalties. It was crucial to note that this handbook was singular and not to be shared with others. If lost, one would need to apply anew to the Academy's administration. With determination, Handong perused the contents of the handbook. The prologue meticulously detailed the enrollment procedure for apprentice knights. 1. Please proceed to the relevant department according to your chosen major. Obtain the course schedule and fulfill the certification and mentor selection as required by each department. 2. To head to the student accommodation area within the academy, where you will receive a random room number via the knight card. It bore some resemblance to university life, yet he wondered what the realm of the arcane would entail. From the administrator's words, it seemed that apprentice knights majoring in mysticism were the least numerous. Exiting the white-domed structure, he was greeted by a lush canopy of trees, an expansive marble pathway, and metallic oil lamps spaced several meters apart, while the invigorating air filled Han Dong's lungs, imparting a sense of otherworldly tranquility. Given the vast expanse of the Knight Academy, essential locations within the campus were equipped with shuttle bus stops. It was not long before Han Dong boarded a spacious carriage, free of charge. En route to the Department of Mysticism, that he noted that every intersection was marked with directional signs. The 5 principal majors corresponded to the Academy's 5 most significant institutions. However, other vital and indispensable organizations also existed, such as the Knights Tower, responsible for managing apprentice knights, the Adventurers Guild, which issued bounty tasks for hazardous locales, the marketplace for free trade and goods exchange, and various technical associations, including the Mechanical Engineering Association, the Alchemical Society, the Textile Guild, and the Writers Guild, among others. Han Dong felt a particular intrigue towards the Alchemical Society and a curiosity towards the Writers Guild. However, the Knight Academy conspicuously lacked a hallmark structure found in typical universities, a library. Due to the differing majors, it was likely that the library had been divided and established within the various departments according to the categories of books. The carriage arrived at the precinct governed by the Department of Mysticism. The formerly verdant academy landscape abruptly transformed, a stark contrast that Han Dong had not anticipated. The tightly packed black and dead trees created a pronounced boundary with the academy's public areas. Numerous crows perched upon the gnarled branches, occasionally emitting the haunting cries of a banshee from the depths of the forest, or revealing the fleeting shadow of some colossal arachnid. Despite the absence of walls, no one dared to intrude upon this woodland. A somewhat wider main road penetrated this eerie forest, winding its way towards the main building complex of the Department of Mysticism. Of course, one needed to authenticate their identity before passing through a black, intricately designed metal gate to step onto the main path. It seemed that as long as one remained on the main road, they would not be subjected to the assaults of the forest's monsters or phantoms. As Han Dong disembarked from the carriage and produced his knight identity card, a crow perched nearby flapped its wings, observing him intently from atop the iron gate. With a creaking sound, the gate slowly swung open, granting him passage. Chapter 44. The cabin in the forest. At the pinnacle of the forest, beyond the clouds, stood a hemispherical chamber. It felt as though the clouds were cradling this extraordinary room. Apart from a colossal astronomical telescope crafted from pure copper, the chamber was constructed from a special silicon stone capable of reflecting a myriad of light. Name. Observatory. Inside the room, there appeared to be 2 entities that seemed like one. A new student has arrived. It seems rather promising. How can you tell? Physique is quite diminutive, weaker than previous cohorts. To navigate a fateful event with such a physique indicates something extraordinary. I recall now. It should be Valiant. Nicholas, is that him? An apprentice knight who has passed a 4-star event. 4 stars. It has been ages since I've encountered a 4-star newcomer. Should we raise the difficulty of the tests? Perhaps not. Enhancing randomness and variables will better assess a new student's overall capabilities rather than merely increasing the challenge. Furthermore, the manner in which he triumphed over the 4-star event may not have been through brute force. Your call. Shall we conduct the tests in the Darkmoon Forest or within the tower? The former. It presents greater variables. In what manner? Let him choose for himself. Additionally, we need to introduce an extra variable. Oh, is that not raising the difficulty? The variable poses no danger. It is merely a variable and holds significant implications for his future development. If this young man can discern the variable we have set, he will warrant special attention. This seems a bit uncharacteristic of you, Crow. Such is fate. Caw. The number of crows exceeded Han Dong's expectations. The carriage sped along the winding road, and at every branch he observed crows perched upon the limbs. Their rhythmic cawing seemed to convey some sort of signal. Suddenly, the carriage came to an abrupt halt, having yet to exit the forest path ahead. The forest avenue, which should have led directly to the Mysticism building, had inexplicably come to an end, obstructed by a thicket of trees. Han Dong was compelled to disembark and, at the end of the path, discovered a directional sign with several peculiar characters inscribed. Darkmoon Forest exit direction, accompanied by an arrow indicating the way. It appeared he needed to traverse the forest on foot to reach the Department of Mysticism's building complex and complete his enrollment. Fortunately, I was prepared. Han Dong had long regarded fire as exceedingly useful. At the very least, in the novice event and during the previous ghoul incident, he had utilized a torch for illumination. Thus, he ignited a torch he had previously prepared in his backpack and cautiously ventured deeper into the enigmatic Darkmoon Forest. Navigating through this dark, densely wooded area filled with towering dead trees, one could easily lose their sense of direction and veer off course. However, Han Dong's situation was different. He possessed a clear awareness of what constituted a straight path. And even if his physical condition caused him to deviate, he would promptly correct his course. Perhaps it was due to Han Dong's innate sense of direction or the influence of the Faceless One's head. After walking for approximately half an hour, he had not exited the grove of dead trees, but rather stumbled upon a quaint little cabin, its warmth spilling out through the windows. Since his rebirth into this world, Han Dong had encountered an abundance of extraordinary phenomena. Perhaps this modest cabin of less than 100 square meters was indeed the main structure of mysticism. With cautious curiosity, Han Dong approached and circled the cabin, discovering that it bore no window designs. The glow he had previously seen emanated solely from the crack of the front door. Knock, knock, knock. No response followed his rapping. As he slowly pushed open the wooden door, he found no hidden wonders, merely an ordinary cabin. However, within the cabin were numerous exquisite and peculiar artifacts, evoking the sensation of stepping into an antique shop from the Middle Ages. A letter, seemingly appearing from nowhere, landed right before Han Dong. Please select any complete artifact within the cabin. Even the door can be removed and taken with you. However, it must be complete. Exit the Darkmoon Forest and deliver the artifact to the Department Administration. Note: your performance will determine the Mysticism Department's comprehensive rating of you. Another test. It seems they are quite stringent. First, a fateful event, then an interview, followed by a background check, and now, before proceeding to the main building of my major, another related test. Han Dong had initially believed that upon arriving at the Mysticism building, he would undergo basic testing equipment to ascertain his strengths and thereby plan his future study direction. He had not anticipated such a bizarre method of assessment. The quality of the test would undoubtedly affect his subsequent studies at the Night Academy. He needed to brace himself. After a few days of stress-free respite, Han Dong found himself in an unprecedentedly splendid state, especially after acquiring Egul's arm. With renewed vigor, he swiftly began to scrutinize the various artifacts within the wooden cabin. Among them were the green crystal artifact in the shape of a frog, nestled in a jewelry box, the morning box encased in a glass dome, the gas mask infused with a steampunk aesthetic, the sewn pig's head mask adorning the wall, and the silk white thread scattered across the floor. Not to mention, there were several miscellaneous items in the room that could also be taken. The special artifacts alone presented him with a dozen options, and once he made his choice, the subsequent testing method would be determined, with varying degrees of difficulty. That I'll choose this one, Han Dong said, fixating on the morning box within its glass enclosure, preparing to select this seemingly infernal artifact. Suddenly, a creaking sound, the noise of the wooden floorboards, caught his attention as his foot pressed down on a peculiar plank, emitting a distinct sound unlike the others. Could it be a hidden compartment? He easily moved aside the strange wooden piece beneath his feet. Corresponding to a clandestine recess beneath the floor, he discovered a rusted little iron box within. Upon inspecting the items contained within the iron box, Han Dong was somewhat moved. After a few minutes of contemplation, he decided on the iron box and turned to leave the wooden cabin. Just then, a sound of light footsteps echoed through the woods the moment he stepped out of the cabin. Instantly, Han Dong's expression shifted as he entered a state of vigilance. A green plague-like line coursed across the surface of his right arm. To his surprise, emerging from the woods was a girl with unkempt black hair. Her entire appearance disheveled. Judging by her skin tone and features, she seemed to be from the Middle East, sporting 3 golden nose rings adorning her nose. In her hand, she clutched a golden card symbolizing an apprentice knight. With her eyes half squinted and a hint of caution, she inquired, "Are you an apprentice knight?" "Yes, that's wonderful. I've been lost in the Darkmoon Forest for several days. I've finally found my way." Chapter 45. Strange noises in the Darkmoon Forest. Han Dong carefully scrutinized this fellow female student. Her untidy black hair, held up in a messy bun, the golden nose rings, ivory earrings, colorful stone bracelets, and her garb of woolen wrappings made her resemble a shamanic figure from the Middle East. Appearing more like a mystical apprentice than Han Dong himself, she appeared to be around the same age as Nicholas, approximately 19 years old. The girl gazed at the iron box in Han Dong's hands with a look of sheer terror. "Ah, you've already made your selection? What should we do? It feels like what you've chosen is dangerous." The iron box emanated an eerie aura. "Can I take a look?" "Sure." After peering into the contents of the iron box, the girl gasped, her body shuddering in fright. Within the iron box lay not a singular artifact, but rather a collection of unsettling items. Dried skins, particularly the layer that covered the eyes. That it was precisely for this reason that Han Dong had chosen to take the entire iron box with him. The girl from the Middle East continued biting her nails, her voice trembling with anxiety. This could kill someone. How could you choose something like this? A creature with a collecting obsession is far more difficult to deal with than typical malevolent objects. Becoming increasingly paranoid that it's all your fault. We worked so hard to pass through the fate space to enjoy a good life at the Night Academy, and now what are we to do? Han Dong paid little heed to the girl's attitude and remarks. Choosing the iron box was a decision he had made after careful consideration, and he replied impatiently, "This is my choice. What does it have to do with you? You can simply go to the wooden cabin and select an artifact for yourself to complete the test." Upon hearing Han Dong's stern words, the girl seemed to realize her mistake, lowering her head with a hint of tears welling in her eyes. The internal testing of the academy allows for team formations, and at 1T increased the difficulty that I've always had poor directional sense. I often get lost in the holy city and can't find my way home. It took me several days just to arrive here, and I can't possibly make it out on my own. However, Han Dong's focus was not on the girl's sense of direction, but rather on the concept of team formations that he had never heard of before. "You said team formations are allowed and 1T increase the difficulty?" "Yes, I learned this from the administrator when I entered the school. So, my initial plan was to first reach the wooden cabin, then wait for other apprentice knights to arrive before making a test selection and forming a team to clear the challenges. But I ended up lost, and then encountered you here. Team formations that don't increase difficulty in the face of unknown dangers ahead. Having an additional person would indeed lower the risk. Of course, Han Dong also had to consider the potential dangers that this girl herself might pose. This test is undoubtedly being conducted under the supervision of a teacher from the mystical department. It would be best not to let Miss Chun-Li assist to avoid leaking information about the prison. However, the ghoul's arm is usable. The items within the iron box are indeed sinister. And if I can clear the challenges with such a malevolent item, the evaluation will be significantly higher, which is crucial for my future development and resource allocation. This girl who suddenly appeared raises many questions. Yet there is also a necessity in bringing her along. If she truly is a fellow apprentice knight, establishing a good relationship in advance would be beneficial. Han Dong recalled his previous life in academia, where, despite serving as an associate professor, he had no friends. Each encounter with other teachers within the academy was merely a polite nod. Life was rather dull. Even when he learned of the cancer spreading within him, he felt regret only for his uncompleted research, while the intricacies of human relationships held little allure for him. All right, let us form a temporary team. Since he had been granted a chance at rebirth, Han Dong gradually attempted to change himself. That's fantastic, Han Dong suggested. Let's start by introducing ourselves, especially detailing the abilities you currently excel in. Drawing from his experiences with apprentice knights, he sought to apply them directly. The Middle Eastern girl stuck out her tongue. "Oh, right, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Pasha Biat, that I recently passed through the 2-star difficulty fate space, since I studied witchcraft for a while in my tribe. I chose mysticism. I haven't undergone systematic training yet, so I only know some divination techniques." Divination techniques? Han Dong understood the concept of divination, which typically involved using external objects, often specific items, shells, cards, bamboo sticks, etc., to gain insight into future events. "You only know divination. How did you end up lost?" Pasha explained. "Because I'm not particularly familiar with it, my thoughts get muddled, especially after distributing fate points. My divination ability has strengthened, and sometimes I foresee certain future images, which leads to my terrible sense of direction. But don't worry, I'm still very useful. I can predict danger in advance." Han Dong nodded and began his self-introduction. "My name is Valiant Nicholas. I possess a certain level of combat ability, though I wouldn't consider it particularly strong. A knight majoring in mysticism. I can't compare to that group of Crusaders. Having some combat ability is already quite commendable. My greatest concern is that the two of us can only perform divination. What is your specific area of expertise? May I see? At Pasha's inquiry, beneath Han Dong's right arm, a peculiar green substance coursed through his veins. With a flick, his ordinary nails suddenly elongated to about 30 centimeters in length. Sharp and curved. Just as his arm was about to expand further, Han Dong quickly halted the transformation. Wow, you're a mutated plague scholar? Han Dong was not very familiar with such specialized terminology. I read about it in a book. I heard that those who can manipulate plague are among the most dangerous individuals in the field of mysticism, and those capable of morphing are the most formidable attackers within the realm of mysticism. That I can't believe you possess both attributes. That's incredible. Han Dong wished to convey that it was merely a ghoul's arm, and there was no need for extensive explanations. However, being mistaken for possessing mystical abilities spared him the trouble of elucidation. Thus, the two formed a team, with Han Dong carrying the iron box in his backpack as they traversed the Dark Moon Forest. The creaking of branches under pressure, the cawing of crows, or the rustling sounds made by some enormous insect crawling through the woods. These were sounds that both Han Dong and Pasha had grown accustomed to. Yet amidst these noises, there lingered an unsettling and peculiar sound. As time passed, the sound became increasingly distinct. Crack, crack. The sound of metallic scissors drew nearer, echoing more clearly, as if lurking behind the distorted, withered tree beside them. Chapter 46. The scissors simultaneously, as Han Dong and Pasha teamed up to leave the forest. If one were to elevate their gaze to the heavens and survey the entirety of the Dark Moon Forest, they would appear as mere specks within the vast expanse, confined to a small area of the forest. That a comprehensive overview of the Dark Moon Forest reveals that there are as many as 40 such cabins, each housing various bizarre trinkets or artifacts corresponding to different monsters, utilized for the new student assessments. Indeed, this year's Holy City Festival witnessed participation exceeding 32,000 individuals. The square where Han Dong gathered was merely a concentration point for participants in the southern region of the Holy City. Among those who emerged alive from the fate space, only about 400 new recruits were bestowed the title of Apprentice Knight, with the library being a highly sought-after profession. Approximately 200 opted for these two primary majors. Mechanics followed suit, chosen by around 80 individuals. Control was second to last, with about 70 selections, while mysticism languished at the bottom, a perennial trend, yet this year saw an increase of 8, totaling around 40 choices. Students enrolling at different times would typically undergo relevant pre-assessments within the department buildings or affiliated structures. The process for Crusaders was straightforward. First, they would complete basic tests for strength, speed, and reaction before obtaining a mentor's approval for weaponry, such as swordsmanship, boxing, shield, or giant axe. Apprentice Knights majoring in the library would undergo 2 procedures. First, they would utilize a magic detection device to assess their magical affinity and inclination, followed by mastering the most basic primary magic within 3 days and successfully casting it. For the mechanics department, students with established craftsmanship and achievements were exempt from testing. Others could either analyze the structure of intricate machinery and sketch it on-site or choose to achieve precision shooting with a firearm to meet the standards. Students majoring in control were required to tame ordinary creatures, non-magical, raised on the academy's internal farm, achieving mastery over one within 30 minutes, posing negligible risk. Mysticism, however, was different. Only a handful of students underwent standardized, non-hazardous testing within the Mysticism building. Any student deemed special would be assigned to the Dark Moon Forest for a perilous and chilling assessment. This was the rationale behind why some informed middle and upper-class youth opted against mysticism. There was no need to risk the title of Apprentice Knight. With the school year approaching, promising systematic learning and potential development, perishing on the path to school was simply not worth it. Thus, mysticism became the most unpopular department. The establishment of such admission tests was mandated by the highest authorities within the mysticism department. The rationale behind these perilous assessments was to instill in the new apprentice knights the understanding that embarking on the path of mysticism would lead to an endless future filled with the unknown and fear. They needed to be mentally prepared in advance. Crack, crack. The eerie sound of scissors tightened Han Dong's heart. It was reminiscent of the sensation one feels when pursued by a malevolent spirit in a horror film, sending chills down his spine. Suddenly, Han Dong turned to look at the withered tree behind him, but to his surprise, the sound of the scissors swiftly shifted direction as Han Dong sought the source of the sound. It would invariably change its location instantaneously. The inability to pinpoint the target left Han Dong feeling uneasy. Should he be ambushed, it would indeed spell trouble. Han Dong, would you like me to come out and keep an eye on your belongings? It seems rather peculiar. Chun Li's voice echoed in his mind. You cannot come out yet. This is an academy test, and I must resolve this on my OWNAT present. I lack a legitimate reason to explain your presence. What if you are in danger? Chun Li's words bore a trace of genuine concern. Decide for yourself, as their communication concluded. Han Dong immediately glanced at Pasha Buhart, who possessed divination abilities, despite her fear upon hearing the bizarre sound of scissors. She maintained her composure and scanned the surroundings. You mentioned you understood divination, right? Can you locate the source? Indeed, as long as I perform divination through a medium, I can continuously ascertain its direction. Why didn't you say so earlier? Because once divination is performed, the target will lock onto me that if we are unable to determine the target's location, we might perish here. The medium is the object within the iron box, correct? Yes. Han Dong promptly opened the iron box, took a piece of gritty dry eyelid, and handed it to Pasha. Lock onto the target's position. I will devise a strategy. All right. Pasha produced an old metallic compass, placing the medium close to the compass and murmuring incantations. A grayish-white energy flowed from her palm, connecting the medium and the compass. The simple ritual completed. Consequently, the compass needle would continuously point toward the hidden scissor monster. However, the current needle did not indicate any specific direction. Instead, spinning rapidly, it was as if the target was moving at an extraordinary speed all around them. It's impossible. The intensity of the test cannot be this high if the speed of movement truly is this fast. We are no match. The needle was limited to indicating the target's position in the horizontal plane. The only possibility was that the target was at the same vertical coordinate as them. Be careful. Han Dong suddenly looked up, but there were no branches above him. Only one possibility remained, below them. Crack, crack. The creature seemed to realize its position had been exposed and ceased its concealment. A glimmering silver pair of scissors emerged from the soil. Indeed, as Pasha Buhart had said, due to her directional divination, the monster had locked its target onto her. Crack. The scissors snapped open. A grayish oil splattered onto the ground. The sharp scissors severed Pasha's Achilles tendon in an instant, causing her to scream and fall backward. Danger. As the scissors cut through her tendon, they immediately retreated. If Pasha fell this way, the back of her head would land on the sharp blades that a beam of green light shot forth. Directed at the soil corresponding to the scissors, the plague energy disregarded the soil's obstruction and directly affected the monstrous form concealed beneath that a series of strange, muffled cries echoed as the scissors withdrew. Pasha Buhart was thus spared her life. The green light was the plague energy Han Dong shot forth using the fate weapon. Was this test arranged by the Mysticism department truly real? If I hadn't acted in time, this girl would have already perished. Such a talent, painstakingly selected from the fate spack, the tendons in her foot were severed by a sharp instrument. An ordinary person would surely be racked with excruciating pain and scream in agony. However, Pasha Buhat, having endured a fateful event, understood all too well that screaming served no purpose and might even attract other ferocious insects and beasts lurking in the Dark Moon Forest. Thus, the moment her body began to collapse, she swiftly tore a piece of fabric from her clothing and bit down on it to stifle her cries. This was all she could do. Healing her injuries was out of the question. Pasha had only recently begun her studies in mysticism and was utterly helpless against such wounds. With her mobility completely impaired, her only contribution to the current predicament would be to hinder Han Dong. In life and death situations, many would choose to abandon their comrades. Yet, Han Dong did not follow this path. It was not out of great compassion or a saintly heart. Rather, he had a particular reason that necessitated his bringing Pasha Buhat along to complete this test. Han Dong's backpack was filled with various supplies, including linen purchased from a general store, which was just what he needed to bandage Pasha's ankle injury. Gratitude filled Pasha Buhat's eyes. Nevertheless, she was acutely aware that her inability to move meant she was resigned to waiting for death. There was no way she could escape this open expanse of the Dark Moon Forest. You should go, she urged. In my condition, I certainly cannot make it out of this forest. Han Dong, however, patiently squatted before Pasha and outlined his plan. No, even I might not be able to escape alone. What just transpired confirms the validity of your concerns. Due to the directional divination issue, the scissor monster has fixed its gaze upon you. It is currently hiding underground, nursing its wounds if you perform another targeted divination. We can keep the scissor monster focused on you. With the pointer correctly positioned, I will force it to surface and reveal what kind of monster it truly is. Indeed, this course of action was exceedingly perilous. If Han Dong failed to act in time, Pasha could very well be sliced by the scissor monster. Yet, she had already lost her ability to move, and Han Dong chose to stay behind to propose such a plan. Overwhelmed with gratitude, she could not refuse as long as they could slay the monster. She believed she could eventually leave the Darkmoon Forest, even with her ankle injury. With the plan set, Han Dong found a relatively low dead tree nearby. Harnessing the strength of the ghoul arm, he dragged himself up to the treetop and awaited the monster's appearance in silence. Pasha leaned against the dead tree, her torch planted beside her, continuing her directional divination to pinpoint the monster's location. Crack, crack. Not long after, the sound of scissors echoed through the woods, sending shivers down Pasha's spine. Camouflaged by the night, Han Dong remained vigilant. Observing the situation below, he could see the clear green liquid flowing through the veins of his right arm. During this waiting period, the ticking sound of the pointer in the mechanical device was particularly pronounced. The next actions were critical. Even a 1-second delay or misjudgment in direction could spell disaster. Leading to Pasha's demise. 3 long minutes passed. The divination pointer in Pasha's hand ceased pointing in a specific direction and began to spin rapidly, indicating the scissor monster was drawing near. Nicholas, it's coming. Crack, crack. The scissors sliced through the earth, aiming for Pasha's waist. At that very moment, Han Dong leaped down from above. Though it was the shortest dead tree nearby, it still stood about 4 meters tall. Given Han Dong's previous physical condition, such a jump would surely result in a broken leg. However, circumstances had changed that a portion of his body, his right arm, was now capable of withstanding the impact from such a height, and could even convert the gravitational potential energy from the fall into an offensive strike. Disguise cancelled, Han Dong's seemingly frail and withered right arm transformed mid-descent into the powerful ghoul arm. Its robust, green, elastic skin and 5 sharp, curved claws, imbued with plague attributes, were ready for action. The scissors sliced into Pasha's waist. About to pierce her innards, leveraging the force of his descent, Han Dong used his claws to tear through the loosened earth, making contact with the concealed scissor monster. Swish! The sensation of piercing soft flesh was distinctly conveyed through his fingertips. The ghoul arm absorbed most of the downward impact, allowing Han Dong to land safely. Come out! With his claws fully embedded in the target's body, Han Dong unleashed the full might of the ghoul arm. Pulling upwards with all his strength, the ground broke apart, and a monstrous form was lifted from the earth. However, as it ascended, the creature withdrew the claws embedded in its body, retreating to a distance of 3 meters from Han Dong. This creature was not the humanoid being wielding scissors he had envisioned. Its rotting, emaciated body, hollow eye sockets, and conspicuous stitches between its joints resembled a long-dead corpse reanimated by some nefarious sorcery. It sported 8 degenerated arms, each less than 30 centimeters long, akin to the limbs of a gnome. Yet, these seemingly short arms were covered in hard shells, enabling swift burrowing and crawling underground. As for the scissors, they were not held in any hand but rather coiled around its tongue. Its half-meter-long tongue dangled from its mouth, with its forked tip gripping the handle of the scissors, allowing for precise cutting of its targets. What in the world is that thing? To be frank, this scissor monster was far more terrifying than the malevolent spirits in the realm of fate, especially that half-meter-long tongue, twisting the scissors in the air. Just a close encounter felt as though one would be pierced by them. Additionally, Han Dong's attack had not yielded the expected results. Although the claws had penetrated the scissor monster's abdomen, the fungal infection did not spread. It seemed that, as it was composed of a corpse, the corrosive fungi had little effect on it. Pasha suddenly spoke up, revealing the origin of this scissor monster. These stitched monstrosities are products of the art of suturing, mastered by the instructors in the mysterious department. How do we deal with it? The key lies in the core. These stitched creations draw their energy from it, which sustains their various functions. That if we can destroy the core, we can eliminate it. Is the core similar to a cell nucleus? Han Dong had initially believed that the massive claws of the ghoul would suffice to end the creature once they pierced its flesh. thanks to the effects of the graveyard fungus. Clearly, he had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Must he resort to direct combat? He attempted to adopt the semblance of a combat stance, a basic fighting posture he had learned from the gym, uncertain if it would be effective against such a stitched monstrosity. Chapter 48. Compromise time rewound to a day prior, the day before Han Dong was to enroll in the Knight Academy. During the relocation from the semi-civilian district to the academic housing area, most of the moving tasks were completed with the assistance of local law enforcement. Regarding the furniture, his sister Nina and mother went to the large market in the civilian district to select items. As long as they paid, staff would deliver everything to their home. On this day, Han Dong had no responsibilities and merely needed to rest. However, he had no intention of relaxing. Instead, he chose to remain in the now empty civilian home. Studying in seclusion, that he first spent about 5 hours reading in-depth materials on ghouls to understand this peculiar species thoroughly. Following that, he began training with and utilizing the arm. Adjusting to this new arm required not just proficiency, but at least a smooth execution. The first realization was the weight issue. This arm, taken from a mature ghoul, was ill-suited for Nicholas, whose height barely reached 1.70 meters and whose body was frail from long-term nutritional deficiency, when the arm hung down naturally. Its muscular structure nearly matched the width of Nicholas's body, creating a stark imbalance. This arm was estimated to weigh around 20 to 30 kilograms. Such weight was beyond what his body could endure. If he attempted to wield it, his center of gravity would be thrown off, rendering him incapable of fighting. After barely 10 minutes of practice, Han Dong found himself utterly exhausted. Sweat poured down his face, and he was panting heavily. The characteristics of the ghoul's arm, immense strength, swift movement, fungal traits, and a degree of regeneration, were limited solely to that arm. Han Dong's physical fitness was still lacking. Continuing in this manner would yield no results. Mastering the body of Nicholas was not a simple task, and he needed to devise a solution. The existence of the possessed Chen Li could not be explained, and she must not manifest in front of others. Should any danger arise during the registration process, it was imperative that I handle it alone. A mere short sword would not suffice. I must harness this arm and transform it into an ability that is entirely my own. Is there a compromise that allows me to wield the power of the ghoul's arm without bearing its weight? Han Dong fixed his gaze upon the massive limb. The only option available to him was to utilize the mimicry ability granted by the Faceless One's skull. In addition to disguising his face, he could also transform the arm into a human semblance. Is there a feasible solution? Han Dong spent 4 hours switching between its original and disguised forms. Gradually, with each transition, he became increasingly adept. He began to sense a remarkable feeling during the switch, aiming to capture that sensation and halt midway through the transformation. Unbeknownst to him, the sky had darkened. The kerosene lamp in the room had been relocated, rendering it pitch black. After a brief moment, however, a faint green glow emerged, startling some passing neighbors who quickly retreated to their homes. The eerie illumination emanated from the graveyard fungus attribute within Han Dong's right arm. Veins, glowing green like phosphorescent tendrils, covered the arm, even protruding outward. Additionally, the front segment of the arm bore sharp claws, each measuring about 10 centimeters, short and slender, yet exceedingly sharp. In this form, the arm maintained its human size and weight. The green light radiating from the arm cast a sinister smile upon Han Dong's face. Haha, success. This was the compromise, maintaining the weight and size of the arm while activating the graveyard fungus and claw attributes. Although the power was significantly diminished, I could wield it with ease. Han Dong effortlessly swung his right arm, leaving behind a trail of highly corrosive fungal spores in the air. After expending an entire half-day, he finally mastered the use of this new arm. However, Han Dong's training regimen was far from over. He retrieved several white candles from his backpack and lit them within the darkened old house. Miss Chen Li, he called out. The candlelight flickered, and a figure in red emerged. The woman stood with her head bowed in the darkest corner of the room. The scene was undeniably eerie, and Han Dong nearly succumbed to the terrifying atmosphere. His breath quickening. Don't scare me. I didn't mean to, he stammered. Chen Li immediately tied her hair up with a rubber band. I just prefer this appearance. It makes me feel more comfortable. Prefer? So, scaring people isn't the ghost's true intention? Han Dong was hearing this perspective for the first time. Once Chen Li tied her hair into a ponytail, the sense of horror vanished without a trace, perhaps due to her corruption evolution. Chun-Li had shed much of the rustic charm she brought from the mountain village. The dense aura of malevolence rendered her demeanor more aloof, while her skin became delicate and cold to the touch. What brings you here? Accompany me in practice, since I cannot allow you to appear in public for now. This trip to the Knight Academy may involve a series of trials or tests. I must possess a certain level of strength. Otherwise, I will be unable to hold my head high within the academy, hindering future developments. Accompanying you in practice? I fear I might harm you. Chun-Li's gaze flickered away as she met Han Dong's eyes. It's all right. I can just hold back at the right moment. Some superficial injuries are inconsequential. Then I will give it a try. Full strength? Let's start with full strength. If I can't keep up, we can gradually adjust. No sooner had he spoken than a chilling gust swept over him, and a kitchen knife was pressed against his throat. Chun-Li was no longer the mildly corrupted entity from the realm of fate. After drinking the liquid from the Holy Grail, her aura, level of malevolence, and overall attributes had seen considerable enhancement. She had transcended the boundaries of humanity. Wait, just a moment. Ultimately, through their collaboration, Chun-Li reduced her power to 30%, perfectly matching the training intensity required by Han Dong. They practiced until the early hours before Han Dong finally returned home to rest. Time reverted to the present, in the Dark Moon Forest. Thanks to this intensive training, Han Dong had devised a combat strategy centered around himself, prepared to confront the sewing monster alone. The pressure generated by the monster's scissor-wielding tongue was significantly less than that of Chun-Li. Its speed, sense of terror, and presence were all inferior to hers. Therefore, as the sewing monster approached, a surge of plague energy shot forth from the tip of his short blade, accurately entering its mouth and corroding its key tongue, which fell to the ground along with the scissors. Han Dong's right arm was now fully controllable at a normal size. The green veins protruded from the surface of his skin, and the claws were primed. With a swift motion, Han Dong seized the opportunity presented by the severed tongue, launching a counterattack. His claws tore into the sewing monster's body, revealing a dark core pressed against the stomach wall. Chapter 49. Conquering the core exposed. Han Dong was acutely aware that his current physique could not sustain a prolonged battle. Seizing the moment, he grasped the plague doctor's short blade in his left hand. Upon spotting an object resembling the core within the stomach pouch, Han Dong thrust the blade forward. The short sword, imbued with poisonous attributes, was exceptionally sharp. With no protective layer shielding the core, his strike created visible cracks, allowing the plague energy to seep out and infiltrate the core through the fissures. With a crack, it shattered completely. The sewing monster, reliant on the core for its existence, collapsed like a marionette severed from its strings, its body slumping lifelessly to the ground, devoid of any sense of danger. The Dark Moon Forest belonged to the realm of the mysterious. Han Dong suspected that the crows perched upon the branches might be monitoring his every move. Thus he refrained from using any special metallic injector, avoiding the risk of extracting the monster's cellular essence. What on earth is happening in this forest? He had no time to thoroughly investigate the fallen creature. The seemingly ordinary ground transformed into a quagmire, absorbing the sewing monster into its depths. Would it revive? Han Dong could not ascertain whether the entity consumed by the earth would resurrect and continue its assault. He hurriedly assisted Pasha, striving to exit the forest as quickly as possible. An hour later, thanks to Han Dong's keen sense of direction, they navigated through the bizarre Dark Moon Forest without taking any detours. As for the speculation of revival, it never occurred. The earth merely absorbed the sewing monster, likely for recycling. The gentle sound of flowing water filled the air that a crystal-clear stream, 5 meters wide, served as the boundary of the Dark Moon Forest, separating it from the central architectural area. Only by crossing an arched wooden bridge would they reach the heart of the mysterious realm. As they approached the bridge, the buildings were shrouded in thick fog, obscuring their overall scale. We finally made it out. Thank you, Nicholas. Gratitude shone in the eyes of the Middle Eastern girl, who looked as if she might burst into tears. Without Han Dong, she would have perished long ago. Well, we were fortunate. Nicholas, let us quickly cross the bridge and submit the test items at the main building. According to the testing regulations, failing to submit items means the task is incomplete, and there may be certain risks during this period. Pasha was right. They needed to act swiftly. However, Han Dong halted midway across the bridge, gazing down at the clear stream flowing beneath. Leave the items to me, all right? Pasha looked perplexed at Han Dong's inquiry. What items? You swapped the genuine iron box, didn't you? I am unsure of the exact timing of the switch, But if I proceed to the mysterious building to submit the task like this, I will most likely be deemed unsatisfactory, correct? The atmosphere shifted momentarily. You won't be deemed unsatisfactory. It will merely result in a deduction of points to I in an instant. The petite figure of Pasha, with her ankles seemingly cut open by a pair of scissors, stood alone in the middle of the wooden bridge, her expression devoid of emotion, without the need to support herself against the wooden railing. Han Dong immediately turned, brandishing his short sword, which activated a corresponding trait in the ghoul's arm. However, Pasha's next move was not to harm Han Dong. Instead, she produced a genuine iron box containing eyelids from an unknown source and extended it towards Han Dong with both hands. This action signified to some extent that Pasha's true identity was not that of a cunning schemer, intent on substituting the key item to reap the benefits of the test alone, but rather a distraction in Han Dong's current assessment. Pasha widened her eyes with curiosity and inquired, "When did you realize?" After receiving the genuine iron box and confirming that Pasha was not a sneaky villain, Han Dong sheathed his short sword. "From the very beginning, I harbored suspicions that it was not a matter of your acting skills, but rather that you made a fundamental mistake by relying too heavily on me. From the moment we entered the fate space until now, my physique is often met with disdain at first glance, and many doubt my status as a trainee knight. Yet, when you appeared, you exhibited no skepticism and sought to team up with me. According to your own words, you could have remained in the cabin, waiting for the next trainee knight to arrive. There was no need to test your luck with someone as physically deficient as myself, who chose a perilous item. Perhaps you had some foresight. But your proactive demeanor raises my suspicions, especially since my image fails to inspire any sense of safety in the opposite sex." Upon hearing Han Dong's explanation, Pasha couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Ha! How amusing. So this is where the misunderstanding lies. Your physique indeed makes it difficult for teammates to trust you. Your severely malnourished, skeletal frame is quite unfortunate. What a blunder," Han Dong continued. "Of course, your performance was rather pedestrian. You hardly resembled a trainee knight who has experienced the fate space. Thus, I can be fairly certain that you are either feigning innocence to secretly swap out a crucial item for your own gain, or you are an integral part of the test." Clapping her hands, Pasha began to applaud. "Impressive. Additionally, I have another question. What was your reason for choosing to stay when I lost my ability to act? Was it out of a sense of justice, or did you surmise my identity in advance, considering that I was also part of the test, and you aimed to steal something important? Is that why you opted to remain and engage in battle around me?" Han Dong replied candidly, "It was simply a choice made from my own interest that in this world, few would risk their lives for a stranger they've only just met. Wouldn't you agree? I merely considered that saving you might enhance the evaluation of the test. Furthermore, your divination could indeed attract the attention of the amalgam, granting us a first strike opportunity." Pasha nodded. "Yes, you may proceed to report to the main building." With that, Pasha Buhart, the young lady, vanished before Han Dong's eyes. Meanwhile, in the stargazing room, a particular individual wore a satisfied smile that I initially thought there would be a tough battle ahead. I never expected that merely revealing identities would suffice. This test indeed assesses numerous key points. One must remain vigilant to avoid complications. As Han Dong crossed the wooden bridge, the dense fog dissipated on its OW and it seemed that he had entered the inner sanctum of the fog barrier, thus no longer influenced by its obscurity. Contrary to Han Dong's expectations of a knight training building, a towering ancient castle loomed before him, its medieval architectural style appearing to be constructed of dull stone bricks, yet perhaps made from some special material that exuded an overwhelming sense of oppression upon ordinary individuals. Han Dong then pondered, strangely, such a towering structure should be quite conspicuous. Why could I not see it from the school's periphery? Could it be that some magical means has concealed this building? To approach the castle tower, he had to traverse a cemetery thick with ominous energy. The cemetery sprawled extensively, leaving no room for detours. It seemingly served as the front yard of the castle. While Han Dong cautiously walked along the stone path laid through the center of the graveyard, a ghastly, hairy arm suddenly emerged from the side of the cemetery. This abrupt jump scare startled Han Dong, prompting him to turn and prepare for battle. Climbing out was a resident of the cemetery, clad in relatively tidy formal attire, who proceeded to insert 2 spare eyeballs into his hollow eye sockets. After reattaching his tongue and dentures, he emitted a relatively friendly voice. "Greetings, new trainee knight. I am your temporary butler. Ajit, I shall now escort you into the Dark Moon Tower. Chapter 50. Dark Moon, a temporary butler emerging from a graveyard. Surely, every newcomer is assigned a corresponding steward. Han Dong inquired with curiosity. Indeed, our cemetery management committee is responsible for welcoming trainee knights, as well as maintaining the hygiene and basic security of the inner island. The cemetery management committee, Han Dong endeavored to accept this reality as he followed the graveyard butler towards the main building. The butler's physical form displayed pronounced signs of decay, with some wounds showing signs of rotting. Devoid of blood cells, the body evidently existed in a dead state, yet it still engaged in normal physiological activities. If given the chance and resources, he would love to observe their cellular structure, due to limitations in experimental equipment. Han Dong could not conduct regular cellular research. Once he acquired sufficient funding and understood the scientific advancements of the Holy City, he intended to delve into the biological aspects of these peculiar, magical beings. During their journey to the main building, the graveyard butler elaborated on some fundamental information regarding the Department of Mysticism. The main structure of the Department of Mysticism, the Dark Moon Tower, was remodeled and expanded by the head of the department and the chief of the Plague Knights 30 years ago. The Dark Moon feature completely concealed the tower and its surrounding annexes, making it the tallest building within the National Royal Knight Academy. IT is divided into 4 major zones and 14 significant areas. The Plague Knights, Chief of Staff? This was the second knightly order name Han Dong had heard. Moreover, the title of Chief of Staff was likely to belong to the second in command within the order, indicating the high rank of the position. The graveyard butler spoke with pride. Although the Plague Knights may not be the strongest among the 13 knightly orders, they are an indispensable special unit. The presence of Mr. Black and White is of utmost importance to the entire Holy City. Ah, the 13 knightly orders? No wonder. When Barton Forges learned that I had passed the 4-star novice event, he sought to recruit me into his Black Rose Knights. The butler continued, centered around the Dark Moon Tower. The Department of Mysticism also comprises 4 annex regions: Dark Moon Forest, Great Cemetery, Old Sewers, and Deadwater Marsh. Each annex has its significance, which you will come to understand in due course. That I must caution you, however, to be wary of the Old Sewers and Deadwater Marsh. Entering carelessly may pose a threat to your life. Understood. Han Dong gained a general understanding of the Department of Mysticism's territory. May I ask, do you not risk becoming a ghoul by residing in the graveyard? The butler smiled in response. Under the protection of the Dark Moon, we are not subjected to any disturbances from beyond the city walls. Looking up, Han Dong observed a black moon resembling an eclipse hanging in the sky, its center dark, encircled by a white halo outlining its round shape. The dark moon obscured all areas of the Department of Mysticism from external view, while simultaneously isolating the influence of higher beings' thoughts from beyond the city walls. After spending half an hour traversing the cemetery, they finally arrived at a side entrance of the Dark Moon Tower, sealed by a heavy black iron gate. Turning the valve to open the gate led not to a hall bustling with trainee knights, but to a lift chamber. Several old elevators were situated here, each corresponding to different floor zones. Additionally, one had to input a specific sequence number on the copper keypad for the elevator to function properly. The elevator served as a swift and secure mode of transport within the tower, facilitating passage through perilous areas directly to desired locations. It is advisable to memorize the various sequence numbers for the elevators shortly after registration, as it could save you considerable trouble. Understood. The elevator comes to a halt near the mid-level of the towering edifice. The graveyard steward has no intention of continuing to lead the way, gesturing with his hand. Ahead lies the temporary assembly room for the apprentice knights. Upon entering, please submit your testing artifacts. Once all apprentice knights of this cohort have completed their assessments, the results will be announced internally, followed by self-introductions and the selection of mentors. Thank you. As for mentor selection, Han Dong, serving as an associate professor and master supervisor at the university, is well aware of what this entails. After the graduate admissions process, faculty members convene with the newly admitted students in a conference room to engage in discussions regarding academic interests and personal inclinations, ultimately matching students to suitable mentors based on their personalities and areas of interest. For now, he decides to observe. Han Dong is entirely unfamiliar with the faculty within the Department of Mysteries. Currently, he knows of only one, the department head known as Mr. Black and White, who aspires to be mentored by a higher-ranking advisor, an ambitious pursuit. With a creak, he pushes open the ebony door at the end of the passage. The spacious round-table assembly hall unfolds before him, designed with 2 levels that a chandelier, resembling a human arm with hundreds of branches, hangs from the ceiling, each hand supporting a candle. The first level features a circular table area for the apprentice knights, where a colossal black stone table accommodates 60 students, with each seat marked by their respective profiles for easy identification. The second level showcases an unusual design, with over a dozen chairs embedded in the walls, allowing faculty members to sit suspended above the ground. Over 20 apprentice knights have already gathered here. The majority bear European features. Their differing hair colors notwithstanding, they all share a commonality of fair skin. Moreover, most of their attire and accessories signify that they hail from affluent backgrounds, akin to the middle or upper middle class, much like Edward. Han Dong's humble attire stands out conspicuously in such company. Of course, everyone present has passed rigorous tests to be here. No one would judge based on appearances alone, though they might discreetly critique Han Dong's physical prowess. However, it is rare to find students without visible injuries, as most have sustained wounds, some quite severe, during the Department of Mysteries assessments. Han Dong places the iron box corresponding to his test in the designated recess on the table, and with the sound of gears turning, it sinks down, ready for review by the relevant authorities. Many expressed dissatisfaction regarding the perilous tests administered by the Department of Mysteries, their grievances echoing through the hall. For instance, a male student seated beside Han Dong bears a significant wound on his abdomen. The bleeding having been staunched through special means, he is currently employing a unique stitching technique to mend his vessels and exterior injuries, all the while muttering under his breath. Such personal assessments, unlike cooperative endeavors dictated by fate, can indeed be perilous should one's abilities fall short. Chapter 51. The roster within the hour. All apprentice knights opting for the study of mysticism have assembled, with the exception of a few who failed the tests. Han Dong scans his contemporaries. Apart from himself, only 2 others have emerged unscathed from the trials of the Department of Mysteries. Point 1 appears to be of Arab descent, possessing a yellowish complexion and adorned with a characteristic Arab headdress. This young man, approximately 19 years of age, sits cross-legged in a meditative posture, awaiting the proceedings. Sensing Han Dong's gaze, he slightly opens his eyes and offers a polite smile. The other individual stands out remarkably. A girl wearing a half-wooden mask, with short black hair, a heart-shaped face complemented by Western features, a prominent nose and full lips. Her deep black eyes convey an air of mystique. Notably, various vials of potions dangle from her belt, and her backpack is filled with tools related to herbology. Currently, she retrieves a mortar and pestle, skillfully combining the herbs from her backpack with a special concoction at her waist to grind them into a green paste, effective for disinfection, hemostasis, and promoting wound healing. With a warm smile, she distributes the paste to her injured peers, earning their trust that she a natural leader. If there were a class system akin to that in universities, this girl would undoubtedly emerge as the class monitor. Shortly thereafter, as she passes by Han Dong, she appears to notice his lack of injuries and nods slightly, offering a courteous smile. Having taught countless young women during his tenure at the university, Han Dong has never encountered someone with such a perfect blend of beauty, charisma, and capability. The short-haired girl seems to sense some difference in Han Dong, glancing back at him multiple times. The total number of apprentice knights in the assembly room is 37. This year, all who have risked their fates by participating in the rigorous assessments of the Department of Mysteries are present. Despite the distribution of the herbal paste, murmurs of discontent regarding the department's tests persist among the students. I have heard that apprentice knights in the Crusader department are evaluated through specialized instruments and panels, ensuring standardized assessments devoid of danger and conducted fairly. Why, then, must the newcomers of the Department of Mysteries endure such hazardous tests? Perhaps this is the very reason so few choose to pursue studies in this field. The entrance examinations for the Department of Mysteries are based on a mysterious plan drafted by Mr. Black and White, refined over 3 generations to arrive at the current testing methodology. Suddenly, a deep, resonant voice reverberates from the periphery of the conference room, silencing the ongoing discussions. This testing encompasses evaluations of personal strength, temperament, and intelligence. After all, the novice-level fate events you have experienced were undertaken in teams, where one could exploit gaps or benefit from the demise of others to succeed. It is imperative to conduct a comprehensive assessment of your individual capabilities. Mystics must possess the ability to fight alone. Otherwise, when you eventually join a knight order and venture beyond the city walls, as a mystic, you will be the first to perish. Any apprentice knights dissatisfied with the tests may submit their opinions in writing to Mr. Black and White that if your concerns hold merit, you might even receive commendation. As the voice fades, the conference room falls into a profound silence. Simultaneously, the faculty members arrive, plague toxins, entwining vines, and twinkling stars. Each teacher appears in a supernatural manner. Taking their seats in the suspended chairs on the second level, an invisible pressure envelopes the room. While each instructor possesses completely distinct abilities, their attire and adornments showcase a variety of styles. Yet, they share a commonality. Each wears a distinctive bird beak mask, serving a dual purpose as both a protective visor and a mask. This peculiar mask, reminiscent of those worn during the Black Death, the most significant plague in medieval Europe, is emblematic of the so-called plague doctors. These individuals donned masks filled with various spices and herbs, purportedly to filter the miasma of disease, resembling an early version of a gas mask. However, the medical knowledge of that era was utterly incapable of curing the Black Death. The plague doctors may have appeared professional, yet they lacked an understanding of disease principles, resorting to folk remedies such as burning incense to dispel bad error, employing the crude practice of bloodletting. These methods not only proved ineffective but often hastened the demise of their patients. As they were unable to save lives, they resorted to collecting the deceased for dissection. To the populace, their arrival seemed akin to the harbinger of death. To be treated by them was to invite fate's grasp. Over time, these oddly dressed plague doctors garnered the ominous reputation of harbingers of death, with the bird beak mask becoming a sinister symbol. The assessments have concluded, and your performances have been categorized into 3 tiers. The rights to mentor selection vary among these tiers. First, the list of those deemed qualified will be announced. Apprentice knights rated as qualified do not possess the autonomy to choose their mentors. Instead, mentors will pose academic inquiries to you. Those who provide satisfactory answers will become their personal apprentices. But what if the answers are unsatisfactory? Someone immediately inquires, should no mentor wish to take you under their wing? You will find yourself relegated to the lowest tier of apprentices within the Department of Mysteries, devoid of resources from mentors and left to fend for yourself. If you find it unbearable, you may simply choose to withdraw from the program. Such a response caused many faces to darken. Shortly thereafter, a female instructor took it upon herself to announce the names of students in the qualified category. One by one, the trainees whose names were called bore expressions that hinted at a sense of being branded as slaves. They felt compelled to ingratiate themselves with their mentors to secure their futures. For without such favor, prospects appeared bleak. Out of a total of 37 students, an astonishing 25 were called. Following this, the medium list was revealed. Those deemed medium would at least be selected by the mysterious department faculty, who held the title of lecturer. If their academic responses and innate talents were commendable, there was a slim chance they might catch the eye of an associate professor, with even less likelihood of attracting a professor's attention. Among the students who achieved a medium rating, there were 9, and Han Dong was notably absent from this group, indicating that only 3 students remained with ratings above medium. Next, the excellent list was to be unveiled. Students rated as excellent would enjoy dual choices, allowing them to select both a primary and a secondary mentor, with the option to later abandon one in favor of specializing in a single direction after 6 months. The students who received excellent ratings were Nerman, with an overall score of 90. The Arab youth seated cross-legged on a stone bench smiled knowingly. Mia Semenovic, with a comprehensive score of 93, displayed her delight, with a playful toss of her hair upon hearing her name. Yet, as moments ticked away, the name Nicholas remained unannounced, as though it were deemed superfluous. Chapter 52. The Observatory. In reality, Han Dong's name was indeed on the excellent list. However, the individual in charge hesitated to announce it. Having received a last-minute notification instructing him not to call out the name of valiant Nicholas, the reason for this remained shrouded in mystery. At this juncture, another female instructor, adorned with a bird beak mask, spoke up. We shall commence with the selection of mentors for the students in the qualified category, following the order of names just announced. Additionally, valiant Nicholas, there appears to be an issue with your assessment. Please accompany me. A murmur rippled through the assembly of trainee knights. They had assumed Han Dong, like the other 2 excellent students, was among the exceptionally gifted who would face no obstacles in their passage. Now, it seemed he might have exploited loopholes to pass the test, resulting in his removal for a re-evaluation. Whispers began to circulate. I knew it. Just look at his attire. He clearly hails from the common district. How could he possibly have navigated the individual assessment unscathed? Being taken away in such a manner likely meant he wouldn't even have another chance to test TO pass by exploiting loopholes is still a skill. I assent it. At least we can't conceive of any such methods ourselves. Opinions regarding Han Dong's departure varied among the trainee knights. The short-haired girl adept in herbalism smiled upon observing Han Dong's retreating figure. Seemingly harboring a different perspective, accompanying Han Dong was a female instructor, clad in a form-fitting outfit that revealed her midriff and a flowing, lightweight skirt, adorned with various metallic accessories. Her delicate skin suggested she was not yet of advanced age. Exiting the conference room, they boarded a special elevator marked with celestial insignia. Ascending towards the higher reaches of the tower, Valiant Nicholas, rated excellent, held the highest score of 95 among this cohort. Do you understand why you were summoned separately? Without participating in the Minta selection? Not at all. Just as your name was about to be announced, Mr. Black and White issued a special request to our faculty, instructing me to escort you to the observatory, which is essentially Mr. Black and White's private office. Mr. Black and White summoned me. Indeed, but it's peculiar. He specifically requested that we refrain from disclosing your score, as if he had uncovered some issue during your assessment. However, even if there is an issue, it is our responsibility to address it. Such trivial matters should not concern Mr. Black and White. In his eyes, trainee knights are akin to fledglings still unable to fly independently. He prefers to avoid engagement with you, as you are an exceptional case. Thank you to AS. The elevator arrived. A corridor crafted from radiant starlit glass unfolded before Han Dong. The guiding instructor lowered her head, the beak of her mask brushing against Han Dong's cheek as she whispered in his ear, "It is somewhat unusual. Mr. Black and White has requested that I accompany you to the observatory. Do pay heed to the fundamental etiquette. His temperament is unpredictable." Understood. Han Dong felt no anxiety to be truthful. He had experienced something similar before, while studying abroad, during an interview for a doctoral program at the University of Florence. He had received exceedingly high praise. Following the interview, the head of the Life Sciences Department had requested a private meeting with Han Dong, contemplating allowing this international student to join his research group focused on cellular studies. Now he was to meet the highest authority of the mysterious department. At the end of the glass corridor stood a door emblazoned with a diagram of the 12 astrological houses, towering at approximately 5 meters high. Seemingly unfit for human use, the female instructor appeared to have received a pass from Mr. Black and White. She pressed her hands against the door, and with the infusion of a gentle green energy, it swung open effortlessly. As Han Dong witnessed the instructor's abilities, he began to comprehend why Mr. Black and White had summoned him alongside her. Upon pushing open the door, he was enveloped in a wondrous sensation, as though stepping into a river of stars. The floors and walls were composed of a luminescent stone, with tiny points resembling stars slowly flowing within. The hemispherical chamber evoked a sense of deep cosmic wonder. Half of the room was dominated by a gigantic astronomical telescope, beneath which sat a black-haired man in a flowing white robe, gazing into the celestial expanse. Mr. Black and White, as per your instructions, I have brought this trainee knight to you. The mentor selection is still ongoing, and there are many promising candidates this year. If I do not return soon, others may seize them. The female instructor was evidently concerned about her students. As merely a lecturer, she lacked competitive edge against professors and urgently needed to recruit gifted students to assist her. Pasha, there is no need to fret over students. I will handle it. Please, take a seat. Pasha? Han Dong was taken aback. The Middle Eastern girl he had encountered in the Dark Moon Forest bore the same name. As Mr. Black and White stood, the room, which had previously resembled a starry expanse, underwent an immediate transformation. The stars coalesced, morphing into a chamber steeped in the essence of European nobility. The astronomical telescope was obscured, and the hemispherical room contracted into a standard rectangular space, furnished with a fur sofa, oil lamps, and a black iron fireplace. The phenomenon was not merely a matter of optical refraction. Everything within this room existed in tangible reality. Han Dong found himself utterly bewildered by the abrupt shift in ambience. The instructor named Pasha appeared unfazed, accepting her place in this new setting. Pasha and Han Dong settled onto the fur sofa. Removing their facial masks, Pasha's healthy, sun-kissed skin shoulder-length black hair, and delicately applied dark eyeshadow enhanced her striking features, accentuated by 3 metallic nose rings adorning her prominent nose. Her slightly high cheekbones lent her an alluring beauty that was increasingly captivating. This image once again evoked in Han Dong memories of the Middle Eastern girl from the Dark Moon Forest, as if she had matured into this very form. Was this all orchestrated by Mr. Black and White? Han Dong dared not speculate, for the answers would soon reveal themselves. Mr. Black and White approached, seating himself in a solitary leather chair facing the two. His face was obscured by a black smile mask, concealing his features. Pasha, you have yet to witness this young man's assessment process, have you? From beneath the mask, a rich, harmonious voice resounded, both commanding and elegant. From the records, I gather he decisively defeated the amalgamation, eliminated interference factors, and swiftly passed the assessment, aligning with the values of mysticism to achieve a score of 95. Yet, it is far more intricate than that. Let us view the recordings. Mr. Black and White produced a crystal orb from his sleeve, within which the entirety of the assessment process was captured. A.S. Instructor Pasha beheld the disheveled young girl, her eyes widened in shock, instinctively reaching to touch the scar on her ankle. Chapter 53. Issues of Stance. Mr. Black and White, I do not comprehend why you would replicate my previous examination experience. Mr. Black and White effortlessly traced 2 intersecting lines of stars in midair. The fateful intersection of destinies was unexpectedly revealed to me while stargazing last night, where I witnessed the intertwining of your fateful lines. Yet, the future of this intersection remains utterly unclear to me, which is precisely why I chose to act in this manner. So, tell me, are you satisfied with the results of this test? Lecturer Pasha, a complete replication indeed. Although I am uncertain how Mr. Black and White managed to replicate her past experiences, Pasha, despite showing little change in her appearance, felt a stir within her heart. Once, she truly was this way. Lacking proficiency in any combat techniques at that time, she aspired to team up with other apprentice knights to conquer challenges. However, during their passage through the Dark Moon Forest, she suffered a severed ankle, rendering her immobile. Her companions showed no hesitation, ruthlessly abandoning her. Confronted by the oncoming monsters, she believed her demise was certain, yet when she awoke, she found herself in the infirmary of the tower, having failed the test. Nonetheless, due to the acute shortage of personnel in the mysterious department, she was retained. However, such a record rendered her undesirable to any mentor. With no resources at her disposal, Pasha persevered in the darkest corners, driven by her unique talent and unwavering determination. Ultimately, she earned Mr. Black and White's acknowledgement, allowing her to join the Plague Knight Order and remain at the academy as an instructor. It sounds like an inspiring tale, yet few truly comprehend the depths of pain Pasha endured alone and the countless moments of despair she faced to ascend from the very bottom. The thought of suicide crossed her mind no less than 10 times. In the testing scene of the crystal ball, Mr. Black and White deliberately omitted Han Dong's final response, creating an impression that Han Dong willingly chose to stay and protect Pasha. Striving toward the goal together, Pasha maintained her stern demeanor as a teacher, returning the crystal ball to Mr. Black and White. Mr. Black and White proposed, "Shall I take on the role of the primary mentor for this exceptional apprentice knight?" Pasha, taken aback, thought she misheard him. If a dual mentorship model were to be adopted, it would certainly place her in the position of the secondary mentor. How could Mr. Black and White possibly be behind her? I merely hold a nominal title, occasionally providing guidance on finer details. Pasha, you will be the primary mentor for Nicholas, responsible for leading him to a deeper understanding of the mystical arts, since both you and Nicholas specialize in plague and considering the intertwining of fates. It is quite fitting for you to guide him at this stage. Are you agreeable? As Mr. Black and White turned his face, Han Dong promptly replied, "I am willing." Mr. Black and White continued to inquire, "Currently, do you excel solely in plague-related abilities?" This question sent a chill down Han Dong's spine, especially as he gazed at the black mask. Feeling as though his innermost thoughts were being laid bare. He was deeply concerned that his secrets might be exposed before such an individual. Keeping his composure, Han Dong nodded. Then there is no issue. Regarding plague studies, while several masters in the mysterious department are quite proficient, Lecturer Pasha is undoubtedly the most suitable guide for you. As for resources, as long as you perform satisfactorily, I will allocate resources directly to you. Thank you, Mr. Black and White. Han Dong understood the significance of this statement. Having resources allocated directly by the department head meant that as long as he met the expectations, Everything he desired could be provided. Pasha, do you have any concerns? Mr. Black and White asked. If not, I will discuss matters with Nicholas shortly, and he can fill out the necessary paperwork in your office. No problem. As Pasha rose to leave, she cast a lingering glance at Han Dong, the frail newcomer, her heart slightly conflicted. With a click, the door closed behind her, leaving only Han Dong and Mr. Black and White. May I examine your right arm up close? In this situation, could Han Dong refuse? He extended his arm. A purely ghoul's arm, devoid of any stitching marks, as if it were naturally grown upon your body. Even our department's stitching professor could not achieve such flawless suturing. That Mr. Black and White's words sent a bead of cold sweat trickling down Han Dong's neck. The secret contained within you is more troublesome than any apprentice knight I have encountered. In fact, I cannot even glimpse a fragment of your future through divination or observation. However, since even I cannot see through your disguise, no one within the holy city will be able to discern it. You are not a valiant, Nicholas, are you? No, but I am human, Han Dong replied decisively. I in the presence of such a figure. Concealing the truth would only exacerbate the situation. Han Dong quickly redirected the focus to the term human, emphasizing his stance. A clever response. However, you need not fret excessively. Regardless of what you are, as long as your stance is correct, I will regard you as a normal apprentice knight. Now, I require you to answer a question. What is your stance? My essence defines my stance. Mr. Black and White continued. Congratulations, you have become a member of my mysterious department. Should I announce your results on the bulletin board at all levels? If possible, I would prefer not to make it public. Simply declaring that I passed the test would suffice. Just as Mr. Black and White feared, it would be best for him not to attract undue attention. Indeed, if you can evade the scrutiny of interviewers and investigators, you possess considerable aptitude. Now that you are my student, should you require any resources, as long as you can meet the goals, I will provide them for you. At this point, it is essential to discuss a short-term yet critical objective. All right, Han Dong listened intently. Upon becoming an apprentice knight, regular visits to the fate space are still necessary. Each department has specific quotas. Failing to meet them will result in reduced resource allocation. Although our mysterious department's quota is not high, due to the limited number of new students, the arrangement for the next fate space session is still insufficient, requiring you to prepare promptly. Short term. How long? Approximately 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Han Dong had planned to spend half a semester diligently learning the fundamentals of the mysterious arts to acquire skills that could conceal and explain summoned beings before venturing into the fate space. At that point, he could summon Miss Chun-Li to assist him without reservation. The current situation posed a dilemma for Han Dong. The time was indeed short. It is quite brief, yet should you agree, I can grant you a wish. Within certain limits. Mr. Black and White, could I provide you with a response in a week's time? Han Dong wished to assess his learning progress within a week before making a decision. No, a decision must be made now. I have one condition. Speak. I hope that during these 2 weeks, in addition to learning plague studies under Lecturer Pasha, I can also acquire related abilities concerning summoning. Chapter 54. Mr. Black and White's trust with his stance and identity laid bare. Mr. Black and White cared only for Han Dong's stance. Through astrology, he had gleaned a glimpse of Han Dong's nature. Well aware that he stood on the side of humanity, therefore he no longer inquired about Han Dong's origins, even to the extent of assisting him in concealing his identity. However, Han Dong remained reserved. When discussing his desire to learn summoning abilities, he refrained from mentioning Chun-Li. The primary reason for this was that Chun-Li hailed from the fate space, and Mr. Black and White might be able to discern her origins through astrology. Until Han Dong fully understood the essence of the fate space, it was unwise to expose such information. You wish to learn summoning abilities? Yes, Han Dong had already prepared his response that he found the corpse manipulation he had seen during the test quite appealing. Although his body was supported by a ghoul's arm, he still felt inadequate overall. Having a summoned being to assist him would significantly compensate for his shortcomings. Mr. Black and White remarked, the control department is far more adept at summoning and commanding living beings, phantoms, and specters than we are in the mysterious department. 2 weeks is not a long time. If you wish to learn, you must first solidify your foundation in plague before returning to me for summoning techniques. Should you become distracted and accomplish nothing in those 2 weeks, you will find yourself without a burial place in the next fate space. The difficulty of participating in the fate space as an apprentice knight far surpasses that of a novice. You should understand this, right? Understood. Mr. Black and White continued. saying, "Regarding your ghoul arm, if you were to explain the plague variant to outsiders in just 4 words, no one would delve deeper as members of the mystical department. We possess the extraordinary ability to perfectly stitch a ghoul's arm onto a living being. Very well. Once you have sufficiently grasped the esoteric knowledge and acquired the necessary skills to fully elucidate your related abilities, you need not worry about the issue of exposure and may proclaim your name to the holy city. Maintaining a low profile can spare you from troubles, while fame and reputation can unexpectedly yield advantages and conveniences. Weigh the pros and cons of both sides for yourself. Regardless, you must remain steadfast in your principles. Dedicate everything for the freedom of humanity. Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Black and White. Once again, I am grateful, with your assistance. The likelihood of Han Dong's identity being exposed is exceedingly slim. I simply need to exercise more caution as long as you fulfill Pasha's daily requirements of you. You may come to the stargazing chamber to see me at any time. I will be here all day. By the way, Mr. Black, how does one reach Teacher Pasha's office? As Han Dong inquired. A bizarre scene unfolded. From the mouth of the black mask, a black crow feather emerged. The feather, suspended in the air, directly transformed into a black crow, perching upon Han Dong's shoulder. It will guide you. During this brief period, you must familiarize yourself with the intricate structure of the Dark Moon Tower and not squander too much time on it. Very well. Thus, the conversation concluded. With the 2-week deadline established, Han Dong had to conserve every minute and second, meticulously planning the time ahead. After Han Dong departed, the room reverted to its cosmic space form. As Mr. Black and White rose to approach the astronomical telescope, he casually produced a white mask, locking eyes with his own black mask. That moment, the lips of the white mask began to move on their own, emitting an ethereal sound. Crow, you seem somewhat unusual today. You have shown little interest in these apprentice knights. Even the stitching prodigy who scored 99 2 years ago, merely gleaning information from the sidelines. Why are you so invested in this lad today? The Black Mask replied. Since even your astrology cannot penetrate the fate of this apprentice knight, I shall take a gamble if he can truly adapt to everything within 2 weeks. Mastering the basic plague techniques and perhaps learning a modicum of summoning from me, then once he successfully traverses the true realm of fate, I shall cultivate him with all my might. The White Mask responded in astonishment. Just because I cannot see through this apprentice knight's destiny? Precisely, if it cannot be discerned, it suggests that his fate may not belong to our world. There is merit in taking a chance. It is but a minor expenditure of resources, as long as he clearly aligns himself with humanity. We stand to lose nothing. Who knows what the future holds? The dialogue concluded that Mr. Black and White exchanged masks. Donning the white mask, his entire demeanor and gait transformed as he strolled beneath the astronomical telescope, continuing to observe the cosmic rivers of stars. Descending in the elevator, Han Dong displayed a rare smile. The heaviest burden weighing on his heart had finally lifted. In this world teeming with magic and extraordinary beings, eluding detection once does not guarantee success a second time. Now that the highest authority within the mystical department acknowledged Han Dong's existence, the path ahead would be considerably smoother. The 2-week period of the fate space was once again at hand. The first thought that crossed Han Dong's mind was of the apprentice knight, Cass Martini, who had temporarily teamed up with him a few days prior to complete the ghoul incident. After collecting the bounty, Cass had clearly expressed his desire to continue teaming up with Han Dong for subsequent bounty tasks and within the fate space. He could reach out to Cass in advance, continuing to use the alias Sandwa, pretending to be an apprentice knight who had been at the Mystical Academy for a year. The Crusader, who had already amassed 3 fate points, should possess greater knowledge. Following the crow's guidance, the elevator descended to the first floor of the tower. Subsequently, he needed to switch to another special elevator, its walls coated in a viscous fungal slime. Was Teacher Pasha's office not within the tower, primarily focused on plague studies? Could it be? At that moment, Han Dong suddenly recalled the mysterious department's affiliated area mentioned by the graveyard caretaker, the old sewers. This affiliated area was deemed somewhat perilous by the graveyard caretaker, and he advised against Han Dong's venture there. Descending approximately 100 meters, the elevator finally came to a halt. The subterranean realm bathed in a soft yellow light unfolded before Han Dong's eyes. The yellow hue did not emanate from kerosene lamps, but from an abundance of fluorescent fungi clinging to the walls of the sewer, with the largest luminescent formations rivaling the size of an arm. Resembling a massive abscess, clouds of spores wafted through the air, casting a yellow glow throughout the sewer's expanse. Between the cracks in the walls, vibrant, multicolored fungal mushrooms could be seen. Even the bodies of rats scurrying about were adorned with clusters of mushrooms, their size surpassing that of ordinary rats. Some aberrant insects exhibited forms and bizarre postures beyond ordinary comprehension that in such an environment, a common person would likely become mere sustenance for the fungi. Just as Han Dong pondered how to step into this realm, the crow perched on his shoulder cawed. The crow astonishingly morphed into a living bird-beak mask, voluntarily adorning Han Dong's face. Meanwhile, the crow feather transformed into a black robe, effectively shielding him from the fungi of the old sewer. Chapter 55. Arrangements. What manner of ability is this? As the crow transitioned into the bird-beak doctor's ensemble, Han Dong's reverence for Mr. Black and White grew even stronger. The feather he had ejected could not only morph into an intelligent crow, but could further evolve into an ensemble. Simultaneously, Han Dong summoned the plague doctor's dagger, and with this attire, he bore a striking resemblance to a medieval death physician. Drawing forth the fate weapon, Han Dong aimed to test whether the weapon possessed unique properties in such a peculiar environment. As Han Dong gently shook the dagger, he discovered that the floating fungal spores began to gravitate towards it, enveloping the blade and augmenting the damage inflicted on the next strike. Furthermore, whether due to Han Dong wielding the special dagger or donning the distinctive bird-beak doctor's ensemble, the creatures in the old sewer seemed to steer clear of him. Following the guidance of the sign, which brimmed with mushrooms, he navigated through the complex sewer pathways, circumventing pools bubbling with toxic spores resembling skulls and corners adorned with gigantic speckled mushrooms. Eventually, he arrived at an iron door bearing the sign for the Fungal Research Laboratory, Pasha Bukart. Utilizing a full 100 points of ghoul strength, Han Dong finally managed to rotate the hydraulic turntable, unlocking the iron door, passing through an isolation corridor, accompanied by a copious spraying of disinfectant to cleanse the contaminants and spores clinging to his body. Han Dong finally reached the office of the first mentor. Simple yet immaculate, a desk laden with various documents and potions stood against the wall, flanked by a wooden bookshelf filled with numerous tomes on plague studies. Bizarre magical diagrams and anatomical sketches adorning the walls, along with a wooden bed nestled in the corner. He did not immediately spot any experimental apparatus for fungal research, suggesting that the laboratory was likely separate from the personal office. Teacher Pasha, adorned with copper-framed spectacles, was engrossed in writing something at the wooden desk. Upon Han Dong's entrance, she did not turn around but coldly inquired, "Mr. Black and White has kept you here for what purpose?" Han Dong succinctly recounted the situation, and upon mentioning the 2-week deadline, the pen in Pasha's hand came to an abrupt halt, her brow furrowing as she turned to face him. "What? 2 weeks? Are they sending you to your doom?" Pasha, drawing from her own experiences, reflected that entering the true realm of fate required not just a semester, but at least half a semester of preparation. Mastering and controlling the most rudimentary esoteric abilities was essential before venturing into the fate space. Moreover, one must ensure adequate resources and attain optimal conditions. Otherwise, it would be a one-way ticket to demise. Pasha reined in her emotions and continued, "This is also Mr. Black and White's arrangement. He must have his reasons. With the time being so short, let us commence your studies in plague science today. For these 2 weeks, you shall not return to the student dormitory. You will reside here in the office." Pasha gestured towards the wooden bed nearby. "But what about you? I shall sleep alongside you." Han Dong was momentarily taken aback, his thoughts momentarily disrupted. Pasha quickly clarified, "What I meant was, you will sleep on this wooden bed while I rest in the adjoining chamber." Teacher Pasha, do you have other students under your tutelage?" Upon being asked this question, Pasha coughed twice to mask her embarrassment. "Ahem. My expectations for students are rather high, and many are unable to adapt to the harsh conditions of the old sewer. Even those with a certain talent in epidemiology prefer to remain within the confines of the high tower, studying alongside those esteemed professors. In truth, a simple statement suffices to summarize the situation: low qualifications, poor environment, and high demands do not attract students." Thus, Han Dong became the first student of Pasha Buhat and the inaugural member of her research group. Just then, Pasha caught sight of the short blade held in Han Dong's left hand. Upon noticing the layer of green aura enveloping the blade, she was taken aback, exclaiming, "Where did you acquire a fate weapon with plague attributes? I hope Teacher Pasha can keep this under wraps." "I concealed this matter upon my enrollment. The short blade of the plague doctor was a hidden reward from the first fate event. Hidden events. Pasha understood all too well what that entailed. The fate events themselves were perilous. And to discover and complete a hidden event in such a treacherous environment required exceptional personal ability that it was unheard of for a novice to obtain a fate weapon in such circumstances. Impressive, Pasha managed to suppress her astonishment. She had never encountered an apprentice knight who could accomplish a hidden event alongside a novice task. Gradually, she began to comprehend why Mr. Black and White paid particular attention to Han Dong. Thus, the two engaged in a casual exchange of fundamental information, fostering mutual understanding. When the conversation turned to Han Dong's knowledge of epidemiology, he shared insights from his past life, drawing upon his understanding of pathology and mycology. Frankly, when it came to foundational scientific knowledge, particularly regarding fungi and bacteria, Han Dong undoubtedly surpassed Lecturer Pasha. However, what Han Dong needed to learn now was not the basics, but how to harness the power of plague. Therefore, he chose to withhold certain details, only discussing superficial aspects of his understanding. You possess a commendable reservoir of knowledge, which will save us considerable time, Pasha acknowledged. Next, just as Han Dong was about to elucidate on the condition of the ghoul's arm, his attire transformed once more into that of a raven, its voice resonating with Mr. Black and White's tone as it explained Han Dong's situation and requested Pasha to maintain confidentiality in her capacity as department head. This spared Han Dong the need for further explanation. All right, Mr. Black and White, just 2 weeks? Indeed, within 2 weeks, ensure Nicholas becomes proficient in utilizing the ghoul's arm simultaneously. Teach him to unleash the true power of the fate weapon and impart a basic plague control technique. Understood. Once the communication concluded, the raven turned its obsidian eyes upon Han Dong. After careful consideration, I shall designate this raven as your goggles. Once bonded with your soul, the raven will sever its connection with me and will be able to shift between living raven and beak attire at will. Thank you, Mr. Black and White. With that, the raven flew to Han Dong's wrist, piercing his fingertip with its sharp beak and drinking a drop of blood to establish a permanent connection. Simultaneously, a black feather mark emerged on the back of Han Dong's hand, enabling him to command this special raven with mere thought, signifying that the raven had become his possession, entirely severed from Mr. Black and White at that moment. The somber atmosphere within the office shifted dramatically. The previously composed and ever-smiling Lecturer Pasha suddenly donned an odd smile, deliberately tousling her hair. From the innermost drawer of her desk, she retrieved a bottle of homemade white wine along with 2 pristine wine glasses. Casually discarding her high heels, she propped her long legs upon the desk, embodying the demeanor of a staff member indulging in leisure after the supervisor's watchful eye had passed. Her moist tongue glided across her lips, seemingly eager to savor the exquisite taste of the wine. Gone was the earlier decorum, replaced by a strikingly sensuous image, accentuated by Pasha's high-quality features and alluring figure. Pouring a generous glass of wine, she extended it to Han Dong. Care for a drink? Alcohol has been my savior in surviving the old sewer. I do not believe in religion. I only trust it. Chapter 56. Seeds. What nonsensical tests. What absurd knightly rules. What foolish Mr. Black and White. Mr. Black and White has treated me kindly. That is beyond reproach. No one oversees my actions. I have still become a knight, and even secured a position as a teacher in the mysterious department. Her true nature revealed, the inebriated Pasha habit was a stark contrast to her earlier self, leaving even Han Dong bewildered. Moreover, there was something quite dubious about this white wine, imparting a bitter sensation akin to strong spirits. Han Dong suspected the alcohol content exceeded 50 degrees, possessing a certain sterilizing effect that gave him a murderous feeling upon consumption. With a flushed face, Pasha wrapped her arm around Han Dong. Their faces nearly touching. Why aren't you drinking? This is my own brew. Refusing to drink is a sign of disrespect to me, as your genius teacher in epidemiology. As previously stated, Pasha's figure could be likened to that of a model. Engaging in such close contact with a woman of her caliber was an experience Han Dong had never encountered in his previous life. Teacher, my body might not withstand such a potent drink and could very well lead to my demise. What? You are not that fragile. Let me check. Without allowing Han Dong to protest, Pasha, exhibiting inhuman strength, swiftly removed his shirt. The yellowed skin bore numerous dents, and the outlines of his ribs were distinctly visible. Her delicate hands roamed over his body, particularly the sensation of her fingertips sending Han Dong's mind spiraling into chaos. Goodness, your physique is rather poor. Drinking this could indeed be fatal. How dull. My first student cannot even share a drink with me. After such intimate contact, even the reserved middle-aged Han Dong found himself blushing. Though your health is lacking, your abilities are not weak. Unlike my former self, excessive drinking, coupled with years of solitary research and self-improvement in the old sewer, had inevitably led to her loneliness. Han Dong was her first student, and the peculiar nature of his test reminded her of past experiences. The effects of alcohol prompted Pasha to unearth suppressed sentiments. Releasing her embrace around Han Dong, she returned to her desk with the wine bottle in hand. The warmth from drinking caused her to retrieve a pair of scissors from the drawer and, on a whim, she transformed her black trousers into ultra-short shorts. Her long, slender, and fair legs were now perched atop the desk. However, this seemingly perfect artifact bore a small flaw. Han Dong noted a persistent scar from a cut on Pasha's ankle. Continuing to drink, Pasha reminisced. Back in my day, I did not enjoy such favorable treatment. With a failing test score, I entered the mysterious department amid a shortage of students. No teacher wanted to take on a worthless student like me. Han Dong recalled his previous testing experiences, recognizing that the interference setting was modeled after Pasha's own testing ordeal. Curiously, he inquired, "Teacher Pasha, your initial expertise must have been in divination, correct? Divination is a significant branch of the mysterious department, capable of predicting the future and discerning the enemy's location. Did you abandon it because no one mentored you?" Pasha responded with an air of indifference. Indeed, the study of divination requires a substantial foundation of resources. Extensive reading of tomes and the guidance of a divination instructor, a useless student like me. It is utterly impossible to comprehend divination through any means, and I cannot access the necessary resources if one is to adhere to any conviction. One will inevitably perish in the realm of fate. The wisest choice is to relinquish the opportunity to study at the academy and instead become a constable in the common district. Or, with a stroke of luck, secure a well-paying position within the church or the guild. After finally clawing my way out of the common district, I have no desire to return. The only path left for me is to embark on the most arduous and perilous study of epidemiology. At that time, the old sewers were scarcely frequented, with only a few professors conducting sampling there, and I seized this opportunity. Looking back now, surviving until this point has been no small feat. It is all thanks to this wine. With that, Pasha began to drink heartily once more. As she reminisced about the past, vivid and unforgettable scenes flashed through her mind. During the most severe phase of her subcutaneous fungal infection due to inadequate protective measures, small, umbrella-like fungi had proliferated across the surface of her skin. There was also the experience of being infected with the plague. Had it not been for the specialized treatment available within the mysterious academy, she might have long since perished. These memories cascaded through her mind. Blood mixed with fungal spores flowed from Pasha's nostrils, prompting her to hastily dab it away with a tissue. Feeling somewhat unwell, she swayed slightly, her head spinning, and turned to Han Dong. "Please search the bookshelf for any tomes related to epidemiology and study for a bit. I am feeling rather unwell." With that, Instructor Pasha pushed open the iron door to the lounge and staggered inside. Han Dong was initially concerned for his first instructor, but as soon as Pasha entered, she collapsed onto the plush bed, emitting a series of loud snores that were entirely disproportionate to her petite frame. She was out like a light. Dealing with such a mentor left Han Dong feeling somewhat helpless. They had spoken of seizing the time to learn, yet here the teacher was, having drunk too much and fallen asleep. Han Dong quietly entered the lounge, covered Pasha with a blanket, and removed the tissue she had used to dab away the blood. Even without a microscope, one could discern the clusters of fungal spores mingled within the blood. If it were anyone else, such a high concentration of spores in their blood would have surely been fatal, wouldn't it? Had Pasha's body already developed a sort of ecological niche for these fungi? Was this the result of specializing in epidemiology? This situation piqued Han Dong's curiosity even further. After exiting the lounge, he retrieved a book on epidemiology from the shelf and began to self-study. The concepts presented in the text regarding epidemiology differed somewhat from what he understood. They intertwined with the supernatural. The first chapter commenced with discussions on plague manipulation. On the very first page, Han Dong encountered a crucial concept, the notion of the energy cluster generated in the brain due to the allocation of fate points. The technical term provided in the book was seed. In an instant, Han Dong found himself wholly engrossed in this textbook on epidemiology, published by the National Royal Knights Academy and authored by the former head of the Mysterious Department. In terms of reading scientific papers, Han Dong possessed a unique proficiency. Chapter 57, Plague Manipulation, academically titled The Seed of Destiny, hereinafter referred to simply as Seed. When a novice experiences their first fate event, selecting their major profession and allocating points, the sowing occurs within the subject via a fate apparatus. The seeds corresponding to different major professions vary. Moreover, each individual's distinct personality and subsequent developments will influence the internal structure of the seed. The seed serves as the foundation for an apprentice knight. It signifies how the individual is destined to evolve and concurrently acts as an energy reservoir. Each application of a mystical ability, including divination, suturing, and epidemiology, will extract a portion of the energy from within the seed. As the allocation of fate points increases, the energy contained within the seed will correspondingly grow. When the fate points allocated to a major profession reach 5, the seed will germinate, transitioning into the next phase. This chapter serves as a foundational overview, not delving into intricate details. The methods for supplementing seed energy broadly fall into 2 categories. The first is homogeneous absorption. For instance, if one excels in abilities related to epidemics, one can siphon energy from diseased organisms. The second is self-sustenance. For instance, abilities pertaining to spiritual divination can absorb energy from celestial bodies during specific periods. With the development of abilities or the donning of special fate equipment in later stages, additional methods of energy replenishment may become available, such as forced absorption or automatic recovery, without a particular caution. During the apprentice knight phase, should the seed's energy be depleted, one will be unable to cast any magic or supernatural abilities. Please remain vigilant regarding energy levels during combat. The opening passage of this epidemiology book meticulously elucidates the energy cluster within Han Dong's mind. According to the text, once 5 fate points are invested, will the seed sprout, giving rise to what is termed the talent tree? Of course, it is also possible that an intermediary exists between the seed and the talent tree. Han Dong began to grasp the significance of the mysterious energy cluster within his mind. Next, he needed to learn how to consciously utilize the energy within the seed. Currently, I can use a short sword as a medium to convert the energy within the seed into plague attributes, projecting it from the tip of the blade. Continuing my studies is essential. Han Dong's method of reading was quite peculiar. He required a notebook to accompany his studies. The study book rested on his left side, while the notebook lay on his right. With a pen in hand, he would scan the pages of the book, automatically jotting down key terms and significant statements in the notebook to deepen his understanding and retention of crucial knowledge. The text states, epidemiology, as a branch of the mystic arts, is the most aggressively offensive discipline. It is dedicated to the study of highly pathogenic microorganisms, primarily fungi, with only a few epidemiologists daring to delve into bacteria or even more elusive viruses, due to the limitations of contemporary scientific development. The advancement of microscopes remains confined to optical models, rendering cellular analysis and viral observation virtually impossible. Once knights master the control of fungi, they can imbue the plague attribute into each of their attacks, causing the plague to ravage the enemy's flesh and intensifying the damage. They can also manipulate fungi for reconnaissance and exploration on a small scale, or specialize in fungal toxins, employing a staff for long-range attacks that bypass the enemy's armor, directly harming the target. Next, we must discuss the manipulation of the plague. Before delving into this, it is necessary to categorize beginners into 2 types. The first type consists of apprentice knights who have had no prior exposure to the plague. Before learning, they must immerse themselves in an environment with pathogenic fungal content exceeding 300 Simpson units, a dimensionless unit used to measure the quantity of pathogenic fungi in a given space. Such beginners must allow themselves to become infected with at least 3 subcutaneous or systemic fungal diseases, relying solely on their bodies and the energy of the seed to adapt to the illness, enabling their flesh to gradually acclimate to the fungi, thereby establishing a diverse fungal environment within. This is referred to as fungal constitution. Once this constitution is achieved, subsequent training in epidemiology can commence. The second type includes those who have encountered the plague, have self-healed from severe infections, or possess inherent plague abilities as apprentice knights. These individuals already exhibit latent or partial fungal constitution and require targeted activation. Specific methods should be determined based on their condition. Should activation prove impossible, they should resort to the first method of entry. In summary, The initial step is to cultivate a fungal constitution, and although Ghoul's Armin plague doctor's dagger fall within the realm of plague, Han Dong does not intend to limit himself to a single path. Not to mention the 5 primary professions. Within the mystic arts, there exist epidemiology, divination, suturing, and even some branches of knowledge unknown to Han Dong. With his ability to gather cellular essence, he is fully capable of considering multidimensional development. The plague merely requires the right arm to possess this capability. As for the other regions of his body, he has other plans. Han Dong has meticulously outlined his future, fully aware of what he should do at this stage. The Ghoul's arm already aligns with the book's description of the fungal constitution. I merely need to focus my efforts on cultivating this arm. Upon completing an extensive reading of fundamentals of plague manipulation, Han Dong donned the plague doctor's outfit, deliberately exposing his right arm as he returned to the outer regions of the old sewer. The walls were adorned with a profusion of fungal colonies, while spores drifted through the air. Was this not the quintessential arena for plague cultivation? He slowly raised his right arm, recalling the pertinent explanations from the text. Han Dong's focus sharpened on his arm as he endeavored to establish a connection with the energy of the fungal plague present in the environment, initiating a gradual consumption of that energy. Within the confines of the office, Professor Pasha, whose inebriation had led to a disruption of her bodily microbiome, gradually awakened after self-regulating her condition during sleep. Where had that rascal Nicholas gone? Stretching languidly, Pasha exited the break room and immediately noticed the open plague study book and the dense English notes scattered across the desk. Following the lingering scent in the air, she stepped out of the office area. The scene unfolding in the old sewer caused her eyes to widen in astonishment, banishing any remnants of sleepiness. Han Dong stood 3 meters away from her, and from his very presence, mycelium on the ground began to entwine around his pant legs, with several small mushrooms sprouting at the tips of his shoes. Most astonishingly, the pores on his right arm were in an open state, akin to oral respiration. The dilated pores slowly inhaled the airborne fungal spores, replenishing the energy expended during his manipulation of the plague. It is noteworthy that Pasha, upon arriving in the old sewer, had taken 3 days to achieve a basic understanding of plague manipulation after initially attaining the plague physique. Yet, astonishingly, Han Dong had accomplished all this within the few hours she had been asleep. Chapter 58. Team Cast Pasha was momentarily taken aback, but upon closer inspection, she discerned a flaw. This lad had not yet fully formed the plague physique. He was merely manipulating the plague through this ghoul's arm. Indeed, within a fortnight, it was nearly impossible to fully achieve the plague physique while mastering the manipulation of the plague, as Mr. Black and White had stated. It was sufficient for him to focus his training on this hand. After approximately half an hour, various fungal entities gradually receded from Han Dong's form. For Han Dong, who was wholly immersed in plague manipulation, this period seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. Pasha, one hand clutching a bottle of wine, beckoned with the other. Not bad. You've managed to learn the basics of plague manipulation on your own. Come over, let me take a closer look at your arm. In the ensuing time, Han Dong followed Pasha in studying and applying knowledge of the plague, but Pasha's unique insights into plague mastery were not found in textbooks. After a day of intensive guidance, Pasha herself felt utterly exhausted. This underground office had been transformed by her into a personal living space, complete with a bathroom fed by pipes from the tower's interior. Aren't you going to take a break? Pasha, unconcerned, emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel. A bottle of wine in hand, as she walked towards the resting quarters, she discovered that Han Dong had no intention of sleeping. He was diligently reading at his desk, his right hand swiftly jotting down notes. Even faced with such a captivating sight, Han Dong did not cast a glance in her direction. Pasha, you should sleep first. I prefer to resolve issues before resting. Suddenly, a bottle of red wine landed on the desk, interrupting Han Dong's train of thought. Low alcohol wine. Your body should handle it well. My student. You must learn to drink. Otherwise, the next few years will be rather dull. A bit while reading can be quite invigorating. All right then. Han Dong's concentration was momentarily disrupted, and he glanced over, only to find his gaze aligning with areas below the neck that were indescribable. How much could a single towel cover? Moreover, in 30 years, Han Dong had never been this close to a woman, let alone a young female teacher of striking appearance, clad only in a towel. His mind momentarily blanked, and he quickly turned away. Haha, so you were focused on reading. Don't forget to drink. I'll head to bed now. Seeing Han Dong's shy reaction, Pasha left with a sense of satisfaction. The indescribable vision lingered in Han Dong's mind, impacting his thoughts. Suddenly, he employed a substitution method to alter his mental state. No wandering thoughts. Wasn't that outline just the number 3? The dimensionless parameter for acquiring the plague physique is 300. Thus, Han Dong completed his mental shift and continued to immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. This lad, Professor Pasha, leaned against the door of the break room, sipping her drink while stealing glances at Han Dong. Perhaps he truly was different. Han Dong, being an academic prodigy, would often lose himself in study, neglecting sleep and work without a second thought. Whenever he felt his energy waning, leading to a sense of inefficacy, he would simply collapse into slumber. Demonstrating remarkable control over his learning process, he maintained a rigorous regimen of study and training. Life in the old sewer passed in the blink of an eye. A week gone by. National Royal Knight Academy. Adventurers Guild. Each day, a steady stream of apprentice knights arrived here. Most of them possessing 2 stars or more. 2 stars indicating the allocation of 2 fate points, and this abbreviation will be consistently used. They came to check for available bounty tasks suited to their capabilities. Bounty tasks generally fell into 2 categories. The first is the completely clear type, where professionals have conducted thorough inspections of the task location, and all detailed information is documented in the bounty notice. Minimizing discrepancies. Such tasks are scarce, and once announced, they are promptly snatched up. The second is the unclear type, typically arising from sudden emergencies, with only superficial information provided by local law enforcement, resulting in hastily drafted bounty notices that often entail significant discrepancies. These tasks are more plentiful, yet due to their variable difficulty, fewer individuals tend to accept them. The previous bounty task completed in collaboration with Knight Cass and Han Dong belonged to the latter category. Today, the 3-star Crusader Cass Martini returned once more. His silver armor had been fully repaired. However, this visit was not solely for the purpose of seeking suitable bounty tasks. He also intended to meet with a group of friends. As the next fate space would open in a week, as a 3-star Crusader and a silver-level adventurer, Cass had garnered a modest reputation as an apprentice knight. He temporarily occupied a private room on the 2nd floor of the Adventurers Guild, awaiting the arrival of his friends. Cass, brother. Before long, a golden-haired girl with wavy curls knocked and entered, a holy crystal staff towering behind her, exceeding her height. A student from the 3-star library, proficient in holy light spells. She had previously cooperated with Cass in clearing a fate space. It was apparent that this girl leaned towards support and healing. Upon seeing the handsome golden-haired Cass, her cheeks flushed a soft hue. Have you gotten accustomed to the fate weapon, FIA? FIA playfully stuck out her tongue. Of course. Now I can perform a 3-point line spell using my staff to enhance the holy light spells. Subsequently, FIA shyly took a seat beside Cass. They had collaborated on 2 fate events before, establishing complete trust between them. Just as FIA was about to share a whispered secret, a series of knocks interrupted. A brown-haired boy, adorned with stylish goggles, peeked through the door. He was decked in ostentatious metallic accessories and various protective gear, but the most eye-catching was a self-made sniper rifle, equipped with a 4x optical magnification scope, meticulously calibrated for precision. The young man stood at about 1.65 meters, also a 3-star mechanic, specializing in firearms manufacturing and long-range shooting. Captain Cass, Sister FIA. It's been a while. Cass quickly rose to greet him. Korslin was a prodigy. Even during their first collaboration, Cass recognized Korslin's talent for crafting precise mechanical devices tailored to various battle scenarios, significantly enhancing the team's adaptability. Captain, didn't you invite the others? I recently met a friend during a ghoul incident. He only has 2 stars. I wanted to gather your opinions on whether we should bring him into this fate event. 2 stars. What is his major? Mysticism. Upon the utterance of these words, even FIA, who harbored a fondness for Cass, was enveloped in confusion. The realm of mysticism is exceedingly vast, and the contributions of mystics prior to their ascension as true knights are rather limited. Considering this was the captain's suggestion, Korslin chose his words with care. With Cass's 2-star mysticism, he is merely slightly more perceptive than the average individual. Wouldn't you agree? I believe it would be prudent to summon him, allowing everyone to familiarize themselves before we venture into the fate space. We can gauge his true capabilities through a bounty mission. If he indeed possesses merit, we shall welcome him into our ranks. Chapter 59. The Adventurers Guild. Probiotic Fungal Cultivation Chamber. This chamber was an experimental cultivation facility constructed solely by Instructor Pasha. Unlike the pathogenic fungi that drift through the old sewers, the fungi here are entirely beneficial to human health. Han Dong had been lying in the fungal cultivation chamber for an entire day. driven by a singular purpose, to enhance his physical form. This notion had arisen 2 days prior, through his readings and discussions with Mentor Pasha, wherein he devised a temporary solution to his weakened physique. The plan involved harnessing the fungi, allowing these probiotics to take root within Han Dong's body by applying a protective fungal layer to the surface of his organs. He aimed to enhance their vitality and provide safeguarding. Additionally, he sought to introduce resilient mycelium between his muscles, thereby amplifying the interactions among muscle cells. Furthermore, he intended to incorporate a type of gliding spore into his bloodstream, increasing vascular permeability and the efficiency of oxygen transport within the blood. Though this approach sounded sophisticated and the execution was undeniably complex, the risks associated with allowing probiotics to take root in one's body were considerable. Ultimately, the outcome merely succeeded in elevating Han Dong's constitution to that of an ordinary individual. However, the results proved worthwhile. At the very least, he would not be left breathless after a mere 2 strides or drenched in sweat after a few punches. This seemingly modest improvement held significant meaning for him. Just as Han Dong stepped out of the laboratory, the winding mechanism on his wrist emitted a vibration. He had provided his contact information to only 3 individuals: Cass, Mentor Pasha, and his sister Nina. "Hello, who is this?" Andwa, my friend. How delightful it is to hear your voice. I have a rather lucrative bounty mission at hand. Would you be interested in collaborating on its execution? The bounty we could potentially share is estimated to be comparable to our previous unexpected discovery of the ghoul nest, with additional rewards to boot. Had it been an invitation from anyone else, Han Dong, currently in a critical phase of learning, would have declined. Yet, Cass was different. With the fate space a week away, Han Dong had already resolved to team up with Cass, whom he was familiar with and who possessed a certain level of strength. Perfectly timed, his probiotic development had concluded, leaving him available. "Where shall we meet?" "Come to the Adventurers Guild. I will await you there." This was a medium-sized bounty mission that required prior discussion. "All right, I shall be there shortly." After securing his device, Han Dong, having progressed at an astonishing rate that far exceeded Pasha's expectations, felt no qualms about taking a day off. He needed to return by the next day at the latest. Upon entering the elevator to ascend to the surface, a refreshing sensation enveloped him as he inhaled the crisp air above ground. Although he had adapted to life in the old sewers, prolonged exposure was not something an ordinary person could endure. As he traversed the graveyard, his personal attendant, Aji, emerged once more from the surface. Residents of the Grand Cemetery are assigned as lifelong attendants to apprentice knights, limited to guiding, introducing, and assisting with basic daily matters. Aji summoned a zombie horse, a grotesque creature of rotting flesh and bones, through a peculiar form of communication, instructing it to escort Han Dong to the Adventurers Guild. As the horse exited the Dark Moon Forest, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated. Simultaneously, Han Dong donned his birdbeak attire, a mask and robe that shrouded his entire form, concealing his identity. The so-called Adventurers Guild was situated at the intersection of the central street of the Academy, the colossal structure of brass and stone. Its grand entrance bore a massive metal plaque adorned with 2 insignias. The first depicted crossed swords above the head of a white horse, representing the knight's emblem. The second, a dagger embedded in the center of a bounty notice, symbolized the bounty authorization insignia. This emblem was issued by the Royal Council, and only guilds, churches, or local organizations granted this insignia were authorized to issue bounty orders to apprentice knights. The guild building spanned 7 stories, each boasting a height of 10 meters, making it the most impressive structure on the central street. Daily, as new bounty missions were posted, throngs of apprentice knights gathered at the entrance. For those in the developmental stage, often found themselves in need of funds. Copper coins could not only procure essential supplies but also facilitate purchases of magical items in special markets, with some individuals even selling artifacts brought back from the fate space. These unique items commanded high prices. A mystic scholar, would you be interested in joining our team to undertake a 2-star difficulty bounty mission? The objective is to eliminate 2 ordinary gargoyles, requiring nocturnal operations. Han Dong's standard birdbeak doctor attire immediately marked him as an elite student from the Mystic Academy. Just as he dismounted, he received an invitation from a burly man clad in animal skins. "Apologies, but I have prior engagements with a friend." Han Dong politely declined before stepping into the main hall of the Adventurers Guild. Currently, over 100 individuals congregated within, either perusing the bounty board or seeking to recruit team members for missions they had already selected. As Han Dong ascended the stairs, he paused midway. Having only been at the Knight Academy for a mere week, and spending all his time in the old sewers, he recognized a familiar face, Mia Simonovic. Seated at a round table in a corner was the female classmate who had scored 93 points on the departmental assessment, a warrior from the combat tribes. Previously, during the selection process, Mia had taken the initiative to distribute healing salve to the injured apprentice knights, leaving Han Dong with a favorable impression of her. Having only just commenced her studies, her presence at the Adventurers Guild to undertake a mission suggested she too might have gained 2 points of fate from a novice event. While Mia conversed with her companions, she felt a gaze upon her and instinctively glanced toward the staircase. However, Han Dong had already turned away, continuing his ascent. The birdbeak attire concealed his identity, rendering him unrecognizable. A mystic scholar? Is that an upperclassman? Mia pondered briefly before returning to her conversation. To possess a private room within the Adventurers Guild suggests that Cass's status is somewhat elevated beyond that of an ordinary apprentice knight. Han Dong arrived at the second floor, before the Adventurers' Lounge. Just as he reached out to knock on the door, it swung open, revealing a powerful arm that encircled Han Dong's neck, pulling him inside. Andwa, my brother, it has been far too long. I've missed you terribly. How have you been? As an exemplary student, I trust you are thriving within the mystic department. Yes? Haha. Cass's exuberance was overwhelming that he drew Han Dong to a chair beside him. Maintaining a casual embrace while inquiring about Han Dong's recent endeavors, this display elicited a pout from FIA, who appeared almost ready to wear her jealousy on her sleeve. Chapter 60. The Bounty Notice, an explanation of the preceding chapter's queries. The probiotics grow within Han Dong's body, assisting in bridging and facilitating blood transport, thereby elevating the protagonist's physical condition to that of a normal individual. It is akin to donning an exoskeleton to enhance physical capabilities. Fundamentally, they do not integrate into the cells and do not constitute part of the body, hence not contributing to the burden value. The fervor exhibited by Cass is devoid of any ulterior motives. A week prior, during the ghoul mission, as the exploration deepened, the initial target shifted from nascent ghouls to mature ones, culminating in the emergence of a small-scale ghoul nest, the difficulty of which escalated to a level that Cass could not possibly surmount alone. Throughout the execution of the mission, the handling of multiple critical junctures relied entirely on Han Dong's adaptability. Moreover, in the face of Cass's injuries, Han Dong astonishingly eliminated the mature ghoul in the climactic scene of the vengeful spirit's emergence, a moment that remains indelibly etched in Cass's memory. In Cass's eyes, Han Dong undoubtedly belongs to the echelon of prodigies within the realm of the arcane, brimming with untapped potential. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Cass continued to rest an arm across Han Dong's shoulder. Turning to address the team members, this is the genius of mysticism I spoke of, Aelin. And Andwa, merely a 2-star knight, has already acquired a fate weapon suitable for himself through hidden events. He possesses capabilities in both plague attacks and the summoning of malevolent spirits. During the previous ghoul nest incident, it was solely thanks to Andwa's friend that I was able to meet with all of you. Cass offered a commendation of high regard. However, the more praise he bestowed, coupled with the apparent closeness between Cass and Han Dong, only intensified the jealousy of Fi, who began to harbor a sense of hostility towards Han Dong, a unique animosity characteristic of romantic rivals. After the introductions, Han Dong simultaneously removed his avian mask, feigning a smile. In truth, he had initially anticipated that he would only meet with Cass, never expecting the presence of other apprentice knights. Observing the current scene, Han Dong mused, "The purpose of my summons likely extends beyond the mere reward task. It probably pertains to the fate space a week hence. The objective of including me in this bounty task is to further evaluate my capabilities. Cass's trust in me does not necessarily imply that the other team members will extend the same trust." Cass continued to address the team members. "Allow me to introduce my companion, who has traversed the fate space alongside me." He first gestured towards a girl with wavy golden hair. From her attire, jewelry, and flawlessly fair complexion, it was evident that she hailed from an extraordinary lineage. Likely a young lady of some noble family. Kate Sophia, a 3-star librarian, specializes in holy light spells, capable of repeatedly casting healing incantations while also serving as a principal combatant against dark entities. FIA maintained her haughty demeanor, with jealousy simmering beneath the surface, offering only a polite nod before diverting her gaze. Cass proceeded to introduce another member, Arnold Kosselin, a 3-star mechanic and one of the rare dual specialization knights. Kosselin excels not only in mechanical fabrication, but also possesses notable talent in long-range sniping. Kosselin was notably proactive, However, his initiative was not expressed through polite gestures. He showed no intention of shaking Han Dong's hand. Instead, using the magnifying effect of his homemade goggles to scrutinize Han Dong from head to toe. Mysticism, particularly in the study of plagues, Castellan appeared to have detected some residual fungi on Han Dong's exterior. Castellan nodded. The study of plagues is indeed commendable. Apprentice knights specializing in other branches of mysticism tend to lack offensive capabilities. Only the study of plagues is characterized by its aggressive nature. Should you require any items to be processed, feel free to contact me separately. Small items are free of charge. For larger ones, I will charge according to internal rates. My craftsmanship meets knightly standards. So you can trust me with your materials. Han Dong responded with an awkward yet courteous smile. He had encountered strange individuals like Castellan in his past, during his university days. A young professor from the mechanical engineering department embodied a similar disregard for etiquette, immediately delving into profound discussions while simultaneously boasting about himself. Sensing the slight awkwardness of the introductions, Cass hastily redirected the conversation to the matter at hand. Let us first confirm the particulars of this bounty task. Before them lay a specially selected bounty notice, spread across the table, categorized as ambiguous and of relatively high difficulty, requiring at least 3 individuals to undertake. Bounty task: the ghost incident on London Street. Location: 37, London Street. Details: 2 days ago, a heinous murder occurred at the Becker family mansion, number 37 on London Street. All 6 family members, including the homeowner, Becker Marcellus, a former apprentice knight, were brutally slain overnight. Additionally, cursed markings were discovered at the scene. The local law enforcement swiftly identified and apprehended the perpetrator. However, the matter did not conclude their point. 1 day post-incident, a local officer, Lester Ellsworth, suffered a sudden death at home after inspecting and clearing the 37th building that evening. Furthermore, numerous residents living near the Becker family reported occasional sightings of a ghost haunting the Becker mansion, predominantly during the night, with some even claiming to have heard the ghost weeping. This incident has yet to be classified by the knightly order or the local church. It is being initially treated as a bounty task, announced to the public, with an execution timeline of 4 days, should no apprentice knights accept the task, or if those who do suffer severe casualties. The knightly order will commence its own investigation. Estimated difficulty: 3 stars. Estimated scale: medium. Recommended 3 or more members to complete. Deadline: for days. During the task, no leave from the academy is required. Completion condition: uncover the true nature of the ghost and completely resolve the situation. Returning relevant evidence to the Adventurers Association. If during the investigation, the essence of the incident exceeds the description of the bounty notice, please gather evidence and immediately contact the local church or knightly order branch. You may voluntarily abandon the task. Task rewards: 1,500 copper coins. If the difficulty of the incident changes, the reward cap may increase by a maximum of 100. 2. Material rewards: selectable materials. Homemade equipment: potions, 3. Nightly credits, 3 points for each team member. Note: 1. This incident carries a high probability of being contaminated. Please ensure you wear goggles and undergo a holy light baptism at the local church before undertaking the task. 2. Upon task completion, you must visit a local church, a monastery, or any legal pressure release venue to perform stress relief. At the bottom of the bounty notice, there is a hand-drawn curse symbol, accompanied by an illustration of the ghost based on the descriptions provided by local residents. This depiction diverges significantly from the typical portrayal of ghosts. It illustrates a humanoid figure enveloped in translucent white gauze. Judging by its form, it is likely female, with structures resembling withered wood or tendrils faintly visible beneath the gauze. Chapter 61. Departure. Is this truly the only choice? For reasons unknown, Han Dong felt a profound discomfort upon seeing the seal at the end of the bounty notice in the depiction of the ghost. Cass succinctly explained, currently, this is the only 3-star bounty notice that offers material rewards. The others involving materials are all 4-star and 5-star tasks. To be frank, this bounty task is essentially preparatory for the fate space a week from now. We require high-grade materials, as well as a sum of money to procure life-saving items on matters concerning the fate space. Cass's experience is undoubtedly more extensive, and his assertions are certainly not unfounded. We must be adequately prepared. Yet, Han Dong cautiously interjected, given that this is the only 3-star bounty notice that promises material rewards, the associated risks must be considerable, right? There is a possibility that it could mirror the previous school incident. Once we assess the crime scene in detail, we may find that the task's inherent difficulty exceeds what the bounty notice describes. That is indeed a possibility. Risks must be borne, Cass replied, but no matter how high the risks of this task may be, they pale in comparison to the fate space. If we cannot even complete a bounty task, then the fate space a week from now will pose an even greater dilemma. Andwa, you are currently merely a 2-star apprentice knight. If you wish to refrain from involvement, I will not compel you. After all, you ought to focus on stable development as a prodigy of mysticism. At this juncture, Sophia interjected, regardless, our team is still in need of a summoner. I have a 3-star controlling apprentice knight in my social circle. If you choose to leave, I can easily have her step in as a replacement. Han Dong remained unaffected by the words of others. His gaze fixed upon the bounty notice as he contemplated silently. The strength of Team Cass should be among the upper echelons within the ranks of the 3-star apprentice knight brigade, and their character is already well known. Individuals of such integrity are indeed a rarity in this world. Joining their ranks would significantly benefit my future development. Yet, regarding this bounty task, he neither rejected nor affirmed it. Merely inquiring, if I accept the bounty, when shall we depart? Cass seemed to have formulated a preliminary action plan, as local residents unanimously reported that the ghost manifested during the night, predominantly in the early hours. Let us proceed immediately, striving to conduct a thorough investigation of the incident site before dusk, so we can finalize our subsequent actions. Very well. I shall join you. It would be ideal to conduct an advance investigation. We must not wait until nightfall to act, for if the situation turns perilous, there may be no opportunity for escape. Let us set off. The journey to London Street would not be via steam carriage, but rather by steam train. Furthermore, it is important to note that the London Street in question is not located in a civilian area, but rather on the second tier of the Holy City. This area is primarily inhabited by middle-class families and knightly households, where at least one family member is an apprentice knight. The streets are spacious and immaculate, adorned with distinctive, standalone architecture, with steam carriages frequently traversing them. The residents walking the streets are often clad in attire and jewelry befitting their status, particularly evident among the women, who don lace dresses supported by crinolines, exquisitely cinched waists, and hats adorned with vibrant feathers. As for the men, most wear top hats, pairing shirts with dark coats, accentuated by their signature handlebar mustaches. London Street, being one of the largest thoroughfares in the second tier of the Holy City's residential area, is predominantly populated by human survivors from various regions of Europe. In commemoration of their nations, streets within the Holy City are named after significant cities from their homelands, preserving their architectural styles. London Street serves as a prime example. The majority of survivors hailing from Great Britain reside along London Street. This method of delineating streets and organizing the populace has inadvertently alleviated much of the workload for the Population Resource Management Bureau. The second tier of the Holy City remains vast, and to facilitate the movement of residents, a railway system has been constructed, utilizing efficient steam trains for both passenger and freight transport. The term efficient is warranted as these trains can reach speeds of up to 230 km/h. This is not solely due to scientists optimizing the efficiency of steam engines. Enhancements have also been achieved through magical arrays to improve the conversion efficiency of boilers and steam engines, allowing these seemingly obsolete trains to approach the speeds of high-speed rail from Han Dong's previous world. Nevertheless, the journey from the Academy to London Street still requires over 2 hours of travel. Additionally, high-speed rail is entirely free for apprentice knights, requiring only the presentation of a knight's credential for unrestricted access. Due to Cass's unique status, a lockable 4-person compartment has been secured, ensuring that the conversations among the 4 will not be overheard by other passengers. As the train began to move, Han Dong seized the opportunity to excuse himself from the trio. I need to visit the restroom. Upon entering and locking the door, Han Dong's intention was to conceal his identity as a newly enrolled student. The ensuing discussions would inevitably touch upon the ghost and the matter of the mysterious mark, and as an apprentice of the arcane, he needed to possess a modicum of insight. Otherwise, he would surely raise suspicions, particularly from Sophia, who harbored some biases against him. While in the restroom, he activated a special number through the winding mechanism on his wrist. When the connection was established, the familiar voice of his first mentor, Pasha, resonated through the copper apparatus. What is it? Weren't you on leave to rest? Today's leave is to carry out a bounty task with some friends. You, a mere rookie who just enrolled, wish to undertake a bounty task. What tier is it? The 3-star bounty involves a ghost. Do you have any information regarding ghosts, Teacher Pasha? Could you possibly fax it to me? Upon uttering these words, the line fell silent for a brief 5 seconds before a low voice responded. 3-star bounty, London Street Ghost Incident, an indeterminate class task. Nicholas, if you value your life, return immediately, but I'm already on the train. Could you please fax me the detailed information on the ghost? You truly intend to go? If it proves dangerous, I will voluntarily withdraw. This team seems quite capable. If I can join them, my chances of survival in the impending fate space a week from now will significantly increase. After a moment of contemplation, Pasha replied, wait 5 minutes. I will send you the relevant documents on ghosts along with some articles concerning curses. Do not die on me, or I will have a difficult time explaining to Mr. Black and White. Chapter 62. Case analysis. The faxing feature is also integrated into this winding device, albeit requiring external paper and ink. Before long, the pertinent information was transmitted in its entirety. Handong activated his rapid reading mode, committing the core content to memory within minutes before returning to the compartment. In the train compartment, Cass, Handong, and the other two were engaged in a discussion regarding the matter at hand. Naturally, the conversation turned to the topic of the ghost, prompting Sophia, who held biases against Handong, to direct a pointed inquiry. I have heard that the mystical division possesses unique research and understanding concerning polluted beings. My friend Andwa, do you have any distinctive insights on ghosts? I believe the probability of this incident corresponding to a true ghost is rather low. Handong's assertion immediately captured the attention of everyone in the compartment. Although the bounties issued based on local law enforcement investigations possess certain limitations, they are still subject to professional scrutiny before being inscribed on the notice. Yet, Handong boldly claimed that the ghost incident specified was not indicative of an actual ghost. Nonsense, Sophia interjected, only to be interrupted by Cass, who urged, let Andwa express his views. Flushed with anger, Sophia sulked, feeling that Cass favored Handong more. Handong elaborated patiently. We are all familiar with the characteristics of ghosts, are we not? Nearly invisible humanoid specters that must establish a connection with reality through a veil, usually a white cloth, and typically manifest at night. Cass nodded in agreement. Indeed, these traits align with the ghost depicted on the bounty notice. My friend Andwa, why do you deduce that the target is not a ghost? According to our investigations in the mystical division, most ghosts tend to be benign. Their existence is not related to beings beyond the city walls, but rather stems from a lingering attachment to their past lives. Only a very small number of ghosts that die in abnormal circumstances may exhibit aberrant behaviors. Furthermore, in all records or illustrations of ghosts, there has never been a description that matches what is depicted on the bounty notice. Even if influenced by entities from beyond the city walls, any appendages would remain concealed within the ghostly form, rather than being prominently exposed as illustrated. Could it be a special circumstance? It is possible, but this curse piques my interest that I seem to recall encountering such a curse in a medieval text. The origins of the curse, coupled with these non-ghostly characteristics, lead me to suspect that the likelihood of the target being a ghost is quite low, and it is more probable that it is related to a witch. Or perhaps both possibilities exist. When Handong uttered the term witch, a profound silence enveloped the carriage, sinking all present, including the ever-critical Sophia, into contemplation. Handong's elucidation was undeniably compelling. Point 1. Cannot ascertain a target of ghost merely from the residents' descriptions. The cursed mark is similarly pivotal evidence. After a moment of silence, Cass remarked, if witches are involved, the complexity of the situation may escalate. However, we lack definitive proof to report to the Church or the Adventurers Guild for an adjustment in difficulty and bounty. Let us do this. We shall arrive at London Street around 1 in the afternoon. Before sunset, we must complete our relevant investigations. Once we acquire sufficient evidence of a witch's existence, we will immediately report to the Knight's Order. Following this deliberation, Shorty Kos Lin, who was adjusting the precision of his sniper rifle, found his impression of Handong considerably elevated. As an apprentice in mysticism, Handong was undeniably competent in the realm of knowledge. What remained to be seen was his practical capability. Enderwa, you truly are remarkable. Had we not obtained the information regarding the witch in advance, our team might have faced peril while directly breaching the scene. Cass laughed heartily, wrapping an arm around Handong, exuding a sense of camaraderie. The remainder of the time was spent in light-hearted conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes from the academy, predominantly revolving around Handong. They were keen to uncover the daily life of this prodigious student of the mystical arts. When Handong detailed certain matters concerning the old sewer, particularly the topic of plague physique, Sophia visibly recoiled, her skin prickling with unease. The mere thought of cultivating a suitable fungal environment within one's body, imagining organs and internal surfaces festooned with fungi, was unsettling even for Cass. They all felt fortunate that they had not chosen the path of mysticism in their studies. Upon arriving at London Street, the newsboy called out, "Gentlemen, would you care for a newspaper? Today, the eldest son of the Roman family has secured a distinguished record at the Knights Academy Library. We have exclusive interviews. And we've also gathered some titles that the Roman apprentice knights read. A single newspaper costs just 1 penny. The penny, a form of currency in the Holy City, was essential for transactions given the high value of copper coins. With 100 pennies equating to a single copper coin. Is there news regarding 37 London Street?" Cass inquired. The newsboy's expression darkened, as if privy to some hidden knowledge. In a hushed tone, he asked, "Are you apprentice knights?" With a seasoned demeanor, Cass briefly displayed a golden card from his waist pocket. The newsboy gasped, held up 5 fingers, and said, "I know something, but the newspaper won't publish it. Give me 5 pennies, and I'll share what I know." Cass handed over 5 pennies and instructed, "Lead us there, and speak as we walk. If you provide valuable information, I may offer you additional compensation." "Thank you, Sir Knight. Follow me," he replied eagerly. The distance to 37th Street was not far. They could reach it in half an hour. Chapter 63. On-site investigation. The young newsboy appeared to be just over 14. After encountering a few wealthy patrons today, he had lost interest in selling newspapers. Moreover, he seemed to possess a fairly in-depth understanding of the happenings in the area surrounding 37 London Street. Given the magnitude of the incident, he could earn a substantial sum by selling first-hand information to the newspaper. Unfortunately, the paper categorically refused to accept any news regarding 37, seemingly under directives from above to refrain from reporting. "Do not mention what is already known. We wish to hear the information that the average person does not know." The newsboy strained to recall any obscure details regarding 37.at the time. "To obtain first-hand information, I rushed to the scene and witnessed the murderer who killed the Baker family. Strangely enough, the criminal was apprehended right at the Baker's doorstep, as if he had stood there after committing the crime without leaving. Oddly, his appearance and attire resembled that of an ordinary vagrant. A vagrant?" Cass echoed, perplexed. "I recall that the homeowner was an apprentice knight who did not graduate. Even if he did not complete his training, he would surely be stronger than an average person. How could he have been slain by a vagrant?" The newsboy nodded, equally puzzled. Cass offered him a small tip of 5 pennies. The newsboy, uninterested in the truth behind the events, was more focused on scouring his memory for rumors, primarily concerned with monetary gain. As a result, the information the newsboy provided was either already known to Han Dong and his companions or simply conjecture based on his own desires. Lacking any real value, Cass handed over another 5 pennies, dismissing the young newsboy. "I did not anticipate that this little newsboy would yield any useful information. At the very least, it indicates that the murder of the Baker family is inherently suspicious and is certainly not merely a ghostly incident. What are your thoughts?" Among the team, Ko-Slin, adept in mechanical engineering, voiced his opinion. "Captain, there is another matter that requires preliminary investigation. The sudden death of a law enforcement officer who investigated the Baker estate that night. It is likely he was cursed while inside the mansion. We should refrain from directly entering the scene. Instead, we can split up to investigate the law enforcement precinct and nearby residents, if the newsboy can provide us with information we were unaware of. Surely others will as well. Indeed, for safety's sake, let us not act alone. We will form 2 groups. I will team with Anderwa, while the 2 of you pair up." Upon hearing this, Sophia looked displeased, clearly wishing to share a more intimate experience with Cass. Unexpectedly, Han Dong suggested, "Captain Cass, why not team up with Miss Sophia? You both frequently operate on the 2nd tier. With your 3-star status, you should easily acquire internal information at the precinct. That makes sense." With Han Dong's words, Sophia's expression transformed, though the prospect of partnering with Cass delighted her, significantly reducing her hostility towards Han Dong. Cass glanced at his watch. "It is now 1 in the afternoon. We aim to finish our investigation before 3. Otherwise, the risks of entering the scene at night will be significantly heightened." Thus, they set off to conduct their investigations, shortly after Cass and Sophia departed. Ko-Slin curiously asked Han Dong, "Why did you propose we team up?" Han Dong feigned innocence, grinning. The look in Miss Sophia's eyes contained a desire to eliminate me, since I have decided to join this team. I must foster good relations within it." Ko-Slin shook his head, chuckling inwardly. "Indeed, you cannot provoke Sister Fi. Her background is substantial, and I must yield to her within the team. Nonetheless, she is quite an exceptional and rare light mage. Additionally, Captain Cass manages to keep her in check. Otherwise, I would prefer not to be paired with such a temperamental young lady. Henceforth, I hope you will take good care of me, Han Dong replied humbly. Rather than exchanging pleasantries, it is best to prove your capabilities first. Our team may not be the strongest among 3-star ranks, but we certainly rank within the top 5, that we will not accept members lacking ability. In the realm of fate, insufficient strength does not merely endanger yourself, but could jeopardize the entire team. Han Dong offered an awkward smile. Koslin seized this opportunity to get to know the new member better. Where do you think we should begin our investigation? Near the crime scene, or perhaps at the newspaper office? Did not Senior Koslin mention that we should first visit the home of the law enforcement officer who died suddenly? The warrant only states sudden death, which is rather dismissive. There may be hidden details that the local law enforcement overlooked. Upon the arrival of Cass and Sophia at the local security bureau, they promptly transmitted the address of the deceased security personnel to Han Dong. The two immediately proceeded to their destination. It is worth noting that London Street is not merely a singular thoroughfare. Rather, it encompasses a vast area comprising multiple streets. The numbers therein signify the street designations within this expansive locale. Totaling 51 streets included in London Street. Before long, the carriage halted before an aged edifice located at number 31. Knock, knock, knock. The door remained unresponsive for an extended period. However, through the magnifying lens of his specialized goggles, Koslin discerned movement indicative of someone peeking. A solitary, I was observing the two from a narrow gap in the curtains on the second floor. Koslin's gaze met that of the bloodshot eye. Locked in an unsettling exchange, after a prolonged wait, the voyeur departed from the window, followed by the sound of slow footsteps emanating from within the building. The door creaked open, revealing a frail old woman with wispy white hair and a face etched with wrinkles, who raspingly inquired, "You are neither from the newspaper nor security. What brings you to my home?" Koslin promptly produced his knight's card that we are here to conduct a thorough investigation regarding the incident at number 37 and require your insights about Lester Alsop. Lester Alsop was indeed the name of the deceased security personnel. Koslin astutely added, I suspect that Lester's demise was not merely a sudden death. There may be underlying causes that I hope you can recollect any unusual behaviors or peculiar physical traits he exhibited prior to his passing. We seek to uncover the truth. Hurry inside. I do not wish for anyone to see me at home, lest those bothersome security personnel return to pester me, the old woman urged. As Han Dong stepped through the threshold, he noted an abnormal detail. The current temperature hovered around 18°C, while Han Dong and Koslin were clad in coats. The old woman donned merely a thin, almost translucent garment and tattered shorts. Through her attire, it was faintly discernible that she appeared to suffer from skin warts, with dark spots dotting her back. Chapter 64. Contamination in the sitting room. Han Dong and Koslin took their seats on one side of the sofa, while the elderly lady busied herself in the kitchen preparing coffee for them. Koslin, exercise a modicum of caution, Han Dong advised. Indeed, Koslin replied, adopting a more vigilant demeanor upon entering the dwelling. That it was not solely the old woman's odd appearance that unsettled him. The room exuded an indescribable sense of oppression. Seizing the opportunity while the elderly lady was occupied in the kitchen, Koslin meticulously adjusted his approximately 1.8-meter long sniper rifle. Utilizing a retraction feature, he astonishingly shortened the rifle to a mere 15 centimeters. Detaching the scope to transform it into a heavy yet elegant handgun, which he secured at his waist. Should this elder display any signs of abnormality, I shall eliminate her without hesitation. Understood. Koslin's initial impression was that of a scholarly individual. However, when confronted with the bizarre circumstances, his demeanor and aura shifted dramatically, transitioning from a researcher to a potential assassin in an instant. Should any anomaly present itself at that moment, the weapon at his side would obliterate its target. Upon the old woman's return with the coffee, she also clutched a diary. My youngest son had a habit of journaling. He documented his experiences, including the day of his last shift. It was while penning his account that he succumbed at his desk. I have little faith that those inept security personnel could be of any assistance, so I concealed the existence of the diary. I plan to present it when a knight arrives to investigate this matter. You are esteemed apprentice knights. Surely you can uncover the true culprit behind my son's demise. Tears streamed uncontrollably down the old woman's cheeks, her emotion raw and unforced, stirring a twinge of sympathy. We shall do our utmost, Koslin replied, exercising caution as he refrained from drinking the coffee, opting instead to handle it with gloved hands to avoid direct contact with the diary. He donned his goggles and commenced perusing the contents of the diary. If the old woman spoke truthfully, the final page would reveal the strange occurrences encountered by the security personnel during their investigation, potentially serving as a crucial breakthrough for their mission. However, despite their caution, complications arose. As Coslin leafed through to the last entry, he was confronted by bizarre symbols crafted from oil alongside eerie markings, momentarily inducing a hallucinatory vision. The pages of the diary suddenly sprouted a plethora of small eyes, all fixated on Coslin. Crack. The goggles fractured. Dark veins encircled Coslin's eyes, and oil-like substances began to seep from every orifice, as if those myriad eyes were revealing some incomprehensible evil to his mind. Despite the overwhelming urge to avert his gaze from the diary, the cacophony of horrifying whispers resonating in his mind, and the disconcerting sensation of his very flesh separating, Coslin gritted his teeth, and, with a trembling right hand, drew his already loaded firearm. Bam! A high-caliber bullet pierced the old woman's sh. Han Dong is not particularly concerned about the pollution issue. His primary concern lies with the inherent threat posed by the elderly woman. After all, when she was struck by a large-caliber silver bullet that shattered her shoulder, she displayed an eerie smile, devoid of any signs of discomfort or pain, as if she were not injured at all. Perhaps the anatomical structure of this old woman differs significantly from that of ordinary beings. Upon reaching the second floor, Han Dong immediately halted. Despite it being broad daylight outside, the second level of this house was shrouded in darkness, the consequence of windows being completely boarded up with wooden planks and iron nails. Even more unsettling was the continuous emanation of a chilling aura from the gaps in the floorboards of the second level. Miss Chun-Li. Yes, I can sense an increasing malevolence within this house. Should you find yourself in danger, I will appear without hesitation. Thank you. I have a vague feeling that what we are up against this time is rather formidable. Chapter 65. The gravity of the situation in the London Street Security Bureau. Cass was poring over documents in the archive room when he suddenly received a communication from Coslin. A severe pollution source. It has emerged in the home of a deceased officer. The fact that Coslin used the term severe indicated that the situation was dire. Before even reaching the scene, they were already confronted with the formidable pollution source. They needed to hurry and assist them. Let us take the materials along. Severe pollution source. How could this be? Sophia was equally alarmed. Cass was deeply concerned about the condition of his teammates. After all, being confined within a closed space was not conducive to Coslin, the sniper's, abilities. While Han Dong had demonstrated formidable strength during the previous school incident, much of it relied on his summoned entities. His physical constitution was inferior to that of an average person. The two quickly gathered all the files related to Block 37 into their backpacks and made their way towards the exit of the bureau. Suddenly, a security officer stepped forward and abruptly shut the bureau's main door, casting an odd glance at Cass and Sophia. Esteemed Apprentice Knight, please return the documents to US.IT. Is explicitly stated that files concerning pollution issues are confidential and may only be handled by professional personnel affiliated with the Knight Order or the Church. Provided they possessed the necessary permits. Cass's keen senses detected an unsettling atmosphere permeating the air within the bureau. He swiftly surveyed the hall, noticing that the officers, who should have been engrossed in their tasks, were now all staring at the two with peculiar expressions. Hand over the documents. I can forcibly take them using my family's insignia. Give them to them, Cass reiterated firmly. Very well. After surrendered all the documentation, the personnel in the bureau resumed their normal activities as if nothing had happened. The officer who had blocked their path displayed a benign smile and reopened the bureau's door. Should you require any assistance? Esteemed Apprentice Knights, feel free to command us. We will provide our utmost support. Cass grasped Sophia's arm and quickly exited the security bureau, walking briskly until the peculiar officer waving them goodbye became a distant figure. Sophia felt her cheeks flush as Cass held her hand for longer than necessary. However, Cass wore a grave expression, more anxious than when he had discovered the ghoul's lair. The situation is far more severe than we imagined. Even the London Street Security Bureau has been compromised. I was puzzled at first as to why only one officer entered the Baker mansion to search, only to die suddenly at home. It now appears that there must have been a large number of officers who entered the mansion together. One of them, possessing a strong will, managed to resist the encroachment of pollution, leading to his sudden death, while the others were likely overwhelmed and controlled by it. Upon hearing this, Sophia emerged from her beautiful reverie, her face filled with terror. What? The entire personnel of the Security Bureau has been polluted. How can this be? This now involves national security issues. It should be addressed directly by the Night Order. Cass explained. This incident has only recently occurred, and with the Security Bureau being compromised, the intelligence received by the Night Order may have been fabricated by the Bureau. Of course, the bounty notice also has a time limit. If we fail to complete our mission within this period, the Night Order will step in, but it may be too late by then. The ghostly events in London may be concealing a significant threat to the safety of the Holy City. Everything appears to be premeditated, manipulating the vagrants to instigate violent murders to lure a large contingent of officers into the Baker Mansion. We have merely grazed the surface of this information, and it is already horrifying. Delving deeper will undoubtedly reveal even more terrifying truths. But for now, we must hurry to assist Ko-Slin and our friend Andwa. The two summoned a carriage and sped towards their destination at Kati, the old woman's home, thanks to the consumption of pure holy water. Ko-Slin's condition had largely stabilized. Currently, he was only experiencing minor hallucinations and auditory disturbances. As long as he maintained his focus, he would be fine. However, he still needed to avoid secondary contamination, or he could potentially face deterioration or even corruption. When he beheld the ominous and bizarre scene on the second floor, a shiver ran through Ko-Slin. His long-range capabilities would be severely hampered in such a restrictive space, and being engaged in close quarters would prove troublesome. Senior Ko-Slin, can your device locate the target within this house? There are 3 separate rooms on the second floor, and all the doors are tightly shut. Given the old woman's previous speed of movement, if Han Dong and I choose the wrong room, she could easily escape or hide in a dark corner to ambush us. I can sense the presence but cannot pinpoint its exact location. Ko-Slin retrieved a device resembling a resonance magnet from his backpack. Composed of high-purity brass, it would intensify its vibrations as it neared the pollution source, allowing for a rough estimation of the distance to the target, though it could not provide precise location data. Senior, I'll search for the target while you provide support from behind. Be cautious. What we are dealing with this time is no simple matter. Especially avoid making prolonged eye contact with the target. Understood. Han Dong took the resonance magnet and ascended to the second floor. The malevolent energy seeping through the floorboards would gradually infiltrate the bodies of living beings, initially causing a chilling sensation. But if accumulated in large quantities, it could lead to severe symptoms such as bone necrosis and organ failure. Nevertheless, Han Dong, protected by his bird-beak doctor attire, was shielded from such malevolent energy by his black robe. He walked slowly past the 3 tightly shut doors. However, the resonance magnet did not react strongly. Instead, as he reached the end of the hallway, it emitted a faint tremor. Han Dong immediately recalled the exterior design of the building. Although it appeared to have only 2 floors, the triangular arch structure at the top suggested the existence of a hidden attic. Judging by the magnet's readings, the target was likely concealed above. Just as Han Dong sought a way to access the attic, Ko-Slin, with his keen affinity for objects and mechanisms, discovered a secret within the oil lamp on the hallway wall. Pressing his ear against the lamp's surface, he turned the valve and heard the internal mechanism collide, revealing a hidden switch within. Click! The concealed switch was triggered. A mechanical sound echoed from the ceiling, and a foldable staircase unfolded and descended. Chapter 66. The Cardboard Box. Short Blade, Plague's Long Claw, Firearms, Modified Holy Water Bombs. Each of the 2 individuals summoned their respective combat gear as they stepped onto the pitch-black attic. Ko-Slin was already well prepared. He held 5 disc-shaped small devices between his fingers, simultaneously tossing them in all directions. Upon contact with surfaces, the small mechanical discs would deploy sharp mechanical legs from their underside, embedding themselves into the walls or floor. Once stabilized, the kerosene stored within would ignite spontaneously, serving as a source of illumination. Essentially, it functioned as a portable kerosene lamp, particularly suited for such a confined, dark environment that it could instantly diffuse visible light, facilitating direct observation by the naked eye. Moreover, the flames held a certain restraining effect on low-level malevolent entities, thereby shifting the geographical advantage. As the flames illuminated the space, the attic appeared even larger than anticipated. Upon reaching the attic, the magnet exhibited a pronounced sensation of vibration. Yet the elderly woman was nowhere to be found. Instead, colossal storage boxes were arranged throughout the attic. The boxes were just large enough to contain a person, and their sheer number was densely packed. It was evident that the elderly woman was concealed within one of these boxes. By assessing the intensity of the magnetic tremors, they could ascertain her location by inspecting each box in turn. However, the process posed a certain degree of danger as they could not pinpoint her exact position directly. They would need to compare the magnetic vibrations caused by each box sequentially to determine her whereabouts. Coslin proposed, "It is far too dangerous to search directly. I can shoot at each box in succession until I hit the target." At that moment, Han Dong posed a crucial question. Are we aiming to capture her alive? Due to the influence of contamination, Coslin had become quite agitated emotionally and had not considered this question. Fixated solely on killing the target to vent his hatred. Yes, capturing her alive is essential. We might uncover her weakness, which could allow us to delve deeper into the mansion, thereby minimizing risks, since they intended to capture her alive. Recklessness was unwarranted. Additionally, with 28 boxes in total, poor luck could lead to a waste of 20 specially crafted silver armor-piercing bullets. Such ammunition should be costly and not easily replenished, right? Soon, they might need to infiltrate the Baker family's mansion. Conserving bullets would be prudent. Coslin, you stay here. I will search through each box one by one, and once the target reveals herself, I need you to shoot at her vital joints. I will find a way to subdue her. Han Dong's series of calm analyses astonished Coslin and their former team. It was always he and Cass who jointly assessed situations. Yet now, Han Dong was the one stabilizing his emotions, calmly analyzing the current circumstances and devising the optimal capture plan. In that instant, Coslin's perception of Han Dong shifted entirely. He no longer regarded him merely as a novice with 2 stars, but rather as a valued member of the team. The danger of searching directly is high. You are not a Crusader. Do you have confidence in facing such a source of contamination? Yes. Han Dong's response was unwavering, his eyes radiating confidence and determination. Very well, as long as you can suppress the target. The binding device I carry can completely immobilize the source of contamination. Understood. After their exchange, Han Dong began his actions. Holding the plague doctor's short blade in his left hand, he activated the ghoul's relevant traits in his right arm, maintaining a normal arm size. If one were to observe the ground where Han Dong walked through a magnifying glass, they would notice fungal colonies left in the imprints of his footsteps. This indicated that Han Dong was in a state of complete concentration, quantifiably expending the seed energy within his mind, entering a state of plague manipulation. The resonating magnet hung from his neck by a thin line. The vibrations were notably altered, and Han Dong quickly eliminated nearly 20 boxes. Advancing toward the corner of the attic, the closer he got to the corner, the more difficult Coslin's shooting would become. However, Coslin felt no apprehension or anxiety, as long as the target was not entirely obscured. He could achieve precise shots. The firearm had transformed from a handgun into a sniper rifle. Fitted with a 3-time scope, he steadied it at the hallway entrance, keeping the crosshairs trained on the boxes surrounding Han Dong. Simultaneously, Coslin took another sip of holy water to ensure his clarity of mind. Boxes remaining. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Han Dong's gaze locked onto a box situated 2 meters away in the corner. The most perilous situation had been surpassed. The next phase was the capture segment. To Han Dong, the most treacherous part was the process of searching for the target among the multitude of boxes. With only one option remaining, the danger was minimized. Given that Coslin had previously shot the elderly woman without her emitting any cries of pain or being affected in her actions, Han Dong deduced that ordinary bullets likely wouldn't have felt the sudden descent of the white cloth disrupted the line of sight for shooting. The elderly woman in the cardboard box leaped up almost instantaneously, deducing Coslin's position based on the trajectory of the bullets. Thus, she stood in close proximity to Han Dong, forming a perfect alignment. There was no room for any extraneous shots. The situation of Han Dong being in close contact with the source of contamination was perilously close to life and death. Coslin had just acknowledged the young man, already considering him a comrade in his heart. Faced with such circumstances, Coslin proactively relinquished his sniper rifle, grasping 2 holy water bombs with both hands, preparing for a close-range throw. The intention was twofold: to injure and repel the elderly woman, and to eliminate the contaminants on Han Dong's body. Just as Coslin approached from the side, ready to throw, an unforeseen event transpired. A series of peculiar cracking sounds echoed as Han Dong's right arm underwent a dramatic transformation. Accompanied by flashes of green light, his originally slender and frail arm suddenly thickened and grew in size, replacing itself with a layer of green, elastic skin, while his claws extended to 30 centimeters. Sharp and curved, the bird-beaked doctor garb seemed ill-fitted for such a robust arm, automatically retracting its coverage, leaving the entire arm exposed. A gigantic ghoul's arm dangled to the ground, nearly the same size as Han Dong's body. Due to the formation of a probiotic fungal ecosystem within him, Han Dong, aided by the fungi, was barely able to wield this fully formed ghoul's arm. He executed basic actions of grasping, tearing, and throwing. The ghoul's arm was complete. With a swift motion, the sharp claws tore through the white curtained. It seized the elderly woman's head with immense force, lifting her into the air and pressing her against the wall. In the flickering firelight, it was clear that her face was adorned with numerous grotesque, contaminative tendrils. Koslin merely glanced at her once, and his goggles began to sizzle, the colors around his eye sockets deepening rapidly. Fortunately, he did not witness this scene at close range. "Koslin, prepare to capture her alive," Han Dong shouted. Koslin immediately followed suit, producing a pre-prepared pure copper binding device, without making direct eye contact with the target. He secured her neck, wrists, and ankles. Simultaneously, he placed the elderly woman into a portable burlap sack, sealing the opening with twine. The entire process was seamless, showcasing Koslin's rich experience and adeptness at binding. Just at that moment, having confirmed that the target was fully restrained, Han Dong retracted the ghoul's arm and collapsed onto the ground, convulsing in agony. However, during his struggle, Han Dong deliberately faced downward, obscuring his face. This was a disguise. Much like during the ghoul incident, he exhibited no signs of contamination. Han Dong was merely mimicking the extreme distress that Costa had displayed when heavily contaminated, acting in the moment that he writhed on the ground in agony. He intentionally kept his face down, quietly smearing the contaminated water that flowed around the cardboard box onto the skin surrounding his eyes, masquerading as someone who had suffered contamination. Subsequently, he uttered in a tearing voice, "Hurry, give me the holy water." Koslin hurriedly helped Han Dong up, personally delivering the holy water for drinking. However, there was another issue at hand. If Han Dong was immune to any form of contamination, what was his essence? Was he somehow related to the creatures outside the city? And would he even react to the holy water? Han Dong could only conduct a temporary test, feigning extreme pain. He took only a small sip at first. As the holy water entered his stomach, a refreshing sensation spread throughout his body, even sweeping away a hint of fatigue from his mind. If one were to describe the sensation, it resembled the invigorating feeling of drinking mint water. There was no discomfort whatsoever. Han Dong cast aside all reservations and consumed an entire bottle of holy water. He then continued to maintain his distressed facade, keeping his face down, wiping away some of the contaminated water around his eyes to leave only faint traces. He pretended that the holy water had dispelled most of the contamination. Acting required a beginning and an end. Gradually freeing himself from his convulsions, Han Dong adopted a dazed expression as if he had crawled back from the brink of death, propping himself up with his hands and gasping for breath. Huff, huff. Beside him, Koslin was rendered speechless in shock. Koslin, considered an outstanding student in the mechanical department, had previously teamed up with mysterious students, yet those from the mysterious department paled in comparison to the two-star apprentice knight before him. Han Dong's overall strength exceeded his imagination. His strategic vision, analytical ability, and prowess placed him among the top tier of apprentice knights at the same level. Next, Koslin displayed his fervent enthusiasm for research. He quickly crouched down, donning a pair of magnifying goggles, meticulously examining Han Dong's right arm, specifically the ghoul's arm. The series of transformations that had just occurred etched an indelible memory in Koslin's mind. "Anderwa, my friend, what is the power of that arm?" "Plague variant," Han Dong replied, offering the professional term that Mr. Black and White had taught him to describe the ghoul's arm. Upon hearing this term, Koslin's eyes widened in astonishment. A two-star can achieve a plague variant? Moreover, Captain Cass said you possess summoning abilities. Anderwa, you must be the most exceptional among two-star mysterious apprentices, right? I seldom interact with other mysterious apprentices, so I am not well informed. Just as the two took a moment to rest in the attic, hurried footsteps echoed from downstairs to that moment. Cass and Sophia arrived, astonished at the sight of the captured source of contamination. Sophia opened the burlap sack, applying the holy light lock to further secure the target. Upon observing that the binding devices on the elderly woman were all derived from Koslin's mechanical tools, they concluded that this entire affair must have been Koslin's sole endeavor to subdue the target. Little did they know, Koslin merely remarked, "Anderwa, My friend, you are truly remarkable. At this juncture, it is essential to revisit the events from 5 minutes prior, when the white curtain fell. The elderly woman suddenly leaped from the cardboard box. Merely glancing at the diary would shatter Kozlin's goggles, leaving him deeply contaminated. Yet, Han Dong faced a situation where he made direct eye contact with the elderly woman, with even the delicate tendrils brushing against his face. Initiating a contact-based infection, most individuals would succumb to instant decay and corruption. However, Han Dong exhibited no reaction. Everything remained normal. Even the foul-mouthed elderly woman was momentarily stunned. In her eyes, a mere apprentice knight should have fallen into corruption in such circumstances. How is it that nothing happened? Han Dong murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curling upward slightly, realizing that the elderly woman possessed only the ability to contaminate, unlike a ghoul that also had formidable offensive capabilities. Han Dong promptly communicated telepathically with Qin Li in the brain prison. There is no need for your assistance for now. I will handle this myself, before fully activating the ghoul's arm and tearing through the white cloth. Han Dong made a subtle move to conceal his own secrets. He took advantage of the white cloth's cover to shoot a wisp of plague energy directly into the elderly woman's mouth, completely eroding her tongue and vocal cords. While this might reduce the amount of testimony she could provide, Han Dong deemed it necessary to eliminate any potential risks that could expose his own secrets. Chapter 68. Pressure Release Immunity to Contamination and Truth. Even before the ghoul incident, Han Dong had harbored suspicions regarding this unusual passive skill. At that time, he had observed the tiny tendrils emerging on the surface of the ghoul. These soft, writhing, tentacle-like appendages bore a resemblance to the tendrils that could sprout from the palm of his hand. However, such malevolent entities were repelled by holy water. Han Dong was reluctant to directly approach the local church to request holy water, fearing that he might inadvertently react to the sacred statues within. Moreover, due to the pressing time constraints, Han Dong has yet to find an opportunity to verify this matter. Consequently, the examination of his own reaction to the holy water has been postponed until now. Upon consuming a mouthful of holy water, not only did he experience no discomfort or pain, but he instead felt invigorated and utterly at ease. This revelation allowed the heavy burden weighing on Han Dong's heart to be lifted. The security management of the Holy City is, in fact, composed of several layers. The Public Security Bureau represents merely the most superficial and rudimentary layer, serving primarily to resolve civil disputes in cases of genuine danger. It is the knights who must intervene. The second layer consists of churches and covert knight intelligence outposts established in each area. They provide assistance to apprentice knights executing missions in the region, with professionals reviewing local incidents, and occasionally, knights are stationed within the churches. The church on the streets of London is integrated with the Grand St. Paul's Cathedral. Currently, the entire cast team has gathered here, where a priest conducts a purification ritual to cleanse the 2 apprentice knights who have been tainted. The holy light streams through the cathedral's stained glass, cascading down upon Han Dong and his companion. A wave of warmth spreads within them. Han Dong even feels that, should he truly be injured, the sanctifying light would facilitate a swift recovery. Furthermore, it confirms an important point. Han Dong harbors no aversion to these sacred attributes, resonating harmoniously with them like any other human. The foul liquid smeared around Han Dong's eyes dissipates under the radiant glow, appearing as if the contamination has indeed been eradicated. The ceremony remains unfinished, following their immersion in the holy light. The priest hands each of them a leather whip, gesturing towards a private room at the back of the church to go and release your pressure. Fortunately, during the past week of study, aside from pestilence research, Han Dong has managed to review some fundamental knowledge regarding subsequent treatment methods after contamination. Regardless of the extent of the pollution suffered, it is imperative to undergo pressure release after the contamination has been purged through sacred means to end the early days of the Holy City's establishment. When humanity discovered that the holy light spells could dispel contamination, they failed to recognize the psychological burdens borne by those afflicted by visual pollution. Some knights, superficially healed, continued their journeys to battle higher beings, repeatedly undergoing healing by the holy light. Yet the mental strain within their minds was never fully alleviated. This oversight directly contributed to the catastrophic events of the Holy City 80 years ago, inciting panic throughout the city within a single day. A total of 38 apprentice knights and 12 knights were found hanged at their doorsteps, followed by nearly 100 knights committing suicide over the next 3 days. The strength of the Holy City was significantly diminished, prompting the council elders to take action by hastily issuing a draft for the Knight Surveillance Ordinance, requiring all apprentice knights and knights to monitor one another, with substantial rewards for preventing suicides. Concurrently, investigations into the suicides were expedited, involving autopsies and hypnotic inquiries of knights showing suicidal tendencies. During the autopsies, it was discovered that the knights who had committed suicide bore multiple severe scratch marks on their bodies, some even having bitten their own tongues off. Various unimaginable self-harm acts were self-inflicted. It was then that people began to recognize the issue of pressure, even if the contamination was dispelled by the holy light. The terrifying images echoing in their minds could inadvertently impose pressure on individuals during sleep, meditation, or encounters with similar entities, etc. This differs from ordinary life stresses and can be classified as a new type of psychological disorder. With a lethality that is alarmingly high, knights engaging in battles against higher beings or their subordinate creatures must receive sufficient pressure release after being healed by the holy light. Self-flagellation is regarded as one of the most effective and primal methods. Subsequently, humanity discovered a correlation between pressure release and personal proclivities. Some alcoholics may relieve pressure through hangovers, while gluttonous individuals might indulge in a lavish feast. Some academic overachievers could. The conjectures drawn by Kars from the current clues and intelligence are remarkably persuasive. It is evident that someone is orchestrating these events from behind the scenes, yet their intentions remain shrouded in mystery. What could be the motive for controlling such a large number of ordinary individuals? Upon Kars's utterance of this question, Sophia, who had been by his side, seemed to come to a realization, rising to her feet with a sense of urgency. We cannot continue this discussion here. It is imperative that we report the situation upwards and instruct the knights to secure the Public Security Bureau. All individuals suspected of being under control must be taken to the church for purification. I have an ominous premonition. Han Dong cast a sidelong glance at Sophia, who, in her anxiety, had clasped her hands over her chest. In truth, Han Dong harbored a similar unsettling feeling. As the captain, Kars was acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. He and Sophia had not encountered any direct attacks at the Public Security Bureau, nor had they obtained compelling evidence. They merely inferred the abnormality of the security personnel from a subjective standpoint. Solely relying on personal speculation without concrete evidence to present to the knights would not compel them to recklessly seal off the local bureau, as such actions could sway public sentiment. In the absence of evidence, at most, 12 knights would investigate incognito as ordinary citizens. If the Public Security Bureau posed no threat and the unusual behavior was merely a reaction to excessive stress among the staff, he would face severe repercussions. Moreover, it was possible that the Bureau had already prepared for the knights' investigation. It was crucial to possess evidence to compel the knights to fully seal off the Bureau. They must strive to extract evidence from the physical examination report. At that moment, Han Dong retrieved a long-stored diary from his backpack. Indeed, it was the very diary that had ensnared Kars in profound corruption. It should contain the accounts of the security officer who had unexpectedly perished while conducting a thorough investigation of the Becker mansion, detailing his experiences and psychological state prior to his demise, which might serve as potent evidence. However, a pressing issue arose. How to access the diary. It should be noted that when Kars attempted to read it while donning protective goggles, the lenses shattered instantly. Although Han Dong remained unaffected and could read at will, he had to safeguard his secret. This covert knight's intelligence station should possess more robust goggles to provide Sophia, allowing her to read with the aid of her holy light protection. Very well. As she felt the weight of Kars's expectations, Sophia was unafraid of any danger. Shortly thereafter, Kars produced a pair of specialized goggles. Cumbersome and oversized, designed solely to enhance resistance to corruption through thickened lenses, rendering them impractical for everyday use. Sophia drew forth her fate staff and gently tapped it against her forehead. A series of golden halos radiated from her brow, augmenting her resistance to corruption. The reading of the diary commenced in earnest. Throughout this process, Sophia performed multiple spells to maintain the strength of her holy light. Upon encountering some bizarre script, black, tainted tears streamed from the corners of her eyes, evaporating the moment they touched the ground. With a resounding clap, she closed the diary. Upon completing her reading, she was enveloped in white steam, her entire being appearing utterly feeble. Kars rushed forward, embracing her. Sophia, are you all right? Kars, don't worry about me. Quickly, hand the diary over to the knights and have them take action. The diary clearly states that half of the security personnel have entered the Becker residence. They have all witnessed bizarre phenomena, sources of highly infectious corruption. This may indeed be connected to malevolent sorcery. Understood. We shall only entrust it to the messenger at the Knight's intelligence outpost. They will expedite the delivery of evidence to the higher-ups. We must await the Knight's headquarters to make a decision regarding the revised bounty task. Kars speculated that his group would soon receive the bounty reward, after which the Knights would take over and address the matter. 20 minutes elapsed. A staff member from the intelligence outpost arrived at Kars and his companion's room. Due to the provision of crucial intelligence, you are entitled to receive 40 of the original bounty task reward. The bounty task regarding the ghost incidents on London streets has been altered to the mysterious sorcery events of the Becker family, and the execution scale has been adjusted to a 3-star assistance task. You will conduct a purge of the Becker residence under the leadership of a formal knight. Kars was taken aback. An assistance task, the staff member replied. This decision was made by the higher-ups due to the severity of the situation. It necessitates the involvement of at least one knight. What about the compromised Public Security Bureau? The Public Security Bureau has been comprehensively suppressed by a knight operating in the vicinity. However, the compromised security personnel changed shifts half an hour ago and were unable to be apprehended. According to feedback from residents on Street 37, 15 minutes ago, those who changed shifts, accompanied by their families, all entered the Becker mansion. What? They brought their families along. How many individuals are involved? At least 200. The situation had escalated beyond expectations. Chapter 70. The background of Sophia. The intelligence outpost staff member continued. Given the urgency of the matter, after discussions within the Knights, you have only 1 hour to prepare. Should you fail to secure a guiding knight for this task within the hour, the Knights will directly appoint one that during the execution of the task, the winding device in your possession will activate record mode, documenting your experiences in their entirety, including clue collection, exploration progress, and any target eliminations. Upon task completion, rewards will be allocated based on the recorded circumstances. Should you rely too heavily on the knight, you will be ineligible for any rewards. Kars hesitated slightly and inquired of the staff member, "May I see the revised bounty order?" Of course. The staff member handed over a distinctive white bounty order. Such assistance tasks were rare indeed. After all, it was uncommon for large-scale, extraordinary events necessitating direct knight intervention to occur within the Holy City. These assistance tasks not only promised substantial rewards but also provided the opportunity to learn the combat experience of formal knights throughout the process. Once issued, numerous teams would scramble to accept it. Kars gazed at the highest tier of rewards listed on the bounty order, striving to suppress his elation in front of the staff member. "Very well, we will find a suitable leading knight within the hour. Please be mindful of the time." As the staff member departed, Sophia immediately inquired with curiosity, "Kars, what exactly is the reward?" "A piece of fate equipment. And you can choose it yourself." "What?" Except for Han Dong, who exhibited no reaction, the other 2 members of the team sprang up in shock, illustrating just how rare fate equipment was for novice knights. Han Dong gazed at the short sword in his hand, feeling an unexpected sense of treasure recovery. Kars unfurled the bounty sheet, clearly stating, "Rewards. The assistance task will categorize the team's performance into 4 tiers based on the recorded circumstances. Unsatisfactory. Satisfactory. Good. Excellent. As long as the evaluation is satisfactory or above, each team shall receive 600 copper coins, material rewards, selectable materials, self-crafted equipment, potions, and 5 knight credits per person. Teams achieving a rating of good or above will receive additional rewards. Good. An extra 400 copper coins. Excellent. An additional piece of fate weaponry not exceeding quality grade. The basic rewards have also been adjusted upwards by 1530. If we can achieve excellent, our team will receive an additional piece of fate equipment, resulting in a qualitative transformation of our overall strength. The next most critical task is to find a leading knight. This incident is far from simple. Nearly 200 controlled ordinary individuals have entered the mansion. And considering the event itself involves malevolent sorcery, they may be conducting some form of sacrificial ritual. An hour is sufficient for the situation to deteriorate. We must seek a knight with adequate strength and qualifications, as the bounty order stipulates that the knight brought in must hold a rank no higher than squad leader. After Kars briefly recounted the situation, Sophia, biting her lip, reflected on her upbringing in a unique family. Having read extensively from books, she seemed to connect the current events with some horrific accounts from her readings. Sophia murmured, "If indeed 200 individuals are intended for sacrifice, it is quite possible that they may summon something from beyond the city walls, which would prove exceedingly challenging for an ordinary knight to confront. I will go ask my sister about this matter." "Sophia, is that really advisable?" Kars appeared to possess a keen awareness of Fia's familial affairs, inquiring with evident concern. "Generally, I would refrain from troubling my sister with trivial matters. Yet this situation was exceedingly peculiar. If she were to acquiesce, we would at least be spared from peril should she decline. Kars, I suggest you seek assistance elsewhere. I should be able to reach my sister within half an hour. Very well. As Sophia departed, Han Dong, intrigued, inquired about the young lady's family. Who is Miss Sophia's sister? Anderwa, my friend, I must implore you to keep this matter confidential. If it were to be disclosed, Fia could find herself in jeopardy. Rest assured, I shall maintain discretion. Fia's lineage is that of hereditary nobility. Though the specifics of her rank elude me, her sister is none other than the renowned Knight of Retribution, Celeste, who serves in the Sacred Knights Order. Due to her youth and recent induction into the order, she has yet to be bestowed with a military rank. Nevertheless, her actual prowess rivals that of some vice captains. She has just turned 28 this year. Had Han Dong been a local of the Holy City, he would undoubtedly have been rendered speechless by this revelation. However, his lack of familiarity with such matters resulted in only a mild expression of polite astonishment. Kars continued to elucidate. Initially, we formed a team with Fia without any knowledge of her background until we narrowly escaped the clutches of the Grim Reaper and successfully traversed the space of destiny. It was then that Fia's sister, Celeste, personally arrived at the teleportation exit to retrieve the gravely injured Fia. Subsequently, Fia reached out to us, discreetly revealing the nature of their relationship, though she refrained from disclosing her family background. Han Dong nodded in agreement. If such an exceptional knight is willing to assist, we should be able to secure this mission with relative ease. While awaiting Fia's return, the captured elderly woman underwent examination. The physical examination report was presented to the staff. Within the confines of the Holy City's third tier, at the base of the Sacred Knights Order sanctuary, Sophia hastened along the streets adjacent to the staircase leading to the third tier. Arriving swiftly at the sanctuary within half an hour, where she found her sister engaged in training. Her golden hair cascaded like a waterfall over her gleaming white armor, shimmering with a radiant glow. Although her facial features bore a striking resemblance to Fia's, the intensity in her sister's eyes exuded a palpable strength, an invisible aura enveloping her immediate vicinity. Unlike Sophia, Celeste specialized in the Crusader class and had subsequently aligned herself within the branch of the Holy Army. A close combat knight wielding weapons imbued with holy light. Why have you come here, Fia? Shouldn't you be studying at school, sister? I seek your assistance. In the presence of her sister, Sophia resembled a docile, albeit slightly timid kitten. Slowly extending a white bounty notice, Celeste, through some means, confirmed the knight's emblem emblazoned in the lower right corner of the notice. The witch incident, where hundreds of innocents have been ensnared, resulting in complete corruption. Fia, your luck is quite remarkable to encounter such a situation in the second tier. Who else is in your team? Only the two who survived from our last journey through the space of destiny. Along with a newcomer of 2-star mystery class. 2-star mystery class. Does that not seem inconsistent with your team's level? This individual was recommended by Captain Kars. They appear to be quite exceptional. A prodigy within the mystery class. Very well, I shall lead this supportive mission. Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Thank you, sister. Chapter 71. Investigation within the Knight's base. Han Dong swiftly perused the physical examination report to Kars and the others. It appeared as though he merely skimmed through it. In reality, he had committed vital information to memory. Captain Kars, I leave the examination report in your capable hands. I shall make a trip to the Public Security Bureau. There may be useful information to uncover. Would you like me to accompany you? Kars inquired with concern. The disturbances within the Public Security Bureau have been quelled, and I am certain there are knights among them. There is no danger. I simply wish to step outside for some fresh air. Kars tapped the mechanism. Very well. Stay in touch if anything arises. Han Dong's true intent in slipping away was not to gather evidence from the Public Security Bureau. The individuals who had been controlled had undoubtedly destroyed all pertinent documents before their departure. Even if some records remained, they would likely be fabrications. Han Dong's motive was to retrieve his diary. As the current incident was not yet concluded, the diary, serving as evidence and a lead, would be returned to him, safely tucked away in his backpack, along with the information gleaned from the physical examination report. Han Dong resolved to examine the contents of the diary with utmost diligence. Convinced that he might discover something crucial within its pages. 5 minutes later, Han Dong stood before the building where the elderly woman had been captured. Since the incident had not yet concluded, the locations tied to it had not been attended to by law enforcement. Allowing Han Dong to enter freely, settling onto the plush couch in the living room, he noted that the coffee brewed by the old woman had undergone severe spoilage. a layer of honeycomb-like debris floating atop its surface. Had he ingested it before, the consequences would have been uncertain. Commencing with the physical examination report, a specialized team of knights had conducted a thorough examination and analysis of the elderly woman, yielding a comprehensive assessment. Level of contamination: severe. Degree of physical degeneration: moderate to high. Only the skin remained intact, while the internal flesh had entirely decayed. Classification: pure contamination entity, exhibiting no notable aggression, primarily targeting to pollute. Note: an evil mark was discovered on the individual's surface, enhancing the connection with external life and deepening the mutation. Next, Han Dong laid the diary flat upon the coffee table, preparing to delve into its contents. For precaution, he donned a beaked mask, although he was acutely aware of his unusual circumstances. Prudence was always advisable. The initial pages of the diary posed no issues, chronicling the life of the deceased prior to their demise, reflecting a strong-willed individual with firm opinions. As Han Dong continued to peruse, he soon arrived at the entries regarding the Baker family murder incident, where one line piqued his interest. Original diary entry: there are numerous inconsistencies surrounding the Baker family incident. How could a homeless man possibly murder Mr. Baker, a former apprentice knight? This situation is evidently fraught with complications. Yet, Morrison insists that we ordinary security personnel conduct a search of the Baker residence first, promising to report any further discrepancies and evidence to higher authorities. It is as if he is toying with our lives. Morrison clearly seeks to leverage this incident for his own promotion. What a fool he is, completely oblivious to how he was appointed as a security officer. Alas, there is no room for alteration now. Half of my colleagues will be searching the Baker residence tomorrow. With so many hands on deck, the search will be expedited. I can only hope for a smooth outcome. Thus, it became clear why the search of the crime scene was conducted by security personnel rather than the Knight's order. It was an intentional maneuver by the Bureau's leadership, seeking to exploit the situation for personal advancement. The foolish decisions made by ignorant individuals had led to the current dire consequences. The next page should contain the deceased's final notes. Perhaps it holds significant information. Han Dong cautiously turned to the next page. Indeed, a transformation occurred. A faint black mist seeped forth from the pages. Countless eyes began to sprout from the surface of the paper, slightly larger than grains of rice, resembling insect compound eyes fixated on Han Dong. Crack! The goggles emitted a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. The bird-beaked doctor set instantly reverted to its crow form, retracting into Han Dong's body, revealing the extent of the contamination on the visible diary, specifically targeting ocular pollution. The crow, feeling threatened, sought refuge to preserve its life. This left Han Dong without any protective measures against the contamination, forcing him to lock eyes directly with the eyeball depicted in the diary. As time ticked away, Han Dong appeared remarkably composed, exhibiting none of the typical reactions associated with the fear of densely packed objects. In fact, he boldly extended his hand to touch the minuscule eyes. No larger than grains of rice, the diary seemed to possess a certain awareness, interpreting Han Dong's actions as a provocation, thus amplifying the output of pollution. The multitude of tiny eyes converged towards the center, coalescing into a spherical eyeball twice the normal size, its pupil marked with the cursed sigils inscribed on the bounty notice. During the eye's gaze into Han Dong's, a filamentous tendril gradually emerged from its surface, inching closer to him, intent on initiating a more aggressive form of contact pollution. Faced with such perilous contamination, Han Dong remained unperturbed, instead immersing himself in a state of focus, eager to conduct an experiment. He extended his right hand towards the diary, allowing the eye's protruding tendrils to brush against his palm. Apart from a slight tickling sensation, he felt no discomfort, indicating that the contact pollution remained ineffective, just as these filaments attempted to pierce through Han Dong's palm to invade his flesh. A squelching sound echoed. Han Dong invoked the ability of the Faceless One's head, causing a stout, speckled tendril to sprout from his palm. This tendril, merely by its appearance, was evidently on an entirely different level than the slender filaments surrounding the eyeball. With the growth of the tendril, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A reverse invasion. The tendril extending from Han Dong's palm writhed and penetrated the eyeball on the diary's surface. Gurgling sounds accompanied the contraction of the tendril's body, seemingly absorbing the essence of the eyeball. A piercing scream reverberated through the room. Within moments, the eyeball was entirely drained and vanished, eradicating all sources of contamination from the diary. More importantly, A rich and refined fluid surged along his arm into the seed nestled within his mind, replenishing his mysterious energy. Chapter 72. The Becker Mansionum. Fixated on the now uncontaminated diary, feeling the fresh infusion of energy within his mind, Han Dong broke into an exceptionally rare, exaggerated smile. Given Nicholas's sharp features, this smile created the illusion that his mouth nearly reached his ears. Few could genuinely comprehend the depth of Han Dong's exhilaration at that moment, for through this incident, he envisioned countless benefits. The methods for replenishing seed energy were inherently scarce. Among the abilities Han Dong currently possessed, he could only replenish seed energy through conversion and absorption of other plagues. However, he had now discovered an additional means of acquiring energy, and one with remarkable efficiency, directly extracting high-purity energy from the source of pollution. In this world, humanity's primary adversary lay beyond the city walls in the form of advanced life forms. If he could siphon energy directly from them, he could maintain a state of energy saturation at all times, significantly enhancing his survival chances, while also possessing a direct method to combat them. Nevertheless, until he found a suitable explanation for this ability, he must keep it concealed. Han Dong swiftly perused the final page of the diary, absorbing details of the law enforcement's thorough investigation of the mansion and a particularly suspicious location. This intelligence would prove invaluable as they delved into the scene of the incident. It was time to regroup. With Faya's sister leading this operation, the risk should be minimized. He hoped to navigate this ordeal relying solely on his plague-related abilities. As Han Dong exited the building, a carriage passed by. To the church. Upon climbing aboard, he discovered that another individual occupied the carriage. In his previous life, Han Dong would have detested such overcrowding and would have surely lodged a complaint. Yet, the current circumstance was different. Seated within was a man clad in a white suit and adorned with a black mask, Mr. Black and White. To Han Dong, a figure of Mr. Black and White's caliber should either be within the academy or in the core district of the Holy City. Such a serendipitous encounter on an ordinary street was improbable, let alone sharing a carriage with him. This was undoubtedly a purposeful meeting, one connected to the current bounty incident. However, directly inquiring about his intentions seemed impolite. So Han Dong feigned ignorance. Sir, is there something you require of me? There appears to be an issue with the bounty task you have undertaken. Han Dong promptly replied, we have submitted the problems we uncovered. And following the night's deliberation, the original ghost incident has been reclassified as a supportive task. What I mean is, even after the alteration, some issues still persist. Han Dong was taken aback, seemingly grasping Mr. Black and White's implication. Are you suggesting that I withdraw? Do not continue the execution. Instead, take this and use it at a critical moment. From beneath Mr. Black and White's robes, he presented a bundle of mysterious scrolls wrapped in fine black thread. Sir, what is this? Once unfurled, the scroll will erase the memories of all those in the vicinity to a certain extent. Do you understand what I mean? Thank you, sir. But how do I shield the recording function of the spring mechanism? There's no need for concern. It merely records what you have accomplished, not the abilities you employed. In summary, you need not worry about anything. If any information were to leak, I shall handle it discreetly. With that, a black vortex formed at the center of Mr. Black and White's being, twisting inward until he ultimately transformed into a black crow and flew out through the carriage window. Mr. Black and White truly possessed the ability to foresee everything. His timely warning had proven invaluable. However, his visit also indicated that this incident was far from simple. There could very well be unforeseen complications. Han Dong felt fortunate to have chosen the mysterious path and to have encountered Mr. Black and White. He secured the scroll and disembarked in the church district. In the special stable adjacent to the church, Han Dong beheld a pristine white horse, its coat untouched by any modifications, complemented by a silvery mane. For a moment, he was utterly captivated, having never seen such a magnificent steed. Most likely, this horse belonged to Sophia's sister. Had they arrived? As Han Dong stepped into the church, an aura emanated from within. With a clang, the church doors swung open. A female knight with cascading golden waves strode out, her gaze locking onto Han Dong at the entrance. Yet, Han Dong displayed no exaggerated reaction, merely offering an awkward smile. Are you the final member of the team? Can you not perceive the urgency of the situation? You still have the leisure to loiter outside. Hurry and follow me to the site of the incident to commence action. With over 200 civilians likely to be sacrificed as living offerings, the situation was bound to become quite troublesome. Understood. Celestine walked straight towards her white horse without waiting for Cass and the others, making her way directly to the scene of the incident. Andre, my friend, do not mind the somewhat haughty words of such a noble knight. We should also make haste. Coincidentally, they had already completed the sacred baptism within the church. Undergoing the sacred baptism would bestow a buff, beneficial effect, upon the subject. Resistance to pollution increased for 2 hours. This process had been completed before Han Dong and the others released their pressure. They promptly summoned another carriage. Heading towards the scene of the incident, Becker Mansion on 37th Street. Currently, to ensure the safety of nearby residents from contamination, all inhabitants of 37th Street had been evacuated. Both entrances to the street were guarded by a regular knight. Any intruder exhibiting abnormal behavior would face immediate execution by the knight. After presenting their apprentice knight identification badges, Han Dong and the others finally arrived at the imposing mansion bearing the Becker nameplate. It was even larger than anticipated, sprawling across nearly 1,000 square meters, complete with a rear garden. Its eerie architectural style, overrun with blood-red vines, and the severely corroded wrought iron gates exuded an air of desolation. Though the massacre had occurred just days prior, the mansion bore the semblance of having been abandoned for years. I have grasped the basic situation. You all don your goggles and follow me into the mansion. I will handle the primary target, and you merely need to assist in eliminating the contaminated humans. When Xylus spoke these words, her right hand was raised vertically, seemingly murmuring some form of prayer. As her hand descended, a radiant circle of blessing descended upon every member of the squad. The King's blessing, an enhancement that elevated the fundamental attributes of all squad members and infused their attacks with holy damage. After unleashing the group buff, Xylois transitioned into a combat stance, drawing forth an iron chain shackled with sacred inscriptions, while her left hand shimmered with light, manifesting a medium-sized holy shield. The paladin Cass murmured to himself. Contemplating a similar path for his own future, Knight Xylois stepped into the courtyard, striding toward the grand entrance of the mansion. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. However, Xylois, prepared for battle, furrowed her brow. The mansion's interior was utterly vacant. Not a single living soul was to be found, not even a mouse. Chapter 73. The Knight Falls Light Perception as a Paladin of the Holy Church. Xylois possessed both sacred and knightly abilities. With a single step, a warm radiance emanated from her foot, spreading throughout every corner of the Beck family mansion. Yet the response remained eerily empty to no one. The following members of Cass's squad wore expressions of astonishment. They had anticipated a fierce battle, only to find an unusual silence. Han Dong surveyed the desolate mansion, noting that even the furnishings and decorations had largely been removed, and the cursed seals had been nearly erased. Losing their intended tainting effects, Xylois immediately issued a command. It is impossible for hundreds of people to vanish without a trace. You two form a team and search this building. Report any findings to me immediately. No one is permitted to act independently. Understood. The division of teams was the same as before. Cass and Sophia paired up to conduct a thorough search of the first and second floors of the mansion, while Han Dong and Koslin teamed up to investigate the rear garden area. The rear garden, long neglected, was overgrown with weeds taller than their knees. Aside from a stinking pool of water, an open space marked by a massive seal, and a gazebo overrun with stone blood plants, there was nothing of note in the garden. The enormous seal had also been damaged, rendering it non-functional. The area where the seal had been bore tree-like traces, suggesting a large tree had once thrived here, now inexplicably vanished. Han Dong approached the foul-smelling pool. Koslin, can you locate the drainage outlet of this pool? Certainly. Having previously collaborated, Koslin's demeanor towards Han Dong was markedly different. Upon Han Dong's suggestion, Koslin quickly engaged a retractable iron rod device to detect and open the metal drain beneath the pool. That I'll take a look down there. Koslin, you search for clues at the gazebo. All right. Han Dong used the arm of a ghoul for leverage, carefully descending into the 4-meter-deep pool. The bottom of the pool was thickly coated in moss and dark plants. As Han Dong scraped away the moss with his hands, he uncovered a colossal seal identical to the one on the wanted notice. Unlike the previous seal, this one was remarkably intact. Luck is on my side. It seems I've found the right spot. As the seal sensed a living presence approaching, it immediately emanated a crimson glow, sprouting numerous tiny eyes that locked onto Han Dong's gaze. Han Dong could only manage an awkward smile as he extended his hand, absorbing all the little eyes. The reason for selecting the rear garden and targeting this foul-smelling pool was due to the diary's last page, which recounted how a security officer had succumbed to a vision of eyeballs reflected in the water during a search, leading to subsequent pollution and his untimely death. After absorbing the eyeballs and dismantling the seal, Han Dong feigned nonchalance, cleaning up the evidence to avoid arousing Xylist's suspicions. Han Dong, about 3 steps to your right. There's a faint aura of malevolence seeping out. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Han Dong's mind. Miss Chun-Li was also keeping a vigilant watch over the external circumstances, fully activating the power of his ghoul arm. Han Dong forcibly pried up a tile on the ground as guided by Chun-Li. Indeed, he discovered a hidden switch that could be manipulated by hand. Koslin, please notify everyone to come over. I found something. Soon, the group that had yielded no results in the mansion gathered at the rear garden, fixated on the secret switch Han Dong had uncovered. Xylist merely remarked, "Well done, you come up first." As Han Dong climbed out of the pool, Xylist swiftly transformed the form of her left-hand shield into a luminous whip, expertly wrapping it around the switch at the bottom, with a firm pull. A hidden door at the pool's base swung open, revealing an exceedingly dark underground passage, or clandestine sacrificial activities occurring underground. This entire incident was evidently premeditated. Sister, shall we descend? No. The dangers below may well harbor medium to high-level pollution traps. Following me would only hinder progress. Additionally, there are still issues within the mansion that at least during my earlier search. I sense that the mansion likely conceals some malevolent artifacts that I will descend alone to explore and locate the sacrificial area. You all remain above to cleanse the Beck mansion. Should I require assistance, I will naturally contact you. Sister, please be careful. Sophia expressed her deep concern. Rest assured, the entities beyond the city walls cannot take my life. Within this sacred city, no malevolent artifact exists that poses a threat to my life. With that, Xyloist turned her gaze towards Han Dong, clad in a bird-beaked doctor's attire. Did you, a student majoring in divination, discover the hidden switch to this passage? I am not majoring in plague studies. I sensed it through fungal detection. Not bad. You big men must take good care of Sophia. If I discover she's harmed while you remain unscathed, do not blame me for flaying your skins. Absolutely. Cass promptly replied. Take care. Night. With their conversation concluded, Xyloist ventured alone into the depths below, while Han Dong's squad returned to the mansion, commencing their search and purification of the remaining malevolent artifacts. It was now dusk. To ensure safety, Koslin hung portable oil lamps at various locations within the mansion, ensuring ample illumination during the operation. The 4 commenced a thorough search of the mansion. Half an hour passed. Yet they unearthed nothing. Han Dong had no inkling of what to do next. With no clues or information, the studies books had all been cleared out, and the only diary they found had crucial pages torn out. As night descended, the pre-placed oil lamps illuminated the mansion completely. The 4 gathered in the study, feeling a tinge of anxiety. Cass was particularly concerned that Xylist's overwhelming strength would allow her to clear out the pollution source and cultists in the underground area single-handedly, while his group would end up accomplishing nothing. Consequently, they could be deemed inadequate and receive no rewards. However, Xylist had emphasized that without her orders, no one was permitted to descend. I'll check other rooms once more. Perhaps there are hidden compartments we missed. Just as Cass was about to step out of the study, Han Dong seemed to receive some signal and urgently exclaimed, Cass, be careful. At that moment, Cass had fully pushed open the wooden door, only to see a woman shrouded in white cloth, her body adorned with root-like tendrils, drift past the entrance. Hee. A chilling laugh reverberated throughout the mansion. A ghost. Chapter 74. The genesis of evil. Cass was a seasoned crusader. Upon hearing Han Dong's warning, the act of opening the door had become irreversible. He instinctively closed his eyes. He felt a cold breeze sweep past him. Utilizing his crusader physique, he quickly retreated and kicked the door shut. Bang! The study door slammed closed once more. Cass had managed to shut his eyes in time and saw nothing. What just happened? What was out there? Koslin inquired hastily. A ghost, just as described in the wanted notice. A woman concealed beneath white cloth, her body covered in branch-like tendrils. What is going on? What is happening in the study? As Cass turned to his teammates, he was astonished to see the previously dilapidated study had restored itself, returning to an appearance befitting a grand mansion. Could it be that night has the power to rejuvenate this mansion? Does the moonlight truly reveal one's true visage? While the teammates were astonished and deliberating on how to confront the specter outside, Han Dong had already picked up a peculiar diary from the desk and began to read earnestly, as it contained the secrets of the Beck family. Han Dong skimmed over trivial matters, focusing on the significant content. The notes were penned by Beck Marcellus, and the entries read as follows. March 17. Today, I heard old Henry mention that a batch of quality new goods has arrived in the commoner district. Coincidentally, the slaves at home have become tiresome, and it is time to acquire some fresh delights. However, the thought of venturing into the filthy and foul-smelling commoner district unsettles me. I hope old Henry is not deceiving me. The process of purchasing slaves. Approximately 800 words. There was not a single slave that met my standards. Old Henry's connections have evidently deteriorated, and henceforth, there is no need to maintain contact with him. Yet, one item showcased at the auction piqued my interest immensely: a book. One imbued with peculiar magical powers. It is said that a fearless commoner salvaged it from the abandoned sewer system, and after selling it at the auction for a modest price, he perished at home the very same day. The starting bid for this book was a staggering 300 copper coins. That I trust my judgment. This is my only chance to reclaim my path as a knight, even if it means jeopardizing the family's finances. I must acquire it. If I can master the special magic inscribed within this book, I shall be able to return to the library and continue my nightly journey. I summoned the butler to bring money and promptly purchased the book. Hurrying back home, I utilized a false identity for this auction in the commoner district, so it is unlikely anyone will discover the truth. March 18. Unbelievably, the contents of this book far exceeded my expectations. With my esteemed status as an apprentice knight, I could only comprehend the first chapter at best. Nevertheless, this suffices. If I can execute the first chapter flawlessly, I shall gain boundless magical power when I return to the library. Those teachers who expelled me will surely regret their foolish actions from years past. The living sacrifice requires meticulous preparation, as the opportunity is singular. That I must first conduct a small-scale simulation experiment at home. If successful, I can then execute my grand plan in detail. Conveniently, this old woman in my household shall serve as the living sacrifice. That I have long desired to eliminate her, for this household was established solely due to my greatness as an apprentice knight. She and her decrepit father merely provided a modicum of startup capital. Since my expulsion from the academy, her gaze upon me has been one of disdain, as if I were a mere waste. I find myself increasingly eager to rid myself of this old woman. March 19. I write rather late today, but I must document the amusing events of today. It was truly entertaining. The experiment was a success, and I have gained power. Furthermore, I managed to create a polluted entity by employing the arcane spells learned at the Knight Academy in conjunction with the content of the first chapter of the book. An entity that is completely harmless to me. Indeed, I possess a remarkable talent. I can seamlessly invoke the magic recorded in the book. After draining this old woman's life energy, I transformed her into a polluted entity through a ritual. I can now attempt the subsequent instructions outlined in the first chapter, trying to insert something further into her being, thereby crafting her into a formidable polluted entity, guarding the mansion and eliminating anyone who dares to intrude and disrupt my sacrificial ceremony. If all goes well, I might even ascend to the status of king. March 20. Today was yet another fascinating day. I managed to incorporate the entire family into this old woman's body, transforming her into a powerful pet. Although I feel a pang of sorrow for my young son, there was no other option. Most astonishingly, the alchemical site was situated in the backyard. When I activated the wicked ritual, I was taken aback to find that even the century-old phoenix tree had been integrated into the process. Truly remarkable, this magical book possesses the power to manipulate all forms of life. The plan shall commence tomorrow. Through this opportunity, I will lure the law enforcement to my doorstep with my current abilities. Controlling these loafers will be a simple task. Let us orchestrate a murderous scheme. Thus ends the diary entries. The contents above elucidate all that transpired within the Beck family. The mastermind is none other than the head of the family, Beck Marcellus, A.S. for the ghost that roams the mansion. It is a polluted creation he fashioned by merging his wife with the entire family and a phoenix tree. However, what concerns Han Dong most is not this, but rather the book that the family had expended a fortune to procure, the magical book acquired from an auction in the commoner district, supposedly found by a commoner in the long-abandoned sewer system. The truth of this matter is far more complex, for this book harbors significant issues. The National Royal Knight Academy's assessments may indeed possess certain flaws, yet they treat students fairly, as long as students meet the school's requirements. They can learn and grow within their respective faculties. Beck Marcellus, expelled and denied his talents and abilities, has inexplicably gained such formidable power through a mere book. This indicates that he does not possess true talent. Rather, this magical tome deliberately bestows upon him potent evil powers, aiming to corrupt the inner sanctum of the holy city. If I can locate the book, perhaps it will lead me to the entity behind its creation. Andwa, my friend, Have you uncovered anything? Cass's inquiry interrupted Han Dong's contemplation. Yes, I have already discerned the secrets of the Beck family. However, we must first resolve the polluted entity lurking outside. According to the book's descriptions, the ghost is a fusion of the Beck family and the century-old phoenix tree in the backyard. The process of its creation involved eyes, which Senior Coastland has already witnessed. During the confrontation, we must be cautious about making eye contact. Cass, astonished, exclaimed, "In just 3 minutes. Andwa, you read the entire diary and noted the key points." Han Dong clarified, "I omitted irrelevant information. There is not much truly useful content, and reading requires efficiency and method. Captain Cass, please devise a battle plan." "Very well." Cass nodded, casting a deliberately meaningful glance at Han Dong. Chapter 75, Joint Operation Part 1. The study is located on the second floor of the Beck residence. Due to uncertainty regarding the Spectre's continued presence outside, Coastland sought an opening in the study floor, just large enough for one person to pass through. Han Dong and Coastland descended through the opening, which led to a storage room on the first floor. Captain Cass teamed up with FIA, who provided various blessings of holy light, augmenting Cass's anti-pollution value to its maximum potential. Simultaneously, Cass could apply the Crusaders' might buff to himself, enhancing various physical attributes while also bolstering his willpower, significantly mitigating the pollution's effects on his mind. In the first phase of the plan, Cass prepared to confront the Spectre haunting the mansion head-on. During the time Cass occupied the Spectre, all team members spread out, surrounding the ghost from different angles, aiming to swiftly eliminate it. Although all weapons had been blessed with the king's blessing and imbued with holy attributes by Silas, the true source of maximum damage against such evil entities would derive from the holy light spells directly cast by FIA. Hence, the core of this plan revolves around Sophia. Once the positions were established, Sophia would initiate full offensive mode, while Han Dong and Coastland would assist in the attack, ensuring Sophia's safety. Before the operation commenced, Sophia appeared worried. "Cass, be careful. The diary mentions that during the evil transmutation, the century-old phoenix tree was accidentally fused into the process, which explains the branch-like structure present on the ghost. The adversary may utilize plant-based abilities. We must remain vigilant. Indeed, we faced trance together in the realm of fate that I possess some experience. While I hold the Spectre at bay, FI, you must quickly position yourselves with them if any danger arises. I will do my utmost to protect you." Upon hearing Cass, FIA's cheeks flushed. Her affection for Cass was not merely due to his handsomeness, but rather his distinctive knightly aura. However, when danger looms, Cass always stands in front of her. Regardless of how perilous the situation may be, Cass is always the first to step forward. Without regard to life or death, he ensures that his comrades retreat to safety first. As FIA leaps down into the storage room on the first floor, the radiant smile that adorned Cass's face instantly vanishes, plunging him into a state of combat readiness. Taking a deep breath, Cass feels a twinge of anxiety. After all, the characteristics and abilities of the target he is about to confront remain uncertain. The prior contamination of the notebook had already caused Coastland's goggles to shatter, and now he must face an aberration that amalgamates 5 beings, infused with botanical traits. The Celestial Knights have descended underground and cannot provide support. Should his teammates' firepower prove insufficient, he may very well meet his demise here. If he cannot accomplish even this task, he will be unable to reap adequate benefits in the next high-difficulty fate space, ultimately risking elimination from the ranks of the Knights. A searing cross-shaped mark materializes on Cass's forehead. The tension dissipates, and any trace of fear vanishes from his gaze. With a decisive kick, he shatters the study door, deliberately creating a sound to draw the Spectre's attention. Yet, there is nothing beyond the door. What greets Cass is merely a completely restored opulent mansion, devoid of any spectral presence. The Crusaders possess formidable physical prowess and the ability to wield various weapons. Even after the maturation of their talent trees, they can harness different elements to infuse their energy into their weapons or reconstruct their bodies. However, they still exhibit one shortcoming: the ability to detect and perceive their surroundings. They can only rely on their own senses and eyesight to locate targets. While capable of leading the team, they inevitably require a teammate proficient in reconnaissance to assist them. In the past, Coastland had fulfilled that role within the squad, due to the failure to swiftly identify the target. Compounded by the eerie and frigid atmosphere of the mansion, along with the faint sound of weeping emanating from the corners, Cass unconsciously breaks into a cold sweat. Where could it be? Cass attempts to walk cautiously down the second-floor corridor, remaining on high alert. Even if someone were to ambush him from behind at this moment, he could swiftly counterattack. Yet, there remains a flaw, and that lies beneath his feet as he walks along the wooden corridor. Slender plant tendrils begin to emerge from the floorboards, completely eluding Cass's perception. With a single step, the growth of the tendrils accelerates, instantly ensnaring Cass's legs. Immobilization. Not only that, but the branches continue to coil upwards, binding Cass's body and arms. The resilience of these tendrils is exceptionally high. Once ensnared, it is nearly impossible to break free through sheer strength. Even for a 3-star Crusader like Cass, this is dire. At that moment, a white curtain slowly descends before Cass. A terrifying woman, partially shrouded in white fabric, comes into close proximity with him. Experienced as he is, Cass instinctively closes his eyes, striving to resist the intrusion of contamination. While his barely mobile wrist gropes for an item at his waist, of course, the specter is not simply going to remain still. Crackle, crackle, the sound of some slippery substance growing. A dreadful entity is taking form within the woman's palm, a soft, root-like appendage, straddling the line between plant and tentacle. Besides possessing botanical characteristics, it appears soft and slick overall. As this pliable root contacts the silver armor Cass wears, it immediately emits a thick plume of smoke, seemingly corroding the pure silver armor. Crackle, crackle, the root rides up the armor, making its way towards Cass's face. The danger is self-evident. Should it pry open his eyelids, everything would be over in a critical moment. Cass's treasure at his waist is grasped. Molotov cocktail, a flame bomb crafted by Coastland. Having previously battled tree spirits, Cass knows well that entities associated with trees are invariably afraid of fire. He hurls the Molotov cocktail with force from his wrist. Upon striking the object, the internal accelerants react immediately, igniting upon contact with oxygen in the air, shattering the glass casing and igniting the fuel within. Boom! Flames erupt, engulfing the front half of Cass's body, incinerating the plants that clung to his armor. Crusader slash, the longsword, imbued with holy light, swiftly cleaves through, followed by a spinning kick that strikes the specter in the abdomen. This kick sends the flaming specter flying. Simultaneously, Coastland, positioned at a distance, locks onto the specter's form and fires 3 rapid shots. Silver bullets, charged with holy light, precisely pierce the specter's vital areas. Chapter 76, Joint Operations Part 2. The combined assault is far from over. Just as the 3 bullets penetrate the specter's body, a beam of holy light descends, enveloping the specter entirely. Holy light, flames, and silver bullets striking vital points, screams echo throughout the building. In the blink of an eye, only a charred heap of white fabric remains. This entire feat was accomplished through the combined efforts of Cass, Coastland, and Sophia, with Han Dong taking no action, sensing that their attacks were sufficient while also faintly detecting an unsettling presence. Throughout the battle, Han Dong felt as though someone lurked in a shadowy corner, observing their group. Are we dead? No, something still watches us from the dark. Everyone, stay vigilant. Upon hearing Han Dong's words, the entire team maintained their state of alertness. Cass, standing alone in the second-floor corridor, swiftly removes the still-burning silver armor, extinguishing the flames before donning it once more. That was genuinely perilous. Had he not anticipated the opponent's botanical attributes and prepared the Molotov cocktail, the consequences would have been dire. As Cass re-equips his armor, his peripheral vision catches sight of slender plant tendrils continuously sprouting from the floor beneath Sophia's position. FIA. On the ground. As Cass exclaims this, the plants begin to grow wildly. Clearly, the entity concealed within this building possesses a keen awareness. After witnessing the specter's demise, it deduces that Sophia poses the greatest threat and must be eliminated first. Sophia stands between Coastland and Han Dong, separated by a mere 2 meters. Yet, facing the sudden onslaught of plants erupting from the floor, Coastland reacts swiftly. Stowing away his firearm, he retrieves a vial of holy water. Thud. He throws the bottle. To their surprise, the holy water splashes onto the plants with no discernible effect. This indirectly indicates that the controlled plants lack any malevolent attributes. They are merely ordinary plant entities under manipulation. It also implies that Sophia's holy light spells cannot affect these plants, and with her abilities, she cannot escape the tendrils' grasp. This situation makes it impossible for her to throw the Molotov cocktail. Unlike Cass, whose armor protects him, flames would severely injure Sophia at this distance. Cass cannot reach her in time. Crackle, crackle. The frenzied vines have ensnared Sophia's legs. even if she produces a finely crafted dagger to sever a few tendrils. It would be futile as the separated vines would continue to grow. Unbeknownst to her, Sophia has been adeptly bound by these tendrils, rendering her immobile. Concurrently, a piece of white fabric has appeared on the floor, heralding the specter's imminent emergence. The situation is exceedingly critical. In a moment of panic, as the trio struggles to devise a plan, Han Dong silently observes, his mind simulating various rescue methods. Though each poses a risk of harm to Sophia, there is only one method that poses no danger. In the prison cell, the woman in red, facing the wall, suddenly vanishes. Miss Chinley, I implore you. A distinct aura of malevolence envelopes the hall. Whoosh, the shadows of blades overlapped, precisely slicing through the vines that ensnared Sophia. Beneath her dark hair, a pair of chilling crimson eyes locked onto Sophia's, causing her to recoil in terror, fortuitously stepping out of the plant's grasp. Following this, the gaze of the woman in red shifted to the ground. Her pale, malevolent arms swiftly extended, seizing a peculiar white cloth from the earth. With sheer brute force, she yanked the phantom entirely free. What followed was a frenzied flurry of chaotic knife strikes. The cursed cleaver, imbued with dark energy, violently cleaved through the specter's form, reducing the tendril-like branches to mere shreds, as Chinli single-handedly vanquished the ghost. Moreover, like Han Dong, Chinli remained unaffected by the corruption. Fixated on the second deceased specter, Han Dong realized a hidden source of pollution within the Becker mansion was covertly manipulating the ghosts. He hurried to the backyard, with nightfall revealing the mansion's true form. Perhaps the backyard had also reverted. At the moment Han Dong exclaimed this, aside from Cass's reaction, both Koslin and Sophia appeared somewhat dazed, staring at the terrifying woman in red, wielding a cleaver with disheveled black hair. Feeling a twinge of fear due to their unfamiliarity with her origins, Cass hastily explained, "This is the powerful summon of my friend Aniva that I mentioned earlier." Quickly, Aniva is right, since she can manipulate ordinary plants. It is highly probable that her true form lies in the backyard. Slowly regaining her composure, Sophia shifted her gaze from the woman in red to Han Dong, biting her lips slightly in gratitude. The four gathered, preparing to exit through the front door and head to the backyard. Suddenly, with a thunderous roar, the heavy wooden doors of the mansion slammed shut, and a multitude of plant vines surged from the cracks to reinforce the entrance. Simultaneously, another ghost materialized in the corner of the hall. As everyone braced for battle, Cass's face contorted with rage. His anger stemmed from the fact that the adversary had directly assaulted the vulnerable female member of their team. Had it not been for Han Dong's abilities, Faya would likely have sustained severe injuries. Without hesitation, Cass produced a fire oil bomb and hurled it forcefully against the door. As the flames spread, consuming a portion of the plant matter clinging to the door, Cass concentrated his strength in his legs and left arm, lowering his center of gravity. Brute force charge shield bashed, a resounding crash echoed, as wood splinters and charred vines scattered in all directions. With sheer might, he forced open the imposing 3-meter door, showcasing the extent of his physical prowess. Thus, the team successfully departed the mansion, heading straight for the backyard. Their conjecture proved correct. In the center of the once overgrown backyard stood a colossal phoenix tree, its size so immense that it dominated the entire area, with part of its trunk connected to the mansion. At its base, there existed a small tree hollow, just large enough for a single person to enter. To eradicate the specters haunting the Becker mansion, it seemed necessary to delve deep within the hollow and eliminate the true source of pollution. Bang! Koslin seized a fire oil bomb and tossed it toward the tree, intending to incinerate it entirely. However, the situation was not so straightforward. The flames could only scorch the superficial bark, failing to spread across the tree's surface and extinguishing quickly. The white specter had already drifted out from the mansion's entrance, leaving little time for contemplation. A swift decision was imperative. And Diva's friend will handle the rest. The three of us have collaborated numerous times, and it is now confirmed that the true form lies within this tree. We will venture inside while you remain outside to fend off the pursuing specters. Since Han Dong's summon could contend with the ghosts, it made sense for him to stay behind, empowered by Faya's holy light. Cass felt confident in defeating the internal source of infection, after which Kost would ignite it from within, completely incinerating the monstrous tree. Very well, but do exercise caution. Rest assured, the adversary merely possesses an additional form of pollution. In terms of difficulty, it pales in comparison to the entities within the realm of fate. The three of them swiftly entered the tree hollow. Han Dong and Miss Chinli remained in place, gazing intently at the specter gliding toward them, unmoved. "Shall I take action?" Chinli inquired. "No, I can manage." The specter floated directly before Han Dong, regardless of the ghost's soft, root-like fingers groping him, or its horrific wails, or even the unveiling of its white shroud, revealing a grotesque visage teeming with eyes. Han Dong remained entirely unperturbed, shrugging in resignation. Slap! Han Dong's hand shot out, grasping the head of the female specter. A stout, speckled tendril swiftly penetrated her skull. Gurgle, gurgle. It seemed to be siphoning the brain essence from her. However, this time felt different. It appeared that not only energy was being absorbed, but also fragments of memories and cellular essence. Chapter 77. Delving deeper, memories of a wife being brutally murdered by her husband flickered through his mind, interspersed with scenes of other family members being slain. Amidst these fragmented images, there were numerous glimpses of the head of the family, Becker Marcellus. Yet, this patriarch was no longer an ordinary human but a terrifying being adorned with tendrils. Han Dong had gleaned this experience from the diary, swiftly bypassing irrelevant images. His primary objective was to search for a significant item within these memories, an item that brought misfortune to the Becker family. A grimoire. Soon, Han Dong discovered it within the shattered memories of the youngest son. One day, when Becker exited his study, he forgot to lock the door. His youngest son, while playing, inadvertently wandered into the study and stumbled upon a stitched leather book resting on the desk. Indeed, the book's cover was made of skin, reminiscent of pigskin. However, the leather appeared somewhat yellowed, lacking distinct pig hairs, and from the visuals, it seemed more akin to skin taken from a human. Furthermore, the surface of the book bore evident stitching marks, with black threads crisscrossing wildly. Most striking was the central eye on the cover. A real eye capable of movement. The youngest son, upon witnessing this, let out a shriek, and the memory fragment concluded there. No wonder Becker was willing to expend family funds to acquire this book upon seeing it. For a man rejected by the Knight Academy, constantly oppressed by females, this was akin to a life-saving straw appearing on his path. He would undoubtedly grasp it. However, he never anticipated that this straw would lead him into an endless abyss. Yet, while this book was detrimental to him, it could serve a different purpose for me. If possible, I must find a way to obtain this book. Han Dong had developed a profound interest in this tome. As time passed, remaining outside had begun to feel rather tedious for Han Dong. With Cass and the others delving into the tree hollow, they were wholly disinterested in confronting Han Dong, nor were they capable of doing so. Based on Cass and his companions' abilities, as long as they could withstand the pollution, dealing with such entities should be a trivial matter. Miss Chinli, let us return to the mansion for a look. All right. Beneath the night sky, Chinli relished this disheveled appearance, deliberately obscuring her face. She was also accustomed to her joints making peculiar, dislocated sounds as she walked, not intentionally creating a horror atmosphere, but rather a personal habit. With the night descending, the mansion's restoration might bring about unexpected changes in certain areas. Yes, let us check Becker's personal bedroom. Becker had a separate bedroom situated on the first floor, as due to marital issues. They had begun sleeping apart 2 years ago. During prior investigations, this bedroom had been entirely destroyed due to a ceiling collapse, with a massive rebar and concrete blocking the entrance, rendering it inaccessible. As night fell and the mansion restored, Han Dong opened the door. Moreover, through the memory fragments flashing in his mind, he quickly discovered a secret passage leading underground beneath the bed. The passage bore clear signs of human construction, featuring cement steps for easy descent. Shall we go down? After a brief consideration, Han Dong called Miss Chinli and proceeded downward. The proud and aloof Knight Celeste bears a striking resemblance in character to a female instructor from the academy during her lifetime, excessively strong-willed. She would never seek help from those of lower status than herself. Considering the time, it has been nearly an hour since Knight Celeste ventured into the underground area. With her prowess, she should either have swiftly dealt with the corrupted Becker Marcellus or encountered some issue and become trapped below. Although she mentioned that if assistance was required, she would inform us via the communication device. Would such a strong-willed person really request our help? Even the individual who poses a considerable challenge for her, we, as mere novices, would stand no chance against, would we? Moreover, within the team, there exists her younger sister, whom she is deeply concerned about. When faced with danger, she would undoubtedly refrain from soliciting our assistance. There is also the possibility that the communication devices have been rendered inoperative underground, preventing any means of contact with us. Regardless, it is imperative that I descend to investigate. If there is an opportunity, acquiring the grimoire is essential. Han Dong does not believe that his combined strength with Chun Li could rival the renowned punitive knight Celeste, yet he harbors no fear of the corruption, fueled by this singular trait, alongside an insatiable curiosity and longing for the mysterious tome. He resolves to delve into the subterranean lair to personally witness the so-called grand scheme of Baker Marcellus. The descent was devoid of peril. The stone steps extended approximately 30 meters, leading into the pitch-black cavern below. The atmosphere was thick with the acrid scent of oil, reminiscent of a brutal massacre that might have occurred not long ago. Had the ritual already been completed? Why was there no sound? Han Dong refrained from lighting a torch, as the flames could expose his chromast visage, which possessed a certain degree of night vision, allowing him to explore the cave in darkness. Before long, he discerned a flicker of green light. As he approached, he realized that the source of the illumination was the sacrificial array, concealed behind 2 stone pillars, through which he peered to observe the interior. The ritual had already concluded. The expansive underground chamber was adorned with green flame torches. A colossal array was etched with oil, inscribed with numerous strange characters that Han Dong could not decipher. Amidst a scattering of fragmented skeletons, it was evident that the ceremony had been completed. However, neither Baker Marcellus nor Knight Celeste was visible. What transpired remained a mystery to Han Dong. At that moment, a somewhat icy hand fell upon Han Dong's shoulder, dragging him into the shadows. Chinli, witnessing this, glared fiercely and brandished a kitchen knife, ready to pursue and strike. Miss Chinli, this is a friend. You should return, Han Dong asserted decisively, retracting Chinli into his portable prison. The one who had ensnared Han Dong into the darkness was none other than Knight Celeste. She was injured, one hand pressed against her bleeding waist, while the other grasped Han Dong. Keep your voice down. What are you doing here? Where is FIA? Han Dong promptly replied, They are all fine. It was my decision to come down here to assist you. You cannot be of any help. You must have descended through another route, correct? Hurry, take me back up and inform the Order of the Knights. The target has drawn powerful creatures from beyond the city walls into his own body. This place is his domain, unsuitable for us to engage in combat. Just then, a slithering sound of some slick entity echoed through the air. Han Dong and Celeste simultaneously held their breath. Chapter 78. Healing. It was clear that the source of the slithering noise was Baker Marcellus, who had completed his grand scheme and was now hunting the injured Celeste. However, the sounds that lingered nearby gradually faded into silence. The entity's fusion with the life forms outside the city had not yet stabilized, leading to a certain deficiency in its perception. Once it became stable, it would swiftly locate us. We must hurry. Celeste, who was typically strong and patient, was now in pain, suppressing her cries to avoid drawing attention. Han Dong, observing her, felt a strange sensation. As a member of the Holy Order, Celeste possessed some medical abilities, such as basic light healing, capable of treating ordinary wounds. However, the severe injury she sustained required the expertise of a specialized healing knight and various intricate instruments. Failure to address it properly could result in numerous side effects. Wearing crow goggles, Han Dong examined Celeste's wound. A multitude of tentacle-like appendages, as thick as fingers, had sprouted from the surface of the injury, seemingly attempting to burrow into her body. Celeste was channeling most of her energy into the vicinity of the wound, trying to prevent these tentacles from invading. The continuous writhing of the tentacles was exacerbating the injury, and delaying action would yield no benefits for Celeste. Would holy water suffice? Han Dong inquired. No, this is no ordinary pollutant. These tentacles have reached a certain level of strength, far beyond the simple contaminants you encountered in the inner city. They are true higher life forms. Contact with holy water would provoke a violent reaction, not only failing to eradicate them, but also inciting them to thrash about wildly, tearing the wound further and potentially invading my body. Let us not dwell on that. Take me up quickly. Han Dong made no move but whispered, What do you think the chances are of being discovered if I assist you in ascending? About 50%. Moreover, your sister FIA and 2 other teammates are currently engaged in battle with a fused pollutant in a particular scenario. Even if we manage to escape, should they pursue us, FIA would be in danger. Upon hearing this, Celeste was moved. The underground area, due to the influence of the vile array, prevented any transmission of information. It was imperative to reach the surface to report to the Order of Knights. Yet, as Han Dong pointed out, should they inadvertently lead Baker Marcellus to the surface, it would spell disaster. The only viable solution was to eliminate Baker, who had yet to fully adapt to his corporeal form. Within the subterranean cave, that if Knight Celeste does not mind, I possess a method to cleanse the pollutants from your wound. You, the one who just received 2 stars in mysticism, do not jest if you disturb it, and it invades my body. You would essentially be committing indirect murder against a knight. Celeste paid no heed to Han Dong's words. Han Dong took a deep breath, seizing the moment while Celeste was unguarded. He fully unleashed the power of the ghoul's arm, turning and pinning her to the ground. As previously mentioned, due to her abdominal injury, a significant portion of Celeste's focus was on her wound, preventing her from making any substantial movements. She glared with fury at Han Dong, who had her pinned down. "What are you doing?" Since explanations proved futile, Han Dong acted decisively. His right hand pressed firmly against Celeste's abdominal wound, initiating direct contact with the eerie tentacles. An unexpected occurrence transpired. The tentacles could not resist or struggle. In an instant, they were absorbed by Han Dong in reverse. The corruption dissipated, and Celeste's burden was lifted. With a surge of strength, she performed a swift motion, flipping Han Dong onto the ground, her fist poised in the air, glaring at him with anger for his disrespect. If that fist were to land, Han Dong would likely perish, even should his skull be shattered. The ground would bear a significant crater. The principles of the Holy Order and the noble education she had received since childhood had instilled in Celeste a unique sense of pride. The humiliation of being pinned down by an apprentice knight 10 times weaker than herself stung her dignity. Moreover, Han Dong's exhibited abilities raised concerns. "If I hadn't acted forcefully, there would have been no chance to heal you." Han Dong's words momentarily stunned her. His willingness to heal her indicated that, despite his questionable abilities, he was not aligned with the enemy. Otherwise, he would have struck earlier or made a loud noise to summon the fallen baker. After approximately 10 seconds of careful contemplation, Celeste retracted her fist, calming herself, and pulled Han Dong up, continuing to conceal themselves in the shadows. With the pollution entirely eradicated, Celeste retrieved an efficient healing potion from her waist. Applying it to her abdominal wound, the potion's stimulation accelerated cellular division, enabling the flesh to reconnect and seal the injury. With a serious expression, Celeste remarked, "Do you realize that the ability you just demonstrated could lead to your being summoned before the High Council? Regardless of how you explain it, whether you are human or not, you would spend the remainder of your life as a test subject, enduring a fate worse than death. I understand. Additionally, I know that if we do not act, we may both perish here." Han Dong's response left Celeste at a loss for words. The knight's crystalline eyes fixated on him, contemplating whether to join forces with this apprentice knight. Time was of the essence. Celeste grasped Han Dong's shoulder, pulling him closer until their bodies nearly touched. Having sustained injuries, she had temporarily shed her light armor and now wore only a fitted corset. A unique fragrance wafted into Han Dong's nostrils. Not the scent of perfume, but a refreshing aroma intrinsic to Celeste that invigorated him. Celeste spoke sternly. "Listen, I need to verify your identity. State your mentor and your usual training ground." Han Dong presented his apprentice knight badge, stating, "First mentor, Pasha Habit. Second mentor, Mr. Black and White. Typically, I study pestilence in the old sewers." The Crow Prophet. Celeste gasped at the mention of Mr. Black and White. Although they belonged to different knight orders, she was well aware of his renown. Feeling a deep-seated respect in her heart, "Very well. We shall collaborate to eliminate the fallen who have fused with the life forms beyond the city through the sacrificial ritual. I will bestow upon you various blessings of holy light to significantly reduce the pollution's impact on you. Your sole task is to expunge these tendrils from me should I become ensnared." Han Dong felt the proximity between him and Celeste was somewhat stifling, given his poor physical condition and 3 decades of solitary life. Feeling smothered was only natural. I do not require blessings. This pollution should pose no threat to me. Save your energy for the fallen." Celeste widened her eyes, scrutinizing the enigmatic 2-star apprentice knight up close. Her thoughts grew convoluted. She could only ascertain that Han Dong was not affiliated with the fallen. Otherwise, she would have perished long ago. The true nature of this 2-star apprentice knight eluded her understanding. Chapter 79. The Fallen. What exactly are you? Human. Han Dong unhesitatingly replied with those 2 words. Celeste ultimately relented, reaching a temporary combat agreement with him. "Fine, if I do not sustain injuries during the fight, you need not intervene. Even if you are unafraid of pollution, given your physical condition, a moment's carelessness could result in dismemberment." Understood. Suddenly, Celeste, who had been stern, slightly averted her gaze, her words becoming hesitant. "Regardless, I appreciate your willingness to forego healing my wounds. If we can eliminate this fully fallen being, we can discuss your abilities privately afterward." Agreed. Han Dong felt no concern. After all, Mr. Black and White had left him an escape route. Once the situation here was resolved, Han Dong would promptly unfurl the scroll. Even if a fragment of information leaked, Mr. Black and White would discreetly manage it. Thus, their battle plan commenced. This would mark Han Dong's first indirect encounter with life beyond the city. as well as his initial collaboration in combat with a true knight. At the Becker family mansion, flames had ignited within the colossal, deformed sycamore tree. Before the tree could collapse, Cass and his companions successfully escaped through a hollow. Their combined strength and adept cooperation allowed them to delve deeper, slaying the ghostly entity, a female head entwined among countless tree roots. During the battle, Cass, who led the charge, bore deep gashes on his shoulder, armpit, abdomen, and inner thigh, along with signs of pollution. Currently, Sophia was applying healing holy light magic, accompanied by holy water to cleanse the contaminants from his wounds. What about the Andwa brothers? The recovering Cass, the first to recall Han Dong, scanned the surroundings while calling his name. Yet, an eerie silence enveloped the mansion. Impossible, my friend Andwa, especially with his formidable summon. In terms of overall strength, he might even surpass me slightly. His summon can directly eliminate ghosts. It is unlikely he would encounter issues alone. Cass discovered that the communication device was also inoperable. After receiving treatment, he immediately commenced a thorough search of the mansion, worry evident in his eyes. Captain Cass, I've found something. Coastland's perceptive abilities proved effective. In the first floor bedroom of the former head of the family, they uncovered a hidden passage leading downward. Clearly, this passage must connect to the one at the bottom of the pond outside. Could the Andwa brothers have chosen to descend first? Sophia interjected. Sister said she would notify us when she needs our assistance. We should refrain from going down. Disturbing her might provoke her wrath. If there is genuine danger, our descent may only hinder her. Cass, however, held an opposing view. Friend Andwa is aware of this as well, yet he opted to descend. Possibly due to time constraints. We have spent over an hour searching the mansion and dealing with the ghostly entity. Meanwhile, we have received no updates from Knight Celeste in the underground area. If all were well, she should have surfaced by now. Upon hearing this, Sophia began to worry. Yes, sister has always been very strong-willed. She wouldn't seek help even in peril, especially since we are merely apprentice knights. We descend. Cass rallied his spirit, determined to support them. He would not allow comrades with whom he had shared life and death to perish during this bounty mission. He must ensure Han Dong's safe departure from the mansion. In the underground area, at the center of the sacrificial array illuminated by green flame torches, Han Dong finally beheld the true form of the head of the Becker family. Marcellus, more accurately, it could be termed the fallen Becker. What is this? Becker's current form surpassed Han Dong's imagination, instantly clarifying what constituted life beyond the city, and why humans armed with advanced weaponry would collapse in a short span. Since his rebirth, Han Dong had encountered several polluted entities, ghouls, the shuffling old woman, tree spirit ghosts. Though these beings had lost their self-awareness, they still largely retained a human form, maintaining at least 80 of their human characteristics. Their size and features belonged to the human realm. However, this Becker Marcellus transcended those limits to begin with. His size and physical characteristics approached nearly 4 meters in height, aside from a swollen head that barely resembled a human. The rest of his body had become non-human, predominantly enveloped in a mass of crimson tendrils. As these tendrils writhed, one could faintly discern the grotesque faces of humans hidden within. Those pitiful law enforcement personnel and their families sacrificed for the ritual. These tendrils appeared to be under Becker's complete control. They could soften and swiftly entwine to invade a target's flesh or harden to become more resilient than steel, capable of shredding a target's body. Engaging in combat with such a being, given Han Dong's current abilities, would likely lead to his swift demise. Moreover, the fallen Becker possessed a terrifying attribute. On his back grew a massive eye with a radius of about 1 meter, rendering any attempt at a surprise attack from behind utterly futile. The typical apprentice knight who met the gaze of this colossal eye would likely be reduced to mere ichor, while a select few might withstand such intense pollution. They too would succumb to corruption and become Becker's thralls. Celeste assessed the situation succinctly. This creature seems intent on activating the wicked array once more, suppressing the consciousness of the sacrificers within him that has yet to fully dissipate. Once all the sacrifice's consciousness fades, he will become a wholly independent entity, far more challenging to confront. I'm going in. Alan, remember, if you see me sustain traumatic pollution, emerge immediately to assist with treatment. Once completed, hide obediently, I will draw its attention. So do not worry. Understood. Having spoken, Zalaziite commenced her pre-battle preparations. She downed a vial of scintillating blue starry holy water, which not only enhanced her resistance to corruption but also continuously replenished her magical energy. Simultaneously, she applied a series of buffs upon herself: blessing of the king, blessing of life, blessing of retribution, and blessing of strength, just as the fallen beak was about to activate the array once more. Zalaziite leapt forth, wielding her chain flail with all her might. In midair, a 1-meter-long holy hammer formed, crashing squarely against Beak's chest, shattering several of his tendrils. However, as the severed tendrils fell to the ground, they seemed to possess a will of their own, swiftly crawling back to the main body. Concealed in the shadows, Han Dong observed a crucial detail. The fallen beak had executed a subtle movement, quickly stowing away an important item akin to a book into the rear of his body upon being attacked. Chapter 80. A fierce assault. Is this what it means to be a knight? Hidden in the darkness, Han Dong was utterly astonished by the ensuing clash. The duel between the female knight and the fallen creature transcended the realm of humanity, setting aside the magic and otherworldly powers. The sheer physical prowess was enough to leave Han Dong in awe. A simple knee jump from Zalaziite allowed her to reach a height of 5 meters, effortlessly surpassing the fallen beak. The strikes of her chain flail could penetrate a 1-meter-thick stone wall, creating deep craters in the ground. Coupled with the various offensive holy light spells of the Holy Order, she continuously pressured her adversary. The fallen beak, hindered by his inner turmoil, found himself struggling to adapt fully to his body, his lack of agility leaving him in a state of oppression. On the surface, it appeared that Zalaziite held the advantage. Yet there lay a problem. Despite shattering several tendrils with each strike of her flail, she could not inflict harm upon the essence of the fallen creature. The severed tendrils either crawled back to the main body or grew anew. The Holy Order was not comprised solely of offensive personnel. They too required a shield. Moreover, a portion of their holy magic served as buffs, with only the projectile holy light attacks and the sanctified flames coating her flail being truly combat effective. Her role leaned more towards defense and team enhancement. Only through cooperation with a sufficiently aggressive ally could she fully unleash her potential. As she drew the target's ire, it became imperative for her to have a teammate capable of delivering a lethal blow. Should this continue, she would inevitably exhaust her stamina and face defeat. I must take action. Concealed in the shadows, Han Dong summoned Chun-Li once more. Sensing the presence of 2 powerful auras, Chun-Li instinctively recoiled, attempting to blend into the darkness as inconspicuously as possible. As Han Dong laid out the combat plan, Chun-Li immediately shook her head. It was far too dangerous. We might all perish. Yet if we do not take risks, we will ultimately meet our end regardless. Chun-Li remained resolute, dismissing the notion of a direct confrontation. We could escape right now, allowing this female knight to distract the fallen monstrosity. At worst, your mission would be deemed unsuccessful. Chun-Li was not a particularly warm-hearted individual. Upon recognizing the overwhelming strength of the enemy, her only thought was survival, not martyrdom. No, my intent is not to rescue this knight, but rather, I seek the magical tome hidden within the fallen creature. I require your assistance. Chun-Li. The master-servant relationship subtly took effect, making it somewhat difficult for Chun-Li to refuse Han Dong's request, yet her subjective inclination remained against taking risks. What if we die? In a world like this, where countless humans perish daily, if we do not strive for something significant, we too shall eventually meet our demise. My instincts tell me that this book holds immense value for me. Furthermore, should we succeed in slaying this amalgam of life beyond the city walls alongside Zalaziite, I would acquire a vast quantity of cell essence, greatly increasing my survival rate in the next fate space. Miss Chun-Li, I implore you, let us proceed as you suggested. Chun-Li's expression darkened as she began to activate her joints in the shadows. Warming up her body, Judgment of the Holy Hammer, Zalaziite unleashed a formidable technique. As she swung her chain flail, a significant portion of her divine energy was drawn from her being. A colossal holy light hammer materialized above the fallen beak, crashing down with tremendous force. In releasing this strike, Zalaziite, having momentarily depleted a substantial amount of energy, found herself on one knee, unable to pursue further. As the gigantic hammer descended, Beak extended his tendrilled arms to block it. Sizzling. Due to the opposing attributes, the arms he used for defense emitted a black steam, with the surface tendrils rapidly transforming into a vile sludge, dripping onto the ground. Crack. The holy hammer possessed immense power, causing Beak's legs to tremble slightly as they sank into the earth. However, this energy-forged holy hammer would not persist indefinitely. As the pollutants continued to counteract it, the black steam billowed forth, and the hammer's radiance gradually dimmed. If this persisted, it would merely incapacitate Beak's arms, but would not be sufficient to slay him. Zalaziite gritted her teeth, watching this scene unfold. How could a mere expelled apprentice knight bear the burden of such a formidable creature from beyond the walls? Given his physical condition, he should have disintegrated during the acceptance process. Why is he able to perfectly assimilate? This was the question Zalaziite found most perplexing. Acceptance and possession were not matters to be taken lightly. The host's body must be sufficiently robust, otherwise, it would dissolve into a puddle of muck during the process of accepting external entities. Damn it. I never anticipated that the second layer would spawn such troublesome fallen beings. If I survive this, I must report to the higher-ups. In recent years, the external entity's desire to invade us has grown increasingly intense, and their methods have become ever more insidious, yet with my current means. It is exceedingly difficult to kill this creature. What should I do? Should I exhaust the remaining energy of the divine tree and stake everything on this one gamble? As Zalaziite fixed her gaze on the giant holy hammer, which was on the verge of dissipating, she prepared to make a regrettable decision that a flash of red appeared in the corner, from the side. It swiftly climbed onto the shoulder of the fallen beak. Zalaziite was drawing attention from the front, while the back featured a massive eye, making the side the optimal point of ambush. It was crucial to note that all of Beak's tendrils exhibited a subjective agency. Upon sensing the presence of a foreign entity, they immediately coiled around it. With swift slashes from a knife imbued with malevolence, the tendrils were severed and fell to the ground. The focus was locked onto Beak's head. Indeed, Han Dong's directive was for Chun-Li to target the creature's cranium. After all, Beak's head was the only part still maintaining a semblance of humanity. Even if it did not die from the damage, it would certainly be affected. Chun-Li, being an entity capable of containing creatures, was unafraid of any form of pollution while in the midst of the chaotic tendrils. Seizing the opportunity presented by the fallen creature's defense against the holy hammer, she swiftly ascended to its shoulder, avoiding contact with the massive eye on its back. The eye on its back was a detail that Han Dong was particularly concerned about. The mysterious magical tome seemed to be concealed within it. Moreover, judging by the previous battle, Zalaziite also appeared to fear this eye, engaging solely in frontal combat. Given the massive eye embedded in the back, it was exceedingly challenging to ambush the fallen creature from behind. Chun-Li took action, striving to draw its attention. With her sharp knife, she struck violently at Beak's bloated head. Crack! The blade cleaved through the skull. An abnormality arose. From the fissure in the cranium surged forth distinct brain tendrils. The knife, when it struck these tendrils, proved unable to sever them. Whoosh! Liquid resembling oil splattered everywhere. The tendrils effortlessly pierced through Chun-Li's shoulders, hanging her in midair, as the eye on its back fixated directly on her. At that moment, the youth hidden in the shadows sprang into action. Chapter 81. Seizing control. Is this a summoned creature of Andawa? A 2-star summoned entity reaching such strength, while Zalaziite was taken aback. She did not remain idle. She downed another potion to replenish her magic. Its effects were diminished when consumed during cooldown. Forcing her body upright, she charged towards the fallen beak, launching a frontal assault with her chain flail and light shield. Clang! As the colossal holy hammer atop his head was on the verge of dissipating, the fallen one, Beak, freed a hand and struck forcefully upon the luminous shield, forcibly repelling Celeste by over 2 meters. Ignoring the reverberations of the impact coursing through his body, Celeste gritted her teeth and continued to engage the fallen in close combat. Swish! A splatter of oil struck Celeste's face, raising her gaze. She beheld the red-clad woman who had emerged from the shadows to launch a sudden ambush. Her shoulder had been pierced and was now suspended in midair. Gritting her teeth, Celeste muttered to herself, "How naive I was. How could the summoned minions of a 2-star mystic apprentice contend with a fallen of this caliber? No, this cannot continue. I must summon all my energy. What is he doing?" Just as Celeste was preparing to make a desperate gamble, her peripheral vision caught sight of Han Dong stealthily emerging from the dark recesses. She could hardly comprehend such a reckless act. Perspective shift, Han Dong. Han Dong took a deep breath. This opportunity was even better than anticipated. Celeste drew attention head-on, while the eyes on his back were fixated on Chun-Li. However, time was of the essence. Chun-Li was in a state of dire crisis. Even though the pollution had no effect on her, a tendril-like nerve had begun to sprout from the center of her eye. Should it connect to her brain, the consequences would be unimaginable. With her shoulders pierced and lifted, she stared directly at the writhing nerve tendril, yet her expression bore no trace of pain. Her pupils glowed with a bloody light. Fiercely glaring at the massive eye on her back, exerting all her effort to divert attention, providing her master with an opportunity to approach. I must not rush. I must not rush. I must time my approach precisely. The opportunity is but a fleeting moment. Han Dong disregarded all external distractions, his mind calculating with utmost precision as he moved stealthily towards the back of the fallen beak from an oblique angle. 5 meters, 4 meters, 3 meters. Upon reaching a distance of 3 meters, The nerve tendril had already adhered to Chun-Li's face, prying open her skin, attempting to penetrate within. Han Dong steadied his mind at this juncture. Any sign of panic would surely alert the I.2 meters. A scream. The ordinarily patient Chun-Li let out a scream at this moment as the nerve tendril burrowed into her skull, seemingly stimulating her brain region, causing viscous liquid to seep from all 7 orifices, the pain unfathomable. Han Dong remained resolute. 0.1 meter. At this point, the nerve was pressed against the surface of Chun-Li's brain. Poised to connect with her cerebral layer, the repressed fury within him erupted. Beneath the bird-beaked mask, Han Dong's once ordinary visage now radiated a ferocious aura, without wielding the weapon of fate, nor displaying the ghoul's arm. He pressed his right palm firmly against the colossal eyeball. Gurgle, the tendrils grew. The spotted dark tendrils burrowed directly into the eyeball. Why did Han Dong choose this course of action? Because when he treated Celeste's waist injury, the tendrils sprouting from his palm could instantly suppress the surface tendrils of the wound. In this regard, the tendrils were of a higher caliber. Given this, Han Dong chose this over the plague doctor's dagger or the ghoul's arm, which would struggle to inflict damage against such a high-level fallen. The tendrils connected, reversing the pollution. A spotted contaminant began to spread across the surface of the eyeball. Simultaneously, Han Dong sensed his consciousness seemingly connecting with the consciousness within the eyeball. Buzz. A ringing in the ears. In the blink of an eye, Han Dong found himself standing within a mysterious space constructed of black sludge. The center of the sludge stood Beak. Marcellus, the fallen apprentice knight. Yet, at this moment, he bore no signs of abnormality, appearing as a normal man. Beak's grasp was a strange grimoire. Beak, sensing the intrusion, immediately turned his head. For a moment, he was so frightened that he began to retreat. Are you that esteemed one? No, that esteemed one is dead. The news of his death cannot be fabricated. You are an impostor. You must be an impostor. Such blasphemous behavior is unforgivable. Listening to Beak's panicked utterances, Han Dong realized that he must now resemble the original visage of the faceless one, even sporting eerie tendrils around his head, and resembling a leader of a certain high life form beyond the city walls. Beak grew increasingly agitated, no longer retreating, but instead approaching Han Dong with a fierce demeanor. Impostor of the Supreme Lord, you must perish. It must be said, this middle-aged man, when enraged, could be somewhat intimidating. His posture suggested he intended to strangle Han Dong outright. However, within this realm of consciousness, Beak was merely the consciousness of an ordinary person. In contrast, Han Dong heard the sounds of flesh proliferating. His right arm suddenly swelled and thickened, sharp claws protruding beneath the consciousness. Han Dong could still manifest the ghoul's arm, for in essence, this arm was an integral part of him. Meanwhile, the fallen Beak had yet to complete his ritual. Having only undergone physical degradation, his consciousness remained unchanged. The situation reversed. Relying solely on one arm, Han Dong completely suppressed Beak. No matter how the fallen one cursed, Han Dong's sole objective was clear: to venture alone into the subterranean space, risking immense danger to partake in this high-level battle. Solely for the grimoire. With a flick of his thumb, the sharp claw effortlessly severed Beak's right hand, which clung desperately to the grimoire. As the book fell into Han Dong's grasp, Beak, pinned to the ground, began to scream and struggle frantically, even disregarding the risk of his flesh being torn by the claws in the process. Return it to me. Return it to me. That is the key to my becoming king. You despicable impostor. Vile thief, blasphemer of the divine, give me back what is mine. Truly pitiful that a human could become a slave to a mere book. After uttering this statement, Han Dong's gaze held no trace of compassion. For such a fiend who had sacrificed his entire family and over 200 innocent lives, 1,000 deaths would not suffice. The power of the ghoul's arm erupted, and the claws tore downwards. Beak's consciousness shattered entirely. In an instant, the space constructed of black sludge began to collapse and disintegrate. Visual shift to reality, underground cave. At this very moment, Han Dong had plunged his entire right arm into the colossal eyeball, forcibly dragging out the grimoire that served as the core. As he extracted the book, now laden with tendrils and nerve fibers, the massive eye on his back began to shrink immediately. The fallen Beak emitted a wretched scream. His physical form unable to maintain humanoid shape, his entire body of tendrils beginning to uncontrollably separate and disintegrate. An opportunity. Celeste would not let such a golden chance slip by. Converting much of the energy within her skull into holy flame, she gathered it upon her flail. The chains of retribution struck. As the flail descended, it was akin to a colossal hammer crashing down. The unbalanced, disordered fallen beak had lost all defenses and was smashed into a pulp, having stealthily stowed the grimoire in his backpack. Han Dong, at the moment beak was crushed, summoned a metallic syringe, extracting the cellular essence of the fallen beak. Simultaneously, he also retrieved the gravely injured Miss Chin Li back to the prison. Chapter 82. Confidentiality within the concealed passage of the Beak Manor. Cass and others were hastily descending. They had already faintly heard the sounds of intense combat emanating from the depths. It had been over an hour. The battle was still ongoing. Was the target that formidable? Celeste, bestowed with the title of the Retribution Knight, was situated in the upper echelon of ordinary knights. It was unfathomable for an enemy capable of putting her in such dire straits to be anything less than extraordinary. Should they discover that Knight Celeste was at a disadvantage, and that assistance was unlikely, they must immediately find a way to contact the external knightly order. Understood. Her comrade, Sophia, was exceedingly anxious, silently praying for her sister's safety. Celeste was indeed a true knight, surpassing them in every aspect. The seed planted within her mind had sprouted and grown into a unique talent tree. If even Celeste could not handle the enemy, they could scarcely imagine how formidable it truly was. The sounds of battle have ceased. Just as the three reached the cave's depths, the clamor abruptly stopped. The sudden silence set Cass on edge. Beads of cold sweat forming within his armor. The battle was over, but the outcome remained unknown. Should Celeste have been defeated, the three would find themselves in a perilous situation should they delve deeper. FIA, Ko Slin, stay behind me. If any evil presence remains, we flee immediately. The three individuals slowly ventured deeper into the hidden stone pillars, where the sacrificial array became visible. The sight that greeted them sent a shiver down their spines. The immense weight that had been pressing on Cass's heart was finally lifted. Disgusting, writhing tendrils scattered about, the black sludge that covered the ground, and a male head, crushed under a heavy blow, marked the demise of the fallen one. Baker, Celeste, utterly exhausted, knelt on one knee, barely able to sustain the light shield. The holy energy of retribution she had stored was nearly depleted after this battle. She would require at least 10 days, if not longer, to recuperate. Han Dong feigned extreme discomfort, sitting in the sludge with a vacant gaze. Sister. FIA cried out in concern. Do not approach for now. Although the target is dead, the contaminants have yet to be entirely cleared. You three, hurry and inform the church personnel to come and cleanse the pollution. Tell them that the remnants of contamination stem from creatures outside the city, and they must bring ample tools. Indeed, creatures from outside the city. Just as Cass was about to leave, he cast a worried glance toward Han Dong, who was in the midst of the sludge, and urgently inquired, should we bring the friend of Andwa back to the church for purification? Celeste replied, no, you all quickly summon help. I will handle this mysterious apprentice's matter. Very well. Since Celeste had spoken, Cass had no choice but to comply. Leading his companions back immediately. As he ascended the secret staircase, Cass's mind was rife with questions. Why was Andwa's friend present at the center of the battle with the creatures from outside the city? Moreover, judging by the contaminants on him, it seemed he had participated in the confrontation with the creatures. FIA immediately offered her perspective. Impossible. These are creatures from outside the city. A novice knight would be doomed by merely glancing at them from afar. How could he engage in direct combat? Andwa must have arrived at the scene at the very end of the battle. Sister intentionally left him behind, planning to purify the contamination within him on the spot, lest it be too late. Cass refrained from commenting. He had always believed Han Dong possessed unique qualities, perhaps even assisting Celeste in the fight against the creatures. Ultimately, it was best to report the situation to the church. As long as Andwa's friend was unscathed in the underground area, Celeste gradually regained her strength, observing Han Dong, who was covered in sludge, with 2 broken tendrils draped atop his head. Your level surpasses that of this creature from outside the city. Regarding your matters, I can consider keeping them confidential. However, to ensure the safety of the holy city, I must take you to the Department of Mysteries to hear what Mr. Black and White has to say. If the Crow Prophet learns of your situation and verbally deems you harmless, I will naturally bury this matter deep within my heart. Celeste was not adept at expressing gratitude. Had it not been for Han Dong's actions during this event, her fate would have been sealed. Nevertheless, gratitude aside, the knight's purpose was to safeguard the holy city and to fight for the freedom of all humanity. Although Han Dong's current conduct appeared harmless, it could not be definitively concluded that he posed no threat to the entire holy city. Thus, as a knight, Celeste had to ascertain this. You can simply state it here. Han Dong unfurled the mysterious scroll that Mr. Black and White had previously entrusted to him. Dozens of crows erupted from the center of the scroll, swirling at low altitude. pecking at the filthy tendrils on the ground with their black beaks. Within a short span, they devoured all the contaminants. Subsequently, this flock of crows coalesced into a mysterious man clad in a black suit. Wearing a black mask and leaning on a black cane, the crow prophet. Celeste quickly bowed her head. I had initially intended to directly alter and conceal your memories. Since you are willing to keep things confidential, that is for the best. After all, erased memories can potentially be restored through special means, which is not entirely safe. Celeste nodded in affirmation. As long as you, Crow Prophet, approve, then there is no issue. I will keep this matter confidential. The act of slaying the creature from outside the city will be attributed solely to me, with no connection to him. By the way, does the Grand Plague Master know about this? The leader need not concern himself with such matters. I will handle this studentess affairs personally. With their conversation concluded, Mr. Black and White transformed back into crows, returning to the scroll and vanishing into thin air. That moment, footsteps echoed from the corridor. The church's personnel were approaching. Celeste immediately rose, using sacred light to purify the remnants of filth clinging to Han Dong's body, then proactively helped him to his feet. Kid, give me your contact information. Oh, all right. Being asked for contact details by the opposite sex was a first for Han Dong. And thank you. Each time she expressed such words of gratitude, Celeste would blush, a reflection of her own pride. Celeste quickly regained her former haughty demeanor. All right, when the church personnel arrive at the cave, you need not say anything. I will personally take you back to the academy to prevent you from being led away by them for baptism and revealing your identity. Thank you. Thus, with Celeste's assistance, Han Dong departed the mansion and boarded the train back to campus. The ghostly incident on the streets of London had reached a perfect conclusion. Chapter 83. Harvest with matters coming to a close. When the church personnel arrived, Celeste adopted a very firm stance. She held on to Han Dong's wrist throughout, forbidding any church personnel from touching him, insisting on personally escorting Han Dong back to school for baptism. Additionally, regarding the rewards for the bounty task, Cass planned to wait until Han Dong underwent a complete baptism and release of pressure before gathering the four of them to claim their rewards together. After leaving, Han Dong privately messaged Cass, instructing him to go collect the rewards and that they could split the copper coins later. He also mentioned that if the evaluation for this task was deemed excellent, they could select a destiny item. Han Dong was willing to forfeit this opportunity, allowing Cass or Ko Slin, who did not yet possess a destiny item, to take it, significantly increasing their chances of survival on their next venture into the realm of destiny. Cass replied multiple times, yet Han Dong persistently declined, firmly insisting that Cass choose an item suitable for himself. Ultimately, Cass relented, preparing to thank Han Dong in person once he recovered and to handle the preparations for the destiny space. There were several reasons behind Han Dong's deliberate relinquishment of the destiny item. Since he had decided to team up with Cass and the others for the long haul, and already possessed a destiny weapon, distributing the item to his teammates was the optimal choice. Furthermore, Han Dong lacked the time to engage in the series of task submissions, inspections, reviews, and subsequent reward distributions and item selections at the Adventurers Guild. Time was of the essence. Han Dong needed to deepen his understanding of plague studies within the remaining week and learn about summoning from Mr. Black and White to explain Chun-Li's existence. Additionally, Han Dong was undoubtedly the biggest winner of this incident. The value of what he had gained far surpassed that of a quality-level destiny item by several times, even dozens of times. In the portable containment prison, Miss Chun-Li, are you all right? Concerned for Chun-Li's condition, Han Dong returned to the prison at every opportunity. The successful execution of the magical book acquisition plan had been at the cost of Chun-Li's life. Even a second's delay could plunge her into the abyss. Unexpectedly, severely injured, Chun-Li required no other form of treatment. Inside the cell, she was in a state of tendril connection. Her entire body was intertwined with tendrils protruding from the walls, with the most crucial one connecting to the back of her head. These tendrils seemed to be providing treatment to Chun-Li, the container, and it was exceptionally efficient. The perforations in her shoulders had fully healed, leaving no scars behind. Sensing her master's arrival, Chun-Li slowly opened her eyes. I'm fine if that's good to hear. Thank you so much this time. Han Dong was here to express his gratitude. Under Chun-Li's reluctance to take risks, it was Han Dong who had issued a coercive command that allowed the plan to proceed, resulting in her severe injury. Let me rest for a moment. My head still feels a bit uncomfortable. From Chun-Li's cool tone, it was evident she was dissatisfied with this operation, yet due to their master-servant relationship, she did not express it directly. Well, take good care of yourself. If you need anything, Just let me know at any time. Han Dong turned and made his way to the adjacent sterile laboratory. Exquisite syringes were arranged in the center of the room, filled with the cell essence of the fallen. This was one of Han Dong's two significant gains, gazing at the murky cell essence within the syringe. He couldn't help but reveal an exaggerated smile, that I wonder how much weight capacity a single essence from an outland creature could grant me, and it seems this is no ordinary outland creature. Approaching the ultra-clean workstation, he carefully injected the precious essence into his cellular mass. All cell essence has been injected. Weight limit increased by 30 points. Fallen specimen. Current individual weight value, 122,157. The excitement was undeniable. However, Han Dong felt it still fell short. For a creature from beyond the city that could best a knight, merely gaining 30 points seemed insufficient. I recall that to upgrade the Faceless One's head and expand the prison, at least 50 points must be reserved, and my body still requires numerous replacements. It appears the path to enhancing my weight limit is still quite lengthy. Nevertheless, gaining 30 points is commendable, and once I acquire quality limbs, I can install them at any time. Han Dong exited the portable prison. Clang, clang, the sound of a train in motion. Currently, Han Dong found himself in the restroom of a steam train returning to school. Upon returning to the private sleeper compartment, he observed that Sir Sylvester had removed his armor, clad only in a snug white bodice, resting against the bed with eyes closed, rejuvenating his streamlined physique, flawless white skin. Wavy golden hair and near-perfect features were laid bare before Han Dong. Upon witnessing this scene, Han Dong did not feel but merely returned to his bunk with an expression of indifference. What is your true name? I just asked a friend to check. Alan Andwa. There is no apprentice knight by that name in the mystical department. Valen Nicholas. A newcomer? Sylvester's intelligence sources are quite swift. I had thought Han Dong, with 2 stars, had been studying at the Knight Academy for a year, but it turned out he had only just enrolled, piquing Sylvester's interest even further. You gained 2 fate points in the novice event. However, it is understandable. After all, you wield the power of outland life. Hee. Han Dong could only smile awkwardly. At that moment, Han Dong's clockwork device chimed, indicating a call from Sylvester. Remember my contact information. If you encounter any trouble that isn't significant enough to disturb Mr. Black and White, feel free to reach out to me. Sylvester, possessing a strong sense of pride, deemed herself indebted to Han Dong after this incident and sought an opportunity to repay. Thank you. By the way, there is one more thing. Next week you should be teamed up with my sister to venture into the realm of fate, right? When necessary, you can fully exhibit your strength after the conclusion of the fate realm. I will wait for you at the exit. So do not worry about your team members leaking your secret. Regardless, you must ensure Sophia's safety. If anything befalls her, I will hold you accountable. Han Dong appeared innocent. This should be Cass's responsibility, yet it had somehow shifted to him. Your sister seems to harbor little affection for me. I will do my best. Whether Sophia is interested in you is irrelevant to me. My only concern is ensuring she comes out alive. However, I must admit I find you rather intriguing. This statement seemed to carry some ambiguity. Chapter 84. The ownership of books upon returning to school. Han Dong naturally did not need to undergo the sacred baptism or pressure release. After parting ways with Sir Sylvester, he immediately returned to the mystical department. This was because Mr. Black and White had instructed Han Dong to meet him directly upon his return. As there were important matters to discuss, the stargazing chamber had transformed into a room styled like that of a medieval noble. Seated on the sofa by the fireplace was a strange Mr. Black and White. Compared to the last time he wore a black mask, he seemed like a completely different person. The aura had changed. Han Dong cautiously took a seat on the opposite sofa, scarcely daring to gaze at the white mask. Even a fleeting glance would evoke an uncomfortable sensation of being completely seen through that a hollow, distant voice emanated from beneath the mask. To obtain such a huge reward from a peculiar 3-star bounty is indeed fortunate for you. This statement made it clear that Mr. Black and White was already aware of Han Dong's gains. What instructions do you have, sir? Produce the book. The commanding tone sent a shiver through Han Dong. Naturally, he was unwilling to relinquish the magic book he had painstakingly acquired at the risk of his life during this bounty task. However, if Mr. Black and White truly intended to seize it, Han Dong could not protect it. A tome bound in genuine leather, featuring black stitching and an eye at its center, was placed upon the table. The moment this magic book made contact with the surface, an anomaly occurred. A wave of malevolence spread around the book. Immediately, numerous tiny eyes began to sprout from the table, even spreading outward. If no action were taken, it could potentially engulf the entire room. The danger was self-evident. Just as Han Dong was about to intervene, A sharp snap echoed as Mr. Black and White snapped his fingers. The ceiling instantly transformed into a starry sky. And with the flickering light of the stars, the tiny eyes were forcefully closed, retracting back into the book, unable to spread any further. Han Dong found this method entirely incomprehensible. However, the starlight seemed to have no effect on the original eyeball adorning the book's cover. It appeared that this eye, used in the book's creation, was not a pollutant or was of such high caliber that it was unaffected by the stars. Mr. Black and White did not reach for the book but merely spoke calmly. About a week ago, while observing the stars, I inadvertently fell into a brief surface dream state and caught sight of an eye sneaking into the holy city. That I viewed it as an ominous sign and dispatched a portion of the plague knights to investigate. I never anticipated this I would manifest in such a manner, eventually coming into your possession. Han Dong himself was unsure what this book truly was. He only knew it was related to outland creatures. Becker Marcellus had merely studied the first chapter of the book and had yet to fully master it. Yet he could easily manipulate ordinary people and produce various pollutants, even through sinister sacrificial methods. He could draw out outland creatures into his own body. This alone reflected the book's immense value. Han Dong had initially planned to conceal this matter and read it in secret. Since Mr. Black and White had already perceived it, there was no need for further concealment. He seized the opportunity to inquire about the book's true nature. Sir, what exactly is this book? The Book of the Undead, Manuscript of Eyes. It is not the original, but a high-quality imitation crafted by a master. The materials used for the cover alone are worth a fortune, and the stitching techniques in the embedding of the eyeball far exceed the highest stitching standards of our mystical department. The value of this book is beyond your imagination. The Book of the Undead, Manuscript of Eyes. Han Dong echoed the title softly. The higher beings from beyond the city not only surpass us in basic life forms, but also in intellect. This book is indeed a creation of some master from beyond. Yet, how could such a work have found its way into the abandoned sewer system of the Holy City? A conspiracy, attempting to use this book to undermine the Holy City from within. Mr. Black and White nodded slightly. There is a certain possibility. This book is sufficient to turn an ordinary knight into its thrall. If you had not intervened in this incident, even a knight as gifted as Sir Sylvester, once exhausted in battle, would have fallen under the control of this book within a month, leading to chaos in the upper echelons of the noble circle and the holy knights. Han Dong had sensed the conspiracy beforehand. The Becker family murder incident provoked and controlled the local public security bureau. Apprentice knights or knights intervening to resolve every action bore an intentional purpose. Fortunately, it was Han Dong, who was completely unafraid of pollution, along with the exceptional knight Sylvester, who ultimately dealt with the incident. Otherwise, had the situation continued to escalate, it would have been unimaginable. Han Dong inquired, I do not understand why. After realizing the severity of this incident, the knight order still allowed us to assist from the sidelines rather than dispatching a large number of knights to cleanse the situation directly, because the reviewer of this matter is me. When you submitted the evidence, I personally scrutinized the incident. Given your particular circumstances, I intentionally allowed you to continue the investigation as assistants. Otherwise, had someone else been in charge of the review, the outcome would likely align with your assertions. Mr. Black and White, did you deliberately allow me to delve deeper into this incident? No, I intentionally facilitated your engagement with this book. Should you ultimately face defeat, I will emerge directly from the scroll to confront the fallen. Nevertheless, you have not disappointed me. Upon hearing these words, Han Dong felt a slight tremor in his heart. Everything seemed to be part of Mr. Black and White's grand design, and in that moment, Mr. Black and White's figure loomed larger in his mind. Nicholas thought if I were to submit this book directly to the council, 3 potential scenarios would unfold. 1. In the near future, relevant policies would undoubtedly be enacted to bolster the defenses of the Holy City on all fronts, possibly even deploying knights to various law enforcement agencies to further enhance internal security. 2. The mysterious association, the Mage Association, and others would initiate investigations into the origins of this book, preparing for the next large-scale operation to directly root out the creator's lair. 3. Scholars specializing in this field might attempt to analyze the book, thereby enriching our understanding of the creatures beyond the city. These are the benefits that my submission of the book would bring to the state. If this book were entrusted to you, what advantages could you provide me? What benefits could you offer the Holy City? The purpose behind Mr. Black and White's inquiry was unmistakable if Han Dong's proposed benefits fell short of the aforementioned points. Mr. Black and White would confiscate and submit the book. How to respond? In truth, Han Dong had long possessed the answer in his heart that I can thoroughly read and learn all the content within this book and fight for humanity. Han Dong's response momentarily took Mr. Black and White aback. It seemed that this answer exceeded his expectations, as a rare smile cracked upon the white mask. You truly did not misjudge me. Very well. I shall leave the rest to you. I need to rest. The interplay of black and white ensued. Han Dong could not discern the fleeting visage during the exchange of masks. The atmosphere shifted. Returning to the familiar presence of Mr. Black and White, Nicholas, gaining the acknowledgement of the white mask indicates that I truly did not err in my judgment of you. Very well. Take the book and head down. Let Pasha continue to instruct you in the fundamentals of plague studies that I look forward to your performance in the realm of fate a week from now. As for matters concerning this book, I will maintain complete confidentiality here. You must also exercise caution. Should any information leak to the higher-ups, I would be unable to protect you. Thank you, Mr. Black and White. Chapter 85, The Final Week of Preparation. Into this volume, the Stairway of Zeus leads to the pinnacle of the Holy City. As the highest governing body of the Holy City, the Council is established at this peak. Its architecture draws inspiration from the ancient hanging gardens of Babylon, enhanced by magical means, rendering it a true wonder of the world. The abode of the divine monarch. Every decision made by the Council will shape the future of humanity. All matters of significant importance concerning the safety of the Holy City will be deliberated here, during today's regular meeting. The intelligence officer reported on the ghost incident in the streets of London, executed by Cass and others. The detailed task execution process was submitted in written form to each council member. Based on the report alone, the gravity of this incident seemed relatively minor compared to the nightly orders out-of-city investigations, which involved the extermination of numerous creatures beyond the city and the acquisition of the latest intelligence. After all, the matter had been entirely resolved, culminating in the eradication of the target by the punitive knight, Silas. However, the members seated here are, in essence, the highest intellectual consortium among the remaining humans in the Holy City. They can perceive many details invisible to the common eye. Beck Marcellus, a human who has not even completed his nightly studies, what qualifications does he possess to endure the beings beyond the city? The sacrifice of over 200 civilians was merely intended to attract creatures from outside, rather than to sustain his corporeal form. This matter requires further investigation. Yes, the intelligence officer nodded. Have the identities of the 4 apprentice knights involved in this bounty task been clarified? In the face of such a conspiratorial incident, coupled with the local law enforcement agency being clandestinely controlled and the true situation concealed, the ability to uncover clues and report anomalies in advance, as well as to perfectly assist the knights in completing the mission, indicates that the overall capabilities of these 4 individuals are quite high. They should be monitored and nurtured moving forward. Their identities have been clarified. Of the 4, 3 have been identified. 2 hail from hereditary nobility, while 1 is a direct student of Duncan, the Vice Dean of the Mechanical Institute and Chairman of the Mechanical Association. The final member of the team, using the alias Alan Andwa, could not be found in the Knight Academy records, claiming to be a 2-star mysterious apprentice. We have verified this matter with the mysterious department. Mr. Black and White acknowledged that this student is one he has been privately cultivating and that it is currently inconvenient to disclose his name, since he is a disciple of Mr. Black and White. There should be no issue. However, any information regarding this mysterious student must still be reported to us in the future. Understood. Another council member continued discussing the recent events. The frequency of incursions by life forms beyond the city walls has begun to increase. With their methods becoming increasingly covert, it is necessary to strengthen the security defenses of the second tier that I propose expanding the recruitment of apprentice knights, even if those recruited cannot pass the entrance examination or drop out midway. They can be directly assigned to work in the law enforcement agency of the second tier. Regular ideological checks should be conducted to ensure that no similar situations to Beck Marcellus arise. This approach would effectively enhance the overall quality and capabilities of law enforcement personnel, reducing the occurrence of such incidents. After this point has been recorded, let us move on to the next event. The mysterious department, the old sewers.